On the inaugural day of the school term, Jiang Qiu was declared loved by the campus belle, who arrived in a supercar. Will you marry me? I am 3 years your senior. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older embraces gold bricks. I have never been in a romantic relationship. You are my first. I do not require a betrothal gift. I possess my own car and house. Jiang Qiu responded, I am sorry, but you are a wonderful person. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the perfect life system and receiving the blessings of destiny. In Chapter 99, Chu Yinshi felt a twinge of anxiety. Would her flaws be exposed? Senior, that will suffice. After 10 minutes, Jiang Qiu felt a tingling numbness in his legs. Darling, you performed admirably. Chu Yinshi grew increasingly flirtatious, leaving Jiang Qiu somewhat overwhelmed. All right, after we finish inspecting the room, may we head downstairs? I will follow your lead. With that, the two descended together. Xiao Shi, are you satisfied with the room? In the living room on the first floor, Xiao Junlan was engrossed in watching television. It's quite nice, Auntie, Chu Yinshi replied with a smile. I plan to move in tomorrow. The sooner, the better, Xiao Junlan advised. Make sure Jiang Qiu helps out. No need. I have called a moving company, Chu Yinshi hastily reassured. There isn't much to transport. I just want to spare Jiang Qiu from exhaustion. What a considerate child. Xiao Junlan could not help but praise her, then turned her gaze towards Jiang Qiu. Treat her well, or your father, and I will not spare you. Jiang Qingfeng, who was munching on a snack, felt his appetite diminish upon hearing his name. All right, I will take her back now. Jiang Qiu waved his hand, having given up on debating. After all, this was his own mother. While she could be quite domineering, it was ultimately for his own good. Chu Yinshi felt a twinge of reluctance. She truly wished to move in that very day. However, it was still too hasty, as she had not prepared her belongings, and thus could only obediently depart. Jiang Qiu escorted her back home. As they prepared to part, Chu Yinshi stood on her tiptoes, stepping forward half a pace to embrace Jiang Qiu tightly. I'm heading back now. See you tomorrow. Do think of me. With that, Chu Yinshi reluctantly returned home. That evening, after washing up, Jiang Qiu lay in bed, enjoying the air conditioning while scrolling through his phone. Tomorrow marked the beginning of the 11-day holiday, free from classes and early mornings. It had initially been a delightful day, the only complication being that Senior Chu would be moving into his home. Would this not be considered cohabitation? Moreover, the most dramatic aspect was that it was occurring under the watchful eyes of his parents, a perfectly legitimate arrangement. They seemed to have completely disregarded Chu Yinshi as an outsider. Jiang Qiu felt a pang of concern. If she continued to flirt so unabashedly, he might truly lose control. After indulging in a whirlwind of thoughts, the clock struck past midnight. Feeling fatigued, he muttered, I should sleep early. Even though there are no classes tomorrow, I still need to rise early. Generally, very few individuals play games early in the morning. I can seize the opportunity to climb ranks during this quieter time. Although he usually dominated in gaming, it was quite taxing. It would be more efficient to capitalize on the lower traffic to reap rewards swiftly. With these thoughts, Jiang Qiu drifted into a blissful slumber. The following morning, before 7 o'clock, Jiang Qiu awoke, had breakfast, and immediately began gaming. He played until 9 o'clock. His skills were naturally impressive, and given that the players online at this hour were mostly novices, he achieved a remarkable 6 consecutive victories, raking in points until his hands ached. Jiang Qiu, what time is it? Hurry and check next door to see if Xiao Shi needs assistance. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Qiu exited a game he had yet to commence. Understood. No need to shout. I'm on my way. He stepped out of his bedroom, tidied himself up, and prepared to leave. I advise you to work diligently and not to bully Xiao Shi. Xiao Junlan took out her phone and waved it playfully. We have the authority. We can monitor both of you at any time. All right, goodbye. Jiang Qiu departed his home and walked 2 minutes to reach Chu Yinshi's villa. It was eerily quiet. What could be the reason? Glancing at the time, he wondered if the moving company had not yet arrived. Or perhaps, he pondered another possibility. Could it be that Chu Yinshi was still indulging in slumber? He pulled out his phone and sent her a message. Senior, are you there? I'm downstairs at your place. Please open the door. At that moment, Chu Yinshi was indeed lost in sleep. Typically, her schedule was quite regular, as she usually awoke early each day. However, the previous night, the thought of soon cohabitating with Jiang Qiu kept her awake. She found herself tormented by thoughts of him, truly a test of endurance. It was not until past 3 in the morning that Chu Yinshi managed to fall into a fitful sleep. Consequently, she found it nearly impossible to rise that morning. Today is a holiday. Even if I sleep in a little, it should not be an issue, she reasoned, half-conscious, deciding to indulge in a bit more rest. Just then, she heard the notification sound of a new message on her phone. Initially, Chu Yinshi had silenced her phone. However, to ensure she would not miss any messages from Jiang Qiu, she had specifically assigned him a unique ringtone. Could this notification be from Jiang Qiu? The drowsiness that had enveloped her dissipated instantly, as she sat upright. I am here, Chu Yinshi quickly replied. Are you saying you want to come to my house at this hour? A sense of panic washed over her. She had not washed her face, applied makeup, and most crucially, her room was in disarray. If Jiang Qiu were to enter now, he would undoubtedly. Yes, I'm already at your doorstep. Jiang Qiu messaged back, unaware of her turmoil. Did we not agree yesterday to help you move? This was disastrous. Chu Yinshi felt a wave of anxiety. Today was a holiday. Li Lingling had returned home yesterday, leaving the house untidy. Moreover, she had rummaged through her belongings late into the night, leaving clothes strewn everywhere. There were also leftover takeout containers and various cosmetics in disarray. No, at this moment, she absolutely could not allow Jiang Qiu to step inside. If he were to witness the chaos, he might refuse to let her in. It is not a convenient time. Chu Yinshi nervously replied. Perhaps you could come back this afternoon? Jiang Qiu was taken aback. This was not like Chu Yinshi at all. Normally, she would have opened the door by now. Senior, something feels off, Jiang Qiu remarked humorously, sensing she was hiding something from him. What feels off? Chu Yinshi continued to reply. I simply cannot accommodate you right now. Please come back later. No way. I was sent out by my mother, Jiang Qiu replied with sincerity. If I did not help you move today, I cannot return home. I assured Andy that you would be able to go back. Chu Yinshi felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Thank goodness they were separated by a screen, or she might have burst into tears. Do you not want me to come in? Jiang Qiu chuckled. That suggests you must have something intriguing in your home. No, that is impossible. Do not speak nonsense. Chu Yinshi felt her hands tremble as she typed. Have you made up your mind? If you refuse to open the door for me, then I shall not move, Jiang Qiu threatened, his curiosity growing ever stronger. What to do? Chu Yinshi realized that this matter could no longer be concealed. It was over. Her reluctance to tidy up her room was bound to be revealed today. Chapter 100 Chu Yangzi. I might be facing heartbreak soon, Lingling. Is the cleaning service you called last time coming today? In the bedroom, Chu Yangzi hesitated, wishing to struggle a bit longer. It was a holiday today, so they should be off. Li Lingling inquired. Really? I leave for just one day. And the place is already in disarray? Chu Yangzi replied. No, I merely rummaged through the closet yesterday to find a few outfits. All right, I understand. I'll just tidy up when I get back. Li Lingling expressed her exasperation. This was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded. Chu Yangzi's belongings were simply too numerous, and her disorganization meant that whenever she needed something, she had to turn the place upside down to find it. This had happened many times before, and each time, it was Li Lingling who returned to restore order. By the time you returned, the food would be cold. Chu Yangzi, he asked, coming over soon. Isn't that a good thing? Li Lingling immediately became curious. In the past, Chu Yangzi had tried more than once to lure Jiang Qiu to her home. Now that the moment had arrived, why was she suddenly so conflicted? But my room is such a mess. What if he sees it? Chu Yangzi's expression grew serious. She genuinely felt concerned. Well, there's nothing to be done now. It's too late to call a cleaner, Li Lingling said helplessly. Just don't let him in. Find an excuse to refuse him. That should be too difficult for you, right? It is. Chu Yangzi bit her lip. If I could refuse him, why would I even ask you for advice? Li Lingling thought to herself. You didn't seem to feel such pressure when you rejected me. However, she dare not voice this thought. Then let him see it. Li Lingling said after a moment's reflection. After all, you plan to marry him and live together. You can't hide these issues forever. Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi fell into deep contemplation. Boys generally prefer girls who can manage household chores, right? I can't even cook, and now I can't keep my room tidy. Will Jiang Qiu still like me? Meanwhile, Li Lingling continued to persuade her. Do you really think Jiang Qiu would stop liking you just because your room is messy? That is not impossible, Chu Yangzi muttered softly. My goodness, really? Li Lingling exclaimed. Cece, is this really you? Why don't you ever consider my opinion when we're at home? Can you even compare to Jiang Qiu? Chu Yangzi retorted disdainfully. You should be grateful I let you stay at my place. Come on, get a grip, dear. Li Lingling was too tired to continue arguing with her friend, who was clearly love-struck. Senior, if you don't open the door soon, I'm leaving. At that moment, Jiang Qiu sent a message from outside. All right, I'm coming down now. Chu Yangzi took a deep breath, steeling herself as she prepared to open the door. At that moment, she was wearing a custom-made Sakura Kinomoto pajama set. The pink outfit was quite loose, accentuating her curves beautifully. Her fair skin, slender waist, and long, graceful legs exuded an irresistible charm. Particularly, the low neckline of the pajamas revealed glimpses of her creamy skin. Senior, you finally opened the door? Jiang Qiu stood at the entrance, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. He swore he was merely appreciating beauty, devoid of any ulterior motives. You're here. Come in, Chu Yangzi said, her tone somewhat cold. Jiang Qiu could sense she was deliberately suppressing her emotions. As he stepped inside, he noticed several pairs of high heels scattered near the shoe cabinet. Xu Yangzi did her utmost to avert his gaze, but Jiang Qiu still caught sight of him. However, he chose not to mention it and changed in his slippers before proceeding. In the living room, remnants of snack bags cluttered the table, and various magazines were strewn across the sofa. Jiang Qiu surveyed the area, and Xu Yangzi led him to her room, where clothes lay haphazardly on the floor, having not been put away. After a brief look around, Jiang Qiu asked, "Is this what you meant by it being inconvenient?" Xu Yangzi lowered her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, unable to meet his gaze. Jiang Qiu said nothing further. Instead, he squatted down to help her organize. "Senior, I must say, you have an astounding amount of clothing," he remarked. Hearing this, Xu Yangzi finally snapped back to reality. Jiang Qiu was actually helping her organize her clothes? "Don't just stand there, help me." Jiang Qiu chuckled softly, thinking, I can't be that terrifying. Why does it always feel like I'm bullying her when we're together? "Thank you, darling." Xu Yangzi moved closer to Jiang Qiu, yearning to embrace him. The only person who had ever cared for her wholeheartedly was long gone. Now, she found that comforting feeling once again with Jiang Qiu. "For what?" Jiang Qiu asked with a smile. "The room isn't that messy. Everyone has their own habits. It's not a big deal. Having you here is wonderful. May I hold you?" Xu Yangzi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she fought to hold them back. "All right, just for a moment," Jiang Qiu said as he stood and gently enveloped Xu Yangzi in his arms. "Darling, hold me tighter." Xu Yangzi wrapped her arms around him, her body soft and pliable, resembling a boneless kitten that invited closeness. Unable to resist, Jiang Qiu responded by caressing her back. The thin fabric of her pajamas felt like fine silk beneath his fingers. The softness, elasticity, and sweetness of the moment compelled him to embrace her even tighter. Chapter 1. Oh, when I'm here to comfort you. And you're threatening to report me? Jiang Qiu teased. "All right, let us hurry up and clean." 10 minutes later, the two finally parted. Xu Yangzi's cheeks were slightly flushed, her mind conjuring vivid images. "Once I move in, can we share a room? Then I should leave?" No, please don't go. I can just stay upstairs, right?" "Yes, that sounds reasonable." Jiang Qiu nodded earnestly, suppressing a laugh at how adorably earnest she was. The two continued tidying the room, with Jiang Qiu helping to organize the items she planned to move. Xu Yangzi had an overwhelming amount of clothing, filling 3 suitcases to capacity. Additionally, there were numerous pieces of jewelry and personal items she intended to take, indicating her plans to reside at Jiang Qiu's home for an extended period. After half an hour, they had finally made significant progress. "Senior, are you sure you need to take all of this?" Jiang Qiu couldn't help but advise. "It's really unnecessary. We live so close, you can always come back for more. I wish to take everything with me this time. From now on, I'll long to be with you daily." Xu Yangzi has eagerly anticipated this day, and she no longer intends to return to her previous residence. "All right then, please double-check everything," Jiang Qiu continued. "If there are no issues, I shall commence the moving process." "No need," Xu Yangzi shook her head. "I've already called a moving company." "Is that really necessary?" "It's quite nearby. I can handle it." Jiang Qiu felt uncomfortable about summoning a moving company for such a short distance. "Absolutely not. These items are rather heavy, and I wouldn't want you to tire yourself out." Xu Yangzi usually complied with requests, but when it came to Jiang Qiu's well-being, she would not yield in the slightest. "Very well, I shall wait a little longer then." Jiang Qiu shrugged, finding solace in the opportunity to rest for a while. "Darling, do you ever feel that I tend to be overly controlling?" Xu Yangzi lowered her head, appearing somewhat anxious. In truth, she would not typically behave this way. Over the years of entrepreneurship, managing a company with business worth millions had never caused her a moment's hesitation. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, whenever Jiang Qiu was by her side, she was consumed by uncertainty. "Not at all. I understand you're merely looking out for me." Jiang Qiu was unconcerned. Having settled onto the sofa after a long day of work, he felt quite fatigued. "Then, do you consider this a flaw or something bothersome?" Xu Yangzi inquired cautiously, taking a seat beside him. "Not at all. My mother is far more controlling than you, and I can hardly say I dislike her." Jiang Qiu chuckled, adding, "If this is a flaw, then my mother's faults far exceed yours by 100-fold, so you need not worry at all." "Are you implying something negative about my mother?" Xu Yangzi naturally produced her phone, threateningly stating, "If you continue, I shall record this and send it to her. I was merely trying to comfort you. Yet you intend to report me?" Jiang Qiu found the situation amusing. Their relationship seemed exceedingly harmonious. Based on his past experiences, one would assume that the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law was typically fraught with tension. Was what he had seen on television merely a facade? Jiang Qiu was left pondering, sensing that something was amiss in his own household. "Regardless, you cannot speak ill of my mother." Xu Yangzi bit her lip in protest. "Goodness," Jiang Qiu jested. "Shall I have my mother acknowledge you as her daughter? Then you would be my sister." "Absolutely not. Chu Yangzi shook her head. I am your wife. And your mother is my mother. Very well. I shall pretend I never said anything. Jiang Qiu shook his head and changed the subject by the way. The house is in disarray. Should we tidy up a bit? No need. Once we finish moving, I will call a cleaning service. Chu Yangzi glanced at Jiang Qiu. In our home, if you wish, we can also have cleaners come and tidy up. Jiang Qiu pondered momentarily before asking, is that reliable? Yes. They do a commendable job cleaning. Chu Yangzi nodded, though she remained somewhat uncertain about Jiang Qiu's preferences. If he disliked using cleaners and preferred to handle the mess himself, she would refrain from calling them in the future. At worst, she would exert a bit more effort to keep things tidy. Regardless, as long as she could be with Jiang Qiu, she felt immense joy. That sounds splendid. Having a cleaner is quite advantageous. Jiang Qiu remarked. You don't think I enjoy cleaning, do you? Chu Yangzi paused in surprise, her spirits lifting instantly. Jiang Qiu's approval of her suggestion indicated that they shared a similar lifestyle. This minor detail was not lost on Chu Yangzi, filling her with satisfaction. By the way, I recall that you used to live with friends, right? Jiang Qiu suddenly inquired. Will it not pose a problem that you are moving out? Rest assured, it's perfectly fine. Chu Yangzi replied nonchalantly. If I move out, she would be thrilled to have the place to herself. Oh, I see. Jiang Qiu chuckled, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Approximately half an hour later, the moving company arrived promptly. Jiang Qiu gestured towards the nearby villa, instructing them to move everything there directly. The workers were taken aback. What close distance? No fuel money required. It was worth noting that Chu Yangzi had already settled the payment through the app. 3 workers had arrived, each charging 300 yuan, plus a base fee of 200 yuan, totaling 100 yuan. Seeing the short distance, the workers were concerned that the employer might request a refund. After all, the proximity was simply too close, and they began to feel somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Qiu, however, remained unfazed. It was a relief to hire someone for the moving process, allowing him a moment of leisure. As for Chu Yangzi, she felt no qualms about it. Spending just over 1,000 yuan was hardly an issue for her. Such an expenditure barely registered. The movers were diligent, transporting various bundles without delay. Over an hour later, Jiang Qiu remarked, Sister, everything is complete. You should double-check. It was much quicker than I anticipated. Chu Yangzi surveyed the now vacant room, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Lingling was in the supermarket purchasing wine. Upon receiving Chu Yangzi's message, she felt the situation was quite grave. If Xiaoxi had indeed suffered a heartbreak, it would surely sadden her. As Chu Yangzi's closest confidant, Li Lingling felt compelled to provide comfort during such a time. Thus, she spent quite some time in the supermarket, filling her cart with an abundance of wine. Chapter 102. Jiang Qiu's family. Standing from this day forward, we shall officially cohabitate. In Jiang Qiu's home, Chu Yangzi was exceedingly pleased with her new bedroom. Living under the same roof meant more opportunities for intimacy with Jiang Qiu. If all else failed, she could always get him intoxicated and seize the opportunity while he slept. She was confident she could manage that. Suddenly, Jiang Qiu felt a chill at his neck, becoming slightly wary. Sister, let me make it clear. Do not entertain any mischievous thoughts. Of course not. Am I that kind of person? Chu Yangzi quickly shook her head, gazing at Jiang Qiu with her innocent eyes. Her demeanor and expression evoked a profoundly endearing quality. Had Jiang Qiu not already known her well, he might have been deceived by her seemingly pure and harmless visage. All right, no harm done. Jiang Qiu found her behavior somewhat peculiar, sensing something was amiss. The moving process continued, with both parents arriving to lend a hand. Initially, Jiang Qiu had anticipated that arranging the furniture would be a tedious task. However, with 5 or 6 people working together, they completed the moving in just over an hour. Chu Yangzi's bedroom retained its original style, requiring no adjustment to the new environment. Boss, everything has been moved. Do you have any further concerns? A mover inquired. Thank you. That will be all, Jiang Qiu replied, pulling out his phone. How much do I owe you? I will transfer the payment. No need. The boss lady has already settled the bill through the app. The workers waved their hands in refusal, gesturing towards Chu Yangzi. Boss lady? Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow, finding the title intriguing. On the other hand, upon hearing it, Chu Yangzi could not help but smile broadly. Today was indeed delightful. Being referred to as boss lady lifted her spirits immensely. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, one of the workers said as they prepared to depart. If possible, please do leave us a 5-star review. We would greatly appreciate it. Certainly. No problem at all. Jiang Qiu nodded and exchanged a glance with Chu Yangzi. She obediently retrieved her phone and not only gave a 5-star rating, but also included a generous 500 yuan tip. Should the other party request her assistance in providing a favorable review, Chu Yangzi would undoubtedly acquiesce, though she would certainly refrain from offering any monetary reward. However, at this moment, the other party has approached Jiang Qiu, who then gestures towards her. This underscores Jiang Qiu's prominent standing within the family, a distinction of significant importance. Chu Yangzi found immense satisfaction in this detail, primarily relishing the sensation of being regarded as the matron of the establishment, which brought her great joy. "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, madam." Upon receiving their gratuity, the several gentlemen expressed their gratitude with alacrity. After departing the park, they continued to discuss the matter. Goodness, this is what they mean by social matching, isn't it? Indeed, one need not travel far for marriage. Relocating next door suffices. Not only is he wealthy, but he is also handsome, and his girlfriend is quite lovely. Most importantly, he is obedient. How enviable. You must be a true winner in life. Xiaoxi, you must be exhausted. Allow me to prepare some food for you. Just tell Annie what you wish to eat. At this moment, Qiu Junlin ascended the stairs, her gaze filled with concern for Chu Yangzi. Cough, cough. Mother, your dear son is present here as well. Jiang Qiu could not help but interject. Why not inquire about me? I am hungry too. You young man. Missing a meal is of little consequence, Qiu Junlin replied with a smile. But Xiaoxi cannot afford to skip meals. She is already so slender, and another missed meal would be detrimental to her health. Annie, I'm quite all right. Chu Yangzi chuckled. Today's moving was rather tiring. Please, do not trouble yourself with cooking. Perhaps I could order takeout instead? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu's eyes lit up. In the past, whenever he suggested ordering takeout, his mother would vehemently criticize him. The older generation often perceives takeout as unhealthy and would naturally disapprove. Now, it seems that Chu Yangzi has inadvertently struck a chord with her. Very well. Qiu Junlin promptly retrieved her phone. Xiaoxi, what would you like? I shall order for you. Jiang Qiu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this truly his mother? She seemed like a different person. Mother, I recall you stating that takeout is unhealthy? Jiang Qiu cautiously inquired. Did I say that? Qiu Junlin pondered for a moment before responding nonchalantly. Occasionally ordering is not a significant issue. All right then, I shall record this, Jiang Qiu declared, shaking his phone, preparing to play it back for his mother at a later time. You mischievous boy, you remember trivial matters but neglect what truly matters. Qiu Junlin ceased her pretense, playfully bantering with Jiang Qiu. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi observed, thoroughly amused. This sense of home truly warmed her heart. Let me handle it. I shall order takeout. After the playful exchanges, Jiang Qiu took out his phone to inquire what everyone desired. I shall follow your lead. Chu Yangzi responded dutifully, as her appetite was modest. She would eat whatever Jiang Qiu preferred. Qiu Junlin and Jiang Qingfeng had no objections either. They had never ordered takeout before. But today they were intrigued to try something new. As Jiang Qiu scrolled through the takeout menu, he suddenly discovered that a new Heidai hot pot restaurant had opened nearby. How about hot pot? He suggested, raising his phone to gauge their reactions. Can hot pot even be delivered now? Qiu Junlin asked, intrigued. She had never considered enjoying hot pot at home. Today's merchants truly know how to conduct business, Jiang Qingfeng added with a hint of nostalgia. Mother, father, you have fallen behind the times, Jiang Qiu remarked. The variety of takeout options is extensive. Anything you desire can be ordered. Then let us give it a try. I wonder if takeout hot pot tastes the same as dining in? Qiu Junlin inquired, turning to Chu Yangzi. Xiaoxi, what do you think? Auntie, I am perfectly fine with it. Chu Yangzi nodded. She would not oppose Jiang Qiu's suggestion of hot pot. All right then, I shall place the order. Jiang Qiu had not had hot pot in a long time, and he was truly looking forward to it. He ordered a tomato soup base, a vegetable platter, and some crispy meat. He also added signature large meatballs, sliced tripe, fatty beef, premium tender beef, and tomato-flavored beef slices. Once the order was complete, the family settled in the living room to await their meal. Approximately 20 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Qiu rose to answer it. One must admit, Heidai delivery service was impressively swift. As the sun dipped below the horizon at 6 o'clock, warm sunlight flooded the room, creating an inviting atmosphere. The four of them sat around the dining table, air conditioning humming, while enjoying hot pot. Jiang Qiu suddenly felt that this lifestyle was truly delightful. Chapter 103. For the sake of love, we partook of dog food. Jiang Qiu opened the vegetable platter and poured the potato slices into the pot. Typically, when enjoying hot pot, many people begin with beef and lamb, followed by seafood, vegetables, and finally a starch. However, this order is far from optimal, especially leaving vegetables for last, which is a grave mistake. From a health perspective, one should consume vegetables before meat, and it is advisable to begin with potato slices. This is because potatoes are rich in starch, and consuming starchy foods before meat can protect the stomach, particularly when enjoying spicy hot pot. The stimulating flavors can easily irritate the stomach. The abundant starch in potatoes can form a protective mucus layer in the gastrointestinal tract, shielding it from harm. Additionally, potatoes are laden with dietary fiber, which can reduce the body's absorption of fats and cholesterol. Eating starchy foods first can enhance satiety and decrease the quantity of meat and seafood consumed, while also preventing protein waste from consuming meat first. After Jiang Qiu's enlightening explanation, everyone finally understood. At this moment, Chu Yangzi's eyes sparkled with admiration. The man she chose truly seemed exceptional. Son, I never anticipated you would acquire so much knowledge since entering university, Jiang Qingfeng remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. You little rascal. You excel at trivial matters, but neglect what truly matters, Qiu Junlin teased. Why weren't you so attentive when pursuing your girlfriend? Cough, cough. That is entirely a different matter. Jiang Qiu nearly choked on his Sprite. How did his mother steer the conversation back to dating? He covered his mouth and coughed a few times. At that moment, Chu Yangzi thoughtfully handed him a tissue and even assisted in wiping his hands. What is this? You're grown now. Shouldn't you be more careful? Qiu Junlin stood up, initially intending to help her son, but upon witnessing Chu Yangzi's concern for Jiang Qiu, she sat back down. This small detail further endeared Chu Yangzi to Qiu Junlin. Jiang Qiu quickly recovered and went to wash his hands. Upon his return, the hot pot already contained tender beef and shrimp balls. Xiao Shi, eat more. You look so thin, Qiu Junlin said, using the serving chopsticks to pile meat onto Chu Yangzi's plate. Thank you. Auntie, I can manage on my own, Chu Yangzi replied, always obedient in front of Jiang Qiu's parents. However, her plate was overflowing with meat. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Qiu was in the restroom, she discreetly placed several pieces of meat into his bowl. Senior, what are you doing? This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Jiang Qiu upon his return. He found it amusing. This could be considered a case of being caught red-handed. Chu Yangzi's face flushed crimson in an instant. Would being caught secretly placing meat into Jiang Qiu's bowl be embarrassing? Especially in front of Jiang Qiu's parents, this made her somewhat anxious. In truth, she was not typically the type to care about others' opinions. However, in Jiang Qiu's home, she always wished to present her best self to his parents. If Xiao she cannot finish, you should help her out, Qiu Junlin boldly intervened, casting a stern look. All right, I understand. Jiang Qiu nodded, unusually refraining from retorting. He had intended to make a jest, not anticipating that Chu Yangzi would be so easily flustered. At this thought, Jiang Qiu caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and met Chu Yangzi's gaze. In that fleeting moment of connection, both swiftly averted their eyes. Was this what they call a telepathic bond? Chu Yangzi lowered her head slightly, feeling a tinge of excitement within her. Their dinner stretched late into the evening. After the meal, Chu Yangzi took the initiative to help with the cleanup. Unlike before, she no longer harbored concerns about returning home late. Once they finished, Qiu Junlin gathered everyone for a game of mahjong. This time, Jiang Qiu played wisely. Although he could have won with his hand, he deliberately chose not to. Instead, he even fed Chu Yangzi several crucial tiles, allowing her to finally win a round. Just then, Jiang Qingfeng's phone rang, prompting him to step away to take the call. The remaining three, at Qiu Junlin's suggestion, began a game of do di zhu. Auntie, I don't know how to play, Chu Yangzi admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Having rarely engaged in recreational activities throughout her life, the only game she was familiar with was mahjong, which she had only recently learned. No worries. Let Jiang Qiu teach you, Qiu Junlin suggested, pulling out a deck of cards. Jiang Qiu proceeded to explain the basic rules. The rules of do di zhu were quite simple, and Chu Yangzi grasped them after just one explanation. However, mastering the game was one thing. Winning was another challenge altogether. Jiang Qiu excelled at such strategic games, thanks to his remarkable memory. Thus, in a three-player game, he easily deduced the cards held by the other two. After a series of 5 rounds, Jiang Qiu had won every single one. As they approached the 6th round, it was evident he was on the verge of another victory. Ahem, what is going on with you? Can't you give a little leeway to Xiao Shi? Qiu Junlin remarked, unable to contain herself as she lightly tapped Jiang Qiu's arm. All right, I won't play. Jiang Qiu stifled the urge to discard a bomb. I won't either, Chu Yangzi said with a smile, choosing not to continue her turn. What is happening? Jiang Qiu asked in surprise. If I'm not mistaken, you could have played your cards first this round? I want to see you win. It would make me very happy, Chu Yangzi replied, biting her lip and gazing at Jiang Qiu. Truthfully, she disliked losing. Yet, if it meant Jiang Qiu's victory, she was more than willing to concede. It was a peculiar feeling. If one were to articulate a reason, it might just be love. Suddenly, Jiang Qiu felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him. Tisk tisk. Young people really know how to play, Qiu Junlin joked. I never expected at my age to be fed dog food. That evening, the family gathered in the living room to watch television. Xiao Shi, your uncle, and I will be heading back tomorrow, Qiu Junlin suddenly announced. If anything comes up, call me. If Jiang Qiu bullies you, I'll come back to support you. Auntie, are you leaving so soon? Chu Yangzi was still processing the news. Did this mean she would be alone with Jiang Qiu from now on? Mom, why the rush? Jiang Qiu interjected. Your father has some matters to attend to. We need to head back, Qiu Junlin reminded. Take good care of Xiao Shi. We have a reputation to uphold, so be mindful. Got it. Jiang Qiu waved his hand dismissively. Given the situation, now that they had moved in together, what else could he do? He certainly could just throw her out. I notice your fridge is nearly empty. I'll stock up for you in the morning, Qiu Junlin added. You can't live on takeout. It's not good for your health. All right, understood, Jiang Qiu nodded. Sometimes knowing was one thing, but changing was another entirely. Chapter 104. The first day of cohabitation. Falling asleep on the sofa the following morning. Although there were no classes, Jiang Qiu still rose early. He was determined to continue climbing the ranks. Yesterday at this time, a winning streak had propelled him to 100 stars. Today, he was prepared to press on. Jiang Qiu, are you awake? Came Qiu Junlin's voice from outside the door. I know. Even if I weren't awake, you'd still manage to wake me up, he replied, setting his phone down and stepping out of his room. Exactly. Qiu Junlin chuckled. I've told you countless times that staying up late is detrimental to your health. Look at your father and me. We sleep by 10 p.m. and rise by 6 a.m., and we feel invigorated throughout the day. All right, enough. Jiang Qiu interjected, unable to hold back. Why don't you check upstairs? She should be sleeping as well. Qiu Yangzi had been busy with work during the day, so it was normal for her to enjoy a leisurely morning. Qiu Junlin suddenly spoke in a hushed tone, as if afraid of waking her. Mom, this feels a bit unfair, Jiang Qiu remarked helplessly. Fine, I just wanted to take a quick look at you before I leave, Qiu Junlin replied with a smile. Breakfast is on the table. Eat it while it's hot. Also, take good care of Xiao Shi. We have a reputation, so don't bully her. Jiang Qiu nodded, escorting them to the door. Understood, drive safely. All right, we're off. Qiu Junlin and Jiang Qingfeng departed, heading home. Finally, Jiang Qiu exclaimed, flopping onto the sofa. I'm free again. Although he felt a slight pang of nostalgia for his parents, there was nothing quite like the exhilaration of being home alone. Honey, have Uncle and Annie left? Just then, Chu Yangzi appeared at the top of the stairs in her pajamas. Yes, Jiang Qiu replied, smacking his forehead as he suddenly remembered. Even though his parents had left, there was still another person in the house. I overslept and miss saying goodbye to them. Will they think I'm rude? Chu Yangzi fretted. Typically, she woke up early, but after being so excited the previous night, she hadn't fallen asleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. It's fine. They were mostly concerned about waking you, Jiang Qiu reassured her, waving his hand. Hurry up and eat breakfast. It'll get cold. Chu Yangzi nodded, and they both made their way to the dining table. Breakfast consisted of soy milk and fried dough sticks, a plate of pan-fried dumplings, 2 fried eggs, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but reflect on how delightful it was to share meals with his parents. Every meal was plentiful. After breakfast, Jiang Qiu resumed gaming, while Chu Yangzi returned upstairs to handle some work matters. Around 11, she came back to find Jiang Qiu sitting quietly beside him without saying a word. At that moment, Jiang Qiu was in the zone again, holding the character Graves. He swiftly eliminated the enemy Nami with just 2 shots. In the current version, Graves was undoubtedly one of the best champions for climbing ranks. Senior, you must be getting hungry, Jiang Qiu chuckled, glancing at Chu Yangzi after finishing the match. Yes, I'm a bit hungry, she admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. Since being with Jiang Qiu, her appetite had significantly improved. What do you feel like eating? Jiang Qiu suggested. How about some fried chicken burgers? Wouldn't tea that make me gain weight? Chu Yangzi hesitated, but after some thought, she decided to indulge. I haven't had it in a long time, so I'll give it a try. All right, 1 meal, 1 tea hurt, Jiang Qiu said, picking up his phone to order a bucket of fried chicken. Within 15 minutes, the delivery arrived. The burger paired with a cold soda was pure bliss. Chu Yangzi mimicked Jiang Qiu, taking several bites of her burger. It had been years since she had eaten like this, fearing the consequences on her weight. But now, she wanted to embrace everything Jiang Qiu enjoyed. When you love someone, you want to love everything about them. It was undeniable. Chu Yangzi was becoming quite adept at flirting. The strategies she had gleaned from romantic novels seemed to be working wonders. After enjoying a hearty meal, the two of them reclined on the living room sofa, basking in the sunlight while scrolling through short videos. It had been ages since Chu Yangzi felt such relaxation. It seemed that as long as Jiang Qiu was by her side, all her burdens dissipated. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually drifted into slumber. Observing this, Jiang Qiu first muted the video, then gently draped a blanket over her. From Jiang Qiu's perspective, Chu Yangzi's exquisite features, illuminated by the sun's rays, appeared even more stunning. She looked so peaceful in her sleep that it was almost comical, with drool escaping her lips. Jiang Qiu seized his phone to capture this delightful moment. How perfect! This photograph could serve as leverage against her in the future. Tucking his phone away, Jiang Qiu felt a hint of drowsiness creeping in. Was sleep contagious? The spacious sofa allowed him to lie down on the other side and succumb to sleep as well. Around 3 in the afternoon, Chu Yangzi awoke first. "Hubby? I want a hug." Upon opening her eyes, she instinctively called out for Jiang Qiu. However, seeing him asleep, she quickly covered her mouth, fearing she might disturb him. Jiang Qiu looked rather charming in his sleep. Chu Yangzi took out her phone, adjusting the angle to snap several photos. How wonderful! These images could be used to tease him later. With this thought, her heart brimmed with satisfaction at such an unexpected harvest on the first day. By 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Qiu finally stirred. Seeing Chu Yangzi, who was grinning mischievously at her phone, he couldn't help but touch the corner of his mouth, wondering if he had drooled in his sleep. "Hubby, you're awake?" Chu Yangzi quickly tucked her phone away. Yes, that nap was truly refreshing. After waking, Jiang Qiu joined Chu Yangzi in watching a movie. The villa had its advantages, boasting a private home theater with abundant entertainment options. By the time the film concluded, it was already 6:30 in the evening. "How about some crayfish? They're quite delightful," Jiang Qiu suggested, picking up his phone to order takeout. "Sure." Chu Yangzi nodded in agreement. She opened her phone's notes and added crayfish to the list of Jiang Qiu's favorite foods. There were 6 flavors: oil braised, garlic, spicy, steamed, salted egg yolk, and 13 spices. Jiang Qiu inquired, "Which one do you prefer?" After a moment's thought, Chu Yangzi replied, "I don't want the spicy one. The others are fine." "All right." Jiang Qiu chose garlic and salted egg yolk, added some skewers, and finally ordered 2 main dishes. Although being home alone was quite enjoyable, mealtime could still be a tad dull. Now that Chu Yangzi had moved in, it felt rather pleasant. In less than 10 minutes, there was a sudden knock at the door. "So soon? Is the takeaway industry that competitive now?" Jiang Qiu couldn't help but exclaim. The delivery guys are really working hard to earn extra. Chapter 105. A serious matter. Where has Chu Yangzi gone? Jiang Qiu rose to open the door. To his surprise, standing outside was Li Lingling, wheeling a suitcase. "Jiang Qiu, something terrible has happened." Li Lingling appeared extremely agitated. "Calm down and tell me slowly," Jiang Qiu frowned, curious about what could have transpired. "You need to brace yourself," Li Lingling said sorrowfully. "Xiao Shi is missing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu was taken aback. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Without a doubt," Li Lingling replied emphatically. "Let me explain. Yesterday, she was supposed to meet me for drinks. But I waited all night, and she never contacted me. This morning, I messaged her again, but still no reply." At this point, Li Lingling paused, noticing Jiang Qiu's calm demeanor. She couldn't help but ask, "She wasn't tea with you last night, was she?" Coughing awkwardly, Jiang Qiu felt the need to clarify. Just then, Chu Yangzi's voice rang out from the room. "Hubby, who is it outside?" Hearing this, Li Lingling was momentarily stunned. "Xiaoxi, you're alive?" She rushed inside. "Oh, Lingling." Chu Yangzi felt a bit embarrassed. She had asked her friend to accompany her for drinks, but once she got busy, she completely forgot about it. "Miss, be reasonable," Li Lingling exclaimed indignantly. "I waited for you all night, and you just vanished without a word." "I'm sorry, I simply forgot afterward." Chu Yangzi felt a twinge of guilt. "So what is going on with you now?" Li Lingling scrutinized Chu Yangzi and then glanced back at Jiang Qiu. "Could it be that you two are living together?" Realizing both Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi were clad in home attire, she suddenly understood. "Yes. We just moved in together yesterday," Chu Yangzi stated, feigning nonchalance. "Wow, you finally got Jiang Qiu to sleep with you?" Li Lingling exclaimed excitedly, initially eager to inquire about the details. However, Chu Yangzi, unable to bear it, quickly covered Li Lingling's mouth. "You outrageous Li Lingling. How can you say such things so bluntly, especially in front of Jiang Qiu? It's utterly mortifying." After exchanging glances, Li Lingling realized her mistake, her earlier excitement causing her to blur out her thoughts. She hadn't anticipated that in such a brief time, they would be living together. It seemed her matchmaking efforts had borne fruit. Yet, a sudden thought struck her. She would soon be alone. Previously, she had fantasized about living in a grand villa, relishing her freedom. But now that the day had arrived, she felt inexplicably like a lonely dog, tasting the bittersweetness of watching others enjoy their love. If there is nothing else, perhaps you should head back," Chu Yangzi said, releasing her grip on Li Lingling's mouth. "We can chat later when we have time." "What? You want to kick me out already?" Li Lingling protested vehemently. "You left me hanging. Shouldn't you offer some compensation?" "I'll let you stay without rent," Chu Yangzi countered. "But you're not staying anymore, are you? Then I'll give you access to more data." "No, I don't want that." "What do you want then?" "How about you let me stay for dinner? It's late. I'd love to mooch off a meal. Li Lingling pleaded pitifully. That's not fair. The takeaway is only for two. Chu Yangzi ruthlessly declined. How about this? I brought some wine. Let us share a drink, Li Lingling suggested, raising her eyebrows at Chu Yangzi. Then, shall we have a little drink? Chu Yangzi's eyes lit up, realizing the opportunity. They had previously discussed getting Jiang Qiu intoxicated during a drinking session. Drink? I've quit. Jiang Qiu shook his head, disinterested in alcohol. Come on, brother Qiu. Let's have a drink, Li Lingling urged. I brought all with me. It's too heavy to carry back. With that, she opened her suitcase, revealing a plethora of beers, whites, and reds. Jiang Qiu glanced over. Indeed, there was quite a selection. Hubby, let us drink a bit. At that moment, Chu Yangzi tugged at Jiang Qiu's sleeve, beginning to act cute. Oh my, Xiaoxi, you could be adorable too. Li Lingling couldn't help but express her sentiments, saying, I never knew who claimed that acting coy is a trait of delicate women. Who said that? I certainly never uttered such words. Chu Yangzi maintained a serious demeanor, showing no sign of faltering. In the past, she would not only have refrained from acting coy, but would also have looked down upon other girls for their fragile demeanor. To her, men were never truly men. They were merely categorized as either those who could help her earn money or those who could not. Gender held no significance in her eyes. The sole exception was Jiang Qiu, who was unique. No matter the circumstances, whenever she faced him, a genuine fondness blossomed from her heart. Be it acting coy or being playful, she did so willingly. Li Lingling turned to Jiang Qiu and remarked, living with such a duplicitous woman must be exhausting for you. Jiang Qiu chuckled lightly. Indeed, it could be somewhat tiring. Chu Yangzi glanced at the two of them, bit her lip, and remained silent. All right then, let's have a drink, she finally said. Jiang Qiu checked the time. It was indeed time for a meal. He couldn't just dismiss Li Lingling, after all. That's wonderful. You're the best husband. Chu Yangzi exclaimed with excitement as she retrieved 3 bottles of red wine from Li Lingling's suitcase. Drinking this much? Jiang Qiu frowned. Knowing well that red wine has a considerable after effect, typically, 1 bottle would suffice for most. That's not excessive at all. Li Lingling quickly waved her hand. When the two of us used to drink, we always started with at least 3 bottles of red wine. Exactly. It's not much at all, Chu Yangzi added eagerly. Let's grab a few bottles of beer too, and order more takeout while we're at it. But I don't have a strong tolerance for alcohol. Jiang Qiu felt a bit uneasy. He couldn't help but think that these two were overly enthusiastic. Surely, there wasn't some trap waiting for him? Wait a moment. What did you just say, Lingjia? Jiang Qiu found it amusing, wondering if the two of them were conspiring to get him drunk. It's fine. She gets overly excited when she drinks and tends to babble, Chu Yangzi awkwardly explained. All right then, I'll order some skewers to enhance the drinking experience. Jiang Qiu didn't expose their little scheme. Instead, he picked up his phone to order takeout. Shortly thereafter, the small lobsters he had ordered arrived. The garlic-flavored lobsters were absolutely delightful. Before long, the skewers and 2 servings of fried rice also arrived. Jiang Qiu ate 1 serving to fill his stomach, while the other was divided between Chu Yangzi and Li Lingling. As they ate, Li Lingling opened a bottle of red wine and poured it into a decanter. The combination of skewers and red wine created a unique culinary experience. Let's celebrate your housewarming, Li Lingling exclaimed, raising her glass and downing half of it in one go. Chu Yangzi, unwilling to be outdone, drank half her glass as well, her cheeks slightly flushed. Observing this, Jiang Qiu downed his entire glass of red wine in a single gulp, treating it as if it were merely beer. However, upon witnessing this, Li Lingling's heart leaped with joy. It is said that red wine packs a punch. Sipping it slowly is manageable, but if one downs a large glass right away, intoxication is inevitable. With this thought in mind, Li Lingling confidently filled Jiang Qiu's glass to the brim and began toasting him incessantly. Good fortune comes in pairs, all found within the wine. Without further ado, another round. After more than half an hour and 3 bottles of red wine consumed, it must be said that the wine brought by Li Lingling was indeed splendid. Its tartness was well balanced, the texture smooth, and its aroma enchanting, showcasing a unique character and style. Jiang Qiu drank with great delight, having a bit of knowledge about red wine himself. He understood that wine is an art that requires careful appreciation, especially regarding its taste. Good wine is discerned through its smoothness and the way it glides over the palate. Before savoring red wine, one must first swirl it, taking small sips to relish the myriad of flavors that mingle, experiencing the delight of the exquisite beverage and its lingering aftertaste. Furthermore, good wine not only boasts a balanced taste, but also achieves harmony in appearance and aroma. For instance, wines with deeper colors tend to have rich aromas and a robust taste, leaving a lasting impression. Husband, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about red wine. At this moment, Chu Yangzi's face was flushed, and she was beginning to feel tipsy. Yet, her gaze toward Jiang Qiu brimmed with admiration. The man she chose knew everything. Truly remarkable. Jiang Qiu smiled. It's all right. I only have a bit of understanding about red wine. You two are quite something. Li Lingling couldn't help but tease. Even drinking can turn into a display of affection. It's utterly outrageous. She picked up her glass and poured herself another generous serving. Gulme, let us have another toast. Jiang Qiu welcomed the toasting, his physical condition having significantly improved, allowing him to hold his liquor exceptionally well. When he mentioned only being able to drink a little, it was merely a display of modesty. To his surprise, Li Lingling truly believed him. The trio continued drinking for nearly an hour, but it was Li Lingling who succumbed first. With a dramatic roll, she collapsed onto the living room floor. In truth, her tolerance for alcohol was quite commendable. She had often indulged alone in the past, which is why she had confidently challenged Jiang Qiu. Unfortunately, today, her opponent was far too formidable. Jiang Qiu had barely exerted himself, and she found herself unable to continue, falling asleep beneath the table. On the other hand, Chu Yangzi was not faring much better. Her complexion was rosy, her gaze dazed as she stared intensely at Jiang Qiu. How can you drink so much? She asked, bewildered. Originally, Lingling and I planned to get you drunk, but now, you can't blame me. I did say I could drink a little, Jiang Qiu joked. By the way, when I said a little, I meant a lot. Your insufferable husband, Chu Yangzi exclaimed, having consumed her fair share and now feeling a bit lightheaded. Why am I insufferable? Jiang Qiu laughed. Besides, what do you plan to do if you manage to get me drunk? I can still hold my own. Let us continue, and I will definitely get you drunk. Chu Yangzi's cheeks reddened further as she fought to maintain her composure, sitting up straight and grabbing a bottle of beer. Preparing to chug it. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Was she about to get tipsy? He stopped her, taking the beer bottle away and placing it out of reach. Sister, let us call a night and not drink anymore. No, I insist on drinking with you. But why must it be with me? I want to make you drunk. At this moment, Chu Yangzi's gaze was hazy, her lips pressed tightly, her hair disheveled, and her attire slightly askew. This disheveled beauty had its own charm, and Jiang Qiu found himself stealing glances, swearing that he was merely admiring her beauty without any ulterior motives. Sister, let us stop drinking for today and get some rest. Not drinking? I can still handle it. Chu Yangzi rested her hands on the table, her body still somewhat uncooperative, though her spirit remained defiant. All right, no more drinking, Jiang Qiu coaxed her gently, stroking her back as if soothing a child. If you hold me, I won't drink anymore, Chu Yangzi declared, extending her arms and gazing at Jiang Qiu with hazy eyes. This was it. She was completely intoxicated. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qiu resolved to carry her back to her room for a good night's sleep. Given that they now cohabitated, it was only fitting to take her to the bedroom. With that thought, Jiang Qiu stood and approached Chu Yangzi, wrapping one arm around her delicate waist while the other found its place on her thigh. With a firm embrace, he lifted her effortlessly into a princess carry. Chapter 107. The Drunken Shenanigans of Chu Yangzi. Has she forgotten something? Once lifted, Chu Yangzi blushed deeply, instinctively clutching Jiang Qiu's neck, her body going limp. Senior, I'm holding on tight, she murmured. Jiang Qiu assessed her weight, surprised at how light she was. He felt he could carry her with just one hand. Jiang Qiu, yes, I really like you. I know. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but smile at the adorable sight of Chu Yangzi, who, even inebriated, still managed to confess her feelings. Upon reaching the upstairs bedroom, Jiang Qiu opened the door. The room, still sparsely furnished from their recent move, contained only a bed and a vanity, with a pair of discarded black panties carelessly tossed atop the bed. Clearing his throat, Jiang Qiu stole a few glances before tidying up the undergarments and placing Chu Yangzi on the bed. Senior, we've arrived, he announced. Hearing his voice, Chu Yangzi blinked awake. Where's this? Still in a daze, she clung to Jiang Qiu, refusing to let go. This is your room. Surely you haven't forgotten? Jiang Qiu pinched her cheek, encouraging her to release her grip. Jiang Qiu, will you stay with me? Chu Yangzi suddenly sat up and threw herself onto Jiang Qiu. Is that appropriate? He chuckled, patting her back in reassurance. Just sleep. If you need anything, call for me. No, I want you to stay with me, she pouted, leaning into him. I feel like I can't be without you. Let's get married. Why was this topic surfacing again? Jiang Qiu soothed her. Let's sleep first. We can discuss everything tomorrow. You promise? Otherwise, I want to let go. Are you threatening me now? Do you dislike me? Chu Yangzi's lips formed a pout, her eyes pleading. Jiang Qiu could envision her bursting into tears at the slightest hint of disdain. What to do? Seeking advice on how to cheer up a girl. How could I dislike you? I like you too much. Jiang Qiu replied gradually. It's just that it's late, and I'm a bit tired. You need to be good and listen. After a long evening of antics, though he hadn't tea drunk, he was indeed fatigued. All right then, I'll be good, though reluctant. Chu Yangzi loosened her hold upon hearing Jiang Qiu's fatigue. Such a good girl. Jiang Qiu smiled. Indeed, girls appreciated being pampered by boys. Yet, just as he rose to leave, he was halted by Chu Yangzi's call. Wait, come here, I have something to say. Her cheeks were flushed, accentuating her enchanting eyes. Truly captivating. Okay. Jiang Qiu sat back down, unable to resist admiring her beauty. Hey, come closer. I want to tell you something. Chu Yangzi tugged at him again. Jiang Qiu leaned in, eager to hear her words. At that moment, he felt a sudden prick, as if bitten by a mosquito, a tingling sensation that danced around him. A warm breath brushed against his ear, igniting an inexplicable urge within him. The sensation coursed through him like electricity, sending shivers down his spine. It was as if an enchanting spell had been cast, quickening his heartbeat and quickening his breath. Even his gaze deepened, resembling a profound abyss, inviting one to lose themselves within. Jiang Qiu, now taking the initiative, gently placed his hand on her back, enveloping her in his embrace. Chu Yangzi felt as though her back no longer belonged to her, the sensation electrifying even through her clothing. The two engaged in playful banter, chasing and teasing one another until, eventually, Chu Yangzi, fatigued, lay down and fell asleep. Watching her breathing steady, Jiang Qiu quietly exited the bedroom. Phew! Upon returning to his own room, Jiang Qiu exhaled deeply. Fortunately, she had fallen asleep at the last moment. Had things continued, it might have ended in chaos. After breaking a sweat, he took a shower and, feeling refreshed, lay comfortably on his bed. Despite not being drunk, he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and felt somewhat weary. As he prepared to sleep, a lingering thought nagged at him. What could it be? Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 1 in the morning. Forget it. Whatever it is, I'll deal with it tomorrow. He dismissed it, too lazy to ponder further, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 108. Finally remembering there was another person? The following morning at 9, Jiang Qiu awoke naturally. After a night of drinking sans sufficient sustenance, he recalled Chu Yangzi's drunken antics and couldn't help but chuckle. And she thought she could get me drunk? Shaking his head, Jiang Qiu rose, washed up in the bathroom, then changed his clothes, planning to go out for breakfast. As he opened the door, he encountered Chu Yangzi descending the stairs. Good morning. Jiang Qiu greeted her with a smile. Oh! At that moment, Chu Yangzi appeared somewhat dazed. She had been thoroughly intoxicated the previous night and had no recollection of the events. Upon waking and feeling parched, she unexpectedly ran into Jiang Qiu on her way down. Oh no, I haven't washed up or put on makeup. Will Jiang Qiu think less of me? Panic set in as she cautiously gauged Jiang Qiu's reaction. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and after a heartbeat, she quickly tidied her hair and calmly said, Good morning. Without another word, she dashed back to her room. Jiang Qiu stood there, momentarily bewildered. He had intended to ask if she wanted to join him for breakfast, but now it seemed unnecessary. He would simply bring some back for her. But why had she reacted so strongly? Jiang Qiu felt a sense of injustice. He truly hadn't done anything inappropriate the previous night. As soon as she entered her room, Chu Yangzi hurried to the vanity. Gazing at her disheveled hair in the mirror, she grew anxious. Oh no, what if he sees me without makeup? What if he dislikes me and kicks me out? No, she resolved to stay put. Gritting her teeth, she decided to wash up quickly, smoothing her hair and applying a light touch of makeup. Half an hour later, Jiang Qiu returned with 2 portions of breakfast, ready to share with Chu Yangzi. Just as he entered the dining area, he noticed someone lying on the floor. Jiang Qiu's heart sank as he finally recalled why he had felt something amiss last night. It turned out there was another person sleeping on the floor. This was indeed awkward, having a friend over for the first time, and she had ended up sleeping on the floor. At this moment, Li Lingling lay sprawled on the floor, clutching the leg of a stool, deep in a blissful slumber, utterly oblivious to the presence of others around her. Ahem. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment and decided to ascend the stairs to communicate with Chu Yangzi first. He planned to concoct a benign fib, suggesting that everyone had indulged a bit too much the previous night and ended up sleeping on the floor. Surely, this would ease Li Lingling's conscience. Just then, Li Lingling stirred, her nose twitching as the enticing aroma of steamed buns wafted through the air. Groggily, she rose to her feet. Brother Qiu, thank you for bringing breakfast so early. Jiang Qiu felt a pang of discomfort. He had merely purchased 2 portions that were not meant for her. However, wishing to avoid further upsetting Li Lingling, he replied nonchalantly, You're welcome, go ahead and eat. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi had already adorned herself beautifully. Just as she intended to surprise Jiang Qiu, she suddenly heard voices emanating from downstairs. Oh no, Like Jiang Qiu, she too had completely forgotten about her friend. With a sense of trepidation, she made her way to the dining room, only to find her best friend ravenously devouring the buns. Lingling, you're awake, Chu Yangzi said apologetically. Don't worry, I'll share my breakfast with you. Suddenly, a phrase echoed in Li Lingling's mind. No good deed goes unpunished. Something felt off, very off. Could these two be playing a trick on her? Li Lingling contemplated, a flood of memories crashing over her. Everyone had indeed consumed quite a bit the previous night, and it seemed she had simply collapsed onto the floor and fallen asleep. Initially, she had thought they all lay down together. But now, Chu Yangzi had descended from upstairs, her complexion rosy and clearly well-rested, and Jiang Qiu appeared to be as carefree as ever, certainly not someone who had spent the night on the floor. In light of this, it seemed only she had been forgotten in the dining room. Realizing this, Li Lingling was consumed with indignation. You too, how heartless can you be? Fortunately, the villa was equipped with central air conditioning, maintaining a comfortable temperature. Although she had slept on the floor, she felt no discomfort. Nevertheless, who would choose to lie on the ground when a grand bed was available? Brother Qiu, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Li Lingling turned to Jiang Qiu, who had just moments ago been presumed to have brought breakfast specifically for her. Now it seemed there was no portion allocated for her at all. Ahem. Jiang Qiu felt somewhat embarrassed. He genuinely had no recollection of the events after escorting Chu Yangzi back to her room. He had completely forgotten there was someone else downstairs. Lingling, I was wrong this time. I'll treat you to a lavish meal next time. Chu Yangzi, filled with remorse, sought to console her friend in other ways. After all, it was Li Lingling who had come over to help her by getting Jiang Qiu drunk, yet she was the one who ended up hurt. A lavish meal? Li Lingling thought for a moment, her mind made up to ensure her friend would treat her to a substantial feast. One meal wouldn't suffice. It would be far too lenient. She decided on at least two. All right, it's a deal. Chu Yangzi readily agreed. Not for any other reason, but because she genuinely sympathized with Li Lingling's plight. After all, spending an entire night on the floor was bound to sour one's mood. And food would be the only remedy. Upon hearing Chu Yangzi's agreement, the anger on Li Lingling's face dissipated, replaced by joy. 2 lavish meals would be a fair compensation, especially since it was rare to hear an apology from her best friend. Chapter 109. Is the company nearby too? This must be fate. Shaoxi, I know of a newly opened restaurant that is quite good. Why not seize the day? Li Lingling exclaimed with excitement at the mere mention of food, her hands animatedly gesturing. Jiang Qiu, do you have any plans today? Chu Yangzi, however, did not respond to her friend, but instead turned her gaze toward Jiang Qiu. Oh, you two go ahead. Jiang Qiu explained, I have an appointment soon and need to step out. Chu Yangzi's eyebrows arched, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. Could Jiang Qiu be meeting another girl? As his wife, should she inquire? But would that make her seem overly controlling? Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu remained blissfully unaware of the internal conflict brewing within Chu Yangzi. He intended to visit his investment company. After all, a considerable amount of time had passed, and the company had begun operations. As the boss, he could not remain absent indefinitely. Shaoxi, since Jiang Qiu is busy, why don't we go together? Li Lingling sensed that this meal might fall through, yet she wanted to give it one last shot. Lingling, I have some matters to attend to at my company as well. Perhaps we should postpone? Chu Yangzi bit her lip and coldly turned down her friend. At that moment, her thoughts were solely fixated on Jiang Qiu. Really? How dismissive? Li Lingling retorted, you just promised to treat me to a meal, and now that Jiang Qiu has something to do, you're bailing? Chu Yangzi did not deny it, saying, sometimes, knowing the answer doesn't mean it should be voiced. It only leads to heartache. Oh my, you're beyond help. Li Lingling placed her hand on her forehead, feeling disheartened. Yesterday, Jiang Qiu drank quite a bit, and I'm worried about his safety while driving, so I'm going to see him off. Chu Yangzi shot a sympathetic glance at her friend and tried to find a reasonable excuse. I can't believe you. Jiang Qiu drank, but didn't you drink as well? Li Lingling questioned skeptically. Now you're worried about his driving safety, but you think it's fine for you to drive? I'll call my secretary. The car will be here shortly. Chu Yangzi waved her phone, a charming smile gracing her lips. She had initially been concerned about Jiang Qiu going out alone, but now she had a valid reason to accompany him. Seeing her friend so prepared, Li Lingling opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. She felt as though she might retreat into silence, having consumed yet another bowl of emotional turmoil so early in the morning. It's not that complicated. I could just take a taxi. Jiang Qiu hesitated, genuinely feeling it was unnecessary. No worries. I'm headed in the same direction anyway. It's a good opportunity to check on the company. Chu Yangzi hastily fabricated a flimsy excuse, knowing full well today was a holiday, and there was likely no pressing business at the office. Jiang Qiu considered it briefly and ultimately acquiesced. After all, he wasn't involved in anything nefarious, and having someone to drive him was quite convenient. Li Lingling also intended to hitch a ride, as she needed to return home. Prior to today, Chu Yangzi would have never agreed to this. After all, this was her private time with Jiang Qiu. Having a third wheel was unacceptable. However, given her recent feelings of guilt toward her friend, she decided to include her. Moments later, Secretary Zhang Yutong arrived with the car. The three of them climbed in, and Jiang Qiu relayed an address. The newly established JQ investment company had a capital investment of 100 million, and naturally, the company was financially robust. With its location situated directly in the heart of the city, in the towering Magic City building. This edifice, standing at 632 meters, is the tallest in China and the third tallest in the world, located in the Lujiazhuai financial district, a hallmark of the metropolis. Only companies with considerable strength could afford to establish themselves here, as the exorbitant rent was beyond the reach of ordinary enterprises. As they approached the building, Li Lingling disembarked at the intersection, preparing to hail a taxi home. Jiang Qiu followed Chu Yangzi into the underground parking lot of the skyscraper. "Senior, I'm getting off now," Jiang Qiu greeted as he prepared to exit the car. "Wait, didn't I mention before?" Chu Yangzi said, her expression oddly flustered. "My company is just upstairs. Which floor are you heading to?" Jiang Qiu was taken aback. It was one thing for their villas to be adjacent, but now their companies were as well. "I'm going to the 25th floor. How about you?" "I'm on the 28th floor. Come find me once you're done." Chu Yangzi smiled. Her mood instantly lifted. "One must admit, this must be fate. All right, I should be able to contact you soon." Jiang Qiu nodded. He merely needed to make a quick round at the company, which would not take much time. The two then disembarked from the vehicle and approached the elevator. A considerable crowd had gathered, primarily employees working overtime in the building. Among them were several Byte employees who, upon spotting Chu Yangzi, hurriedly approached to greet her. "Hello, CEO Chu." "Good morning, CEO Chu." Chu Yangzi nodded, restoring her aloof CEO persona. Jiang Qiu observed this with quiet admiration, unable to suppress a mental commendation. It was undeniable that Chu Yangzi, in this moment, truly embodied the image of a formidable female CEO. Just then, the elevator arrived, and everyone stepped inside. Upon reaching the 25th floor, Jiang Qiu exited first. Chu Yangzi wished to follow suit, but with so many employees around, she refrained from any overly affectionate gestures. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, she winked at Jiang Qiu and formed a heart with her hands. It felt delightful to flirt with her boyfriend when no one was watching. Chapter 110. Jiang Qiu. "Classmate Xiaoxi, are you there?" Upon arriving at the company, General Manager Zhang Lei promptly welcomed him. Currently, JQ Investment Company was relatively small, with an office space of merely 200 square meters. However, despite its modest size, it was well equipped, and Jiang Qiu was allocated an office. There were a total of 24 employees, including 2 receptionists and 2 logistical assistants. Zhang Lei explained, "I oversee overall operations, while 2 seasoned investment consultants are responsible for the A-share and U.S. stock markets, respectively. The remaining staff are all investment traders. Indeed, our company values quality over quantity." Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Qiu gazed out at the bustling traffic below, feeling quite satisfied with the talent the system had arranged for him. All he needed to do was take a hands-off approach while entrusting the rest to them. Especially since the system had indicated that these individuals had a loyalty rating of 100%, he had no cause for concern. "By the way, does the company have designated parking spots?" Jiang Qiu casually inquired. "Yes," Zhang Lei quickly affirmed. "We have rented a total of 20 parking spaces to ensure each trader has a designated spot." "All right, let's rent 2 more," Jiang Qiu instructed. "I will need them. My car will likely be parked here in the future." This was merely a preparatory measure for his own parking, as he could not always rely on Chu Yangzi's vehicle. "Understood. I will arrange that right away." After Zhang Lei left, Jiang Qiu sat alone on the sofa. Feeling somewhat bored, he took out his phone to message Chu Yangzi. "Jiang Qiu, classmate Xiaoxi, are you there?" Chu Yangzi replied almost instantly. "I'm here. Jiang Qiu, I've finished my tasks. How about you?" "Chu Yangzi, I have one more document to review. Would you like to come find me?" Jiang Qiu, "Sure, I was just thinking of visiting your office." Before long, Jiang Qiu arrived on the 28th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Chu Yangzi's secretary, Zhang Yutong, was already waiting. "Mr. Jiang, please follow me." Jiang Qiu nodded, following Zhang Yutong through the security access. The entire 28th floor had simple glass partitions. Apart from the secretary's workspace, the rest was all Chu Yangzi's office. The corridor walls were adorned with several famous paintings, and a nearby wine cabinet displayed an array of exquisite wines. The decor and furnishings exuded a sense of opulence. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but marvel This single office was far larger than his entire company. One must acknowledge that Byte Group was indeed wealthy. The secretary guided Jiang Qiu, and they quickly arrived at the lounge area, which featured a semi-open design with large floor-to-ceiling windows. From here, one could overlook the city's vibrant landscape. The central table was made of white stone, exuding a luxurious appearance, embellished with golden patterns. However, the table was not particularly large, indicating that this was not a space meant for client entertaining, but rather a personal retreat for Chu Yangzi. Jiang Qiu approached. At that moment, Chu Yangzi was diligently signing a document. Upon noticing Jiang Qiu, she quickly set the paperwork aside. Jiang Qiu, come sit. Chu Yangzi smiled. So, what do you think of my office? Jiang Qiu nodded, taking a seat opposite her. It was not merely decent, it was absolutely extravagant. Receiving Jiang Qiu's praise instantly brightened Chu Yangzi's spirits. How about you come work at my company from now on? She continued, this way, we could have meals together and commute to work together. That's unnecessary. Jiang Qiu quickly shook his head. He thought to himself that if he didn't interrupt her, he might genuinely end up living off her. Senior, you carry on with your work, don't mind me. Noticing that Chu Yangzi still had work to do, Jiang Qiu rose and approached the bookshelf, picking up a book to read. Just then, Zhang Yetong knocked and entered. CEO Chu, here are the documents that require your signature. As the boss's secretary, Zhang Yetong possessed an exceptional ability to read the room. She had long noticed Jiang Qiu's presence. Ever since this man appeared, her boss had transformed entirely, not to mention that her work ethic had diminished. Even this lounge, which she had never allowed outsiders into, was now casually occupied by Jiang Qiu, who sat comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Zhang Yetong couldn't help but furrow her brow. She was well aware of her boss's cleanliness obsession and that she never permitted others to touch her belongings. Yet now, the man sat there without a care, while her boss appeared to be smitten. Goodness, could it be that the boss has fallen in love? In a flash, Zhang Yetong pieced everything together. However, as the boss's secretary, she dared not voice her thoughts, choosing instead to keep the secret to herself. Thus, after a busy morning, Chu Yangzi stretched. Noticing that there was no one else around, she promptly sat beside Jiang Qiu. Darling, I'm done. Oh, this book looks good. Stop, give me a kiss. No, I refuse. A few minutes later, the two finally parted ways. Ahem, I'm starving. Shall we go eat? Jiang Qiu stood up, first returning the book to its place. Sure. I have a little restaurant I recommend. I used to go there often as a child, and it's quite delightful. Chu Yangzi happily reapplied her lipstick, then reverted to her domineering CEO demeanor. All right, I have no objections. Jiang Qiu nodded, and the two took the elevator down to the underground parking garage. Chapter 111. Clumsy yet playful? In the underground garage, Chu Yangzi did not allow her secretary to drive. Instead, she got into a bright yellow Lamborghini Urus, a car she had recently purchased but hadn't had the time to drive until now. Darling, get in. I'll be your driver. Although Chu Yangzi's driving skills were not particularly impressive, she genuinely loved driving. Senior, are you sure that it's all right? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but shake his head, recalling a past mishap. It's fine, I'll drive slowly. Chu Yangzi licked her lips, feeling a bit shy. While she was aware of her limitations, she could not resist the thrill of speed, especially with Jiang Qiu sitting beside her, which uplifted her spirits. All right, we can activate the assistant system. Once Jiang Qiu settled into the passenger seat, he examined the Lamborghini Urus. When it first launched, Lamborghini had ambitiously believed that the Urus would set a benchmark akin to that of the Porsche Cayenne. The Porsche Cayenne stands as nearly the unequivocal choice among SUVs in the million-yuan range. However, for the Lamborghini Urus to aspire to be the frontrunner in the 3 million yuan category, it must contend with fierce market competition. Within this realm, the Urus has set its sights on competitors, such as the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and the Bentley Bentayga, which share its platform. Yet in Jiang Qiu's view, these three do not constitute a competitive relationship at all. The Lamborghini Urus embodies sportiness. The Bentley Bentayga epitomizes comfort, while the Mercedes-Benz G-Class is synonymous with a particular rugged charisma. What common ground is there for competition? Upon the Urus' launch, market reception was overwhelmingly positive, yet it failed to translate into sales. Prior to its unveiling, many automotive enthusiasts expressed substantial support. However, once it was officially released, those supporters seemed to vanish without a trace. Even more disheartening were the deluge of negative reviews surfacing online. Among the most criticized aspects was the striking resemblance between the Urus and the Audi Q8, particularly in terms of interior design, where the Urus borrowed extensively from the Q8's elements. Jiang Qiu expressed a desire to voice his own grievances as well. Both the Urus and the Audi Q8 utilized the MQB EVO platform, resulting in nearly identical interior layouts, coupled with Audi's Torsen differential. one cannot help but feel a resemblance to Audi's Quattro all-wheel drive system. The rationale is clear. They merely share a platform. However, the engines, transmissions, and intricate details create distinctly different vehicles. The disparity between the 3 million yuan Lamborghini Urus and the 600,000 yuan Audi Q8, sharing the same platform, feels somewhat lackluster. Jiang Qiu asserted that he would certainly not consider purchasing it. Perhaps only a wealthy individual like Chu Yangzi would be inclined to buy such a vehicle. By the way, what shall you treat me to? Jiang Qiu inquired. How about Guangquan beef rice noodles? Chu Yangzi suggested. It's a place I used to frequent, though I haven't been there in a long while. Sounds good. I actually love it too, Jiang Qiu responded, feeling entirely agreeable. He had grown weary of extravagant delicacies lately, and a change in flavor was quite welcome. Thus, the Lamborghini Urus departed from the parking lot, with Chu Yangzi demonstrating her steady driving skills. She did not set the navigation, as this route was familiar, albeit slightly congested during the lunch rush. An hour later, Chu Yangzi brought Jiang Qiu to the restaurant just as the peak dining hours had passed. The bright yellow Lamborghini Urus parked at the roadside drew the attention of many passers-by. Nearby stood a high school, which happened to be Chu Yangzi's alma mater. Numerous junior students walked by, some even recognizing her. After all, Chu Yangzi had become a successful figure, a role model promoted by her school. Given her widespread fame on social media, it was nearly impossible for anyone not to recognize her. As for Jiang Qiu, who? Not familiar. Upon exiting the vehicle, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi entered the noodle shop. Both the owner and his wife immediately recognized Chu Yangzi. One cannot deny the advantages of attractiveness. Fortunately, Jiang Qiu did not fall short in this regard. Although it was his first visit to this establishment, his image and demeanor were not inferior to that of a celebrity. Hey there, young man, quite handsome, the owner remarked, glancing at Jiang Qiu and then back at the Lamborghini parked outside. At that moment, envy filled the owner's heart. Had he not just seen correctly? This young man had arrived in a beautiful lady's car? Comparison can be disheartening. This was a Lamborghini worth over 1 million yuan. Being handsome truly does grant one privileges. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, one with extra noodles, Chu Yangzi said, linking her arm with Jiang Qiu, her eyes brimming with happiness. Certainly, please have a seat, students, the owner replied warmly, also promoting the shop's juice beverages. In no time, 2 steaming bowls of noodles arrived. Jiang Qiu sampled them, and the flavor was indeed delightful. Ding dong. The system announced. The host has accompanied Chu Yangzi in savoring a beloved delicacy from their high school days. Congratulations, the host has received a special gastronomic cashback card. Usage rules. The host may share a memory of a cherished dish with up to 1 other person. Note, the system will calculate a random cashback of 11,000 times based on the shared individual's levels of enjoyment, the dish's alignment with their memories, and the host's satisfaction. Not bad, Jiang Qiu thought, realizing his personal account had dwindled as he had previously deposited funds into his investment company. Now with the special gastronomic cashback card, he had the opportunity to earn a substantial profit. Of course, this particular Guangquan beef rice noodle could not be included in the card's use. They had only ordered 2 bowls of noodles and 2 bottles of juice. 1 bowl of regular noodles cost 12 yuan, while the extra noodles amounted to 18 yuan. Adding the 2 bottles of juice for 10 yuan, the total came to only 40 yuan. If he were to use the special gastronomic cashback card now, would that not be a loss? After their meal, Chu Yangzi led Jiang Qiu on a stroll around the vicinity. This was Chu Yangzi's alma mater, filled with numerous nostalgic spots. She took the initiative to hold Jiang Qiu's hand, and they meandered along the tree-lined avenue outside the campus. Chu Yangzi felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Jiang Qiu provided her with unparalleled security. Senior, my hand hurts a bit, Jiang Qiu remarked in a rather straightforward manner, which might have provoked irritation in another girl. What does it hurt? Let me massage it for you, Chu Yangzi replied, unperturbed, and gently massaged Jiang Qiu's hand with her delicate fingers. Her thoughtful gesture incited envy among the onlookers. This young man must have saved the galaxy in his past life. One might think, this is love. I find myself believing in sweet romance once more. Oh, dear netizens, where can one find such a girlfriend? Darling, shall we go shopping later? Chu Yangzi turned to Jiang Qiu and said earnestly, no takeout tonight. I'll cook for you. Great idea. I'm curious to see how well you can cook, Jiang Qiu responded with genuine interest. Upon returning to their parking spot, Jiang Qiu initially intended to drive, allowing Chu Yangzi to rest in the passenger seat. However, Chu Yangzi declined. How can I let my man drive? Jiang Qiu found himself bemused and could only acquiesce to her wishes. This scene caught the attention of passers-by, once again reshaping their perceptions. Whose girl is this? She's incredibly gentle and considerate. At that moment, Chu Kuo-ei, who was playing chess, suddenly sneezed. Li Shifu, seated opposite him, promptly inquired, "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just the significant drop in temperature these past few days," he replied. "Yes, you should wear more clothes to stay warm. By the way, has Zioxy called today?" "No. The young lady is likely busy." Hearing this, Chu Kuo-ei felt a tinge of melancholy. Sigh, this child had matters last week and again this week. He continued to lament. "Old Li, you tell me, now that it's a holiday, why doesn't she come to keep me company?" Li Shifu hesitated before saying, "I have a speculation." "Speculation?" Chu Kuo-ei raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "I once overheard Lingling on the phone, discussing imparting some romantic tips to the young lady," Li Shifu said with a smile. "Initially, I thought nothing of it, but given her recent behavior, could it be that the young lady is in a relationship?" "What?" Chu Kuo-ei suddenly felt a surge of excitement. "How has Zioxy been at the company lately? Any unusual changes? I heard she hasn't been going to the company much and hasn't been very proactive in her work." "Really?" "Indeed." With this affirmation, Chu Kuo-ei felt even more exhilarated. She knows her daughter all too well. Chu Yangzi throws herself into her work with remarkable dedication, often juggling multiple tasks with ease. It seems that aside from her career, she harbors little interest in anything else. Yet now, she has scarcely been seen at the office. This is undeniably abnormal. While uncertain whether it is a romantic relationship that has captivated her, her father, Chu Kuo-ei, nonetheless harbors a hope that it is indeed true. Regardless of the type of son-in-law his daughter chooses, as long as she is content, that is all that matters to him. Typically, in affluent families, alliances are strengthened through strategic marriages. However, Chu Kuo-ei does not subscribe to such antiquated notions. His perspective is undoubtedly shaped by his own youthful experiences. He believes his daughter should have the autonomy to select her partner. Moreover, financial concerns are of no consequence to him, as his company does not necessitate such unions. Ultimately, the identity of her suitor is inconsequential in his eyes. Chu Kuo-ei is unconcerned about the suitor's wealth, but he is troubled by another matter. "Old Li, do you truly think anyone can tolerate Xiao Xi's temperament?" He reflects on the countless wealthy young men who have been rebuffed by his daughter over the years. If there were not 100, there were at least 80. Among them were scions of prominent families and ambitious entrepreneurs, yet none have succeeded in winning her favor. To be frank, Chu Kuo-ei is anxious. He genuinely wishes to embrace a grandchild soon, yet he fears that his suspicions may be unfounded. If his daughter is not in a relationship, would he not be left with baseless hopes? "Boss, you need not worry," Li Shifu reassured him. "The young lady is quite attractive, although her demeanor is somewhat aloof. It does not diminish her appeal." "Haha, Old Li, you are merely trying to comfort me." Chu Kuo-ei chuckled, though his unease lingered. He hesitated before suggesting, "Arrange for a couple of people to investigate her recent circumstances." "Boss, I do not advise such an action," Li Shifu quickly countered. "The young lady is grown. She would not appreciate being scrutinized, as it could strain your relationship." He held back additional thoughts. A father hiring investigators to monitor his daughter, regardless of intent, could easily sour their bond. Furthermore, their relationship has long been fraught with tension, and such actions would only exacerbate the situation. Chu Kuo-ei soon realized his concerns were merely a manifestation of parental anxiety. After all, every father would feel a sense of unease upon hearing that his daughter might be in love, akin to a sense of a prized vegetable being foraged by swine. Xiao Xi has indeed grown up," he sighed, lost in contemplation. Li Shifu remained silent, having accompanied Chu Kuo-ei for over a decade. He was well acquainted with the dynamics of this father-daughter relationship. To outsiders, Chu Kuo-ei is a billionaire, a top-tier magnate on the global stage. Yet, in reality, he grapples with many unresolved matters, with his relationship with his daughter being the most perplexing. Let be. There is no need for an investigation. It is better to let things unfold naturally. After a few minutes, Chu Kuo-ei reached a resolution. "Boss, perhaps you could be a bit more proactive," Li Shifu suggested. "It must be burdensome to keep your thoughts bottled up. It would be better to speak directly with the young lady and clarify matters face to face." "Are you suggesting I go to her?" Chu Kuo-ei frowned, as he is typically a serious man who struggles with matters of familial relationships. Although he longs for his daughter, he tends to maintain a stern demeanor during their encounters. This has contributed to the prolonged strain in their relationship over the years. "Boss, the young lady is your own daughter. There is nothing that cannot be discussed between a father and daughter," Li Shifu urged. "Why not seize this opportunity to visit her villa? It could also enhance your bond." Chu Kuo-ei fell into deep thought. "All right, I shall go see Xiao Xi." He was finally persuaded. This marked the first concession he had made in many years. Chapter 113. Chu Yangzi felt a pang of anxiety. Was she being cornered? At 5:30 p.m., the skies over the bustling metropolis had fully darkened. With October well underway and the autumn equinox past, night descended ever earlier. Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi had strolled through the International Finance Center, purchasing an array of daily necessities, fruits, and vegetables. The two, laden with bags, resembled a young couple embarking on a shared life. After their shopping excursion, Chu Yangzi drove back to the villa. The sheer volume of their purchases necessitated 2 trips for Jiang Qiu to carry everything inside. "Senior, are you certain we can consume all this?" Jiang Qiu glanced at the refrigerator, overflowing with items, genuinely concerned it might burst from the weight. "No worries, we can take our time eating," Chu Yangzi replied, a touch of embarrassment creeping in. After all, it was her first shopping trip with Jiang Qiu, and she had been unable to resist the urge to buy anything that caught her eye. "All right, I feel like we one team need to order takeout this week," Jiang Qiu remarked, pulling out 2 bottles of soda and offering one to Chu Yangzi while inquiring, "What shall we have for dinner? You go upstairs to rest. I will cook for you." Chu Yangzi volunteered, appearing quite confident. "Are you really able to?" Jiang Qiu asked skeptically. "How about we cook together? I can assist you. I'm fine by myself." Chu Yangzi shook her head, determined to take on the task alone. Cooking is not something that should be delegated to her man. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Yangzi now seemed like a devoted wife, devoid of any trace of her usual domineering persona. Nonetheless, this new demeanor was rather delightful. As Jiang Qiu ascended the stairs, Chu Yangzi suddenly felt a wave of panic. How could she possibly prepare a meal? She felt too shy to admit her lack of culinary skills in front of Jiang Qiu. Fortunately, we live in a digital age. Chu Yangzi pulled out her phone and opened Douyin to search for cooking tutorials. She had previously followed several food bloggers who made cooking appear quite simple. "You can do this," she encouraged herself. The mere thought of preparing a meal for Jiang Qiu filled her with joy. Near the villa, Chu Kuo-ei had smoked 2 cigarettes in quick succession, yet his anxiety remained unabated. Beside him, Li Shifu stood in shock, his mouth agape. Originally, Chu Kuo-ei had intended to surprise his daughter with an unexpected visit, but upon arriving at the villa, he discovered that she was not home. To keep the surprise intact, he had opted not to call ahead, instead parking his car stealthily nearby. However, it was not long before he witnessed an unexpected scene. His daughter drove past and did not return home, but instead entered the adjacent courtyard. Chu Kuo-ei noticed a young man seated in the passenger seat. The distance was too great for him to discern the young man's features, but he appeared to be quite well matched in stature with his daughter. The pair evidently had just returned from shopping, carrying numerous bags into the house. Had it ended there, Chu Kuo-ei would not have been overly surprised. He might have assumed the young man was merely a friend accompanying his daughter on a shopping trip. However, after more than 10 minutes had elapsed without her emergence, unease began to take root. "Oldly, do you truly believe that young man is Xiao Xi's companion?" Chu Kuo-ei questioned, lighting another cigarette, doubt creeping into his voice. "I examined the car. It belongs to the young lady and is relatively new. She hasn't driven it much before," Li Shifu pondered before affirmatively responding. "Has Lingling not been with Xiao Xi recently?" "No, Lingling returned home today." Checking the time, Chu Kuo-ei's concern deepened. After all, any father would feel anxious upon seeing his daughter enter the home of a stranger. "Let us go see what is happening," he declared, stepping out of the car and striding purposefully towards the villa entrance. "Boss, when you see the young lady, be sure to speak kindly. Do not lose your temper," Li Shifu cautioned as he followed closely behind. "Rest assured, if she is truly in a relationship, I would be more than pleased." Although Chu Kuo-ei feigned calmness on the surface, a tempest of anxiety surged within him. Could this young man truly be his daughter's boyfriend? Little she was so innocent. She couldn't have been deceived, could she? If he wasn't her boyfriend, what course of action should he take? Throughout the journey, Chu Kuo-ei's heart was filled with trepidation. Beside him, Li Shifu remained silent, equally curious about the unfolding situation. The pair traversed the villa's courtyard, arriving at the entrance of the ground floor. Taking a deep breath, Chu Kuo-ei pressed the doorbell. The courtyard gate had been unlocked, allowing his entrance. Yet at the villa's door, he could only wait for someone to answer. In the kitchen, Chu Yangzi was busy preparing a meal. Upon hearing the doorbell, she initially assumed it was Jiang Qiu bringing takeout. At that moment, Jiang Qiu also heard the sound and was preparing to descend from upstairs to investigate. "Darling, I'll get it. You rest." Chu Yangzi smiled at Jiang Qiu, eager to dote on her boyfriend. Without a second thought and without checking the surveillance outside, she opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Chu Yangzi froze. "Dad?" Chu Kuo-ei was equally taken aback. "Why are you wearing an apron? What are you doing?" The two exchanged a glance, and with a swift motion, Chu Yangzi slammed the door shut. What was she to do? Why had her father come over? She had never felt so panicked. It was imperative that her father did not see Jiang Qiu. If he discovered their relationship, things would undoubtedly spiral into chaos. Chu Yangzi was uncertain of her father's views on Jiang Qiu. Initially, she had planned to confess to her father after some time, but now, she had been caught off guard and trapped at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Outside, Chu Kuo-ei rapped on the door. Little Shi, open the door. Dad, I'm a bit busy at the moment. Why don't you head back? Chu Yangzi thought to herself, resolutely refusing to let her father in. Due to her mother's influence, communication between father and daughter had always been sparse. Although their relationship had improved, they still conversed infrequently. If her father found out that she was cohabitating with Jiang Qiu, it would certainly create a predicament. Chapter 114. Darling, I will protect you. A headache. Chu Yangzi pressed her forehead, pondering how to navigate the current predicament. She truly lacked experience. At that moment, Jiang Qiu, sensing something was amiss upstairs, came down to assess the situation. He wore a puzzled expression, but upon noticing Chu Yangzi's anxious demeanor, he remained silent, merely gesturing for her to check her phone. Jiang Qiu, what is going on? Chu Yangzi, my dad is outside. Jiang Qiu. Chu Yangzi. Honey, you should go back upstairs. Jiang Qiu. Be good, listen to me, Chu Yangzi urged. My dad is very strict and difficult to deal with. Jiang Qiu. All right, just be careful. Chu Yangzi, darling. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu felt an inexplicable sense of solemnity. This shouldn't be the case. Were they not of the same blood? As he pondered, he retreated upstairs. Although he wished to assist, this was ultimately Chu Yangzi's family matter, and he did not want to intrude. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed outside. Little Shi. I happened to pass by and thought I would check in for a moment before leaving. Chu Kuo-ei shook his head in resignation. It was rather awkward that his daughter refused to open the door. Dad, why don't you head back for now? I'll come and see you for dinner tomorrow. Let us leave it for today. No, I'm here now, and I want to leave. Chu Kuo-ei replied firmly. As a father, seeing his daughter act so out of character left him unsettled. Inside, Chu Yangzi inhaled deeply, knowing her father would not relent until she opened the door. In the early days when Chu Kuo-ei was starting his business, it was his unyielding nature that allowed him to stand out among many competitors. Since he had declared he wouldn't leave, it was clear he would not back down. Resolving herself, Chu Yangzi steeled her heart and swung the door open. Come in. Outside, Chu Kuo-ei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his daughter to change her stance so swiftly. Boss, I'll wait outside. Li Shufa, who had been behind him, decided not to enter. Recognizing this was a personal matter for his employer, and he should discreetly withdraw. This was the understanding required of his secretary. One must know their boundaries. Yes, please wait in the car, Chu Kuo-ei instructed before stepping into the villa. His gaze immediately fell upon his daughter's slippers. He had visited Chu Yangzi's villa before. If memory served, the limited edition Sakura slippers she wore at home should be the very pair he now saw. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Was it customary to wear slippers when simply visiting? Suppressing his curiosity, he approached the shoe cabinet, preparing to retrieve a pair of slippers for himself. Noticing his father about to open the cabinet, Chu Yangzi rushed forward. She had just hidden Jiang Qiu's shoes. If her father discovered them, it would spell disaster. I recently moved here and only have one pair of slippers. You can make do with these, Chu Yangzi said, handing him her slippers while still wearing socks. Oh, I see. Chu Kuo-ei noted, choosing not to press the matter further. Had he not seen someone else in the villa earlier, he might have believed her. Standing in the living room, Chu Kuo-ei observed his surroundings before heading to the kitchen. Did you prepare all this food yourself? Are you eating alone? You plan to eat 2 bowls by yourself? After this exchange, silence enveloped them. Chu Kuo-ei glanced at the 2 bowls of rice on the table, and then at his daughter's slender figure. This was utterly absurd. In truth, Chu Kuo-ei longed to mend his relationship with his daughter. However, given today's events, he felt it was crucial to have a heart-to-heart conversation. The situation was already glaringly clear. There was evidently another person in the villa, and it was a man. Little Shi, don't you have anything to tell me? What is there to say? Chu Yangzi stood to the side, arms crossed behind her back, her fair hands tightly clasped. At this moment, it would be a lie to say she wasn't anxious. However, for Jiang Qiu's sake, she resolved that she could not reveal the truth today. Moreover, with such a large villa, as long as she refused to admit anything, it wouldn't be easy to uncover the presence of another person, would it? On the other hand, observing his daughter's reluctance to confess, Chu Kuo-ei directly stated, there is someone else in the house. I sent tea there? Chu Yangzi's eyes widened, nearly stealing her breath away. Had she been discovered? No, this must be a bluff. Maintaining her composure, Chu Yangzi replied, what do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. When I first entered, I noticed a shoe print by the door. Chu Kuo-ei pointed out. That shoe is quite large. You can't possibly wear that size. She had acted too hastily, only managing to hide Jiang Qiu's shoes while leaving the imprint unaddressed. Nevertheless, Chu Yangzi was still unwilling to concede. That shoe print you mentioned is indeed not mine. Earlier, the toilet in the bathroom was clogged, and I had the property management send over a repairman. It must have been them. A minute passed in silence between them. In fact, I saw everything when you returned. Chu Kuo-ei decided to be forthright. The large shoe print at the door, the 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. Were you two about to have a meal? Realizing she could no longer keep her secret, Chu Yangzi fell silent, not wanting to speak. Another minute passed before Chu Kuo-ei stood up and called out to the upper floor. I know you're upstairs. Come down. After that voice echoed, Chu Yangzi suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Chapter 115. The confession session? What is this soul-searching inquiry from my father-in-law? Could it be that a confrontation has ensued? At that moment, Jiang Qiu, who was inside the house, also heard the commotion from downstairs. Initially, he believed that Chu Yangzi would swiftly handle the situation, considering her father's visit would merely entail some nostalgic reminiscing. However, he never anticipated that it would escalate into a confession session. Jiang Qiu opened the bedroom door, preparing to descend the stairs to assess the situation. Dad, please refrain from shouting here. Chu Yangzi urged anxiously. She had only just moved into Jiang Qiu's home. Even if her father opposed her living arrangements, she was resolute in her stance. I can refrain from shouting if you allow him to come down. I wish to meet him, Chu Kuo-ei replied with a serious expression. Yet, internally, he harbored a flicker of anticipation. Is this truly my daughter's boyfriend? For years, Chu Kuo-ei had been most concerned about his daughter's romantic endeavors. Now, witnessing her affection for someone, he felt a swell of paternal joy. Nevertheless, having always been serious by nature, he found it difficult to exhibit overt enthusiasm. And meeting his daughter's boyfriend for the first time inevitably made him somewhat nervous. Ironically, the more anxious he felt, the graver his expression appeared. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yangzi was oblivious to her father's inner thoughts. She assumed he was genuinely upset, fearing that their discussion might be futile. After all, with her father's stern demeanor, it was unlikely he would ever consent to her cohabitation with a boy. Nonetheless, relinquishing her resolve was out of the question. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, her eyes reflecting her unwavering determination. You must not shout or interfere with my choices, otherwise I shall never visit you again. Oh, so you were admitting it? Chu Kuo-ei chose to overlook the latter part of her threat. The more agitated his daughter became, the more it indicated that her relationship with this young man was indeed extraordinary. It seemed he truly was her boyfriend. How splendid. The weight in Chu Kuo-ei's heart finally lifted. His daughter had, at long last, found a partner. His serious demeanor cracked, transforming him into an inquisitive child eager to learn more. How did you two meet? What is his family like? Are there any plans for marriage? Cough, cough, hello, uncle. At that moment, Jiang Qiu's voice chimed in. Chu Yangzi froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing. Oh no, Jiang Qiu must have overheard everything. This was all her father's fault. What kind of questions was he asking? I am Jiang Qiu. We met at school, and she is my senior. Jiang Qiu introduced himself, prompting Chu Kuo-ei to snap back to reality. He scrutinized the young man before him from head to toe. Quite handsome, one must admit. His daughter had excellent taste. Although there was an age gap, it was negligible and posed no issue. Chu Kuo-ei nodded and approached Jiang Qiu. At that moment, Chu Yangzi quickly stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Qiu. She had promised to safeguard him no matter the circumstances. Even if it meant taking a hit herself, she would do so first. However, Chu Kuo-ei appeared oblivious to her protective instinct. He stood before Jiang Qiu and inquired, So, you are Xiao Xi's boyfriend? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qiu replied, I suppose so. Chu Kuo-ei continued his questioning. Where's your family from? Do you have siblings? Are your parents aware of your relationship? My family is over 100 kilometers from Magic City, and my parents are ordinary employees. Jiang Qiu glanced at Chu Yangzi before responding truthfully. My parents have met my senior. They are aware of our relationship. Chu Kuo-ei had only been asking casually, but he was taken aback by this revelation. You mean Xiao Xi has met your parents? Yes, Jiang Qiu nodded affirmatively. Chu Kuo-ei wished to delve further, but his daughter interrupted. Dad, why are you bombarding him with so many questions right off the bat? Chu Yangzi stood in front of Jiang Qiu, determined to prevent her father from continuing his interrogation. Chu Kuo-ei surveyed Jiang Qiu and then glanced at his daughter, feeling immensely satisfied. In terms of both appearance and family background, he found no fault. Although Jiang Qiu hailed from a modest family, it posed no problem for him. Moreover, through their brief conversation, Chu Kuo-ei discerned that Jiang Qiu was undoubtedly a capable individual. Most importantly, the concern evident on his daughter's face signified her genuine affection for him. Chu Kuo-ei felt elated. Jiang Qiu's presence fulfilled all his expectations for a son-in-law. He was so eager to boast to his old friends about his exceptional son-in-law. Nevertheless, he consciously restrained himself, understanding that maintaining an air of authority was crucial for a first meeting. Noticing Jiang Qiu had fallen silent, he sought to lighten the mood. "Uncle, how about we share a meal together?" "Sure." Chu Kuo-ei nodded, then asked, "Can you drink?" "Yes, I can drink a bit," Jiang Qiu replied. "Then let us have a little drink." Chu Kuo-ei, unaware that Jiang Qiu's bit was far more than he anticipated, was already contemplating how to get him pleasantly intoxicated. Chu Kuo-ei had no ill intentions. He merely believed that once they shared a drink, they could engage in a meaningful conversation, thereby strengthening their bond. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi observed the unfolding scene with a rather peculiar expression. This was not at all what she had envisioned. Initially, she felt anxious, expecting her father to disapprove of Jiang Qiu. Yet here they were, ready to drink together after just meeting. Chapter 116. A satisfied Chu Kuo-ei, perhaps a bit tipsy? Chu Yangzi had yet to recover from her shock. Jiang Qiu and Chu Kuo-ei had already begun fetching dishes from the kitchen. Previously, Chu Yangzi had prepared 2 dishes, but now, with an additional guest, it was certainly insufficient. "Uncle, let me order some takeout," Jiang Qiu said, pulling out his phone and selecting a decent tavern, opting for several signature dishes. "All right, I'll go call for some liquor." Chu Kuo-ei immediately dialed Li Shifu, instructing him to fetch 2 bottles of mutai. In his mind, he thought, with such potent liquor, today will be a sure win. Chu Yangzi remained silent, watching the proceedings unfold. Ever since the last time she drank with Jiang Qiu, she had abandoned the idea of trying to intoxicate him. In truth, her own alcohol tolerance was commendable, but in Jiang Qiu's presence, it paled in comparison. Admittedly, she felt a twinge of excitement. If her father managed to get Jiang Qiu drunk, wouldn't that present her with another opportunity? "Uncle, isn't the alcohol a bit too strong?" Jiang Qiu, unaware of Chu Yangzi's underlying thoughts, expressed concern that 2 bottles of liquor might be excessive. His worry was for Chu Kuo-ei, considering it was his senior's father, and getting him drunk upon their first meeting seemed inappropriate. 2 bottles are hardly too much. Chu Kuo-ei confidently asserted, "I can handle my liquor quite well. You need not hold back. I'll take care of it all. Uncle has quite the drinking capacity." Jiang Qiu remarked, smiling as he nodded, then pulled out his phone to order 2 cases of beer. Since Uncle had so confidently stated his ability to drink, it seemed only fair that if he ended up inebriated, the blame would not rest on Jiang Qiu's shoulders. Chu Yangzi sat quietly beside them, alternating her gaze between Jiang Qiu and her father. A peculiar sensation stirred within her. For some reason, she felt an inkling that her father might lose this round. Chu Kuo-ei had always boasted an impressive tolerance for alcohol, having been a seasoned warrior in the realm of spirits for many years of business dealings. However, recalling the last drinking session, where neither she nor Li Lingling could manage to get Jiang Qiu even slightly tipsy, Chu Yangzi suspected her father might not fare well. Before long, the takeout arrived. 4 dishes and a soup, all specialties from the restaurant, accompanied by 2 cases of beer, each containing 12 bottles, a total of 24 bottles. When Chu Kuo-ei beheld the array of beers before him, his eyelids involuntarily fluttered. It appeared that his son-in-law possessed quite a commendable tolerance for alcohol. After a brief interlude, 2 bottles of flying mutai were also presented. "Allow me to fetch the wine glasses," Chu Yangzi announced as she retreated to the kitchen, returning with 2 shot glasses meant for Beiju. "Let me pour a drink." Jiang Qiu proactively rose, filling Chu Kuo-ei's glass first before serving himself. "Shall we indulge in a toast?" Chu Kuo-ei, in high spirits, initiated the toast. Typically, he preferred to savor some food before indulging in alcohol, but today was an exception. He was determined to impress Jiang Qiu. "Cheers!" Jiang Qiu promptly lifted his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. The fiery Beiju surged down his throat and into his stomach, a sensation he relished, particularly on an empty stomach, as it provided a comforting warmth. Impressive tolerance. Chu Kuo-ei observed with delight, his gaze toward Jiang Qiu now imbued with admiration. As a successful entrepreneur, he had encountered many promising young individuals, yet none had exuded the dignified composure that Jiang Qiu displayed. "Uncle, do sample the signature dish of this establishment. It is quite delectable," Jiang Qiu offered, using the serving chopsticks to place a piece of braised pork onto Chu Kuo-ei's plate, then doing the same for Chu Yangzi. Quite good," Chu Kuo-ei exclaimed after tasting it, his satisfaction evident. Of course, he was even more pleased with Jiang Qiu himself, who perfectly embodied his ideals for a son-in-law. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi observed the dynamic with keen interest, marveling at how quickly the two had bonded. She had initially worried that her father would be overly stern. Yet that concern proved unfounded. Shall we have another toast? Chu Kuo-ei suggested after a few bites of food, raising his glass once more. Uncle, I raise my glass to you. Jiang Qiu lowered his glass slightly, adhering to the customary respect for elders, and drank it all in one go, a gesture of deference. Excellent. Chu Kuo-ei noted this detail, feeling increasingly gratified. Jiang Qiu was handsome, polite, and capable. Initially, Chu Kuo-ei had resolved not to interfere in his daughter's romantic affairs, believing that her happiness was paramount. However, this boyfriend was simply too perfect. It must be said that his daughter had inherited some of his own discernment. The more he pondered, the more elated he became, lifting his glass once again. Today is a celebratory occasion. Let us drink more. Certainly, Jiang Qiu replied, and the two downed another round. 3 cups later, they consumed approximately 6 taels. Generally, it is advisable to eat something before indulging in beiju, lest one's stomach suffer. Moreover, with mutai's potency at 55 degrees, it is commendable for the average person to manage half a jin, 5 taels. Yet, both Jiang Qiu and Chu Kuo-ei had barely eaten and had already downed 3 cups, 6 taels. Their remarkable tolerance was undeniable. A closer inspection, however, revealed some differences in their appearances. Chu Yangzi, seated nearby, observed intently. Jiang Qiu's complexion remained unflushed, while her father's face had begun to show signs of intoxication. Thank you. Xiao Qiu, Chu Kuo-ei expressed, feeling the effects of the drink and becoming more talkative. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. Chu Yangzi mirrored his confusion. Was it not a bit premature to be so familiar? Jiang Qiu smiled, curiosity piqued, and inquired, Uncle, what do you wish to thank me for? You may not realize, Chu Kuo-ei replied, shaking his head. This is my first experience tasting the dishes prepared by Xiao Shi. Had it not been for your presence, such a culinary delight would have eluded me. Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi unconsciously pressed her lips together. Their relationship had never been particularly harmonious, marred by past misunderstandings. Although they had since reconciled, their personalities had prevented them from engaging in deeper conversations. Jiang Qiu, perceiving the moment, interjected, You are always welcome to visit more often. Xiao Shi and I would be delighted to prepare meals for you. Really? That would be splendid. Chu Kuo-ei glanced at his daughter, surprisingly refraining from rejecting the idea. Gulme. Let's toast once more. His spirits buoyed, he raised his glass, his approval of Jiang Qiu intensifying. Cheers. They downed 2 more cups, swiftly depleting the 1 jin of mutai. Chu Kuo-ei's face was now quite flushed, while Jiang Qiu appeared largely unaffected. Uncle, perhaps we should call a night for tonight? Jiang Qiu suggested, eyeing the empty bottles, though he felt a lingering desire for more. However, recognizing that Chu Kuo-ei was the guest, he cautiously broached the subject. Let's keep going. Chu Kuo-ei was fully engaged now. With the beiju gone, let's enjoy some beer. Chu Yangzi's expression turned peculiar. How had it come to this camaraderie? Nevertheless, she said nothing and rose to fetch more beer. Allow me, Jiang Qiu insisted, taking the initiative to retrieve the beer. Filling the glasses anew. Uncle, I toast to you. Excellent. Chu Kuo-ei welcomed the gesture, and soon they each polished off another bottle. At that moment, Chu Yangzi's phone rang, prompting her to step away to take the call. Once she departed, Chu Kuo-ei turned and patted Jiang Qiu on the shoulder. Xiao Qiu, I appreciate your presence. Jiang Qiu was perplexed. You two being together, I wholeheartedly support it. Chu Kuo-ei affirmed, then shifted his tone. However, Xiao Shi has always had a strong-willed personality, so you must be patient. With that, he raised his glass once more, downing it in a gesture of respect. His concern was palpable. Should such an excellent son-in-law be driven away by his daughter's temperament, he would be utterly distraught. Thus, he took preventive measures. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu wore an odd expression. A strong-willed personality? He had seen none of that. Uncle, perhaps you could share some anecdote from her childhood? Jiang Qiu inquired playfully, genuinely curious about Chu Yangzi's past. Very well, I shall regale you with tales. Chu Kuo-ei, intrigued, began to share stories as they continued to drink. 10 minutes later, they had each consumed 3 more bottles of beer. Chu Kuo-ei's face was now thoroughly flushed, while Jiang Qiu displayed a slight rosy hue, attributed solely to the warmth of the room. Jiang Qiu opened another bottle and remarked, Uncle, I sense that you are quite concerned about my senior. Why not express these sentiments directly to her? Chu Kuo-ei fell silent, unable to respond. Like many fathers, he had maintained a stern facade with his children, rarely articulating his emotions. Uncle, let us toast. Jiang Qiu skillfully redirected the conversation, understanding that such matters required patience and time. After downing the 5th bottle of beer, Chu Kuo-ei was nearing his limit. Typically, anyone who could consume a jin of beiju would be deemed exceptional. Yet now, he had also downed 5 bottles of beer. He gazed at Jiang Qiu, marveling at his remarkable capacity. This son-in-law of mine truly possesses an extraordinary tolerance. He resolved not to falter. How could he possibly admit defeat in front of his son-in-law? Chu Kuo-ei took a bite of food to steady himself, then hazily downed another cup. Uncle, another round. Let's not waste the spirits. By the time the 6th bottle was finished, Chu Kuo-ei was thoroughly intoxicated. The two had collectively consumed a gin of baijiu and 6 bottles of beer, a staggering feat of endurance in any setting. When Chu Yangzi returned to the dining hall after finishing her phone call, she was met with a scene that left her astonished. Her father, already inebriated, clutched a wine glass in his hand, yearning for another drink. Jiang Qiu stood by his side, attempting to dissuade him from consuming more alcohol. Xiao Qiu, you must be more accommodating. Chu Kuo-ei slurred, eager to converse with Jiang Qiu in his drunken state. Her temperament isn't the best. If she becomes too domineering, please bear with it as much as you can. If she raises her voice at you or you feel mistreated, come to me, and I shall support you. Next time, just the 2 of us should find a place to drink, and I will regale you with tales of her childhood. Chu Yangzi stood at the doorway, flabbergasted. Jiang Qiu chuckled. Uncle, she's quite kind to me. Let's drink more next time. That's splendid. You truly are impressive. Chu Kuo-ei exclaimed from now on. Don't call me uncle. I'm not that much older than you. Just call me brother. Oh no. Chu Yangzi pressed her forehead in disbelief. This relationship had become utterly tangled. Her father had instructed Jiang Qiu to address him as brother. What was she to do? Chapter 118. I'll call him Dad. And you'll call him brother? Senior, please don't blame me. Jiang Qiu glanced at Chu Yangzi, a hint of innocence in his expression. Didn't T uncle say he could drink quite a bit? Chu Yangzi found herself at a loss for words. 55 moutai, a kilogram-s worth, plus 6 bottles of beer. If that didn't T qualify as being able to drink, then what did? It wasn't T that her father was weak. Rather, Jiang Qiu was simply too formidable. Darling, how do you feel? Chu Yangzi blinked, her voice laced with anticipation. Are you feeling dizzy or sleepy? Senior, what are you thinking? Jiang Qiu replied, somewhat helplessly, you know my tolerance for alcohol. Even if I have a couple more, I'll be fine. Chu Yangzi felt a flush rise to her cheeks, caught in her own thoughts. How she wished it were Jiang Qiu who had drunk too much, allowing her free rein. Yet, this situation seemed quite agreeable as well. She glanced at her inebriated father, who had already succumbed to slumber atop the table. She genuinely hadn't anticipated that they would hit it off so well and consume so much alcohol. Initially, she feared her father would become irate and oppose a relationship with Jiang Qiu. Yet, all her worries had proven unfounded. What are you grinning about? Jiang Qiu inquired while tidying up the dishes. Nothing, I'm just really happy today, Chu Yangzi responded, snapping back to reality as she joined in the cleanup. The feeling of having her boyfriend accepted by her family was truly delightful. Of course, even if her family opposed it, it wouldn't matter. Chu Yangzi was not lacking in financial resources. If need be, she could establish her own independence. Her relentless work ethic was all for the purpose of supporting Jiang Qiu. You know, the first time I met your dad, I got him drunk like this, Jiang Qiu said, a hint of guilt in his tone. He won't hold a grudge against me. Will he? I'm not sure. I've never encountered such a situation before. Chu Yangzi mused. Typically, he rarely gets drunk. And even if he does, he wouldn't fall asleep at the table. What shall we do now? Jiang Qiu asked. You saw it. Uncle just insisted I call him brother. Absolutely not. Chu Yangzi fixated her gaze on Jiang Qiu, seriousness etched on her face. If I call him Dad, and you call him brother, then what am I to call you? Perhaps you should call me Dad as well? Jiang Qiu just playfully. Do you wish to hear it? Chu Yangzi pondered, inching closer to Jiang Qiu. If you genuinely want to hear it, I wouldn't mind. No, let us stop there. Jiang Qiu hadn't anticipated that she would take his jest seriously. Such titles were not to be tossed around lightly. He suddenly envisioned action-packed dramas where couples might call each other in such a manner during quarrels. Ahem, should we first get your father into his room? Jiang Qiu glanced over at Chu Kuo-ei, who was still sprawled on the table. It's fine, let him sleep here. Chu Yangzi replied, casting another glance before adding. Lingling also slept here a few days ago. It shouldn't be a problem. Isn't that inappropriate? Last time, it was an oversight. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle at how, in just a few days, 2 individuals had already succumbed in the same spot. Meanwhile, at her home, Li Lingling suddenly sneezed twice in succession. Who on earth is that? She wiped her nose with a tissue and began to grumble. It must be that heartless couple, gossiping about me behind my back. I'll handle this. You go open the door to the bedroom on the 1st floor. Jiang Qiu instructed before lifting the still sleeping Chu Kuo-ei. Let me help. Let us do this together. Chu Yangzi quickly rushed over to assist. Though you may not say it, you're genuinely concerned about your dad. Jiang Qiu remarked with a smile. Your dad is the same. He kept pulling me aside earlier, sharing stories about your childhood. What did he say? Chu Yangzi asked anxiously, not wanting Jiang Qiu to uncover her embarrassing moments. Not even the smallest incidents from her early years. Oh, nothing. He was just praising you. Jiang Qiu grinned, deftly diverting the conversation. You go open the door. I can manage this alone. With that, he hoisted Chu Kuo-ei on his back. Chu Yangzi, seeing this, hurried to open the door. Is Jiang Qiu really this strong? A handsome, well-built young man. P.S. Simply perfect. Be careful. I worry you might tire yourself out, she expressed, her concern evident as she assisted him. Jiang Qiu, however, found it quite effortless. His enhanced physique allowed him to bear Chu Kuo-ei without issue. Before long, they had managed to get Chu Kuo-ei into the bedroom and tucked him under a light blanket. Once they finished, they exited the room. Jiang Qiu glanced at the clock. It was already past 10 in the evening. All right, you should head to your room and get some rest. He stretched, feeling a bit drowsy after the considerable amount of alcohol he had consumed. I'm not tired. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Can we drink a bit more? Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow, becoming somewhat vigilant. Senior, what are you up to? Nothing. Still not giving up? Chu Yangzi nodded, then quickly shook her head. No, I just want to sleep beside you. Wait a minute. Senior, you didn't tea drink today. Jiang Qiu found the situation amusing, reaching out to touch Chu Yangzi's forehead. I can't sleep alone. Can we sleep together today? No, I want to do anything, all right? Chu Yangzi gazed at Jiang Qiu with her big eyes, her demeanor growing more enticing. Chapter 119. Oh no. Am I embarrassing myself in front of Jiang Qiu again? You want to do anything? Jiang Qiu shook his head. My mom always said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. No, I admit I'm attractive, but I truly don't lie. Chu Yangzi insisted, clinging to Jiang Qiu's arm and shaking it pitifully. I'm still a bit skeptical. Jiang Qiu replied with a smile akin to that of a steadfast man, unwilling to easily waver. Then I'll just text Annie and tell her you're bullying me. Chu Yangzi pulled out her phone, opening Jiang Qiu's mother's WeChat and typing an extensive message. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but gasp. He almost forgot how much his mother adored Chu Yangzi. Senior, I think it's unnecessary to bother her. Jiang Qiu intercepted her, smiling. How about this? You come to my room, and I'll keep you company. Yes, yes. Chu Yangzi nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. They soon ascended the stairs, with Jiang Qiu guiding her to his room. I'll go grab my toiletries. Chu Yangzi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she prepared to bring her belongings over. Jiang Qiu turned to open the closet, retrieving a set of spare bedding. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. The thick comforter laid on the floor would ensure warmth while sleeping. He also had extra pillows available. In his usual manner, Jiang Qiu preferred to sleep with a pillow tucked under his arm, and now it had come in handy. As he prepared himself, Chu Yangzi entered the room with her toiletries in hand. Aren't you going to sleep with me? I'll take the floor. It counts as keeping you company. The floor is cold, so come up. It's fine. The blanket I spread is thick enough. All right then. Chu Yangzi's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze wavering. Although she often teased Jiang Qiu, when it came time to sleep together, she felt a bit timid. I'll go wash up first, she said, quickly changing the subject and heading to the bathroom with her bottles and jars. Jiang Qiu lay down, adjusting to the sensation of sleeping on the floor. It felt good. He shifted his position while scrolling on his phone. Half an hour later, Chu Yangzi emerged from the bathroom, and Jiang Qiu glanced up. This was the first time he had seen her without makeup. The mature, alluring aura she usually exuded faded, replaced by the innocence of a girl next door. Yet, the tenderness in her eyes remained, captivating him at first glance. Am I not pretty? Chu Yangzi felt a bit shy under Jiang Qiu's gaze. No, you look lovely. Jiang Qiu had to admit he was somewhat charmed. Chu Yangzi was truly beautiful, especially in her natural state, evoking a protective instinct within him, so different from those so-called internet celebrities who relied on makeup and filters to deceive. Once the beauty filter was turned off, the reality could be quite disheartening. Hearing Jiang Qiu's compliment brought genuine joy to Chu Yangzi. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, a smile crept onto her lips, and her delicate hands clasped together. Typically, many praised her beauty. Family elders, business associates, and wealthy suitors had sung her praises, declaring her more beautiful than any star. Yet, she always graciously thanked them, feeling no stirrings within her heart. Only in front of Jiang Qiu did she feel a thrill, even if his compliments were merely perfunctory. Ahem, my bed is a bit hard. You might find it uncomfortable? Jiang Qiu rose and adjusted the blankets. I'm used to it. I like it firm, Chu Yangzi replied, blinking, before playfully leaping onto Jiang Qiu's bed. Well, all right then. Jiang Qiu shook his head. Get comfortable. I'll go wash up. As he entered the bathroom, Chu Yangzi immediately sat up, excitement coursing through her as she jumped onto the floor where Jiang Qiu had just lain. Though hard, it felt quite comfortable. She rolled around and tumbled out, not minding the limited space, as it had been ages since she had indulged in such carefree behavior. For some reason, being near Jiang Qiu filled her with happiness. "Senior, what are you doing?" Jiang Qiu's voice startled her. He was back already. "Oh no." Chu Yangzi sat up, her eyes meeting his, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. I didn't see anything." Jiang Qiu waved his hand, stifling a chuckle. "Did you finish that quickly?" Chu Yangzi stood, regaining her composed demeanor. "No, I just grabbed a towel hung out to dry earlier." "Oh, go ahead and get it." Jiang Qiu approached the bed, retrieving the towel. Chu Yangzi remained still, silently watching him. "I'm off to wash up. You can continue," Jiang Qiu said with a smile as he walked back to the bathroom. Once he was inside, Chu Yangzi could no longer contain herself. She buried her face in her hands and flopped back onto the bed, cocooned in the blankets. What to do? What to do? That was so embarrassing. He wouldn't think I'm childish, would he? 5 minutes later, Jiang Qiu emerged from the bathroom, noticing her still lying down. "Senior? Are you all right?" After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yangzi finally peeked out from under the covers. "You don't think I'm childish, do you?" "Of course not." Jiang Qiu lay down on the floor. "Really?" Chu Yangzi's eyes brightened. "Since you don't mind, let's get married." She scrambled out of the blankets, sitting at the edge of the bed, her expression filled with anticipation. "Wait, what did you just ask me?" "I asked if you would think I'm childish." I might think so." Chapter 120. The excited Chu Yangzi. Isn't this a bit strange? Feeling rejected, Chu Yangzi's nose tinged with bitterness, her mood plummeting. "Am I going to cry?" Jiang Qiu thought he might have made a mistake. "Senior, don't cry. I was just joking." "Joking?" "Yes. I truly don't think you're childish at all." Jiang Qiu sat up straight, nodding earnestly. He was genuinely anxious. It was late, and it must be difficult to console a girl who had been upset. Especially with her father downstairs, it could lead to trouble. "Then marry me." Chu Yangzi looked up at him with big, pleading eyes. "Ahem, it's quite late. Let us talk about it tomorrow." "Woo woo woo. Don't cry. We can still get married." At his words, Chu Yangzi's eyes sparkled with delight, her previous dejection vanishing in an instant. "When shall we get the certificate?" She was so thrilled, her earlier gloom completely forgotten. Jiang Qiu, observing her excitement, couldn't he help but chuckle. His mother had indeed not been mistaken. "Senior, let us sleep now. I'm a bit tired." Jiang Qiu lay on the floor, having had a fair share of drinks that evening and feeling weary. "All right then." Chu Yangzi bit her lip. Though she was eager about getting the marriage certificate, she felt sympathy for Jiang Qiu's fatigue. "Senior, you should sleep too. I'll turn off the lights." After saying this, Jiang Qiu took out his phone and, with a few taps, turned off all the lights. This smart home system was incredibly convenient, allowing him to control everything with just his phone. Once the lights were off, darkness enveloped the room. Jiang Qiu turned over, the drowsiness overtaking him. Despite lying on the floor, it did not hinder his ability to sleep. On the other hand, Chu Yangzi was consumed by her thoughts. Unable to rest, she was too exhilarated. The events she had only ever dreamt of were now unfolding in reality. Although Jiang Qiu slept on the floor, they were in the same room, which surely counted as having slept together, right? Lying on the bed, she gently caressed the sheets and blankets, all having been touched by Jiang Qiu. She felt no aversion. If it had been anyone else, she wouldn't have been able to bear it. If Li Lingling saw this, she would undoubtedly criticize her for her double standards. Yet, Chu Yangzi was unconcerned. How could she resent the belongings of her husband? Clutching Jiang Qiu's blanket, she rolled around on the bed in excitement. Before long, she had bundled the blanket around herself, squeezing it with her legs. It felt as if she were embracing Jiang Qiu himself. Suddenly, a warm sensation flowed from her heart, manifesting as a soft, white cloud. In the darkened room, Chu Yangzi's face turned crimson. How embarrassing. She had gotten carried away in her excitement. Fortunately, no one had noticed. But was this a bit strange? Chu Yangzi felt a twinge of anxiety. How could her reaction be so strong from simply clutching Jiang Qiu's blanket? "Darling, are you asleep?" No response. Chu Yangzi quietly rose from her bed and carefully crawled down, intending to sleep beside Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu had already drifted into slumber, but as he turned over, he suddenly became aware of a sound beside him. He opened his eyes and caught sight of the sneaky Chu Yangzi. Caught again. Chu Yangzi felt a twinge of guilt. "I'm sorry. I was just going to the bathroom and thought I'd check on you along the way." Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. That excuse was utterly implausible, for the bathroom was certainly not in that direction. "Senior, we had an agreement," Jiang Qiu continued. "You stay up there and I stay down here. No lying, okay?" "Uh-huh. Only puppies tell lies." Chu Yangzi nodded eagerly and inched closer to Jiang Qiu. What was going on? Jiang Qiu was puzzled. She just claimed that only puppies tell lies. Yet she was crawling towards him. Woof woof. Chu Yangzi suddenly barked twice. Since she had already declared that only puppies lie, why not join in the fun? As long as she could sleep next to Jiang Qiu, she was willing to be anything. It was merely a role-playing game, if Jiang Qiu enjoyed it. She had plenty of tricks up her sleeve. Ahem. In the dead of night, Jiang Qiu felt a flutter in his heart. However, he quickly composed himself. The more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she could be. He mustn't fall in her trap so easily. Can I come over? Chu Yangzi inquired. Her anticipation palpable as she pressed closer. Bathed in moonlight, she admired Jiang Qiu's eyes, which were still as captivating as ever. If you come over, I'll tie you up, Jiang Qiu warned, glancing around before retrieving a black leather belt from the drawer. Can't we use something else? What? Chu Yangzi exclaimed. Getting hit with a belt would hurt. Jiang Qiu was bewildered. He merely sought to find something to bind her, not to strike her. At that moment, Chu Yangzi felt a rush of shyness. She had once watched a risque film with Li Lingling, where the male protagonist used a belt, and the female lead cried out in agony. Yet if Jiang Qiu liked it, she could endure it. A flood of images flashed through Chu Yangzi's mind. Senior, what I meant was, you should go back to sleep on the bed. Jiang Qiu shook his head. He could never actually use the belt that way. That would be too barbaric. Be good, or I'll get angry. Hearing this, Chu Yangzi bit her lip, reluctantly lying back down. In this world, only Jiang Qiu could make her so compliant. All right, let's sleep. Jiang Qiu smiled, moving to the side of the bed to tuck Chu Yangzi in. After all the commotion, both were exhausted. Normally, Chu Yangzi might have struggled to fall asleep, but with Jiang Qiu beside her, she quickly drifted off. The next morning, Chu Yangzi opened her eyes to find the sky still dark. She glanced at the time. It was already 6:38 a.m. Typically, she would have been out for breakfast, rarely finding time to cook for herself. But now, with the man she adored lying beside her, she was willing to prepare a breakfast for Jiang Qiu. With this thought in mind, Chu Yangzi climbed out of bed and looked at him as he slept. For some reason, having Jiang Qiu nearby brought her an unparalleled sense of peace. Quietly slipping out of bed, she took out her phone and snapped a few pictures of herself with Jiang Qiu. From this angle, it appeared as if they had slept together. If this photo were to be shared, it would surely garner quite the reaction, she mused. The mere thought of having this picture seemed to validate that Jiang Qiu was hers. Such a trivial trick, one that even a young girl wouldn't be fooled by, brought Chu Yangzi immense joy. After capturing the moment, she carefully exited the bedroom, ready to prepare breakfast. In truth, Chu Yangzi had little cooking experience, but today felt special. She was determined to try. For the one she cherished, she was willing to undertake tasks she had never attempted before. As she descended the stairs, she spotted her father, Chu Kuo-ei, attempting to leave quietly. He had only recently awakened, having fallen asleep in the guest room on the first floor. At least he had made it to a bed, confirming that he had not been left slumped over the dining table. He considered himself fortunate. Chu Kuo-ei was self-aware enough to have prepared for the worst, knowing his daughter might not care for him. He surmised that Jiang Qiu had helped him inside, worried that the floor might be too cold. Grateful for a son-in-law like Jiang Qiu, he reflected on his actions from the previous night. Had he not said something to the effect of, "Don't call me uncle, just call me brother"? Oh no. Chu Kuo-ei smacked his forehead. The relationship dynamics were all tangled up. He had stumbled upon such a wonderful son-in-law, and he feared he might have scared him off with his words. Realizing this, he quickly regained his composure. Facing his daughter seemed too daunting, so he decided to make a hasty exit. After dressing, he intended to sneak away, but just as he was about to step out, he ran into his daughter coming down the stairs. "Dad, what are you doing?" Chu Yangzi could not help but ask. In her previous demeanor, she would never have shown such concern for her father. However, with Jiang Qiu now in her life, she was gradually changing. "Oh, I have a few things to take care of. I'll be off," Chu Kuo-ei replied. On the other hand, he felt a pang of guilt about the previous night's conversation. Just as he turned to leave, Chu Yangzi called out, "How about having breakfast together before you go?" Her tone was somewhat indifferent, yet she could not suppress her desire to keep him around. After all, preparing breakfast for Jiang Qiu would be easier with her father's assistance. At this moment, Chu Kuo-ei remained oblivious to his daughter's true intentions, genuinely believing she had matured and learned to care for him. "All right, let's have breakfast then," he replied, turning back with a bright smile. "So, what should we have for breakfast?" Chu Yangzi entered the kitchen, utterly unsure of how to proceed. "You go relax. I'll whip something up for you," Chu Kuo-ei declared enthusiastically, taking pride in cooking breakfast for his daughter and son-in-law. However, after a quick survey of the kitchen, he realized there were hardly any ingredients. Though the fridge contained some convenience foods, he felt it would be inappropriate to settle for that. With this in mind, he suggested, "How about I order takeout?" "Sounds good." Chu Yangzi nodded, having not held out much hope for her father's culinary skills. So what does Jiang Qiu usually like to eat? In the past, Chu Kuo-ei would simply order whatever he felt like without considering his daughter's preferences. Even when she was home, he seldom asked what she wanted. Yet now, with a son-in-law in the picture, it was only right to be mindful of his likes. Chu Yangzi was momentarily taken aback. Her father was actually showing concern. She recalled that throughout her childhood, he had never asked her what she enjoyed eating. Although their family was well off, she had never experienced the warmth of being cared for. Meals had always been decided by her father, and she followed suit. But now what was she hearing? Chu Yangzi could hardly believe it, feeling a flicker of jealousy. Who is this man, really? Given that you drank so much last night, perhaps something light for breakfast would be best, she suggested. How about ordering congee from the nearby place, and some side dishes? Sure. Has Jiang Qiu woken up yet? Chu Kuo-ei pondered, concerned that if they ordered too early, the food might be cold by the time Jiang Qiu awoke. Keep your voice down. Chu Yangzi gestured for silence. What is the matter with my father? Why is he speaking so loudly? I hope he doesn't wake Jiang Qiu. Oh, very well. Chu Kuo-ei glanced at his daughter, unusually refraining from retorting. In the past, if Chu Yangzi were to sleep in, he would certainly rouse her. After all, it is a good habit for the young to rise early. However, when it comes to Jiang Qiu, let him slumber a while longer. He hasn't awakened yet, so let him rest. After all, he bore the burden of carrying you to the bedroom last night after your late-night revelry. That must have been quite taxing. Chu Yangzi's voice was soft, yet it brimmed with uncontainable concern. Indeed, I concur. Chu Kuo-ei nodded, then suddenly inquired, wait, how do you know he hasn't awakened? Truly, a seasoned businessman, he immediately discerned the critical issue at hand. Last night, having indulged excessively, he wondered what might have transpired between the two youngsters. The thought made him slightly anxious. If something had indeed occurred, then how splendid it would be. He had no intention of returning today, so he might as well settle the matter. Oh, I shared a room with him last night. Chu Yangzi's cheeks flushed, feeling a tad constrained in her father's presence. Really? Chu Kuo-ei's excitement was palpable upon hearing this revelation. Wasn't this the resolution to his daughter's lifelong affair? Well then, he must be quite fatigued. Let him sleep a while longer. Chu Kuo-ei declared. He held Jiang Qiu in high regard, devoid of the sentiments other fathers often felt when meeting their prospective sons-in-law, as if their cherished daughters were being led astray. Observing her father's expression, Chu Yangzi realized he must have misunderstood. Although she had shared a room with Jiang Qiu, nothing had truly happened. Why was her father unlike the anxious characters depicted on television? Instead of urgency, he seemed more impatient than she was. Oh well, regardless, he is still my dad. Chu Yangzi shook her head and ascended the stairs. Chapter 122. The father-in-law's growing satisfaction with his son-in-law. As she reached the second floor, Jiang Qiu emerged from his room. Good morning, he greeted. Chu Yangzi approached him, suggesting, since you stayed up late last night, why not sleep a little longer? No, it's already bright outside. Jiang Qiu yawned and continued, besides, your uncle is already up. It wouldn't be proper for me to sleep in. Not at all, don't mind him. Chu Yangzi gritted her teeth, blaming her father's loud voice for waking Jiang Qiu. That simply won't do. We should head downstairs. Jiang Qiu was unconcerned and instead took her hand, guiding her downstairs. In the living room, Chu Kuo-ei sat on the sofa, intently focused on his phone. He had opened the Meituan app, diligently selecting breakfast. After all, it was for his son-in-law. It had to be the finest selection. Uncle, good morning. Jiang Qiu initiated the greeting. Oh, good morning, Chu Kuo-ei replied, evidently still adjusting to the change. It had been years since their home had been so lively. Watching his daughter and Jiang Qiu together, they truly complemented each other beautifully. I'll just order clay pot porridge and some snacks. Take a look and see if there is anything else you'd like, Chu Kuo-ei offered, passing his phone. Order whatever you like. Don't worry about your uncle's budget. Dad, it's just breakfast. It's not as if you're being exceptionally generous. Chu Yangzi couldn't help but interject. Ahem, I didn't mean it that way, Chu Kuo-ei said, feeling slightly embarrassed and unable to refrain from explaining. It's fine, uncle. I'm content with a light meal. Jiang Qiu smiled, unable to resist his host's enthusiasm, accepting the phone. He glanced at the cart, noticing a substantial order already placed, and decided to add a basket of soup dumplings. Ultimately, Chu Kuo-ei handled the payment, totaling over 500 yuan. Uncle, would you like a glass of water? Jiang Qiu asked, heading to the kitchen to pour 3 glasses. Yes, thank you. Chu Kuo-ei took a glass and gulped it down. After last night's excess, his throat was parched. Is there more? I'd like another glass. Of course, having drunk so much last night, you must be feeling quite uncomfortable, Jiang Qiu remarked while pouring more water. I'm fine. I can still drink, Chu Kuo-ei asserted, stubbornly refusing to admit his overindulgence. particularly in front of his children. The old-fashioned notion of admitting to drinking too much felt utterly shameful. After all, he wouldn't concede, and they could hardly call him out on it, could they? You certainly drank quite a bit last night. I might as well start calling you brother, Jiang Qiu chuckled, playfully teasing him. Ha! At that moment, Chu Yangzi, who had been silent, burst into laughter at this comment. It was a rare sight to see her father at a disadvantage. Ahem. Chu Kuei straightened his face, his tone a bit stiff. Well, I did indeed drink quite a lot. I apologize for any trouble caused. He was not accustomed to joking without alcohol, and the previous night's events had been rather awkward for him, thus his slightly serious demeanor. However, this was merely his speaking style, devoid of true anger. It's no trouble at all, Jiang Qiu replied with a smile. You should be more relaxed after drinking. Oh, is that so? Chu Kuei pondered, attempting to appear more natural. He had always thought it challenging to bond with his daughter. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Qiu's presence had opened a door. Though he had been teased, witnessing the joy of the young couple warmed his heart. He looked at Jiang Qiu and couldn't help but ask, how about we have another drink next time? Sure. Jiang Qiu nodded. But let us avoid such strong liquor next time. I fear it might complicate our relationship. Ahem, agreed. Chu Kuei coughed lightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi observed her father and Jiang Qiu, for the first time feeling that family gatherings were truly delightful. 20 minutes later, the delivery arrived. The breakfast spread included exquisite shrimp, clay pot porridge, Cantonese-style sausage, Nangxiang soup dumplings, delicate stir-fried lettuce, and brown sugar tofu pudding. Chu Yangzi glanced at the receipt, realizing today's breakfast was rather extravagant. Her father was typically frugal, his meals quite simple. Yet today, over 500 yuan for breakfast seemed a tad excessive, didn't it? Come, let us enjoy a simple meal. Chu Kuei opened the packaging and proactively handed Jiang Qiu chopsticks. Thank you, uncle. This breakfast is splendid. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but express admiration, noting the difference of dining in a wealthy household. Actually, my dad isn't usually like this, Chu Yangzi remarked, looking at Jiang Qiu. If it were just me at home, I wouldn't receive such treatment. Is that so? Then I shall ensure to toast your uncle with a few more glasses next time, Jiang Qiu replied with a grin. Please, no need for that. It's just a minor affair. Chu Kuei hurriedly waved his hand. Truth be told, after last night's experience, he had realized Jiang Qiu's drinking prowess. Feeling a bit lightheaded, he quickly shifted the topic. So how does it taste? Jiang Qiu picked up a soup dumpling, took a bite, and exclaimed, truly delightful. Chu Kuei nodded, mentally noting the restaurant's reputation for good dumplings, especially since his son-in-law enjoyed them. Xiaoxi, you should eat as well, he directed toward his daughter. Noting that such interactions between them had been rare. Though they were still adjusting, at least they could converse now. All these changes were thanks to Jiang Qiu. Reflecting on this, Chu Kuei cast another appreciative glance at Jiang Qiu. This son-in-law was indeed commendable. He increasingly believed that his daughter's choice in partner was the best decision she could have made. The meal was harmonious among the three. Afterward, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi tidied up together. Chu Kuei joined to assist, and with more hands, the table was cleared in no time. I have matters to attend to at the company, so I'll take my leave, Chu Kuei announced. Then we shan't keep you. Let us drink together next time. Jiang Qiu replied with a smile. Agreed. Chung Kuei nodded and, holding his phone, suggested, shall we add each other on WeChat? Sounds good, Jiang Qiu responded. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Jiang Qiu also shared her phone number. Chung Kuei felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Well, I shall take my leave, he declared, picking up the garbage bag and departing from the villa. The joy of witnessing his daughter finding a commendable partner, sharing meals and drinks together, filled him with contentment. Moreover, lingering any longer would only cast him in the role of an unwelcome third wheel. Humming a cheerful tune, he strolled leisurely out the door. Outside, Li Shifu had been waiting for quite some time. Boss, it seems you are in remarkably high spirits today, he remarked. Indeed, Xiaoxi has found herself a boyfriend. Chung Kuei replied, his delight evident as he began to boast to his old friend. Chapter 123. What is it like to have a wealthy father-in-law? Really? That is truly wonderful, Li Shifu exclaimed, pleased. Having known Chung Kuei for many years, he had watched Chu Yangzi grow up and naturally wished for her to find a worthy partner. What was he like? Li Shifu inquired further. Quite good indeed, Chung Kuei answered without hesitation. Boss, it's the first time I've seen you hold such a high opinion of a young man, Li Shifu chuckled. As for selecting a son-in-law, my standards are not particularly high. As long as Xiaoxi is happy, that suffices. Reflecting on his recent interactions, Chung Kuei continued, after conversing with him yesterday. I realized this young fellow could indeed enhance my relationship with Xiaoxi, which brings me immense satisfaction. Hearing this, Li Shifu nodded knowingly. He was aware of the strained relationship between the father and daughter over the years, but it seemed that this individual's presence had begun to thaw the ice between them. Boss, the young man's name is Jiang Qiu, isn't it? Li Shifu suddenly asked. How'd you know? Cheng Kuo-ei inquired, intrigued. Last night I asked Lingling, and she shared some details about Jiang Qiu with me, Li Shifu explained. Cheng Kuo-ei's interest piqued. Oh? What did Lingling say? Jiang Qiu is quite impressive. He is 3 years younger than Miss, yet he already owns his own company and purchased this villa with his own means, Li Shifu elaborated. Cheng Kuo-ei found this hard to believe. To be frank, it is rare to see someone so young achieve such success. Initially, he had planned to leverage his financial resources to ensure Jiang Qiu became his son-in-law, but now that plan seemed futile. It turned out Jiang Qiu was financially secure and had his own career, truly an ideal son-in-law. Most importantly, Miss is quite fond of him, Li Shifu added. I heard from Lingling that their current dynamic appears to be Miss pursuing Jiang Qiu, though Jiang Qiu has yet to agree. That cannot be. Cheng Kuo-ei suddenly felt anxious. From what I observed last night, they seem to have spent the night together. There are two possibilities, Li Shifu analyzed. One is that Lingling's information is delayed. The other is that Miss might be deceiving you. That is possible, Cheng Kuo-ei pondered. It seemed the two had yet to reach the final step in their relationship. Despite his age, as someone with experience, he understood the signs. When a couple reaches that level, their bodies unconsciously draw near. However, there had still been a certain distance between Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi last night. It appears, then, that my daughter may still be pursuing Jiang Qiu, but he has not yet consented? Panic began to swell within Cheng Kuo-ei. This seemingly perfect son-in-law appeared less stable than he had hoped. Shouldn't I do something? He mused. Having finally found a satisfactory son-in-law, he could not bear the thought of losing this opportunity. Old Li, please convey to Lingling that she must keep me updated on any developments, Cheng Kuo-ei added, and if possible, encourage Xiaoxi and Jiang Qiu to spend more time together, so they can solidify their bond. Certainly, no problem, Li Shifu chuckled, sensing his boss's genuine urgency. It was no wonder, given Jiang Qiu's remarkable qualities. Achieving such success at a young age is indeed rare, even among the elite. You could also lend a hand in this matter. How so? Pray tell. Cheng Kuo-ei replied. Simply treat Jiang Qiu well, Li Shifu suggested. Specifics, please, Cheng Kuo-ei prompted. Perhaps give him some financial support? But Jiang Qiu does not lack for money. Cheng Kuo-ei shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Typically, a father-in-law would hope for a wealthy son-in-law. However, for Cheng Kuo-ei, it was quite the opposite. He wished Jiang Qiu were more ordinary. As long as he treated his daughter well, monetary matters were of little concern. Even if Jiang Qiu is financially stable, you should still show your goodwill. It reflects your intentions, Li Shifu advised. Absolutely, a son-in-law should be well supported. Cheng Kuo-ei nodded, resolved to take swift action. Having just added Jiang Qiu on WeChat, it was now convenient to reach out. He pulled out his phone and promptly transferred 200,000 yuan. Accompanying the transaction, he sent a message. Thank you for your efforts. This is for last night's meal. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu was in the midst of his morning routine. Upon seeing the notification, he couldn't help but chuckle. Although he had indeed ordered a considerable amount of takeout the previous evening, it hardly warranted such a grand sum. What is it like to have a wealthy father-in-law? Jiang Qiu thought about posting a question online, humorously adding, waiting for a response, quite urgent. You are too kind. Hosting me for dinner is sufficient. No need to transfer money, Jiang Qiu replied. That simply cannot be. Fair is fair, Cheng Kuo-ei insisted. When dining with elders, one cannot let you spend. Keep it for buying something nice, and if it's not enough, just let me know. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but laugh at this. He handed his phone to Chu Yangzi, inviting her to read the exchange. Just accept the money my dad sent you. Chu Yangzi's face flushed slightly. It seemed her father was indeed on the same page, intending to launch a financial charm offensive. If only Jiang Qiu weren't already well off. She would have felt compelled to give her father a thumbs up. All right then, I'll use this money to buy you some nice things, Jiang Qiu said with a grin. No need, just spend it freely. There is no need to save for my dad. Chu Yangzi quickly accepted the funds on Jiang Qiu's behalf and sent her father an OK emoji. He received the money. Jiang Qiu has accepted it. Inside the car, Cheng Kuo-ei felt a surge of excitement. Initially anxious about Jiang Qiu's potential refusal to accept the money, he was relieved by the acceptance. This indicated that everything was progressing in a positive direction. Perfect. Cheng Kuo-ei gazed out the window, striving to calm his exhilarated heart. Li Shifu drove quietly, saying little else. After about 10 minutes, Cheng Kuo-ei mused. Jiang Qiu truly is remarkable. He has helped me articulate many thoughts I hadn't shared with Xiaoxi in ages. Things will improve. You should encourage them to marry soon, Li Shifu joked. What a splendid idea. Chung Kuo-ei replied, once more gazing out the window, as if life had taken on a renewed significance. Chapter 124, A Conscientious Enterprise. Utilizing stock trends. Once Jiang Qiu finished his morning routine, he discovered a deposit of 200,000 yuan in his WeChat wallet. With no alternative, he felt compelled to accept the generous offer. Darling, will you treat me well from now on? Chu Yangzi had grown bolder, emboldened by her father's approval of Jiang Qiu, leaving her without any lingering worries. Certainly, even if her father were to oppose her, she would unhesitatingly cast aside his objections in favor of Jiang Qiu. Yet, who would willingly seek discomfort if they could attain the blessings of their family? After an eventful night, Chu Yangzi had grown even more attached to Jiang Qiu. Seizing a moment when Jiang Qiu was distracted, she stealthily brought all her belongings into his room. From now on, she intended to share her nights with Jiang Qiu. At 8:30 in the morning, Secretary Zhang Yetong's car arrived downstairs. President Chu, it's time to depart, she messaged Chu Yangzi. Understood, came Chu Yangzi's prompt reply as she turned to Jiang Qiu. Darling, I must head to work. Please stay at home and wait for my return this evening. You're going to work? Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment. If it's on the way, you could take me along. Absolutely. We are headed in the same direction. Chu Yangzi suddenly stepped forward, standing on her toes to plant a kiss on Jiang Qiu's lips. Let us go, darling. Jiang Qiu did not refuse and followed her out, settling into Chu Yangzi's car. He planned to visit the company today, as he had not been involved in its operations since the last time. Though he felt reassured, it was still necessary to make an occasional appearance. Moreover, if he recalled correctly, he still had a stock information card that had yet to be utilized. By 8:50, they arrived at the Company S building. The two exited the car and made their way to the elevator. Chu Yangzi pressed the button for the 28th floor, while Jiang Qiu selected the 25th, due to the crowd in the elevator. Chu Yangzi was unable to kiss Jiang Qiu again, opting instead to quietly grasp his hand. This could certainly be considered a subtle gesture of affection between couples. Jiang Qiu did not withdraw his hand. For reasons unknown, ever since meeting Chu Yangzi's father the previous day, he felt a tinge of guilt. After all, sharing a room with their daughter and receiving a sum of 200,000 yuan. Was such fortune truly possible? Upon reaching the company, Jiang Qiu took a brief tour before returning to his office. With highly qualified management personnel matched by the system, the entire company operated seamlessly. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Lei arrived with the financial report to update Jiang Qiu. Boss, the company has attracted a total of 1 billion yuan in funds. Based on the varying needs of our clients, we have invested in stocks, funds, futures, and other financial products. Zhang Lei continued. Currently, our overall yield is approximately 13, exceeding previous expectations. Excellent. Keep up the good work. Jiang Qiu glanced at the report, noting the diverse financial products, each with varying gains and losses. I did some research on the stock market yesterday. Jiang Qiu opened his computer and inquired, which stocks is the company currently optimistic about? Please enlighten me. Certainly. Zhang Lei readily complied with his boss's request. Last night, we held an analysis meeting, and we believe that the medical sector has substantial growth potential in the near future. The stock we're most optimistic about is Northeast Pharmaceuticals. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Jiang Qiu opened the stock market application and searched for Northeast Pharmaceuticals. Recently, there has been a nationwide shortage of medicine, with many brands taking advantage of the situation to inflate prices and profit from the crisis, Zhang Lei explained. However, Northeast Pharmaceuticals has not raised its prices. Instead, they've been working overtime to produce medicine, alleviating the shortage faced by countless citizens. Their fever-reducing medication, priced at only 2 yuan for 20 pills, has moved many netizens, earning them the title of a truly conscientious enterprise. In the stock market, it is often said that many hands make light work. I believe that when a market opens, this stock will surely soar. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu nodded in agreement. Such a conscientious company certainly deserves success in the stock market. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Northeast Pharmaceuticals was not merely a speculative entity. While some might question whether such an inexpensive fever-reducing medicine could genuinely be effective, the truth was that their product was on par with any other comparable offering. It was increasingly rare to encounter such a principled business today. As the saying goes, one may doubt the profitability of Northeast Enterprises, but one should never question their integrity. With a company that had maintained its prices for half a century, what more could one ask for? Nevertheless, Jiang Qiu opted to utilize the stock information card for added assurance. Ding! Northeast Pharmaceuticals will experience consecutive gains in the next 3 days. Jiang Qiu had used a basic stock information card, thus only able to view 3 days' worth of stock trends. Yet, this was sufficient for him. Manager Zhang, I want you to consolidate all available funds and invest heavily in Northeast Pharmaceuticals, Jiang Qiu commanded. Understood, boss. I will proceed immediately, Zhang Lei affirmed, nodding. His loyalty was unwavering, and he dutifully executed Jiang Qiu's commands, which pleased Jiang Qiu immensely, prompting him to internally marvel at the system's effectiveness. On the 28th floor, in her office, Chu Yangzi sat at her desk, lost in thought. Before her lay a photograph of herself and Jiang Qiu, one she had secretly taken while he was asleep. Now, she had it printed and framed, intending to place it on her desk. This way, she could gaze upon Jiang Qiu at any moment. Chu Yangzi felt satisfied, and her work efficiency improved significantly throughout the morning. Chapter 125, Going Up for a Meal, Only to be Stolen a Kiss? At 11:30, Jiang Qiu arrived on the 28th floor. This morning, Chu Yangzi had messaged him, saying she ordered double portions for lunch and invited him to join her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu readily agreed. After all, he had finished his work for the day and could take a moment to enjoy a meal and relax. It must be said that Chu Yangzi's office was quite spacious, making it very comfortable for a quick nap during lunch. All done. Chu Yangzi paused her work the moment Jiang Qiu entered. Yes, and you? Jiang Qiu surveyed the room and responded, if you're not finished, please continue. I can wait a moment. No, I'm done. Chu Yangzi couldn't bear to keep her husband waiting. Even if she had unfinished tasks, she stood and approached the dining table, where a lavish lunch had already been prepared, clearly of considerable expense. Crab meat lion's head, braised pork with dried bamboo shoots, osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root, and a serving of mixed grain rice, complemented by a fruit salad. The two sat down and began to indulge in the feast. Jiang Qiu took out his phone, selecting a video to accompany their meal. He randomly chose a variety show, positioning his phone horizontally on the table between them. Eating while watching such a program was truly delightful. Initially, Chu Yangzi had been reluctant to watch. To clarify, it wasn't that she didn't want to. Rather, she simply had no time. In the absence of Jiang Qiu, she would often be reviewing company contracts even during meals, consumed by work. However, now she had truly transformed, even her lifestyle habits aligning more closely with Jiang Qiu's. Yet this change felt quite pleasant. At least Chu Yangzi felt genuinely happy. Sharing meals, commuting together, and watching variety shows. This was the essence of daily life, wasn't it? Occasionally, Chu Yangzi would glance up at Jiang Qiu, her eyes filled with profound affection. Being with Jiang Qiu brought her immense joy. Darling, open your mouth, Chu Yangzi suddenly exclaimed, eagerly offering him a piece of meat. Huh? What are you doing? Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Chu Yangzi. I'm feeding you. Hurry. Open wide, she smiled. Jiang Qiu raised his hand, speaking bluntly. I have hands. I can serve myself. No, I want to feed you. Couples feed each other. That is how it's portrayed on TV. Chu Yangzi pouted, becoming a tad possessive. In other matters, she would absolutely defer to Jiang Qiu, but in this instance, she was resolute. However, in the realm of indulging her partner, she felt she ought to take a more proactive approach. On the other hand, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Yangzi was delightful in every way, yet at times, her spontaneous displays of affection caught one off guard. Nevertheless, upon seeing the expectant gaze of Chu Yangzi, he opened his mouth and accepted the morsel of meat she offered. Such a good boy. A satisfied smile graced Chu Yangzi's lips as she reached out her petite hand to gently tousle Jiang Qiu's hair. For reasons unknown, being with Jiang Qiu was always amusing. No matter the time, by the time they finished their meal, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. After tidying up, Jiang Qiu comfortably reclined on the sofa, tuning into a live broadcast of a League of Legends match. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi returned to her desk, resuming her work. Jiang Qiu, wearing headphones, remained silent. After watching the live stream, he formed his own team and dove into a chaotic gaming session. After a couple of rounds, he began to feel fatigued. The sofa was simply too comfortable. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. At that moment, Secretary Zhang Yatong entered, just as she was about to report on the afternoon's tasks. She noticed Chu Yangzi signaling her to be silent. Zhang Yatong promptly covered her mouth and glanced at the sofa. It was well known that typically, anyone entering Chu's office did so with trepidation. The mere thought of sitting there, let alone sleeping, sent chills down their spines. Only Jiang Qiu could be so at ease in Chu's office. As Chu Yangzi's secretary, Zhang Yatong was acutely aware of their relationship. It seemed her boss was the one pursuing him. With that thought, she quickly shook her head, filtering out knowledge that was not hers to possess. As a secretary, she maintained her professionalism. At this moment, Chu Yangzi was blissfully unaware of the multitude of thoughts swirling in her secretary's mind. Of course, even if she were aware, she would not be concerned. Receiving the forms from Zhang Yatong, Chu Yangzi meticulously reviewed them, swiftly making corrections and signaling her to distribute them to the various departments. She had a meeting to attend that afternoon, which meant she could no longer linger in the office with Jiang Qiu. Standing up, she approached Jiang Qiu and draped her blazer over him. From her vantage point, she could clearly see his profile, truly handsome. Chu Yangzi then picked up her phone and snapped a beautiful selfie of the two of them, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. Jiang Qiu's brow twitched, but he did not awaken, still weary from gaming. Chu Yangzi chuckled softly before heading to the meeting room. The afternoon meeting lasted about an hour. The department heads were somewhat disoriented. Traditionally, Chu Yangzi favored a brainstorming format where everyone could voice their thoughts freely, often leading to protracted discussions. However, today was merely a straightforward PowerPoint presentation. Uncharacteristically, she refrained from criticizing anyone and allowed minimal commentary. After the meeting concluded, the leaders speculated on Chu's unusually pleasant demeanor. Could it be that last quarter's profits had doubled? Surely, such a modest sum wouldn't elicit such joy from Chu? Regardless, they were grateful not to have been reprimanded. Perhaps it was an opportune moment to request reimbursement? Little did they know, the real reason for Chu Yangzi's haste to conclude the meeting was simply to spend more time with Jiang Qiu. Even watching him sleep uplifted her spirits immensely. If someone were to unwittingly disturb Jiang Qiu's rest with reimbursement inquiries, the consequences would surely be dire. Chapter 126. Support for my husband's company. At the entrance of Chu Yangzi's office, Secretary Zhang Yutong had been intercepting visitors. None were permitted to enter the chairman's office. Jiang Qiu had slept soundly, and upon awakening, found it was already 3 in the afternoon. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Chu Yangzi seated beside him, her legs crossed, her fair feet swaying gently, her hair cascading down the side. She was truly beautiful. To get a closer look at him while he slept, Chu Yangzi had taken a seat next to him. What time is it? I seem to have slept for quite a while, Jiang Qiu said as he stood and stretched. It's nearly 3, but that's all right. If you're tired, feel free to sleep a bit longer, Chu Yangzi replied, gazing at him. Have I really slept for so long? Jiang Qiu wiped his mouth, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Chairwoman, you didn't sneak a kiss while I was asleep, did you? I didn't. Chu Yangzi replied, somewhat flustered. She had indeed been overly excited earlier, intending just a gentle peck, but Jiang Qiu's allure had led her to linger longer than planned. Still trying to deny it? There's lipstick on my lips, Jiang Qiu remarked, licking his lips, clearly tasting the familiar flavor of Chu Yangzi's favorite lipstick. Wait, how did he know that so well? He slapped his forehead, realizing that such habits become familiar over time. Husband, don't move. Let me clean that off for you. Chu Yangzi leaned in, extending her tongue to wipe away the lipstick mark. Afterward, she felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. Cough. Well, thank you, Jiang Qiu said, unable to suppress a smile at her unique method of cleaning. It felt rather delightful. You carry on. I'll head back for now. Jiang Qiu had already settled his business in the morning and saw no reason to return to the office. He feared his presence might interrupt Chu Yangzi's work, so he decided to leave. Don't go. I want you to stay with me for a while, Chu Yangzi said with a pitiful look. Jiang Qiu frowned slightly. Want tea that interfere with your work? No, just sit quietly, she replied eagerly. After I finish, we can head home together. All right then, you get back to work. Jiang Qiu nodded, as he was merely playing on his phone, and it didn't matter where. Chu Yangzi beamed as she returned to her desk to begin reviewing documents. At that moment, Zhang Yutong entered, and upon noticing Jiang Qiu was awake, inquired if she should allow the visitors from outside in. Yes, let them in, Chu Yangzi nodded, regaining her composed, aloof corporate demeanor. Subsequently, several managers from the company entered her office. Some were seeking reimbursements, others reporting on their current tasks, and a few required the chairman's signature. Given the spacious office and the sofa's partition, no one noticed Jiang Qiu's presence. Even if they had, none would dare to speak out. Within the company, Chu Yangzi held absolute authority. Today, her good mood rendered her particularly amiable toward her subordinates. Old Joe, let me tell you, our chairwoman has truly changed. She has become so much gentler now. I'll believe it when I see it. After 3 years here, I almost fell for that. Absolutely true. Go on, give it a try. The department managers engaged in enthusiastic discussions. Nonetheless, overall, everyone remained cautious, despite Chu Yangzi's pleasant mood. None dared to overstep their bounds. At this moment, a manager named Zhou Chengwei from the investment department approached the chairman's office. He had initially hesitated to come, but upon hearing that Chu Yangzi was in good spirits, he steeled himself, bringing along the latest investment report in hopes of skirting by. Recently, the performance of the investment department had been dismal. Many projects that had initially seemed promising had ended in failure, particularly in the realm of financial investments, which had hit a low point. What is going on? Zhou Chengwei, do you no longer wish to manage the investment department? Upon perusing the report, Chu Yangzi slammed her hand on the table. I deeply apologize, President Qiu. Zhou Qingwei explained. The recent market is rather bleak, and the financial sector remains tumultuous. I am confident that, given some time, the storm will eventually pass. What do you mean by confident? Chu Yangzi furrowed her brow. If mere belief were sufficient, perhaps you should take my position. At these words, Zhou Qingwei gasped in surprise. Hadn't his colleagues just remarked on President Chu's good spirits? Some even speculated that she might be in a romantic relationship, which had softened her temperament. But what was happening now? All nonsense. President Qiu was still the formidable President Qiu. Today, he had merely laid bare his situation, revised the strategy, and elevate the project evaluation standards, Chu Yangzi stated coldly. And tell me, do you possess any expertise in finance? If not, I suggest we eliminate this segment of the business altogether. I will enhance the management, Zhou Qingwei replied, somewhat at a loss. Indeed, our proficiency in financial investments is lacking. I shall rectify it immediately. Very well, I expect to see results promptly. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Chu Yangzi issued her ultimatum. Understood. I will get on it right away. Zhou Qingwei assented hurriedly before exiting the office. Phew. As soon as he stepped out, he exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that he was drenched with sweat. Inside the office, Chu Yangzi sat at her desk, nervously biting her nails, a habit she indulged in during stressful moments. President Qiu? At that moment, Jiang Qiu approached. Stop biting your nails. They're quite lovely as they are. You'll ruin them, she remarked. All right, I'll heed your advice, Chu Yangzi replied obediently, placing her hands atop the desk. Jiang Qiu inquired, is something troubling you? No, you needn't concern yourself with these matters. I can handle them, Chu Yangzi assured her, her captivating eyes blinking. Just stay by my side. I will tackle any issues. She was reluctant to burden Jiang Qiu with her work-related woes. Why not consider it a chat? Perhaps I could offer you a suggestion, Jiang Qiu suggested, stretching after sitting for too long. Very well. If you wish to listen, I shall share. Chu Yangzi began to recount the recent dismal performance of the investment department, which had suffered several setbacks and incurred significant losses in the financial realm. After hearing her, Jiang Qiu smiled and said, this is quite manageable. Oh, manageable? Chu Yangzi looked puzzled. Indeed. Have you forgotten? My investment company is located downstairs, Jiang Qiu continued. As it happens, I have a project that could bring us profit together. Really? Chu Yangzi's eyes lit up. In truth, she was not overly concerned about the company's performance. She had the overarching strategy under control and believed they would ultimately turn profit. Her earlier outburst was more a form of motivation. However, she was pleasantly surprised that Jiang Qiu was willing to assist. Regardless, she felt compelled to support her husband's endeavors. Chapter 127. Chu Yangzi's intuition? Jiang Qiu was enamored. My company primarily engages in financial investments, and our business performance is commendable, consistently yielding a minimum return of 10% annually. Jiang Qiu beamed with confidence in her company. Darling, you are remarkable. At that moment, Chu Yangzi had transformed into an adoring admirer. To be honest, she was quite astonished that Jiang Qiu had started a business, but since he was passionate about it, she felt it necessary to lend her support. After a moment of thought, she declared, Darling, I wish to entrust our company's funds to you for investment. It is worth noting that the funds of Dui & Company are substantial. Even a fraction of it amounts to billions. By proposing to allocate funds to Jiang Qiu's venture, she was expressing an extraordinary level of trust. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu was unexpectedly touched. While he was confident that his investments would not incur losses, Chu Yangzi was unaware of that fact. In such circumstances, her unconditional trust in him was genuinely remarkable. With such words, I feel quite the pressure, Jiang Qiu shrugged, feigning trepidation. Chu Yangzi rose and walked to Jiang Qiu, cradling his face in her hands. Fear not, I believe in you. With that, she stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his lips. Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow and teased. President Qiu, you're not secretly trying to seduce me, are you? No, this is a reward for you. A reward? I can't help but feel you're the one rewarding yourself. Well, the previous kiss was indeed a reward for myself. Now, I will reward you again. With that, Chu Yangzi kissed Jiang Qiu once more. As the old adage goes, practice makes perfect. Although every kiss made her heart race, she had become much more accustomed to it than before. For Jiang Qiu, the kisses had become a familiar routine. President, as the company's CEO, you must maintain your composure and not be swayed by emotions, Jiang Qiu remarked, grinning at Chu Yangzi. You are my man, and I am willing to spend money on you, even if it results in losses. With a commanding presence, Chu Yangzi lifted Jiang Qiu's chin, asserting, the most crucial aspect is that I trust my instincts. You will undoubtedly succeed. Jiang Qiu felt a surge of warmth from her words. How about this? I can offer you a stock to test the waters first. His reluctance to agree outright stemmed from a desire to consider Chu Yangzi's position. Managing such a large company, she held final decision-making authority over various investments, but must also account for the feelings of her subordinates. As a decision-maker, one must weigh all aspects carefully. If she were to immediately allocate funds to JQ Company, the higher-ups would likely voice strong objections. Given that JQ Company was relatively new and still an unknown entity, should the owner abscond with the funds, they would have nowhere to turn for recourse. Jiang Qiu wished to spare Chu Yangzi any distress. Thus he decided to first showcase JQ Company's capabilities. Are you suggesting we start with a stock to see how accurate your predictions are? Chu Yangzi's eyes brightened at this excellent idea. It would also serve to quell the concerns of the company's executives. Precisely, Jiang Qiu nodded, then took Chu Yangzi's phone to input a stock code into the notes. This stock is set to surge within 3 days. Remember, hold it for no longer than 3 days, then sell it. Understood, Chu Yangzi replied, picking up her phone to call the investment department. She relayed Jiang Qiu's instructions to manager Zhou Qingwei. On the other end, Zhou Qingwei sounded somewhat bewildered. President Chu, isn't this a bit risky? Chu Yangzi firmly stated, do not concern yourself with the risks. Simply follow my instructions. Very well, I will proceed immediately, Zhou Qingwei acquiesced. After hanging up, Chu Yangzi leaned closer to Jiang Qiu and said, thank you for your assistance, darling. No need for thanks. Just don't blame me if there are losses, Jiang Qiu responded with a smile. Of course I won't blame you, but Chu Yangzi's large eyes sparkled with mischief. If we incur losses, you must promise me one thing. What promise? Jiang Qiu inquired, intrigued. Come with me to register our marriage. Isn't that a bit premature? Why would it be? You are destined to be my man. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu felt his face flush with warmth. I feel as though I've boarded a ship destined for trouble. How about this? The next time I kiss you, you must not shy away. Chu Yangzi proposed with a playful glint. All right, Jiang Qiu agreed, having grown accustomed to her kisses and thus not overly concerned. And wait, there's more. Chu Yangzi, noticing how quickly Jiang Qiu had agreed, suddenly became a bit anxious. Is it possible that my previous conditions were too lenient? This simply won't do. Chu Yangzi, resembling a playful little girl, began to act coy. I have another condition. We must sleep together at night. Her mischievous heart remained unquenched, for if they shared a bed, would it not present her the opportunity to pursue Jiang Qiu? Jiang Qiu firmly declined. That is out of the question, for the sake of my virtue. Chu Yangzi bit her lip and leaned closer to Jiang Qiu's ear, whispering, please, grant me your virtue. Won't you? Ahem. This statement stirred something within Jiang Qiu. Yet he retorted, perhaps you should consider what would happen if we struck it rich. I have given it thought, and if we do make a profit. Chu Yangzi bit her lip and continued, then you must call me wife. Huh? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Why do I feel that regardless of whether we gain or lose, I am the one at a disadvantage? Chapter 128. Another marriage proposal? If not, just agree, there's no loss. At worst, we can marry. When Chu Yangzi gazed at Jiang Qiu, it was through the lens of a devoted girlfriend. No matter how one looked at her boyfriend, he appeared to be the finest. Jiang Qiu, what has gotten into you? Why has the conversation suddenly shifted to marriage? Jiang Qiu found himself bemused. After marriage, our assets will be divided equally. Chu Yangzi stated earnestly, in that case, it won't matter if you profit or lose this time. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but mentally applaud her, even feeling a twinge of admiration. It was well known that Chu Yangzi's wealth was of the highest echelon. Her willingness to share her riches with him was quite a rarity among the affluent. Typically, the wealthy feared that marriage would diminish their fortunes, often opting against it altogether. To put it plainly, they were apprehensive about being deceived, concerned that their assets would be halved post-nuptials. Even worse, some faced the dire consequence of leaving with nothing due to various reasons. Thus, in recent years, the affluent had become wiser. They might marry. Yet, even in the case of strong bond, they would always sign a prenuptial agreement beforehand. Such agreements stipulate that each party retains ownership of their premarital assets and that any debts incurred post-marriage would be settled using the individual's personal property. With such prenuptial agreements in place, the wealthy felt emboldened to marry. Yet, here was Chu Yangzi, not mentioning any prenuptial arrangements, instead proactively suggesting they share their assets equally. Chu, have you considered a prenuptial agreement? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but inquire. What S mine is yours, and what S yours remains yours? Chu Yangzi pondered. So why should we sign a prenuptial agreement? Hearing this, Jiang Qiu had to admit he was touched once more. What was happening? Lately, he found himself easily moved. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but reflect on how his mindset had shifted. However, on the surface, he was still reluctant to admit it. Chu, have some water. Jiang Qiu poured a cup and handed it to her, Drink some warm water. It will help reduce your ramblings. Chu Yangzi gingerly accepted the cup and took a sip. Then, licking her lips while holding the cup, she asked, "So this time, do you have confidence in making money?" "Of course, I'm exceedingly confident." Jiang Qiu nodded and elaborated, "I possess crucial insider information, so you need not worry. We will surely profit this time, given that it's important information. Will there be any risk to you once you disclose it to me?" Chu Yangzi expressed her concern, prioritizing Jiang Qiu's safety over potential profits. "There won't be. You can rest assured," Jiang Qiu replied. His stock information was a reward from the system, thus entirely secure. However, Chu Yangzi remained unaware. "Next time, please refrain from telling me. I don't want you to take risks for my sake." Jiang Qiu scoffed. "Isn't it to help you make money? What if I don't inform you, and you fly into a rage again next time?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi suddenly felt a warmth envelop her. "Are you concerned about me?" Her voice softened unconsciously. "Of course, it's not merely to help you profit. Could it be for love?" After saying this, Jiang Qiu lowered his gaze to his phone. Earlier, he had logged in with the intention of playing a game. Yet at that moment, Chu Yangzi unexpectedly stepped forward and embraced him. I've already begun." Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to push Chu Yangzi away. If he didn't, his teammates would surely scold him. Yet, if he did push her away, would he not appear excessively masculine? Unbeknownst to Chu Yangzi, in that fleeting moment, Jiang Qiu's mind raced with thoughts. Ultimately, he chose not to push her away, not out of fear, but because he felt that even if he did, she would only return to his embrace. So, he resigned himself to the fact that this gaming session would likely result in some reprimands. Chu Yangzi was elated that Jiang Qiu had not rejected her nor shied away. She held him tightly, her fair arms encircling his back. "Jiang Qiu, it's wonderful to have you." Chu Yangzi nuzzled against him, her voice sweet as honey. Jiang Qiu chuckled. "Since you love making money so much, I'll help you earn a bit more. It's no trouble at all." Chu Yangzi looked up, their faces mere centimeters apart. Jiang Qiu could see the brightness in her eyes, reflecting his own image. She gently cradled Jiang Qiu's face, then earnestly inquired, "Why do you want to help me?" Their proximity made Jiang Qiu inexplicably nervous. Was he being flirted with again? Before he could respond, Chu Yangzi leaned in closer. Their noses were almost touching. Jiang Qiu could smell her faint perfume and the warmth of her breath. It was intoxicating. "You like me too, don't you?" Chu Yangzi gazed intently into Jiang Qiu's eyes, speaking earnestly. Jiang Qiu parted his lips, about to reply, when Chu Yangzi playfully interrupted him. "You don't need to speak. Just nod or shake your head." Chu Yangzi continued, "Once you nod, we will get our marriage certificate, and I shall share half of my wealth with you." Her affection for Jiang Qiu was overwhelming. Dividing her assets was merely a form of expressing her feelings. After all, Jiang Qiu was willing to take risks for her sake. This sentiment moved Chu Yangzi deeply, leading her to once again propose to him without restraint. At that moment, Jiang Qiu's heart raced, with their faces so close. He could see the beauty in Chu Yangzi's eyes, her gaze brimming with affection, as if she wished to envelop him entirely. Jiang Qiu was certain that this was the gaze of genuine emotion, undeniably captivating. To be honest, his own perspective had shifted significantly over the past few days, especially after meeting Chu Kuoyi. He suddenly felt that marriage might not be such a daunting prospect after all. Previously, he had been burdened by numerous concerns. However, having met her father, it seemed he had no more excuses to refuse. The only issue was the brevity of their acquaintance. This was unavoidable, as he and Chu Yangzi were not on equal footing. She possessed memories of their past life, recalling their shared moments, while Jiang Qiu remained oblivious. Thus, his hesitations were understandable. Nevertheless, despite his reservations, the allure in Chu Yangzi's eyes was too compelling to resist. Why not just agree? A simple nod would suffice. Wouldn't he? Just as he hesitated, his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 129. A disappointing daughter? The old father-in-law arrives to mediate. As Jiang Qiu was about to nod in agreement, his phone suddenly rang. He turned his head to glance at the incoming call. At that moment, Chu Yangzi leaned in once more, cradling his face with her hands. "You can't look away. You haven't yet answered my question," she declared, biting her lip and gazing at Jiang Qiu with a commanding intensity. Normally, she would never dare to act so boldly, but the significance of the question compelled her to take a stand. Chu Yangzi had resolved that she would not allow Jiang Qiu to dismiss her inquiry. However, before she could further execute her plan, Jiang Qiu's words interrupted her train of thought. "Chu Zong, it's your father calling," he announced. Chu Yangzi paused, momentarily taken aback, before she could no longer resist glancing at the phone. The screen displayed the three prominent characters. Uncle Chu, truly my biological father, And what impeccable timing you have. Chu Yangzi's brow furrowed, her expression icy. Although she wished to prevent Jiang Qiu from answering the call, she ultimately released her grip. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she pondered why her father had to choose this exact moment to call. Yet, she recognized that she could not obstruct her father's communication with Jiang Qiu. Forget it. Let us see what he has to say, she thought. At that moment, Chu Yangzi sulkily perched herself at the office desk, resuming her habit of picking at her nails. Jiang Qiu found her demeanor amusing. He stepped closer, gently taking her small hand before answering the call. Hello, Uncle Chu. Ah. Yes, hello. What are you busy with? I'm with Chu Zong. We'll be home shortly, Jiang Qiu replied cheerfully. I see. You're visiting Xiao Xi's company? Chu Kuo-ei inquired with curiosity. Yes, we happen to be on the same route, Jiang Qiu responded with a smile. Good. Whenever you have some free time, make sure to visit Xiao Xi's company more often, Chu Kuo-ei advised earnestly. Young people should spend more time together to foster their relationship. Hearing these words, an inexplicable warmth spread through Chu Yangzi. Her father was not entirely unreasonable. He was indeed encouraging Jiang Qiu to seek her out more often. I understand, uncle, Jiang Qiu replied, bemused. By the way, Xiao Qiu, after some time, Chu Kuo-ei finally broached the main topic. I heard you have an investment company named Jiang. Is that correct? Yes, that company is indeed mine, Jiang Qiu affirmed with a nod. Is there an issue, uncle? Not at all. I merely wanted to confirm. Chu Kuo-ei replied with a smile. I reviewed your company, and I must say, your executives are top talents in the industry, and your investment portfolio is quite impressive. It seems that profitability is not a concern for the future. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. I just have some idle funds and decided to dabble in investments, Jiang Qiu humbly stated. That's a commendable mindset, Chu Kuo-ei expressed, clearly pleased with Jiang Qiu's attitude. A young person must remain humble in victory and resilient in defeat to sustain long-term success. After all, accumulating wealth in the short term means little if one cannot retain it. With that said, I plan to invest in your investment products, Chu Kuo-ei continued with a smile. Initially, I will invest 1 billion. We can reassess the returns later. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu could not help but marvel at his wealthy father-in-law. Recently, JQ Company had indeed launched numerous investment products and spent considerable resources on advertising to attract clients and boost liquidity. However, the overall subscription results have been mediocre, as it was still a relatively new company that required time to establish itself. Jiang Qiu remained unperturbed, confident in future profits due to the system's assurances. Yet, he sensed that while he was calm, Uncle Chu seemed rather anxious. What was he to do with such a wealthy father-in-law? Jiang Qiu felt an irresistible urge to seek advice from a certain someone. Thank you for your support, uncle, Jiang Qiu expressed sincerely. This was undoubtedly a positive development for him. With Chu Kuo-ei's investment, the growth of his company would undoubtedly accelerate. Don't mention it. We are family. Chu Kuo-ei intended to say we are one family, but upon reflection, he decided to wait until their relationship was more secure before saying so. He harbored no objections towards Jiang Qiu. On the contrary, he was thoroughly satisfied with him and wished to embrace him as family immediately. Unfortunately, his daughter was not as proactive. Thus, to expedite Jiang Qiu's acceptance as his son-in-law, Chu Kuo-ei had to take matters into his own hands. He had considered various strategies, such as frequently transferring money to Jiang Qiu or gifting him a luxury car in a few days. However, these were not sustainable solutions, especially since Jiang Qiu was not in need of money. Ultimately, the idea proposed by Li Shifu was to approach Jiang Qiu's company. Since it was an investment firm, it naturally required investors, particularly for a newly established company like JQ. Timely investments were crucial. Chu Kuo-ei resolved to invest 1 billion as a tangible gesture of support for his son-in-law. After all, when Chu Yangzi had started her business, she too had faced significant financial challenges. Yet Chu Kuo-ei had never intervened, believing that young people should have the courage to forge their paths. However, now it was his son-in-law's turn, and the father-in-law was unabashedly adopting double standards. Not only was he providing financial support, but he also made a call to offer his guidance. Given the quiet atmosphere of the office and the volume of Chu Kuo-ei's voice, Chu Yangzi could hear every word exchanged between them. She was utterly astonished. Was this really her father? Throughout her life, she had never associated him with being someone who cared for others. What could possibly have sparked such fondness for Jiang Qiu and her father? In an instant, Chu Yangzi felt a twinge of jealousy. In the following conversation, Chu Kuo-ei shared valuable insights and experiences about running a company, generously imparting his wisdom as a seasoned entrepreneur. Thank you, uncle. I truly appreciate your guidance. Jiang Qiu conveyed his heartfelt gratitude. Don't mention it, as long as you understand. Chu Kuo-ei seemed to recall something and suddenly asked, "By the way, Xiao Qiu, have you spent the pocket money I gave you last time?" "Not yet, to be honest. I don't usually spend much, as she always insists on paying the bill," Jiang Qiu replied. "Exactly," Chu Kuo-ei stated matter-of-factly. "When you two are together, how can you let him pay?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but glance at Chu Yangzi, realizing how much they resembled each other. "Xiao Qiu, I know you're not short on money, but this is just a small token of my goodwill. You could take Xiaoxi shopping, buy some clothes, a watch, or anything else you like," Chu Kuo-ei earnestly suggested. "Hurry and spend the money, and I will transfer more to you afterward, understood?" The father-in-law had already resolved to pamper his son-in-law. It was worth noting that Chu Kuo-ei was even wealthier than Chu Yangzi. His plan was to transfer several million as pocket money to Jiang Qiu each month. Now that the two young people were living together, there would inevitably be some shared living expenses which could be covered from this fund. Although Jiang Qiu was not in need of money, this accumulation over time would surely cultivate a habit. Ultimately, wouldn't it increase the likelihood of his daughter winning Jiang Qiu's heart? Chu Kuo-ei was deeply invested in his daughter's future and had even contemplated further possibilities. Once they were married, he envisioned passing the company to Jiang Qiu. Currently, the Chu group was managed by professional managers due to Chu Yangzi's reluctance to take the reins, leaving Chu Kuo-ei with no choice. However, with Jiang Qiu, it was a different matter. Who would dare to defy his own son-in-law? He even planned to grant Jiang Qiu some shares in the company. Regardless, it is ultimately the children who will inherit the company sooner or later. Jiang Qiu remained unaware of Chu Kuo-ei's thoughts, yet he was already deeply moved. This father-in-law was exceedingly enthusiastic. Spending money was imperative. He resolved to do his utmost to spend it wisely. Jiang Qiu found himself both amused and exasperated. "All right, your words suffice," he replied. Chu Kuo-ei nodded and added, "Very well, you may continue with your tasks. I shall not disturb you any further." "Uncle, President Chu is right beside me. Would you like to have a brief chat?" Just as Chu Kuo-ei was about to hang up, Jiang Qiu suddenly interjected. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Kuo-ei replied, "Please switch to speaker mode." Jiang Qiu activated the speaker, yet Chu Kuo-ei fell silent. Chu Yangzi, too, remained quiet, her head bowed as if at a loss for words. She had listened intently to Jiang Qiu's earlier conversation with her father. Over the years, she had long since relinquished her estrangement. Yet, human nature often requires a catalyst to shatter the proverbial glass between them. After all, those who have not experienced such estrangement cannot fathom its weight. Jiang Qiu did not press the matter. He merely endeavored to bridge the gap as best he could. After all, they were father and daughter, bound by blood, a connection that could never be severed. Naturally, Jiang Qiu did not expect that his attempts at mediation would yield immediate reconciliation. His role was simply to guide gently from the middle. "Uncle, how have you been feeling lately?" Jiang Qiu ventured topic. Chu Kuo-ei responded, "I am well. I go out for a run when I have the time." "How about you two?" Jiang Qiu reached out and playfully pinched Chu Yangzi's cheek. She bit her lip and looked up at him, as if silently protesting. However, she ultimately relented, answering her father's inquiry. "My appetite has improved significantly, and my sleep has been more restful." "That's good to hear. You both should take care of your health, and perhaps go for runs together." "Yes, I understand. How is the company? When do you plan to go public?" The father and daughter continued their conversation, albeit with a hint of formality. Yet within their hearts, a sense of unexplainable excitement brewed, a sensation of familial warmth dissolving the distance between them. After 10 minutes, the call ended. Chu Kuo-ei gazed at his phone, smiling in the solitude of his study. For the first time in many years, he felt a sense of relief. On the other side, after hanging up, Chu Yangzi still felt somewhat disheartened. Although her relationship with her father had improved, such a splendid opportunity for a proposal was squandered. Was it truly ruined by her father's call? Had it not been for Jiang Qiu, she certainly would have ignored her father today. "President Chu, don't be like that. Give us a smile," Jiang Qiu teased, pinching her cheek once more. Chu Yangzi squirmed for a moment before succumbing, beginning to enjoy the playful attention. Jiang Qiu had touched her face twice today, and the sensation was undeniably pleasant. With this thought, her mood brightened considerably. "President Chu, do you have to work overtime today?" Jiang Qiu inquired. "No, I should finish up soon and be able to leave on time." "Very well, then, you continue your work. I shall indulge in some gaming for a while." Jiang Qiu picked up his phone, recalling the dismal defeat from his previous match and imagining his teammates berating one another. Yet, there was little he could do. In that moment, he couldn't very well push Chu Yangzi aside to play. Fortunately, his rank was high enough that a single loss would not be catastrophic. He settled onto the sofa and logged back into the game. "May I watch for a bit?" Chu Yangzi suddenly inquired, Her curiosity piqued. Have you played before? No, but I see you enjoy it, so I wish to learn. It can be quite challenging. No worries. I'm eager to learn. You're my boyfriend, and understanding your interests allows me to cherish you better. Coughing slightly, Jiang Qiu felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. All right then, feel free to observe. Chapter 131. To deceive you is to be a little dog. Woof woof woof. Welcome to the Canyon game. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops advance. In this match, Jiang Qiu selected the character Old Master. For him, the choice of hero was inconsequential, as he always managed to create chaos. Upon entering the game, he first purchased a pair of shoes to gain some movement speed. Before heading into battle, he swapped the shoes for an attack speed dagger. The early combat capabilities of both teams were quite comparable. Jiang Qiu confidently maneuvered Old Master forward. Soon encountering the enemy's Lu Bu paid no attention to Old Master, leisurely clearing minion waves. However, Jiang Qiu, controlling Old Master, charged at Lu Bu. The player controlling Lu Bu was momentarily stunned, questioning whether this was a death wish. Indeed, unusual actions often herald unforeseen consequences. As Old Master delivered regular attacks while repositioning, Lu Bu's health dwindled rapidly, and Old Master activated his second skill twice thanks to his passive ability. After a fierce exchange, it became evident that Lu Bu was struggling. At that moment, Jiang Qiu's superior hand speed came into play. In a swift maneuver, Old Master circled behind Lu Bu and executed a decisive blow. First blood. Jiang Qiu claimed the first kill. Following this, Old Master retreated to recover health before resuming his rampage. 10 minutes later, the game concluded. Jiang Qiu turned to Chu Yangzi and asked, President Chu, have you learned anything? About right. It's about controlling the character to charge forward and eliminate enemies upon sight, correct? Indeed, perfectly accurate. Jiang Qiu chuckled, acknowledging that her summary was quite valid. This game indeed functioned on such principles, yet not everyone could execute it with Jiang Qiu's finesse. No, you're just trying to amuse me, Chu Yangzi pouted, pondering for a moment. Initially, one must defeat those minions to earn gold, then use the gold to upgrade skills. Ultimately, it's the economy that determines the victor, right? I must say, Chu Yangzi was not only beautiful, but also remarkably astute. Although she didn't usually play games, she grasped the concept after just one viewing. However, when it came to executing the controls, she still had much to learn. You can play when you're free or feeling bored, Jiang Qiu suggested, starting another match. As before, he randomly selected a character and once again engaged in chaotic gameplay. Honey, you're incredibly skilled. Chu Yangzi watched, entranced, her eyes filled with admiration for Jiang Qiu. Cough, it's nothing much. Jiang Qiu flexed his fingers, preparing for another round. If you're busy or find it dull, feel free to attend to other matters. You needn't stay just for me. It's all right. Being with you is never dull. Even in silence, as long as Jiang Qiu was nearby, Chu Yangzi felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Moreover, she quite enjoyed this game. Chu Yangzi's intention was to observe and learn so that she could eventually play alongside Jiang Qiu. Around 5:30 p.m., after achieving an impressive 8 consecutive victories, Jiang Qiu concluded his gaming session. Honey, shall we head home? Chu Yangzi had wrapped up her work, and Jiang Qiu had finished his game. Everything was perfectly timed. The roads were not particularly congested, and they arrived home around 6 o'clock. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Qiu felt a pang of hunger. What shall we eat for dinner? Should I order takeout? He asked Chu Yangzi. You can rest first. I ordered something earlier, and it should arrive shortly. Chu Yangzi slipped off her high heels, revealing her delicate, fair feet, which appeared utterly adorable. Ahem, very well. I'll go charge my phone for a bit. Jiang Qiu's gaze lingered on Chu Yangzi's small feet, reluctant to tear himself away. What was happening? Was he becoming a pervert? Jiang Qiu shook his head, swiftly casting aside any inappropriate thoughts. He ascended the stairs, approached the desk, and connected his charger. Previously, while engrossed in gaming, I had consumed an excessive amount of power, so I hastily decided to charge my device for a while. Approximately 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang downstairs, revealing that the takeout had arrived. Darling, come down for dinner. Chu Yangzi called out to Jiang Qiu from below. Coming, Jiang Qiu replied, picking up his phone and rising to descend the stairs. In the dining room, Chu Yangzi had already unwrapped the takeout, and today's meal was exceptionally lavish. The cold dishes included traditional smoked fish, vegetable salad, and crispy salted chicken. The hot dishes featured curry lobster, scallion oil steamed crab, poached deep-sea prawns, and steamed grouper with scallop sauce. This was complemented by a pot of exquisite drunken duck soup and 2 bowls of rice. Once they sat down, they began to eat while watching a food-related video. Today, they were enjoying a variety show where celebrities undertook tasks and played games, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Initially, Chu Yangzi had not been fond of such noisy programs. But now, she had completely succumbed to Jiang Qiu's enthusiasm, laughing heartily each time they watched together. After finishing their meal, the clock had already struck 7. They tidied up the dining area, ensuring it was spotless. Once their chores were complete, Jiang Qiu took his phone and headed upstairs. This feeling was delightful. After a satisfying meal, they could indulge in activities they enjoyed, such as scrolling through videos or playing games. This was the essence of life. While Jiang Qiu was playing games in his room, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. What is happening? He raised an eyebrow, and indeed, someone was trying to open the door. Fortunately, he had locked it in advance. Darling, would you truly leave such a lovely wife outside? Chu Yangzi attempted to charm him, feigning distress. President Chu, your room is upstairs, Jiang Qiu replied with an exasperated expression. I left something in your room yesterday. Could you please let me in and retrieve it? Chu Yangzi pleaded, her eyes wide and innocent. Are you sure you aren't deceiving me? Jiang Qiu asked, standing at the door, seeking confirmation. I'll be in and out quickly. To deceive you would be to act like a puppy. Chu Yangzi insisted earnestly. All right then. Come in. Jiang Qiu relented, unlocking the door and glancing at her. Woof, woof, woof. Upon entering, Chu Yangzi sprang into Jiang Qiu's embrace. Since he had declared that deceiving him would be akin to a puppy-esque behavior, surely barking a few times would be permissible. Chapter 132. Chu Yangzi's secret weapon. Resorting to petulance again? President Chu, are you serious? Jiang Qiu gazed at the Chu Yangzi in his arms. Realizing this was her second time pretending to be a puppy to gain entry. Chu Yangzi nodded obediently. I genuinely came to retrieve something, and I also wish to read in your room. With that, she theatrically held up a romance novel. Very well, your use of meanwhile is commendable, Jiang Qiu thought. Unable to resist the pitiful sight of Chu Yangzi, and thus he couldn't bring himself to send her away. However, why was she clad in sleepwear? Was she here to read or to nap? I say, President Chu, don't you have your own room? Jiang Qiu pointed upstairs and continued, moreover. The study is quite spacious. You could easily read there. No, Chu Yangzi shook her head. I find nowhere as comfortable as your room. Jiang Qiu was at a loss for words. Shouldn't all the rooms in this villa be quite similar? I want to play games. It can get quite loud. No worries. I'll be right beside you, quietly, without causing any disturbance, Chu Yangzi assured him, starting to tug on his arm. Please, I beg you. I must admit, Chu Yangzi's skills in charming her husband had become increasingly refined, and she had even learned the art of coquetry. If their acquaintances were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be left agape. Perhaps you should step outside while I contemplate? Jiang Qiu pondered, intending to trick her. No, don't think about tricking me into leaving. Chu Yangzi firmly rejected. I'll only be here for a moment. What about trust between people? Ahem, President Chu. How many times has it been now? Jiang Qiu could not help but chuckle. I'm genuinely concerned you might linger in my room and refuse to leave. This time I won tea, Chu Yangzi declared. But her expression faltered slightly. President Chu, your current expression seems to betray you, Jiang Qiu teased. Chu Yangzi contemplated for a moment before deploying her trump card. She pulled out her phone and opened her contacts. How about I ask Andy? Jiang Qiu felt a sense of impending doom looming over him. He swiftly snatched the phone away, thwarting this precarious move. President Chu, there's really no need. You are warmly invited to read in my room. Chu Yangzi had previously added Jiang Qiu as mother on WeChat. The two often chatted, and their relationship was quite amicable, regardless of Jiang Qiu's stance. Annie Qiu had already accepted Chu Yangzi as her daughter-in-law, wishing fervently for them to obtain their marriage certificate and have a baby soon. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Jiang Qiu's spine. If Chu Yangzi were to lodge a complaint, his mother would likely storm over the very next day. Really? I can truly come in? Chu Yangzi stuck out her tongue, appearing quite adorable. Of course. You are welcome at any time. Jiang Qiu surrendered, opting for a more passive approach. You're so kind. I want to be a bother, Chu Yangzi noted, aware that threatening Jiang Qiu was somewhat inappropriate. However, what choice did she have? She adored Jiang Qiu, relishing every moment spent in his company, even finding his room more appealing. If they could share a bed at night, it would be utterly perfect. Very well, make yourself comfortable. Jiang Qiu gestured for her to enter, and Chu Yangzi joyfully stepped into the room. She approached the large bed, leaping onto it and rolling around while clutching Jiang Qiu's comforter. After a moment, she suddenly halted, straightened her sleepwear, and quietly began to read. Oh dear, that was too exuberant. I lost control and embarrassed myself in front of Jiang Qiu. Chu Yangzi felt a wave of panic wash over her. Yet on the surface, she maintained a calm demeanor, even failing to notice that her book had flipped upside down. However, Jiang Qiu was already accustomed to her antics. He sat down, opened the Tomato Novel app on his phone, and became engrossed in his reading. The warm yellow lighting in the room created a cozy atmosphere. Neither of them disturbed the other, each quietly engrossed in their respective activities. This continued until after 9 o'clock. Jiang Qiu reached the latest chapter of his novel. He promptly gave the author a 5-star rating and sent a few small gifts, using the coins he had received during previous readings. Since he could exchange them for gifts, he found it tedious to withdraw cash. Stretching his back, Jiang Qiu glanced at Chu Yangzi, who was still absorbed in her reading. At that moment, she was leaning against his pillow, her knees bent perfectly to support the book, creating a makeshift stand. Her delicate feet peeked out, appearing quite lovely. Something feels off? Jiang Qiu quickly averted his gaze, pondering why his attention had recently shifted to feet. Sensing his gaze, Chu Yangzi deliberately extended her feet towards him. Her slender, well-proportioned feet, with high arches and fair toes, exuded an unusual charm. Do you find them beautiful? Chu Yangzi inquired, lifting her head. Jiang Qiu's face flushed crimson, and he hastily redirected the conversation. President Chu, it's getting late. We should sleep. Is it nearly 10 already? Indeed, it's time for bed, Chu Yangzi noted, glancing at the clock before placing her book on the bedside table. Just as Jiang Qiu thought she would rise, she suddenly turned and lay down on the bed. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, as if she had rehearsed it countless times in her mind. It appeared that she indeed intended to sleep here. Just a moment ago, she had been so resolute. How had she suddenly turned petulant? Jiang Qiu shook his head. The president of such a large corporation was behaving like a little girl. If her employees were to discover this, they would not only be left astounded, but would likely question their very existence. Chapter 133. Surrendering to Resistance. Would she cry in frustration? Director Chu, why are you being stubborn again? Jiang Qiu could hardly suppress a laugh, despite having anticipated her reaction. The dexterity of Chu Yangzi's movements was simply remarkable. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Shall we sleep together? Chu Yangzi extended her small hand, patting the bed beside her in an endearing gesture, beckoning Jiang Qiu to join her. He walked over, picked up a pillow, and replied, "You go ahead and sleep. I can take another room." Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi's brows furrowed slightly, and she immediately sat up. "Then I'll switch rooms too. Wherever you go, I will follow." Before coming here today, she had made up her mind to accompany Jiang Qiu wherever he went. After all, there were only so many rooms in the villa. He could hardly escape. Fine then. Just like before, I'll sleep on the floor and you'll take the bed. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment and ultimately yielded to her insistence. He had merely intended to gauge her reaction, but seeing her unwavering determination, he conceded to sharing the same room. Given her close relationship with her mother, he felt that resisting was futile. "Darling, you aren't angry with me because I'm being demanding, are you?" Chu Yangzi felt a twinge of regret. Had she perhaps overstepped? If this affected their relationship, it would be far from ideal. With this thought, she grew somewhat anxious. "If you truly don't want to, I can leave and one tea tell Annie." Chu Yangzi bit her lip, looking somewhat wronged. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. He was the one being threatened, after all. Truly, a woman's acting skills seem innate, and the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she is at deceit. But how is it that his mother had been so easily fooled? "All right, sleeping on the floor isn't too bad. But you must promise not to report me to my mother." Jiang Qiu considered this and then made his request. "Sure, I'll do as you say." Chu Yangzi nodded eagerly, her mood visibly brightening. Jiang Qiu headed to the wardrobe, retrieved the blanket from the previous night, and swiftly prepared the makeshift bed. Sometimes, repetition breeds familiarity. Today, he was far quicker than yesterday. Once finished, he lay down, just in time to catch a glimpse of her exquisite visage resting at the edge of the bed. One could not deny that Chu Yangzi was truly beautiful. However, he resolved to remember her tendency to report him to his mother. "Darling, I was wrong today." Chu Yangzi bit her lip. "I shouldn't have threatened you, nor should I have forced you to do something you dislike." She gazed at Jiang Qiu with her large, enchanting eyes filled with affection. Jiang Qiu felt a stirring within him. Oh dear, she had once again struck a chord. Lately, he found himself more easily swayed by her charms. "Ahem, I'll go grab a glass of water." Jiang Qiu stood up and left the room, heading to the kitchen on the ground floor. He poured himself a glass of water, then, after some contemplation, retrieved another cup to fill. After preparing 2 cups of water, he also picked out 2 packets of snacks, remnant a large box he had ordered online, which still had plenty left. Having gathered his items, Jiang Qiu returned upstairs to their room. "Director Chu, would you like some water?" he inquired. "Yes." Chu Yangzi sat up, looking at him. "Thank you, darling." Jiang Qiu had grown accustomed to this endearing appellation. "Here, sit up and drink." He handed her the glass. However, upon sitting up, She shook her head repeatedly. No. I want the one you're holding. Is there a difference? Jiang Qiu was puzzled. These are just 2 ordinary cups of water. Was there some significance? Chu Yangzi bit her lip again. I just want to drink from your cup. All right then. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Yangzi took his cup and drank deeply. For some reason, she always felt that Jiang Qiu's room was more comfortable and that whatever he had was superior. After finishing her drink, she pointed at the snacks in his hand. I've already eaten half of mine. Are you sure you want to share? Jiang Qiu offered her the unopened packet. No, I want yours. Fine, here you go. Jiang Qiu was quite satisfied. After all, he had already nibbled on his own. Swapping for a new one was quite agreeable. After eating, Chu Yangzi went to freshen up, as removing her makeup was rather tedious. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu lay on the floor, scrolling through his social media. Once Chu Yangzi was finished, he then went to wash up. The bathroom was now cluttered with an array of bottles and jars. One could not help but marvel at the complexity of a woman's beauty routine. Setting aside the myriad of cosmetics, even the basic skincare regimen involved numerous steps. Observing this, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but express his thoughts. His own routine was far simpler. Wash his face, brush his teeth, and he was done. After emerging, he noticed that Chu Yangzi had brought back quite a few items. While he was washing up, she had hurried back to the room to transport a few things. Why the rush? She was worried that if Jiang Qiu locked the door while she was out, it would be disastrous. Indeed, Chu Yangzi's concerns were prescient. At that moment, Jiang Qiu contemplated whether he should lock the door while she was out. However, that would surely leave her in tears. Chapter 134. Awoken by a phone call, concerned for each other. Chu Yangzi rushed down from upstairs, her breath coming in quick gasps. She was laden with various items, including a particularly striking white goose down pillow. Here, Chu Yangzi handed the pillow to Jiang Qiu. Oh, for me? Jiang Qiu accepted it, appreciating its delightful texture. Yes, I notice your pillow is rather small. This one is much more comfortable. Chu Yangzi was still recovering from carrying so many things. Thank you. Jiang Qiu felt a swell of gratitude. How could he have considered shutting such a thoughtful girl out? Don't mention it. I'm glad you like it. Chu Yangzi was genuinely pleased that Jiang Qiu accepted her gift. Fortunately, she remained unaware of his inner thoughts. Otherwise, she might have wept outside the door. In addition to the pillow, Chu Yangzi had also brought her laptop. She intended to work in Jiang Qiu's room, believing this to be the true essence of cohabitation. With this thought, her aspirations for the future grew even brighter. Having both finished washing up, it was nearing 11 o'clock. Director, shall we sleep? Jiang Qiu asked. I'll do what you say. Chu Yangzi nodded obediently. Typically, she would be busy with work at this hour, having no habit of sleeping early. However, since Jiang Qiu had inquired, it indicated he was ready for bed. Thus, she resolved to adopt his routine, aiming to cultivate the same habits. Jiang Qiu turned off the lights and lay down on the floor. One could not deny the peculiar feeling of having another person in the room. It felt as if there were a connection, a bond. Good night, darling, Chu Yangzi said, lying on the edge of the bed and gazing in Jiang Qiu's direction. Good night, he replied, quickly drifting off to sleep. Once his breathing steadied, Chu Yangzi quietly rose. She approached Jiang Qiu's side and gently pressed her lips against him. Bathed in the moonlight, Jiang Qiu's handsome visage was clearly illuminated, and she couldn't help but steal another kiss. After this, Chu Yangzi blissfully returned to bed, lying close to Jiang Qiu and falling asleep with a smile upon her lips. The following morning, around 8 o'clock, Chu Yangzi's phone suddenly rang. Ordinarily, no one would call her at such an hour. Moreover, she had failed to notice that, in her excitement the previous night, she had forgotten to silence her phone. Oh no, I hope Jiang Qiu isn't disturbed. Chu Yangzi quickly ended the call and sat up to glance in Jiang Qiu's direction. What is the matter, Chu? The proximity between them meant that Jiang Qiu had indeed been awakened by the ringing phone. It's nothing, darling. Please continue to sleep, Chu Yangzi responded apologetically, but just then, another call came through. Go ahead and answer it. It might be urgent, Jiang Qiu suggested. Chu Yangzi looked down to see that the caller was her secretary, Zhang Yatong. She knew that her secretary would not call her this early unless it was something pressing. It's a company matter, so I'll step outside to take it. You can go back to sleep, Chu Yangzi said before quietly exiting the bedroom. Jiang Qiu remained in bed, preferring to enjoy the lingering comfort of the covers. Although he was awake, he relished the cozy sensation of lying there. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chu Yangzi returned to the room. Chu, is something wrong? Jiang Qiu inquired upon noticing her troubled expression. Nothing to worry about, Chu Yangzi replied, reluctant to share any unsettling news with him. I need to go to the office to handle a minor issue. You can sleep in a bit longer. After saying this, she began to apply her makeup. Minor issue? Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment. I'm going to the office today as well. May I join you in your car? Are you really not going to sleep a little longer? Chu Yangzi asked, moving closer. I can't. It's already late, Jiang Qiu replied as he sat up. Their faces almost touching. From his vantage point, he could see the subtle makeup she had just applied. Though her look was quite simple, her features were exceptionally beautiful. Especially her large eyes, which, with just a hint of enhancement, radiated an air of nobility. Previously, due to lack of rest, Chu Yangzi's complexion had been somewhat pale. But now her face appeared much more vibrant, enhancing her overall allure. Jiang Qiu gazed at her for a long moment, momentarily entranced. Am I beautiful? Are you finally going to marry me? Chu Yangzi teased with a smile. Ahem, why are we talking about marriage again? Jiang Qiu replied, acknowledging that he had been captivated by her beauty, but he felt that was hardly a reason for marriage. I think you're concerned about me, Chu Yangzi mused. Analyzing the situation, I just received a call about heading to the office, and you mentioned going as well. Want to ride with me? Indeed, what a coincidence. Jiang Qiu nodded seriously. Thank you, darling, Chu Yangzi beamed, genuinely pleased that Jiang Qiu was showing concern for her. Although he didn't express it verbally, his actions spoke volumes. But truly, you needn't worry about me. The company is merely a side venture for me. It doesn't matter whether things go well or not. You must trust in your wife's capabilities. There is nothing I cannot handle, so rest assured. Chapter 135. Jiang Qiu is a boy. Perhaps I should be more proactive? Wait, if the company is a side venture for you, then what is your main focus? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but ask. Of course it's you. Marrying you is my primary career, Chu Yangzi replied earnestly, gazing intently at Jiang Qiu. Ahem, Chu. We're going to be late. Jiang Qiu hastily redirected the conversation, sensing that he shouldn't press further, lest it lead to complications. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, choosing not to pursue the matter any further. In truth, she had considered winking at Jiang Qiu or making a bold move. But being so close to his striking face made her feel somewhat bashful. It was only when Jiang Qiu stood to wash up that she began to regret her hesitation. Had she just missed an opportunity? After all, Jiang Qiu was a boy, and he would surely be shy at this moment. She should have been more assertive. 10 minutes later, Jiang Qiu finished washing up, and Chu Yangzi had completed her light makeup. The two of them set out together. And Secretary Zhang Yetong had been waiting for quite some time. Get in. You can catch a bit more sleep in the car, Chu Yangzi suggested as she settled beside Jiang Qiu. All right, I'll just rest a little, Jiang Qiu replied. Perhaps due to a poor night's sleep. He dozed off again. Chu Yangzi leaned against him, allowing his head to rest on her shoulder while shielding him from the sunlight with her hand. In truth, the car windows were fitted with shades that blocked most of the light, yet Chu Yangzi remained vigilant, concerned that it might disrupt Jiang Qiu's slumber. Thus, she continued to shield him all the way. Zhang Yetong, sitting in the front passenger seat, observed the scene through the rearview mirror. Is this a generous serving of dog food first thing in the morning? Upon arriving at the company, Chu Yangzi headed upstairs to handle her business while Jiang Qiu refrained from following her. He understood that she would be very busy, so he chose not to interrupt her work. Reaching his office on the 25th floor, Jiang Qiu took a moment to monitor the stock market. The Northeast pharmaceutical stocks he had instructed the company to purchase the previous day had indeed reached their limit. In just one day, this surge had yielded a 10% profit for the company. Moreover, Jiang Qiu was well aware that the stock was likely to continue rising in the following days. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the manager entered the office. Boss, I have an update for you. The stocks we purchased yesterday have hit the limit. Zhang Lei continued. Based on our assessment, they are likely to soar again today, so my recommendation is to sell a portion before the market closes and monitor the situation for tomorrow. No, let us hold on to them today and sell everything before the market closes tomorrow, Jiang Qiu decisively instructed. Okay, but isn't that a bit risky? After all our liquid assets are tied up in this stock. Zhang Lei voiced his concerns. Just follow my instructions, Jiang Qiu replied confidently. He was certain that the stocks would rise over the next 3 days, making any hesitation unnecessary. Understood. I'll arrange for the operation, Zhang Lei nodded, though he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the stock market is notoriously volatile. He had relied on his experience to determine that this stock would rise. But how long it would continue to do so was uncertain. Nevertheless, since the boss had made a decision, he would execute it, trusting in his judgment. Jiang Qiu nodded, satisfied with the talent matched by the system. Not only were they competent, but they also offered numerous positive suggestions, which was quite impressive. He wondered if, as his company expanded and wealth grew, the system would continue to match more talented individuals. Around 11:30 a.m., Chu Yangzi sent a message summoning Jiang Qiu to lunch. Darling, I've finished up. Come upstairs to eat. Upon reading her message, Jiang Qiu tidied his desk and headed upstairs. Entering Chu Yangzi's office with familiarity, he approached the dining table where she was already waiting, her gaze fixed intently on his face. Is there something on my face? Jiang Qiu asked, rubbing his cheek, seemingly finding nothing amiss. Nothing at all. I'm just worried you didn't get enough rest. Do you want to sleep a bit more? Zhu Zanxi Zipli. Her mood having been somewhat off throughout the morning. After resolving her issues, she had held meetings with various departments. The leaders, who typically exude an air of authority, dared not utter a word during the meeting. It was only after the session concluded that they retreated to a private discussion. Could it be that there are issues with the investments? I heard the investment department's performance has been lacking, which might explain why Mr. Qiu was in such a foul mood. Don't spout nonsense. I'm telling you, the investment department is about to soar. Their performance will definitely improve this month. Enough bickering. I heard it's the safety audit that caused the problem, and the relevant authorities summoned them for a discussion. Is that so? Then why was I, a mere planner, subjected to such harsh criticism? Sigh, Mr. Qiu is in a bad mood. Everyone should tread carefully these days. Little do they know, the reason for Chu Yangzi's discontent was simply that she hadn't allowed Jiang Qiu to sleep in that morning. She couldn't help but feel sympathetic. In truth, Chu Yangzi herself often burned the midnight oil. It was not unusual for her to be roused from slumber by noise. However, at this moment, Jiang Qiu had been awakened by her phone call, which left her rather displeased. It's all right. Besides, I managed to catch a few more winks in your car. Jiang Qiu smiled, feeling a warm sensation inside. If you're tired, you could take another nap here. Chu Yangzi expressed her lingering concern. Sure, I will when I feel drowsy. Jiang Qiu nodded, then turned to Chu Yangzi. Let's eat quickly. Chapter 136. Chu Yangzi. Call me wife. Let me hear it. At noon, the meal was once again lavish. There were top-tier Australian steaks, herb cod, foie gras with fruit jam, a vegetable salad, and meat sauce pasta. Jiang Qiu sampled everything and found it delightful. After finishing his meal, he let out a satisfied burp and reclined comfortably on the sofa in the break area. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown fond of this place, not only for its ample resting space, but also for the daily calls inviting him to dine. Aren't you playing games today? Chu Yangzi approached him as he lounged on the sofa. I overindulged. I need to rest for a bit, Jiang Qiu replied. Oh. Chu Yangzi circled around behind him and gently placed her hand on his head. Rest while I give you a massage. She felt a flutter of nerves, as it was her first time massaging someone else. Previously, she had researched tips online for pampering one's boyfriend, which included massage techniques. After studying them thoroughly, she felt somewhat prepared, yet the prospect of putting her knowledge into practice made her a tad anxious. Oh, you can massage? Jiang Qiu was taken aback when she first touched him, but once he regained his composure, he felt her fingers begin to work their magic. Of course. I'll learn just for you, she said. You're the company president. Won't it look inappropriate if I massage you in the office? Jiang Qiu closed his eyes and began to enjoy the sensation. Not at all. I've instructed that no one is to enter. Chu Yangzi bit her lip and continued. Besides, you're my husband, not a stranger. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to massage you? As she spoke, she applied a bit more pressure, utilizing all the techniques she had learned. Jiang Qiu initially considered declining, but soon found it too pleasurable to resist. Chu Yangzi's hands, long and fair, were as flawless as art. She pressed on acupoints, alternating between firm pressure and gentle circular motions. The sensation was both tingling and delightful. Before long, Jiang Qiu had basked in her ministrations for 10 minutes. He noticed her strength had waned. She must be getting tired. All right, you can take a break now. He opened his eyes and gently patted her little hand. How does it feel? Chu Yangzi, slightly out of breath, looked at him. Don't underestimate massaging. It can be quite exhausting, and most people can't keep it up for long. It feels wonderful. Thank you, Jiang Qiu smiled, finding Chu Yangzi utterly adorable. Her expression resembled that of a little girl yearning for praise. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Qiu's appreciation, Chu Yangzi was overjoyed. Suddenly, she leaned down and kissed him, rewarding herself for her efforts. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. What had prompted this sudden display of affection? Miss Chu, is that part of the massage too? He inquired with a chuckle. Yes, yes. Chu Yangzi nodded earnestly, then suddenly added, Don't call me Miss Chu. Call me wife and let me hear it. What's this? Are you raising the stakes? Jiang Qiu chuckled, both amused and bewildered. Hurry up, let me hear it. Ms. Chu, Senior. Call me. Is wife acceptable? Jiang Qiu relented as Chu Yangzi held his face, ultimately acquiescing to her request. Seeing her work so hard to massage him, he decided to grant her wish. Chu Yangzi was absolutely elated. No matter how one looked at it, Jiang Qiu had truly called her wife. Her mood for the entire afternoon was exceptionally bright. Even when her subordinates came to report on work, there was not a single reprimand. Great news. Miss Chu is in an incredibly good mood this afternoon. If you have matters to discuss, hurry over. What's going on? Old Hu, you better not be pulling my leg. I was just thoroughly scolded this morning. Indeed, I was present during the morning meeting. Miss Chu was not in a good mood, so it's best to avoid provoking her. Your information is outdated. I'm telling you, Ms. Qiu is in high spirits now. If you have business, go while you can. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it. Is that true? I should go and try my luck. I need to get the department's reimbursement approved while the boss is in a good mood. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Qiu remained in Chu Yangzi's office. He first played a few rounds of games, finishing the day with a 5-game winning streak. Then, he opened the Tomato app to request updates for his daily novel. Finally, out of boredom, he began scrolling through Douyin videos when suddenly an advertisement caught his attention. Haagen-Dazs had released a new flavor, Velvet 9 Rose Waffle Cone Ice Cream, priced at 80 for 1 or 150 for 2, with discounts for larger purchases. Jiang Qiu decisively ordered 2, as the store was conveniently located in the city center. Soon, the delivery driver arrived. Jiang Qiu opened one and took a lick. The flavor was delightful. Ice cream, Miss Qiu? He approached her desk, where she was currently reviewing documents. Can I have some of yours? Chu Yangzi looked up at Jiang Qiu as he walked over. They're the same brand and flavor, Jiang Qiu explained. No, the one you've eaten is bound to taste better. Chu Yangzi licked her lips, appearing somewhat tempted. Jiang Qiu found her adorable beyond measure. She was just too cute. Even when sharing snacks, she would still prefer what he had already tasted. All right then, this one is for you. Jiang Qiu reluctantly handed her the ice cream he had already taken a bite of. And so, Chu Yangzi happily began to enjoy it. Chapter 137 Jiang Qiu's culinary skills on display at 5:10 in the evening. Chu Yangzi finished work on time. Jiang Qiu accompanied her home. Darling, what shall we have for dinner? Chu Yangzi asked, glancing at Jiang Qiu. I've made reservations in advance, so we can eat as soon as we get home. No takeaway today, right? Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment. I plan to cook dinner myself. Watch me showcase my skills. You mean you're actually going to cook? Chu Yangzi's eyes widened in surprise, uncertain of his culinary capabilities. She wasn't doubting his skills, merely concerned he might overexert himself. Yes, Jiang Qiu nodded. On one hand, he had indulged too much during lunch and decided to eat lightly in the evening. On the other, he didn't wish to save money. Rather, after Chu Yangzi had worked so hard to massage him, he felt compelled to demonstrate his own abilities in the kitchen. Upon returning home, Jiang Qiu ventured into the kitchen in search of some ingredients. When his mother had visited earlier, she had stocked the pantry with a variety of essentials, including rice, flour, and oil. However, the vegetables were depleted. After such a prolonged absence, even the remnants were no longer fit for consumption. Jiang Qiu resorted to retrieving 2 handfuls of noodles, bringing a pot of water to a boil before carelessly tossing the noodles in. 5 minutes later, the noodles were perfectly cooked. He adjusted the sauce and mixed it in. Voila, all done. Chu, dinner is served. Jiang Qiu called out to Chu Yangzi, who was upstairs. Darling, I'm coming down. I can't wait to sample your culinary skills. Chu Yangzi replied, having changed into her custom Sakura pajamas, which exuded an adorable, pastel charm that completely contrasted her commanding image as the CEO during the day. With no other ingredients at hand, he had settled for 2 bowls of noodles. Jiang Qiu looked at Chu Yangzi and suggested, why don't you give it a try? If you're still hungry later, we can order a late-night snack. Yum. Whatever you make is delicious, Chu Yangzi declared, grabbing her phone to capture the moment with a series of photos. This was Jiang Qiu's first time cooking for her, and although it was merely a bowl of noodles, her joy was palpable. Come on, eat before it gets cold, Jiang Qiu urged, bemused by the spectacle. Just for a bowl of noodles, she posed in numerous angles, capturing every possible angle of this moment. Delicious. I love it, Chu Yangzi exclaimed after tasting a bite, nodding enthusiastically. Jiang Qiu had to admit that he possessed a natural flair for cooking. Despite the simplicity of the dish, the sauce he concocted imbued the noodles with a certain soul. Seeing Chu Yangzi relish the meal, he began to eat as well. After dinner, they washed the dishes together. Jiang Qiu initially encouraged her to rest, but Chu Yangzi insisted on helping. Soon, the kitchen was spotless. Chu Yangzi ascended the stairs first, naturally making her way into Jiang Qiu's room. When Jiang Qiu returned with 2 glasses of water, he found her nestled under the covers. Chu, come out, he chuckled lightly. You don't need to hide. I won't kick you out. Really? Thank you, darling. Chu Yangzi peeked her head out, and upon receiving Jiang Qiu's reassurance, she emerged from the cocoon of blankets. She was genuinely pleased. After much effort, she had finally gained entry yesterday, and today, Jiang Qiu no longer rejected her presence. This sensation was delightful, and Chu Yangzi found herself increasingly eager to marry Jiang Qiu. Just like the previous day, Jiang Qiu sat gaming while Chu Yangzi read in bed. Time flew by swiftly, culminating in a 5-win streak that marked the end of today's battles. He had to admit, this lifestyle was quite pleasant. After a day's hustle, unwinding with some gaming was incredibly refreshing and stress-relieving. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Qiu set his phone down for a brief respite. Even the best games could become tiresome if overindulged. How about we watch a movie? He suddenly suggested. Sound great. Chu Yangzi replied, her excitement palpable. Throughout her life, she had seldom watched movies, whether alone or with friends. Even when Li Lingling dragged her to the cinema, she had often declined. But with Jiang Qiu, the prospect of watching a film together thrilled her. What genre shall we choose? Jiang Qiu inquired while browsing his phone to prepare for a screen share. I'm open to anything. Just pick what you like, Chu Yangzi responded. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment before asking, how about a thriller? Would that scare you? Huh? With you here, I'm not afraid, Chu Yangzi replied, leaning closer, prompting Jiang Qiu to blush. To select a movie, he joined her on the bed. Their proximity heightened by her loose-fitting, pink pajamas, which accentuated her delicate figure, accentuated by a low neckline that hinted at her fair skin. Ahem, perhaps a comedy instead. Jiang Qiu hastily decided, selecting a film and casting it onto the wall opposite the bed. He then returned to the floor, arranging pillows for comfort. Seeing this, Chu Yangzi stood up, barefoot, and settled beside him. Huh? Jiang Qiu chuckled. Chu, the bed is so much more comfortable. No, I find it more comfortable here. Chu Yangzi bit her lip. She merely wished to watch a movie with Jiang Qiu, and the type of film was inconsequential. Chapter 138. A bit crowded? Isn't it a bit cramped watching a movie together? Jiang Qiu remarked, shifting to make room on the floor. The space was already limited, and now that they were both seated together, it felt rather snug. I'm fine. Being closed like this adds to the ambience of watching a movie, doesn't it? Chu Yangzi boldly leaned into Jiang Qiu's embrace. Hey, we're not watching anything inappropriate. There's no need to be this close, Jiang Qiu retorted, immediately regretting his words. Unbeknownst to him, he had subconsciously accepted Chu Yangzi's presence, allowing him to feel at ease around her. What do you mean by inappropriate? Chu Yangzi asked innocently, assuming it was merely a film genre. Curious to expand her knowledge, she grabbed her phone to look it up, only to discover the term's more risque connotation, causing her cheeks to flush. Jiang Qiu wanted to watch that kind of movie with her? Strangely, instead of feeling anger, she felt a thrill of excitement. If Jiang Qiu were to watch that kind of film, surely he would be quite animated, and perhaps he wouldn't resist her advances. At that moment, Chu Yangzi found herself unexpectedly looking forward to the prospect. Chu, what are you doing? Jiang Qiu turned to see her waving her hands, seemingly cheering for someone. Huh? I'm just a bit excited about watching a movie. Okay, just really looking forward to it. Chu Yangzi quickly covered her mouth, almost revealing her true feelings. Stop hiding. You've already let it slip? Jiang Qiu teased mercilessly. Wah! Chu Yangzi dove under the covers, too shy to meet Jiang Qiu's gaze. Don't be like that, Chu. I have a suggestion. Jiang Qiu was bemused, never expecting her to be so bashful about such matters. What suggestion? After a long pause, Chu Yangzi finally peeked out. Why don't we move to the bed? The space there is larger and more comfortable. Jiang Qiu gestured to the floor, which had become cramped. After all, his makeshift bed was merely a blanket, hardly sufficient for two people. You mean we should both go to the bed to watch the movie? Chu Yangzi perked up, springing to her feet and returning to the bed. She claimed her spot, patting the space beside her with a calm demeanor, saying, come on. The bed is the most comfortable. Watching her fluid motions, Jiang Qiu felt an urge to laugh. All right, you stay there. I'll grab some snacks. He stood and headed downstairs, fetching some treats and bottled water. While Jiang Qiu was away, Chu Yangzi finally exhaled in relief. Being able to watch a movie with him on the bed made her heart race uncontrollably. The calm facade she had maintained was entirely fabricated. She hurriedly grabbed her phone and messaged Li Lingling. Chu Yangzi, Lingling, I need your help. I'm about to watch a movie in bed with Jiang Qiu. What do you think I should do next? Li Lingling, enough already. You never contact me when there's nothing going on. And now you realize my importance. Chu Yangzi, Lingling, you're the best. Please help me. Li Lingling, now we're talking. Li Lingling, I say, young lady, are you not aware of the advantages you possess as a girl? Chu Yangzi, wealth? Li Lingling, first, you shower me with dog food, and now you ruthlessly flaunt your wealth. Goodbye, I'm not in the mood to talk. Chu Zanxi, Lingling, don't you want to live in a big house anymore? Li Lingling, no. Let's get back to the main topic. Li Lingling, I don't know what type of movie you're watching, but once it starts, just lean into his embrace. If there are any kissing scenes or intimate moments, follow the flow of the movie. Chu Yangzi, all right, Jiang Qiu is coming back soon. I'll talk to you later. After sending the message, she hastily placed her phone aside, feigning nonchalance. At that moment, Jiang Qiu was unaware that Chu Yangzi had sought the counsel of a friend. He entered the room, carrying 2 bags of snacks and 2 bottles of water, settling down at the edge of the bed. How comfortable the bed is. Jiang Qiu opened his phone, casting a movie while munching on snacks, reveling in the comforts of life. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi began to seek opportunities, constantly inching closer to Jiang Qiu. She first leaned against his shoulder, Then, feeling unsatisfied, nestled into his embrace. The two sat closely together, engrossed in the film. Since Jiang Qiu had chosen a comedy, there were no overly intense scenes, much to Chu Yangzi's disappointment. She attempted several times to steal a kiss from Jiang Qiu, but found no opportunity. An hour later, the movie finally concluded. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Yangzi had drifted off to sleep in his arms. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from a long day's work, or the sense of security she felt while nestled in Jiang Qiu's embrace. She had fallen asleep without realizing it. Jiang Qiu gazed at Chu Yangzi as she slept, her lips slightly parted, drool almost escaping. She looked utterly adorable. He took out his phone and captured a close-up photograph, preserving this moment forever. Chapter 139. Happiness comes so suddenly, you can't play dirty? After taking the picture, Jiang Qiu did not wake Chu Yangzi. She must be quite tired, so let her continue to rest. To avoid disturbing her, he refrained from getting up to the floor mat, instead lying down slowly beside her. His original plan was to scroll through his phone for a while and then return to the floor to sleep once Chu Yangzi awoke. However, sleep is contagious. Noticing how peacefully Chu Yangzi slept, he too began to feel drowsy and soon fell asleep without realizing it. The following morning, Chu Yangzi awoke groggily. Suddenly, she noticed Jiang Qiu lying beside her. In an instant, she became fully alert. What was happening? Had she really slept next to Jiang Qiu last night? Her heart raced. The joy was utterly unexpected. After a moment to gather herself, Chu Yangzi gently rose and crawled to Jiang Qiu's side. She first gathered her hair with her hands, then lowered her head to steal a kiss from Jiang Qiu. Still craving more, she planted several kisses, her smile widening uncontrollably. Afterward, she suddenly remembered an important detail. How could she not capture this moment in a photograph? Hastily, she retrieved her phone and snapped a picture to commemorate the occasion. One picture was certainly not enough. Chu Yangzi struck several adorable poses beside Jiang Qiu. After finishing, she began to edit the photos until she was satisfied. Lingling, do you think this picture looks good? Chu Yangzi was overwhelmed with excitement, eager to share her joy with Li Lingling. Li Lingling, young lady, it's early in the morning. Have some decency. Chu Yangzi, what is wrong? Is it not pretty? Li Lingling, no, it's just that I haven't had breakfast yet, and here I am, feasting on your dog food. Chu Yangzi, wait till you've seen this. First, tell me if I look good. At that moment, Li Lingling felt utterly exasperated. She was merely using a metaphor, yet Chu Yangzi's word made her feel as though she had genuinely consumed dog food. However, this time, Li Lingling was clever enough not to resist futilely. After all, she was under someone else's roof and had to wait for the holiday to end before returning to her grand villa. It looks great, Li Lingling remarca. But now I'm curious. What did you do last night to win over Jiang Qiu? Ahem, you know my prowess, don't you? Chu Yangzi felt a twinge of guilt and casually brushed it off. All right, I wish you happiness. Li Lingling did not pursue the matter further and merely sent a cheeky smile. Upon receiving this message, Chu Yangzi felt her cheeks flush. It seemed that she and Jiang Qiu had done nothing particularly scandalous. For some reason, she suddenly felt a hint of regret. By 10 in the morning, Jiang Qiu finally awoke. He had been waking up early for quite some time, so this was a much-needed catch-up on sleep. Darling, you're awake? Chu Yangzi had been waiting by his side, her big eyes blinking at him. I must have fallen asleep in bed. Jiang Qiu rubbed his eyes, memories slowly flooding back. He recalled that he had laid down beside Chu Yangzi to avoid disturbing her, and ended up sleeping through the night. Yes, you slept next to me. Chu Yangzi nodded, adding, I took a photo. You can't back out now. I'm not. Why would I back out? Jiang Qiu chuckled, finding it amusing. Although he had indeed fallen asleep beside her, nothing untoward had occurred. I don't care. You must take responsibility. From now on, you must call me wife. At this, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Chu Yangzi's eyes. She had long desired to hear Jiang Qiu call her that. Surely, this time she would succeed, right? No way. Jiang Qiu, you're not planning to send that photo to my mother, are you? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but laugh. Compared to the usual domineering image of Chu Yangzi, he much preferred her current playful demeanor, especially when she pouted, her face betraying her mischievous thoughts. It was simply too adorable. All right, I'll wait until I get up, wash up, and come back. Jiang Qiu planned to buy some time, but Chu Yangzi immediately wrapped her arms around him, leaving him no chance to escape. Darling, just say it. She began to pout. Can wife let me go wash up? Jiang Qiu suddenly realized that calling her wife had become increasingly natural. Indeed, when two people are together for long, they tend to gradually compromise. Sure, darling, you can go. Chu Yangzi feigned calmness with a nod, though internally, she was ecstatic. She truly wished that every day could begin this way, waking up to Jiang Qiu calling her wife. After getting up, Jiang Qiu first went to wash up. Chu Yangzi leaned against the door inquiring, "Darling, what should we eat shortly?" "Anything is fine. You choose." Jiang Qiu replied, "I want to eat snail noodles. Is that okay?" Chu Yangzi asked timidly. "Sure," Jiang Qiu responded. Although he had never tried snail noodles, he was not averse to flavorful cuisine. In the past, he had always seen others enjoying it. Now that Chu Yangzi wanted to try it, he naturally wouldn't object and even wished to have a taste himself. Upon receiving Jiang Qiu's consent, Chu Yangzi quickly opened her phone to order takeout. The restaurant she chose was called Happy Snail, known for its authentic flavor and high ratings. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, the delivery arrived just as Jiang Qiu finished washing up. He changed into a shirt and went downstairs to eat with Chu Yangzi. Chapter 140, Daily Proposal. Should I just accept? President Chu, are you not going to work today? After finishing her meal, Jiang Qiu began to tidy up her belongings while inquiring. I'm not going. Chu Yangzi replied, shaking her head. I usually take a few days to handle matters for the entire month. Oh, then what will you do with the remaining time? Jiang Qiu couldn't resist asking. Of course, I'll spend it with you at school. Chu Yangzi casually flirted with Jiang Qiu once more. For 3 years, she had waited. Finally, she had the person she adored by her side, and she truly could not bear to wait another moment. Nothing, no company, no financial gain, was as significant as Jiang Qiu. Over the past 2 months, she had devoted all her energy to Jiang Qiu, compressing her time at the company to an absolute minimum. Generally, aside from urgent matters, she managed everything from home or school. Now, having finally moved in with Jiang Qiu, she had only spent a few more days at the company during this period. President Chu, you really don't have to accompany me at school, Jiang Qiu contemplated. You should just go to work. I feel the company needs you more. No. I want to see you every day. Although the company may require my presence, I need you more. Hearing this, Jiang Qiu admitted he was genuinely touched. He was well aware of the company's value. After its IPO, it was not far-fetched to predict it would exceed a market cap of 100 billion. To think such a promising enterprise was set aside for the sake of spending time with him? So what do you say? Would you consider marrying me? Chu Yangzi suddenly embraced Jiang Qiu, initiating her daily proposal. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but think, perhaps this time, he should just say yes. However, at that moment, his phone rang again. No answering. First, agree to my proposal. Chu Yangzi clung to Jiang Qiu, adopting a playful demeanor. It's your dad. Jiang Qiu glanced at the caller ID, which displayed the words Uncle Chu. Turning around, Chu Yangzi saw that it was indeed her father calling, and her expression soured. If I remember correctly, this is the second time, right? Why does he always call when I'm proposing? With a furrowed brow, Chu Yangzi huffed. Answer it and see what my dad wants. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. This father-daughter duo truly had an uncanny timing. He answered the call and switched to speaker mode, so Chu Yangzi could hear. Xiao Qiu, is it convenient for you to talk now? Came Uncle Chu's voice from the other end. Yes, it's quite convenient. I'm at home with Xiaoxi today, Jiang Qiu responded. Oh, I see. I've come across some insider information. Uncle Chu continued after a moment's thought. Currently, Northeast Pharmaceutical is under investigation and may face a hefty fine, which will significantly impact its stock value. I noticed your company had purchased a substantial amount of Northeast Pharmaceutical shares. You should sell them quickly. Jiang Qiu was taken aback by this revelation. He knew the stock's trajectory through his analysis tools and had anticipated it would only maintain its rise for 3 days. However, Uncle Chu's judgment stemmed from his experience and insider knowledge, leading him to the correct conclusion. One couldn't deny the wisdom that comes with age. Rest assured, Uncle Chu, Jiang Qiu explained. I had actually devised a plan long ago to sell everything before today's market closure. Oh, that's good to hear. When it comes to trading stocks, one must never harbor a sense of luck nor be overly tempted by immediate gains. A long-term perspective is essential, Uncle Chu patiently elaborated. Though not typically loquacious, he was willing to impart his extensive experience to Jiang Qiu. This scene left Chu Yangzi astonished. When had her father become so patient? Moreover, how did he know so much about Jiang Qiu's company, and even take the time to offer a warning? Weren't you previously indifferent to such matters? Chu Yangzi inquired. That was then. Now, it's my son-in-law's company, so of course I must pay attention, Uncle Chu replied. Chu Yangzi was momentarily speechless. Who was truly more invested in this relationship, her or her father? And why did her father's endearment toward Jiang Qiu feel more urgent than her own? Don't worry. Jiang Qiu had already mentioned he would sell all his stocks today. Chu Yangzi felt compelled to clarify, determined that her father would not undermine Jiang Qiu's credit. After all, Jiang Qiu had stated his intentions well in advance. Regardless of luck or skill, in Chu Yangzi's eyes, the fruits of victory belonged to Jiang Qiu. I sincerely appreciate your warning. I hope to seek your guidance more often in the future, Jiang Qiu said graciously, as it was only right to reciprocate the goodwill. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. You two carry on. Uncle Chu nodded contentedly before ending the call. In the office, Li Shifu had been listening to the entire conversation from the side. Jiang Qiu is truly remarkable. He anticipated the issue ahead of time. Uncle Chu remarked to Li Shifu. Indeed, Li Shifu nodded. I've been observing JQ Company for a while now. Their projects are nearly risk-free, which highlights Jiang Qiu's talent and investment. Not merely talent. Uncle Chu countered, shaking his head. Li Shifu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is there more? Yes, the most crucial aspect is his mindset. Uncle Chu analyzed thoughtfully. Take today's incident, for example. This young man, upon hearing my insider information, exhibited no change in demeanor at all. This is truly commendable. Chapter 141. Jealous of Jiang Qiu? Seeking a female companion. A hint of astonishment crossed Li Shifu's eyes. Jiang Qiu's reactions have always been remarkably composed. He neither flaunts nor belittles the myriad suggestions presented to him. Indeed, his mindset remains exceptionally serene, coupled with an ability for independent thought. Li Shifu found himself increasingly captivated. At first, he and T thought much of it, but upon reflection, it was clear that Jiang Qiu had invested a substantial amount of capital in purchasing this stock. If it had been anyone else, they would likely be fraught with anxiety at this moment. Yet Jiang Qiu remained unfazed. He appeared to possess a quiet confidence, as if he had already made the right decision long ago. This level of composure was rare among his peers. I once thought Jiang Qiu's good fortune was merely luck in meeting you, Li Shifu remarked. Now, I believe you are equally fortunate to have such a son-in-law. Huh? Uncle Chu burst into laughter. He was genuinely pleased with Jiang Qiu as a son-in-law. Yet, a lingering concern nagged at him. Was his daughter worthy of such an admirable partner? With such an outstanding son-in-law, marrying him off to my daughter, wouldn't that be a disservice to him? Uncle Chu fretted. Though his daughter was beautiful and quite capable of earning, it seemed those were her only notable attributes. In stark contrast, Jiang Qiu not only possessed good looks and wealth, but also an admirable character. For reasons unknown, Uncle Chu found himself increasingly impressed by Jiang Qiu. Li Shifu shukulat. While a father could candidly critique his daughter, he understood he could not afford to do the same. Boss, your daughter is quite exceptional as well. And when it comes to love, what truly matters is that both children are fond of each other. There's no need for comparisons, Li Shifu reassured. Hearing this, Uncle Chu felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, his daughter had acted quickly. He couldn't help but wonder where she had discovered such a treasure of son-in-law. After a moment of reflection, Chu Kuoyi resolutely decided that he must treat his son-in-law with greater kindness. Indeed, even more generously than he did his own daughter. As if he were his own flesh and blood. After finishing the call, Chu Yangzi gazed wide-eyed at Jiang Qiu. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Jiang Qiu touched her cheek and found nothing amiss. I'm just curious. When did your relationship with my dad become so amicable? Chu Yangzi bit her lip, feeling a twinge of conflict within her. Perhaps it was that day when your father came to find you and, after a few drinks, referred to me as bro? Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had previously had little interaction with Chu Kuoyi. Sometimes, fate works in mysterious ways. Had Chu Kuoyi not visited that day, the bond between him and Chu Yangzi might not have developed so swiftly. Conversely, had it not been for those two unexpected phone calls from Chu Kuoyi, he might have succumbed to Chu Yangzi's proposal. All right, but you must remember, my father and I have our own matters to discuss. Chu Yangzi hesitated, then said with determination, he may call you bro, but I shall never refer to you as uncle. Jiang Qiu could not help but chuckle. So that was the source of her tension. Shall we play a game together? Chu Yangzi abruptly changed the subject. Oh, Jiang Qiu replied, somewhat surprised you play. Chu Yangzi nodded vigorously and pulled out her phone. Let us start with PUBG Mobile. I think that 1S simpler. All right, have you already reached crown rank? Jiang Qiu inquired, glancing at her statistics, which were quite impressive. During my free time these past few days, I practiced a bit and even enlisted someone to teach me. Chu Yangzi stuck out her tongue, but, to be honest, those stats are mostly from someone else playing for me. Wow, you even hired a gaming companion? Jiang Qiu remarked with a hint of astonishment. Chu Zansi not that? Curious, Jiang Qiu asked, was it a male or female companion? At this question, Chu Yangzi's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled with anticipation. She gazed at Jiang Qiu and asked, if it were a male companion, would you feel jealous? Coughing. Jiang Qiu averted his gaze. How could I? I'm not that type of person. Chu Yangzi laughed. Don't worry, I only hired a female companion. She did not wish to create misunderstandings, so she specifically sought a female gamer. It is noteworthy that high-ranking female gamers are a rare find on gaming platforms. and their rates are considerably higher than those of their male counterparts. However, for Chu Yangzi, this was of no concern. She treasured Jiang Qiu and naturally considered his feelings. Indeed, while Jiang Qiu claimed to be unconcerned, his expression clearly relaxed. Chu Yangzi was observant enough to notice that Jiang Qiu's lips had curved upward slightly, indicating he was in good spirits. That's wonderful. How is your learning going now that you've hired a companion? Jiang Qiu asked with a smile. It's going well. At least I can find my way on the map and pick up a gun to shoot. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, fearful of Jiang Qiu's judgment. She also wanted to boast, perhaps about leading a team to victory, but she knew that would be quickly seen through. Well, that is not too bad. You don't play often after all. Jiang Qiu chuckled, not wanting to impose too much pressure on her. After all, having him in the game was sufficient, and for Chu Yangzi, earning a survivor title would be quite achievable. As the game commenced, Jiang Qiu aimed to provide Chu Yangzi with an enjoyable experience, avoiding overly populated areas initially. They ventured into the wilderness, and after gathering basic equipment, Jiang Qiu accompanied Chu Yangzi in battling against bots. She played somewhat clumsily. Even when armed, she struggled to hit the bots, needing to close the distance significantly to secure a kill. This was her first time playing a game with Jiang Qiu. It was natural for her to feel a bit nervous. However, Jiang Qiu did not rush her, simply enjoying their leisurely exploration in the wild. When they encountered bots again, Jiang Qiu refrained from intervening, allowing Chu Yangzi to take the lead. Gradually, after a few attempts, she began to find her rhythm. Due to Jiang Qiu inadvertently selecting the 4-person squad mode at the start, they were matched with 2 male teammates. The duo, now questioning their life choices, were particularly bemused by the sight of a boy earnestly instructing a girl on gameplay mechanics while she responded sweetly. The key was that both their voices were soft and melodious. I'm baffled. I merely wanted to unwind with the game. Yet here I am, witnessing a romantic interlude. One teammate mused. Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi had their microphones on, but their headphones were off, leading to a situation where their dialogue reached the teammates. Yet they remained oblivious to the teammates' banter. They continued at their own pace, slowly becoming accustomed to the terrain. As the safe zone shrank further, Jiang Qiu led Chu Yangzi without encountering any threats. Conversely, their 2 teammates, overly eager for combat, had been eliminated early on. Yet, rather than quitting, they had quietly entered spectator mode. Soon, they reached the final circle, and Chu Yangzi felt her palms grow sweaty. She crouched in a building, trembling with apprehension and hesitation. Jiang Qiu remained composed, shifting into hunting mode. Having previously allowed Chu Yangzi to engage the bots, he had yet to secure a single kill. He climbed onto the roof, finding a concealed spot, pulled out an 8-time scope, and began to take aim. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, each a headshot. A triple kill secured. Chu Yangzi watched in disbelief. How can you be so accurate? Just a small feat, Jiang Qiu said, glancing at her while lightly waving his fingers. You're incredible. From such a distance, I can't even hit one. Chu Yangzi genuinely admired Jiang Qiu's prowess. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, she planted a swift kiss on his cheek. Given their proximity, Jiang Qiu could not evade her affection, nor did he wish to. Their anonymous teammates, upon hearing the sound, couldn't help but express their envy. What's going on? It's just a game, and they've already kissed? I'm envious. What a divine teammate. Not only is he skilled in the game, but he is also fortunate in love. On the other hand, Jiang Qiu remained entirely unfazed. As the safe zone continued to diminish, the 8-time scope became less advantageous, prompting him to switch to the close-range AK-47. At this juncture, he noticed at least 1 squad inside a nearby building. Jiang Qiu first tossed a flashbang, injuring 2 opponents, then charged inside. Bang, bang. After a flurry of shots, the screen displayed victory. Chicken dinner tonight. Darling, you're truly amazing. Chu Yangzi exclaimed, gazing at Jiang Qiu's fingers. How did you achieve such dexterity? They look not just handsome, but also incredibly nimble. She glanced at her own fingers. Although they were also quite nice looking, they seemed to have a mind of their own when gaming. I played for quite a while. You've only just started. With more practice, you'll improve. Jiang Qiu said, flexing his fingers. This match had gone well. It provided Chu Yangzi with a gaming experience while he maintained his rank. I know I'm not very good. You don't have to comfort me. Chu Yangzi looked at Jiang Qiu with deep affection. Having you, the talented one, in our family is more than enough. Cough, cough, you're quite capable yourself, Jiang Qiu replied, gently ruffling her hair. Faced with Chu Yangzi's adoration, Jiang Qiu felt utterly captivated. She planted 2 more kisses on him, her gaming skills notwithstanding. In this moment, she was exceedingly happy. In the gaming lobby, the 2 random teammates had yet to depart. They were astounded by Jiang Qiu's prowess, exclaiming, could he possibly be cheating? If not, he is extraordinarily skilled. It appeared unlikely that he was cheating. His abilities seemed genuinely formidable. I must seize the opportunity to ally with him. Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi retreated back into the lobby, both receiving friend requests simultaneously. Oh, is that from our earlier teammates, now seeking to befriend us? Chu Yangzi exclaimed with excitement, as it was her first encounter with real teammates in the game. Jiang Qiu chuckled, why not accept? Having a few reliable allies in such games can be beneficial. They appear to be all male. Chu Yangzi turned to Jiang Qiu and earnestly declared, in that case, I won't add anyone else. You're the only friend I need. Jiang Qiu was taken aback by her sweetness, thinking, truly a remarkable player. Not only is he skilled in the game, but he also attracts such a thoughtful girlfriend. Upon accepting the friend request, the duo swiftly sent out a team invitation. Thus, the four of them formed a team and re-entered the game. Jiang Qiu, demonstrating his unmatched strength, unleashed a spree of victories. Chu Yangzi followed closely behind, playing the role of the healer, while the other two teammates could merely scavenge behind them if they bore no grievances. After all, who would complain about being paired with such a formidable player? In a continuous streak, they triumphed in 5 consecutive matches. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Qiu felt fatigued and decided to log out alongside Chu Yangzi. Perhaps it was the novelty of the game that kept Chu Yangzi exhilarated. You know, I feel like this game isn't that difficult after all. Darling, I've noticed that couples in the game have lovely names. Should we change ours too? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Let us not. We will need to purchase a name change card, and they are rather expensive, Jiang Qiu replied, reclining on the bed, waving his hand dismissively as drowsiness enveloped him, soon drifting off to sleep. Darling, are you asleep? Chu Yangzi bit her lip, stealthily approaching Jiang Qiu as if she were a thief. A rush of excitement surged through her as she pondered whether to change their couple's name while he was asleep. Chapter 143. Spending a fortune of 100,000 in a luxurious bedroom, Chu Yangzi tiptoed to the bedside. The mere thought of changing their names to couples' names sent waves of thrill coursing through her. As for the funds to purchase the name change cards, I'll simply spend it, she resolved. Chu Yangzi promptly transferred 100,000 to Jiang Qiu's account, and, once recharged, immediately bought 10 name change cards. I can stock up. If I think of a more beautiful name later, I can always purchase more. After securing the name change cards, Chu Yangzi turned her attention to couples' outfits. Characters in the game could be adorned with various attire and accessories, obtainable through daily tasks or direct purchases. Lacking time, but not funds, she decided to bypass daily tasks and simply buy what she desired. She transformed Jiang Qiu's character into a female avatar, reasoning that this would deter other girls from adding him as a friend. While contemplating, she indulged in lavish purchases without hesitation. Having just spent 100,000, if that wasn't enough, she would simply recharge again. After a while, she finally finished dressing up Jiang Qiu's character. Setting her phone aside, she began to assemble her own outfit, converting her character into a male avatar to ward off unwanted attention from other boys. After considerable effort, she successfully created their couple-s outfit. What are you up to, Chu? Jiang Qiu, having awakened after an hour's slumber, stretched languidly. Darling, I suddenly find spending money in the game quite exhilarating, Chu Yangzi replied timidly. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Qiu as he picked up his phone. The game interface had undergone a dramatic transformation. The background theme, character outfits, and weapon skins had all received extravagant upgrades. Although Jiang Qiu had previously excelled without spending a dime, this newfound opulence was astonishing. Looking at his character, now beautifully adorned due to Chu Yangzi's modifications, he mused. So how much did you spend? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired. Chu Yangzi lowered her head, whispering, not too much, perhaps around 100,000. Well, that's reasonable, Jiang Qiu nodded. Given Chu Yangzi's wealth, it seemed a trivial sum. Are you upset? I also bought 10 name change cards, so we can change names frequently in the future, Chu Yangzi said, gauging his reaction. As long as it makes you happy, Jiang Qiu thought, considering that for someone like Chu Yangzi, who often had money but little outlet for spending it, this indulgence in the game was a delightful reprieve. Thank you, darling. You didn't scold me. I'm truly happy. Chu Yangzi had been worried he might criticize her for her extravagant spending, but her fears were evidently unfounded. Having such a husband is wonderful, she thought, her affection for Jiang Qiu deepening. Mwah. Without restraint, she planted 2 kisses on Jiang Qiu. What's this, Chu? Is this a reward for yourself? Jiang Qiu asked with a smile. Yes, I'm quite happy, so I'm rewarding myself, Chu Yangzi affirmed, nodding obediently. Well, Your method of reward is rather unique, Jiang Qiu chuckled, glancing at the time, which was nearing 5 in the afternoon. Darling, are you hungry? Chu Yangzi asked. What would you like for dinner? I can order. Let us keep it simple. Jiang Qiu pondered before suggesting, I suddenly crave stir-fried rice noodles. What do you think? Yes. I'll eat whatever you eat. Chu Yangzi exclaimed, pulling out her phone to place the order. I'll handle it. There's a restaurant I used to frequent. And their food is quite good, Jiang Qiu replied. All right. Chu Yangzi nestled closer to Jiang Qiu, resting her head on his shoulder. Ordering takeout can be tiring. Lean on my shoulder. Jiang Qiu felt a thrill at her gesture and did not resist, leaning comfortably against her, enjoying the gentle scent of her perfume. You know, your serious demeanor is truly handsome. Being with you elevates my mood so much. Chu Yangzi gazed at Jiang Qiu, their proximity igniting a spark. She licked her lips and couldn't help but steal another kiss. Jiang Qiu chuckled. I'm in a good mood too. Especially if you don't play coy all the time. I'm not. I just can't help it. Chu Yangzi bit her lip and declared, regardless. You belong to me. You can never escape. Jiang Qiu chuckled helplessly. All right, I want to run away. I'm waiting for our takeout. At 6 o'clock, the delivery person arrived with the stir-fried rice noodles. Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi made their way downstairs to the dining area, where they were greeted with 2 signature servings of ham stir-fried rice noodles, a bowl of pickled vegetables, 2 large pork chops, and 2 bowls of seaweed soup. Perfection. They eagerly dug into the meal. Chapter 144. Another invitation for drinks. A surprise or a shock. During their meal, Jiang Qiu's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and glanced at the message. It was from Chu Kuo-ei. Xiao Qiu, do you have time next weekend for another drink? After sending the message, Chu Kuo-ei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Having just conversed with Li Shifu and sensing an urgency in the air, Jiang Qiu is truly exceptional. He must seize the moment to help his daughter finalize matters promptly. All right, let us meet on Saturday evening for a drink, Jiang Qiu replied. He didn't think much of it. After all, it would be impolite to refuse an elder's invitation for a drink. Moreover, to be candid, Uncle Chu was quite pleasant to interact with, especially when he playfully insisted that Jiang Qiu call him brother on the very first day, which Jiang Qiu found rather endearing. It seemed that Senior Chu had inherited this charming tradition from Uncle Chu. Little did Chu Kuo-ei know that in his son-in-law's eyes, he was perceived as adorable. Throughout his life, he had navigated the tumultuous waters of the business world, and while he had been labeled many things, adorable was never one of them. Would he feel pleased upon discovering this? Or perhaps bemused? In any case, at that moment, Chu Kuo-ei was elated to have received Jiang Qiu's reply. He quickly responded, Very well, I shall come over on Saturday evening. This time I'll bring some fine wine, and we shall indulge. No problem, Jiang Qiu chuckled, adding, You may bring less wine. I believe moderation is also delightful. His primary concern was that should his father-in-law indulge too much again, the aftermath could become quite complicated. After all, he had already experienced the awkwardness of addressing Chu as brother last time, which had nearly brought Chu Sueja to tears as she inexplicably found herself lowered a rank in familial hierarchy. If they were to drink merrily again, what chaos might ensue? All right, then I shall bring less red wine. Chu Kuo-ei had initially intended to bring more, but decided to heed Jiang Qiu's suggestion, prioritizing quality over quantity, as the aim was to strengthen their bond rather than overindulge. His thoughts were quite astute. He intended to respect his son-in-law's wishes and ensure that they would finalize the wedding plans this time around. Meanwhile, as Jiang Qiu engaged in conversation with Chu Kuo-ei, Chu Yangzi's phone chimed with a new message. Little Shi, how have you been getting along with Jiang Qiu lately? On the other end, Xiao Zhenlin inquired. Chu Yangzi promptly replied, Quite well. Annie, you need not worry. That is splendid to hear. Xiao Zhenlin responded with a smile. If he treats you poorly, do let me know promptly. I shall advocate on your behalf. Yes, I will. Chu Yangzi's lips curled into a delightful smile, feeling grateful for the support from Jiang Qiu's family. Although Jiang Qiu was somewhat uncooperative at the moment, she believed she could navigate the situation and would not resort to complaining to his mother. After all, their relationship ultimately relied on mutual understanding. Auntie, you need not fret about us. Have you had dinner yet? Zhu Zanxi inquit? Yes, your uncle and I have eaten, Xiao Zhenlin replied. We didn't do anything special. Just had a casual meal. That one do. Staying at home must be rather dull for you and uncle. You should come over for dinner this weekend. Chu Yangzi suggested. Although she wasn't accustomed to dining with others, she felt entirely comfortable around Jiang Qiu's parents. Chu Yangzi genuinely cherished Jiang Qiu's family and the warmth it exuded. Thus, she seized the opportunity to invite them over. Surely, it would come as a delightful surprise for Jiang Qiu, wouldn't it? That sounds lovely. If we have time next week, we'll come and prepare a delicious meal for you, Qiu Junlin expressed her delight. Is there anything specific you wish to eat? Just let Annie know. I can make it all. I enjoy everything you cook. Chu Yangzi's response brought joy to Qiu Junlin. They subsequently agreed on a time for the following weekend and decided to visit. As for Jiang Qiu's opinion, no need to inform that rascal. We'll surprise him. Qiu Junlin chuckled. All right, we shall see you next week. After confirming their plans, Chu Yangzi concluded the conversation. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Qiu had just finished chatting with Chu Kuo-Yi. Both parties had set a date for the upcoming weekend, each secretly planning to surprise the other. After dinner, Jiang Qiu tidied up the takeout packaging. Chu Yangzi, meanwhile, busied herself in the kitchen, retrieving a cloth to wipe the stains from the dining table. This is life, beyond the dazzling lights outside. It is more about the mundane essentials of daily existence. About half an hour later, Chu Yangzi prepared a fruit platter, sacrificing a fair amount of fruit to arrange it aesthetically. Bringing it to the bedroom, she found Jiang Qiu browsing financial information on his computer. Thank you, Sweja. How thoughtful of you. Jiang Qiu exclaimed upon seeing the fruit platter, unable to contain his admiration. No need for thanks, as my husband. It is only right that I treat you well. Chu Yangzi replied, playfully offering him a slice of watermelon. Although she had felt quite tired while preparing the fruit, the sight of Jiang Qiu enjoying it filled her heart with sweetness. Chapter 145. Meow Meow. Does Chu Yangzi imitate a cat? At 9 in the evening, the two sat in the bedroom. Jiang Qiu was engrossed in reading novels as usual, while Chu Yangzi tended to work matters. Having not gone to the office that day, there were various tasks awaiting her attention. As the National Day holiday dwindled, their leisurely time together was also nearing its end. Nevertheless, Chu Yangzi felt reassured. After all, they lived together now, and even if busy during the day, they would still return home at night. At this moment, she felt grateful for her earlier decision. After another half hour, Chu Yangzi finally completed her work. She promptly stood up and approached Jiang Qiu, leaning in to see what he was doing. While working, she required focus and thus restrained herself, but now that she was done, she relished being close to Jiang Qiu. As they drew nearer, Jiang Qiu put down his phone and inquired, President Chu, are you finished? Yes, all done. Chu Yangzi nodded, tried to snuggle closer to him. Stop that. Your habit resembles that of an animal. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Meow meow. Am I like a little cat? Chu Yangzi playfully stuck out her tongue and imitated a cute cat's meow. Ahem, that is rather adorable, Jiang Qiu noted, feeling a stir of affection. Cats lean against their owners to invite a gentle touch, after all. Chu Yangzi looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes. Darling, want to you pet me? I'm afraid I'm allergic to cat fur, Jiang Qiu replied, maintaining a serious facade. Oh, what about dogs? They love to snuggle with their owners too. Chu Yangzi quickly switched roles, snuggling closer to him once more. Then give me a couple of barks to hear, Jiang Qiu chuckled. Woof. Woof. Chu Yangzi squatted on the bed, gazing at him with wide eyes, perfectly mimicking a dog. President Chu, you are the CEO of a major corporation. Can we not be so frivolous? Jiang Qiu gently patted her, prompting her to sit up straight. Darling, let us get a pet in the future. No matter what it is. Chu Yangzi expressed her anticipation. Ahem, I think keeping you is sufficient, Jiang Qiu replied, fond of small animals. Yet he felt it would be inconvenient for now. If they acquired a pet, daily feeding and care would consume a considerable amount of time. How would he find time to read novels, play games, and indulge in idleness? All right then, we can consider it in the future. Chu Yangzi genuinely looked forward to it and eagerly began researching online. After all, having a small life to nurture felt akin to having a child with Jiang Qiu. Perhaps every girl has an innate fondness for such furry little creatures. With a gentle smile, Chu Yangzi jotted down a note in her little notebook to raise a small animal together with Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu was still unaware that he might soon become a distinguished pet caretaker. At 10 o'clock in the evening, President Chu, it's best if you retire early tonight. Lest you end up with dark circles under your eyes, he remarked, stretching lazily. You should wash up first, Chu Yangzi replied, engrossed in her research on pet care strategies. All right, I'll head to the bathroom then, Jiang Qiu said before entering. He felt a bit drowsy today and intended to wash up and enjoy a refreshing sleep. However, the question of where he would sleep tonight loomed over him. Logically, he should still sleep on the floor, but given that he had already slept in bed last night, was it necessary to return to the floor? After all, sleeping in bed was undeniably comfortable, and Jiang Qiu found himself in a state of indecision. After a swift wash, he emerged from the bathroom. At that moment, Chu Yangzi was kneeling on the bed, seemingly searching for something. Huh, senior, what's going on? Jiang Qiu inquired curiously. There's a mosquito. I just got bitten, she replied, lifting her fair thigh to reveal a prominently raised mosquito bite. Jiang Qiu initially intended to assess the severity of the bite, but found the position rather awkward. Following her raised leg trajectory, he could clearly see the color beneath. This. Jiang Qiu quickly turned his head, feigning ignorance. Darling, what's wrong? Please help me rub it. Chu Yangzi, unaware of his discomfort, assumed he was reluctant to assist. Cough, I think I'll help you catch the mosquito instead. Jiang Qiu began to search around. Great. Let us each take a side and make sure to find that mosquito, Chu Yangzi declared, her fist clenched in determination. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes was particularly vexing, especially when trying to sleep. It was impossible to rest soundly. If one were to encounter a particularly venomous mosquito, the consequences could be dire, leaving a large, itchy welt that took ages to subside. This was especially problematic for women, as a noticeable bite could ruin their appearance when they went out. There was even a story about a female celebrity who, while walking the red carpet, was photographed with a red knee, leading to rampant speculation from the press until observant onlookers realized it was merely a mosquito bite. The embarrassment was immense and left many in fits of laughter. Just then, Chu Yangzi suddenly caught sight of the mosquito and lunged to catch it, but missed. Jiang Qiu stepped closer, his reflexes sharp, and swiftly captured the fleeing mosquito midair. Chapter 146. President Chu, are you being unreasonable again? In the bedroom, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi continued their hunt for the mosquito. Chu Yangzi had just missed it, which left her quite frustrated. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu's quick reflexes allowed him to successfully trap the mosquito in his palm. Did you catch it? Chu Yangzi eagerly approached him. Her curiosity piqued as she peered into his hand. A bloody mosquito lay defeated within his grasp. Phew, thank you for avenging me. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her admiration for Jiang Qiu evident. How are you so skilled? You even catch mosquitoes with such ease. Her admiration was heartfelt. Jiang Qiu was truly exceptional. Not only was he handsome with elegant fingers, adept at gaming, and possessing a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, but now he was also a master at catching mosquitoes. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and in this moment, Chu Yangzi gazed at Jiang Qiu with stars in her eyes. President Chu, stop staring. I need to wash my hands, Jiang Qiu chuckled, heading to the bathroom to cleanse his hands. When he returned, Chu Yangzi approached him, cupping his face in her hands. Darling, how are you so amazing? Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. Chu Yangzi rose slightly on her toes and planted a kiss on his lips. This is my reward for you. President Chu, are you being unreasonable again? Jiang Qiu teased. All right, if I'm being unreasonable, then I'll do it again. Chu Yangzi kissed him once more. In matters such as these, the difference between being unreasonable once or twice was negligible. After spending so much time together, Chu Yangzi's kisses had grown far more proficient than before. Although her heart still raced each time, that was precisely why practice was essential. As they stood close, Jiang Qiu suddenly recalled something. President Chu, may I suggest something? He said earnestly. Is it that you don't want to kiss me? Chu Yangzi bit her lip. Then you need not suggest anything. I want to agree. No, it's regarding something else. Oh, then do tell. Upon seeing the seriousness in Jiang Qiu's expression, Chu Yangzi felt a twinge of anxiety. Had she been too forward earlier? If his suggestion involved her leaving, she would undoubtedly burst into tears. Regardless, she was determined to stay right there. What are you thinking? Jiang Qiu observed her eyes welling with tears, finding it both amusing and perplexing. President Chu, I simply wish to ask if you could spare me the outlet over here. My phone needs charging at night, and it's quite uncomfortable. Is that all? Chu Yangzi opened her mouth, exhaling a sigh of relief. I was genuinely quite anxious, mainly because you looked so serious, she added, her concern evident. Yes, that's the matter, Jiang Qiu clarified. I feared I might forget later, so I wanted to mention in advance. Darling, I too have a favor to ask of you. Chu Yangzi pondered for a moment before gazing at him. Oh, do share. Jiang Qiu was curious about her serious demeanor, wondering what it could be. Could you agree to my request first? She pleaded, her eyes shimmering with vulnerability. Absolutely not. Jiang Qiu shook his head resolutely. President Chu, are you attempting to be unreasonable yet again? Chu Yangzi felt a pang of guilt. Had her intentions been so transparent? No, we can exchange fairly, she proposed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with allure. What do you have in mind for the exchange? Jiang Qiu asked. I'll relinquish my spot to you, and all you need to do is call me wife every day. I feel like that is a bit unfair. Jiang Qiu countered. Unfair? You're mine sooner or later, Chu Yangzi declared, causing Jiang Qiu's face to flush with embarrassment as he quickly retorted. No, I still feel it's a bit unfair. After contemplating, Chu Yangzi suggested, then you must kiss me every morning when you wake up. That feels even more unfair. Jiang Qiu replied, unable to suppress his thoughts. I think I'll pass on the exchange and just charge my phone tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi quickly proposed. Then how about this? Let's go out on a date tomorrow. A date? Yes, I want to go out shopping and dining with you. Jiang Qiu considered her request. You know, online shopping is quite convenient. Whether for food or clothing, you can order it all online and have it delivered directly to your home. No, that's not the same. Chu Yangzi insisted earnestly. What I desire is the experience of going out with you, dining together, shopping, and watching movies. As she spoke, her anticipation grew. Jiang Qiu had initially intended to refuse, primarily because he found shopping exhausting. Lying on the bed at home, gaming, or reading novels was blissful. However, seeing the eager light in Chu Yangzi's eyes softened his resolve. All right, we'll go out tomorrow. After all, it's the last day of the holiday. We can enjoy a meal and return early. Great. I'm so happy. Chu Yangzi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Although she had hoped to return later, she decided to acquiesce to Jiang Qiu's terms since he had finally agreed. Chu Yangzi was unaware of her growing dependence on Jiang Qiu. In the past, when she was with Li Lingling, she orchestrated every detail of their outings without heeding anyone else's suggestions. Yet now, everything had transformed. Once Jiang Qiu made arrangements, she willingly complied with his decisions. Chapter 147. Heartfelt Breakfast. Jiang Qiu was sufficient company. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Qiu extinguished the lights and lay down on the floor. He had forgotten something important today. He intended to sleep on the bed, but after discussing their upcoming date, it slipped his mind. Oh well, the senior should be asleep by now, he mused. He shook his head, not feeling rushed, deciding to speak to her when the time was right. After all, sleeping on the floor made him long for the comforts of a bed. On the other hand, Chu Yangzi was wide awake. The mere thought of her date with Jiang Qiu the next day rendered her sleepless. If Jiang Qiu were to suggest joining her on the bed, she would likely explode with delight. Moments later, as Jiang Qiu quickly succumbed to slumber, Chu Yangzi confirmed his sleep and quietly retrieved her phone. Unable to drift off, she sent a message to Li Lingling. Chu Yangzi. Lingling, are you asleep? Chu Yangzi, I know you're not. I have exciting news. Tomorrow, I'm going on a date with Jiang Qiu. Where do you think we should go? Li Lingling. Li Lingling, enough. It's late, and I don't want to hear about your romantic escapades. Chu Yangzi, come on, Lingling, you're my best friend. Li Lingling, I can no longer trust your sweet nothings. Zhu Zanxi. Li Lingling, so, when you need me, I'm the best friend? But when you don't, I'm just a single dog. Chu Yangzi, don't say that. Being single has its perks. Li Lingling, for heaven's sake, act like a decent person. Chu Yangzi, you give me some advice first. Then we can talk about being decent. Li Lingling. Li Lingling, fine, but remember to thank me when you and Jiang Qiu get married. Chu Yangzi, I will. I'll make you my maid of honor. Li Lingling, huh? Why do I feel like I'm the one losing out? Chu Yangzi, hurry and help me think of something. I'm worried I'll wake Jiang Qiu. Li Lingling, I suggest you both head to Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street first. Then when you're tired, visit the Bond for the scenery. There are plenty of bars there where you can enjoy a drink. Typically, Chu Yangzi did not venture out much. Aside from Li Lingling, she had few other friends. She searched for Nanjing Road and found it appealing, especially since they could rest at the Bund after strolling about. They could enjoy the views while sipping on drinks, though primarily Jiang Qiu would be drinking. If she could manage to get him tipsy, wouldn't that'd be splendid? This thought excited Chu Yangzi even more. After finalizing the date location, she set her phone aside, eager to sleep early so she could be in good spirits the next day. However, her excitement kept her awake for quite some time, even leading to dreams filled with visions of her date with Jiang Qiu. The following morning, around 8:30, Jiang Qiu awoke first. Stretching, he noticed Chu Yangzi still asleep and quietly left the bedroom. Descending the stairs, he searched for breakfast. Previously, he had ordered milk and whole grain bread online. Since there was no need to venture out this morning, a simple breakfast sufficed. Jiang Qiu quickly finished his meal, then heated a box of milk and placed 2 slices of whole grain bread on a plate before heading back upstairs. At that moment, Chu Yangzi had also awakened. Her sleepwear was slightly disheveled, her hair tousled, and she appeared rather groggy. What time is it? She asked weakly as she saw Jiang Qiu enter the room. It's 9 o'clock. Let's have breakfast. Jiang Qiu replied, placing the warmed milk and the plate of bread on her bedside table. Chu Yangzi had not slept well the previous night and still felt lethargic. However, upon realizing the milk had been heated, a wave of warmth washed over her. Thank you, dear, she beamed, knowing Jiang Qiu cared for her. Eat up. It will help you regain your energy, Jiang Qiu encouraged. Afterward, he went downstairs to fetch her some snacks. Once Chu Yangzi devoured everything, she finally felt rejuvenated. She picked up her phone to check her work email, finding it empty. Her late-night work had evidently paid off, as there were no immediate tasks awaiting her. This brought her a sense of relief, and she turned to Jiang Qiu. How about we play some games? Chu Yangzi suggested. Do you have time for that? Jiang Qiu countered. Yes, I'm free now, so let us go for it. She replied, her anticipation palpable. All right then. Jiang Qiu agreed without hesitation. The two commenced a series of 4-player matches in a battle royale game, achieving an impressive 5 consecutive victories, continuing until noon. For Jiang Qiu, the game was a one-sided massacre, while Chu Yangzi played the supportive role, often failing to eliminate any opponents herself, but thoroughly enjoying the experience. Regardless of Jiang Qiu's whereabouts, she remained his steadfast companion, whether in life or in gaming. Perhaps the developers never anticipated that what was meant to be a competitive game would turn into a nurturing experience. At 12:30, lunch arrived. Today, Chu Yangzi had ordered a lavish spread, which included a platter of tuna sushi, Miyazaki beef, monkfish liver, matsutake seafood soup, fish roe, and sea urchin rice, and shizuoka melons. As they dined, the couple discussed their plans for the evening date. Nanjing Road was a fine choice, with the added allure of visiting the Bund afterwards. Jiang Qiu had no objections. After their meal, a notification on Chu Yangzi's phone alerted her to a new email. She needed to attend to it, so she retreated to the bedroom to begin her work. Jiang Qiu had intended to head to the study, as a separate room would minimize distractions. However, Chu Yangzi wished for his company. Darling, could you stay with me in here? She implored, leaning on her arms and gazing at him with a pleading expression. I mainly worry about interrupting you, especially since you have work to do. Jiang Qiu chuckled softly, bemused by how clingy his senior sister was. That one tea happened. With you beside me, my productivity actually improves, she replied, biting her lip, relishing his presence. All right then, you focus on your work, and I'll put on my headphones. Jiang Qiu said, settling at the edge of the bed. He intended to watch gaming live streams, as it was just as enjoyable in the bedroom. With headphones on, he searched for his favorite female gamer. No, rather, she was a gaming streamer. Jiang Qiu clarified that he was merely interested in the games, not the allure of beauty. After all, if he wanted to see beauty, he could simply look at Chu Yangzi. Ever since moving in with her, he felt his standards of aesthetics had elevated remarkably. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After wrapping up her tasks, Chu Yangzi stealthily approached Jiang Qiu. Honey, is the female streamer attractive? What did you say, President Chu? Jiang Qiu replied, genuinely unable to hear. Who looks better, me or this female streamer? Chu Yangzi bit her lip, gazing intently at Jiang Qiu. If his answer failed to satisfy her, tears would undoubtedly flow. Upon hearing this precarious question, Jiang Qiu answered without hesitation, President Chu, of course, you are the more beautiful one. To him, watching streams was merely a casual pastime. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that although the gaming streamer was female, she had never revealed her face. Thus, Jiang Qiu had no need for contemplation. In terms of appearance, he believed no one could rival Chu Yangzi. Honey, you're so sweet. I must reward you. Chu Yangzi leaped into Jiang Qiu's embrace, and, seizing the moment, pecked his chin while he was distracted. What is this peculiar habit? Jiang Qiu felt a delightful tickle, a subtle thrill. Senior, how about you save that reward for yourself next time? He chuckled. Save it for myself? Then you should kiss me. Chu Yangzi pointed at her chin, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Qiu felt a stir of desire. He genuinely wished to try. Without prolonged hesitation, he leaned in and gently pressed his lips to hers. A light giggle escaped Chu Yangzi. Though it tickled, she was genuinely elated. This time, it was Jiang Qiu who initiated the kiss, and for some inexplicable reason, it brought her immense comfort, something she rarely felt otherwise. After a while, Chu Yangzi regained her composure. She glanced at Jiang Qiu's phone livestream and suddenly exclaimed, Honey, how about we play this game together? Do you know how to play? Jiang Qiu was taken aback. Did she hire a booster for this game as well? Yes, I've learned a little. Chu Yangzi produced her phone, showing him her account. Goodness, your skins are quite impressive. I assume you've invested significantly in this account? All right, let us play a match. Which hero do you prefer? Jiang Qiu inquired. I'm flexible. I've tried a few. Chu Yangzi admitted sheepishly. That's just fine. Just follow my lead, Jiang Qiu reassured her. In lower tiers, he could easily secure a victory alone. After all, Chu Yangzi was simply there for fun. Whom he played with mattered little. He was confident in his speed and skill. Soon, they logged into the game and entered the loading screen. They were assigned to the blue team, matched with 3 random teammates. As they entered, the teammates began to make haphazard selections, creating a rather harmonious atmosphere. Goodness, winning or losing is merely a matter of luck, as long as we enjoy ourselves? Jiang Qiu mused, momentarily stunned. It had been ages since he played in such a low-tier match, and he found it hard to grasp. Thanks to Chu Yangzi, they were matched with a bronze tier. It was amusing to note that even the strongest players had to cater to their benefactor. After all, Chu Yangzi had spent over 100,000. Losing the first game would surely dampen her spirits, wouldn't it? Thus, the matchmaking system kindly placed their benefactor in bronze, ensuring she could secure a few kills and enjoy herself, potentially leading to further spending. The intricacies behind this matchmaking were undeniably clever. Chapter 149, Jiang Qiu, Senior. Please don't tease, it's a bit ticklish. Once in the game, Jiang Qiu found himself in the blue team with a lineup of Guan Yu in the top lane, Diao Chan in the mid lane, Ho Yi in the jungle, Gong Sun Li as the jungler, and Gan Jiang Mo Xia as support. Goodness. 2 marksmen, 2 mages, and Guan Yu? Diao Chan is the character chosen by Chu Yangzi, while Jiang Qiu opted for Guan Yu. She likely chose Diao Chan due to her beautiful skin. Welcome to the game in the canyon. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops advance. At the start, Jiang Qiu purchased a pair of boots and rode his little steed towards the confrontation lane. Chu Yangzi, upon seeing this, promptly followed suit, abandoning the mid lane entirely. All right, Jiang Qiu reassured himself, unfazed. Upon reaching the confrontation lane, his steed suddenly gave an early warning. In the game, Guan Yu's horse would emit a green glow when enemies were nearby. Jiang Qiu swiftly executed his first skill, striking into the brush. This left the opposing Charlotte bewildered. A seasoned player might have quickly found a way to escape, but the opponent was also a novice, utterly unsure of what to do. Jiang Qiu seized the opportunity, striking once more and swiftly dispatching the foe. First blood, Jiang Qiu achieved his first kill. At that moment, Chu Yangzi finally arrived, panting. That was so fast. I didn't even get to do anything. Yet, Chu Yangzi remained cheerful. Jiang Qiu's performance alone was sufficient for her. Following that, Jiang Qiu continued to dominate, pushing from their half of the map to the enemy's crystal tower, practically gliding through the game. Approximately 8 minutes later, the match concluded. Chu Yangzi was still in the back, learning to cast skills and dealing damage to minions. Wait, ended already? Chu Yangzi exclaimed, relishing the ease of a lay win. She gazed at Jiang Qiu in admiration. Honey, should I reward you again? Before Jiang Qiu could respond, she playfully nudged his foot with her delicate toes. Stop that, senior. It tickles, Jiang Qiu exclaimed, having just completed the game's rewards, suddenly feeling a cool sensation. Chu Yangzi's feet were slightly chilly, causing a ticklish response. Why don't you touch me too? Chu Yangzi's captivating eyes remained fixed on Jiang Qiu. She usually disliked physical contact, let alone playful nudges. Her instances of hand-holding were few and far between. It wasn't that she was aloof. She simply wasn't accustomed to it. However, now, in Jiang Qiu's presence, she felt no discomfort. Rather, she craved his touch. Senior, what is this peculiar habit of yours? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Yet he extended his foot to gently brush against hers. So warm. Chu Yangzi felt the warmth radiating from Jiang Qiu. Even his feet were not cold. This was vastly different from her own experience, adding yet another reason to adore him. Honey, please touch me more often. I only want you to do it. Chu Yangzi gazed at Jiang Qiu with eager eyes. She cherished this sensation. Even if Jiang Qiu refused her request, she felt compelled to express her feelings. Shall we play another game? Jiang Qiu neither accepted nor declined. He intended to shift the topic, but Chu Yangzi's unwavering gaze, her lips biting in anticipation, made her appear utterly pitiable. All right then, I'll touch you a few more times, and then we can continue playing. Jiang Qiu finally relented. He reached out, pinching Chu Yangzi's cheeks playfully and cupping her face in his hands. At that moment, Chu Yangzi's heart raced. Was Jiang Qiu about to kiss her? She could hardly contain her excitement. Was this how it felt to be cherished by Jiang Qiu? Jiang Qiu leaned in, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. At that moment, Chu Yangzi felt dizzy with joy. Though they didn't kiss on the lips, a slight disappointment, she was genuinely elated. After all, in the past, it had always been Chu Yangzi who took the initiative, often resorting to tears to prompt Jiang Qiu into action. But today, it was Jiang Qiu who had made the first move. Though it wasn't particularly bold, it held a different meaning. Chu Yangzi felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, throwing herself into Jiang Qiu's embrace. Ahem, that's enough, senior. It's a little tight. Sorry, is it better now? Yes, but I'm struggling to breathe. Ugh. 5 minutes later, the two finally parted ways. Chu Yangzi, overwhelmed with joy, had embraced Jiang Qiu and planted a kiss on his cheek for quite a while. Senior, is this also a reward? Jiang Qiu found himself both amused and perplexed. After all, he had merely kissed her forehead, yet she had deviated from the expected norms. Darling, thank you. I am truly happy today, Chu Yangzi exclaimed. playfully lifting her petite foot and giving it a gentle sway, mirroring her buoyant mood. There's still time. Shall we play another game? She suggested cheerfully. All right, let's get ready. Jiang Qiu replied with a smile. Soon, they engaged in another round of gaming, where Jiang Qiu effortlessly dominated the match. Even when facing higher-ranked opponents, he remained at ease, though he made it a point to consider Chu Yangzi's feelings. Within the game, Jiang Qiu endeavored to teach her some strategies, while allowing opportunities for her to unleash her powerful moves. After several practice rounds, her Jiao Chan finally secured a kill, marking her first taste of gaming triumph. They played a total of 3 matches, each resulting in victory. Chapter 150. Time to head out. A day to remember. After an afternoon of gaming, it was 5 o'clock. Senior, shouldn't we be heading out? Jiang Qiu remarked, putting his phone down. Typically, he would be ordering takeout by this time, but today was different. Going out on a date was a first for him. Darling, my clothes are upstairs. Let me go get ready. After saying this, Chu Yangzi stood up, gave Jiang Qiu a peck on the cheek, and reluctantly ascended the stairs. After all, it was their first date, and both felt a tinge of nervousness. Not only Chu Yangzi, but Jiang Qiu also sensed a flicker of pressure. What should he wear? He opened his wardrobe, which was filled with clothes, yet nothing seemed quite right. A suit was certainly out of the question. After all, they were going shopping, and wearing a suit felt overly formal. His usual tank top would not do either. It wouldn't be appropriate to take a girl out dressed in shorts and a tank top. Athletic wear was even less suitable. One might assume he was heading out for a run. After much deliberation, Jiang Qiu finally settled on a stylish LV ensemble, a white embroidered t-shirt paired with black casual pants and the latest white sneakers. This outfit elevated his charm considerably. A little over 10 minutes later, Jiang Qiu emerged from his room, just as Chu Yangzi descended the stairs. She wore a white V-neck chiffon blouse, a blue short skirt, and her long, fair legs were both slender and straight. She donned sheer stockings complemented by a pair of ochre suede flats, her delicate skin accentuating the faint blue veins. A sight to behold. This outfit was the same one she had worn the day they first met at the school gate, making this day particularly significant for her. After waiting 3 long years for this moment, their reunion was steeped in memories, and thus she had not worn this outfit since. Today, however, as she donned it again, it transformed her from a domineering CEO vibe into that of a pure campus goddess. Jiang Qiu scrutinized her carefully, unable to suppress a silent compliment in his heart. Recently, her style had leaned towards the formal, exuding a high-cold CEO aura. While she looked stunning, Jiang Qiu had grown somewhat accustomed to that look. Her sudden change in attire left him utterly captivated. He couldn't help but notice something familiar about her outfit. His brow furrowed as he recalled where he had seen it before. It was indeed the same dress she had worn on their first day of school when they had met at the gate. Jiang Qiu felt a wave of emotion wash over him. After all, she had chosen to wear this meaningful dress on their date, a gesture that spoke volumes. Yet, he couldn't help but worry that she absolutely must not drive today. Last time, it was fortunate that he had the system support. It had turned a mishap into a blessing. But with an ordinary person, the outcome could have been disastrous. On the other hand, upon seeing Jiang Qiu, Chu Yangzi twirled in place and asked, "Darling, do I look good in this?" "Yes, you look wonderful," Jiang Qiu nodded, smiling as he added, "It would look even better if you weren't driving." Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi understood his meaning and sheepishly replied, "Darling, I was just too excited when I saw you last time. I could drive just fine normally." Why do I feel like you're driving right now?" Jiang Qiu teased. "No way." Chu Yangzi's cheeks flushed. Although she usually presented a strong front, deep down, she retained a girl-like innocence, a side that only emerged in Jiang Qiu's presence. "Shall we go?" "Yes." The sky outside had not yet fully darkened, but given the heavy traffic on Nanjing Road, they needed to leave promptly. If they drove now, they would likely arrive around 6:30. Together, they stepped outside, with Jiang Qiu behind the wheel of his Tesla. As for Chu Yangzi's sports car, he decided against it for safety reasons. Moreover, the crowds on Nanjing Road would undoubtedly draw attention if they drove her flashy car. To avoid unnecessary complications, Jiang Qiu opted for his own vehicle. Chu Yangzi had no objections. In their home, Jiang Qiu made the decisions. Of course, this only applied outside. If they were at home, even if Jiang Qiu suggested she shouldn't kiss him, she would never agree. Thus, Jiang Qiu drove while Chu Yangzi settled into the passenger seat. Before getting in, she had pulled out a large sticker of herself, likely from her high school days, exuding a cute charm. "Darling, can I stick this in the car?" Chu Yangzi asked, a smile playing on her lips as she searched for a suitable spot. Stick it in the car?" Jiang Qiu chuckled. It seemed she had ulterior motives, perhaps to prevent other girls from sitting in the passenger seat in the future. "Yes, I want everyone to know you're taken." Chu Yangzi's voice was sweet, her lovely eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Jiang Qiu. Chapter 151. The Little Shop Chosen by Jiang Qiu, A Taste of Humanity. Go ahead and stick it. Jiang Qiu smiled and nodded in agreement. Noticing that Chu Yangzi had already selected a spot for the sticker, he knew that refusing would likely bring her to tears. The sticker was convenient. It could be easily peeled and stuck on. Once granted permission, Chu Yangzi promptly placed it beside the rearview mirror, ensuring that anyone sitting in the passenger seat would see it at first glance. Thank you, darling. Zhu Zanxi be met, planting another kiss on Jiang Qiu. As she sat in the passenger seat, gazing at her sticker, her mood soared. Jiang Qiu began driving, but traffic was a bit congested. By 7 o'clock, they finally found a parking spot. Given that Nanjing Road was primarily a pedestrian street with many no-parking zones, finding a space had proven quite challenging. Ultimately, Jiang Qiu headed to a shopping mall's parking lot, which took considerable time, but they finally parked. Recently, the weather in the bustling metropolis had been stiflingly hot, making extended stays outdoors quite uncomfortable, especially for Jiang Qiu, who preferred cooler environments. Once they exited the car, they headed directly into the mall. The cool air from the air conditioning welcomed them, and Jiang Qiu felt an immense sense of relief. Honey, I feel a bit chilly, she remarked, having just stepped indoors, her body still adjusting to the temperature difference, especially considering that Chu Yangzi was dressed rather lightly, her long legs directly exposed to the cold air. You'll acclimate soon enough. Would you like me to fetch you a jacket? Jiang Qiu offered. No need, just hold me a little tighter, Chu Yangzi replied with a playful tone. She wasn't genuinely cold, she simply desired his embrace. After all, they were accustomed to the comforts of home, and now, amidst a bustling crowd, she felt a tad bashful. I must tell you, it will be quite warm once we enter the mall, Jiang Qiu said as he wrapped an arm around her shoulders, attempting to shield her from the frigid air. I don't mind the heat, she responded, reveling in the feeling of being protected by Jiang Qiu, which brought her immense joy. Inside the mall, a steady stream of people flowed by, workers finishing their shifts, students gathering in groups after classes, and elderly residents taking leisurely strolls after dinner. The vibrant atmosphere was filled with laughter and chatter, infusing Chu Yangzi's spirits with a sense of vitality. After a 10-minute walk, they traversed through the mall and emerged onto Nanjing Road, where the crowd thickened, flanked by numerous eateries and snack stalls. Senior, is there anything you wish to eat? Jiang Qiu inquired. I'm open to anything. I'm following your lead, Chu Yangzi replied, her thoughts solely focused on Jiang Qiu. Upon exiting the mall, Jiang Qiu initially thought it unnecessary to keep his arm around her, given the warmth outside. However, Chu Yangzi seized his hand and guided it down to her waist, transforming their posture into one where he embraced her more closely. Satisfied with this arrangement, she felt a delightful sense of comfort. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but smile, remaining silent. It was undeniable that Chu Yangzi possessed a delicate figure, her skin fair and flawless, particularly her slender waist, devoid of any excess. At that moment, numerous envious glances were cast their way. That guy must have saved the galaxy in his past life to have found such a beautiful girlfriend. Did you see? He is quite handsome too. They make a perfect pair. Indeed, it's enviable. No wonder I can't find such an attractive girlfriend. Jiang Qiu, however, remained composed, continuing to hold Chu Yangzi as they strolled along the street. Regarding dinner, he harbored no desire to dine at any upscale restaurants, having grown weary of such fare. Since they were out for a casual outing, he preferred to experience the local eateries, savoring the essence of everyday life. Ahead, a revolving hot pot restaurant caught his eye. How about we try that revolving hot pot place? What is that? Chu Yangzi asked, curiosity piqued. Having been raised in luxury and rarely venturing out, she had never experienced such a dining concept, even with her memories of past lives. Have you heard of the popular conveyor belt sushi? It's quite similar, Jiang Qiu explained with a smile. Oh, sound good. Let us go eat there. Chu Yangzi, unparticular about food, was eager to try whatever Jiang Qiu suggested. This wasn't entirely her fault. Both conveyor belt sushi and revolving hot pot primarily catered to younger consumers with limited budgets. For instance, at conveyor belt sushi restaurants, chefs place prepared sushi on a conveyor, allowing customers to take what they desire, with the bill calculated based on the number of plates. This dining style is not only convenient, but also aligns well with the consumption habits of youth. Chu Yangzi, accustomed to ordering whatever she fancied without concern for cost, had no prior knowledge of these dining experiences, but this did not dampen her spirits, as it was Jiang Qiu's choice, which was enough for her. Joyfully linking arms with Jiang Qiu, they entered the quaint eatery together. As they stepped inside, the staff greeted them warmly. Welcome. Is it just the two of you? The attendant paused momentarily, taken aback by their striking looks. May we sit wherever? Jiang Qiu inquired. Absolutely, there are available seats. Please follow me. The attendant led them to a secluded spot. Once seated, the waiter explained, you will first select your broth, and then the ingredients are tied to skewers. You can choose whatever you like, and we'll tally your bill based on the skewers. All right, let me take a look, Jiang Qiu replied, perusing the options. There were 4 broths: clear, mushroom, tomato, and spicy. I'll have the tomato broth. How about you, senior? He asked. I'll have the same as you. Chu Yangzi said, her gaze fixed on Jiang Qiu, determined to mirror his choices. Jiang Qiu chuckled. You want the same broth? All right, 2 tomato broths then. He turned to the waiter and added, additionally, let us have 2 portions of beef, 1 shrimp ball, and 2 bottles of cola. Certainly, sir, the waiter noted. Then couldn't he help but ask, are you 2 internet celebrities or perhaps stars? She recognized she should not pry into their privacy, but their beauty was truly captivating, reminiscent of the dazzling figures typically encountered on screens. Apologies, we are not, Jiang Qiu replied, shaking his head. I'm sorry for intruding. It's just that you both are exceptionally stunning. The attendant quickly apologized, and Jiang Qiu waved it off, not minding. After all, there were instances when people mistook them for celebrities due to their looks, which was quite a delightful experience. After placing their order, Jiang Qiu observed the conveyor belt filled with an array of ingredients. Compared to traditional hot pot, this revolving hot pot offered a smaller but diverse selection, with each item tied to a skewer for easy selection. While waiting for the broth to heat, Chu Yangzi took out her phone, leaning closer to Jiang Qiu. Honey, let us take a picture together, she sweetly suggested. I wish to capture every moment we share. When we grow old, we'll have a treasure trove of memories. Hearing this, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. You're thinking about growing old already? What else have you envisioned? He teased. I've imagined our wedding, naming our children, and our travels around the globe, she said, her tone filled with sweet anticipation. Wait a moment, we haven't even begun that journey. Yet you've already decided on names for our children? Jiang Qiu laughed, intrigued. So what names do you have in mind? I'm quite curious. Well, I've thought of several, Chu Yangzi replied earnestly, though none truly resonate with me. I haven't found a name worthy of us both. Very well. Then think it over carefully. Jiang Qiu chuckled at her teasing, just as Chu Yangzi suddenly pressed a shutter. She had intended to take a photograph, having already posed, and naturally wanted to capture Jiang Qiu's expression. Chu Yangzi cherished the sight of Jiang Qiu's smile, feeling it radiated a vibrant, sunny handsomeness that was truly infectious. Whenever she encountered troubles at work, a glance at the photo would surely provide solace. After approximately 5 minutes, the server brought the pot base to their table, accompanied by 2 servings of beef, a portion of shrimp paste, and 2 bottles of fizzy soda, along with a complimentary fruit platter. Sir, this is a gift from our boss for both of you. Please enjoy, the server announced. Oh, thank you, Jiang Qiu exclaimed, surprised that a simple meal at an ordinary restaurant came with such a generous offering. Quite delightful. Sir, I apologize for the interruption, but may I ask if you would allow us to take a picture together? It would be displayed in the restaurant, and your bill would be waived for today. The server lingered, awaiting a response. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. A photo displayed in the restaurant? That seemed rather ostentatious. Besides, he and Chu Yangzi were hardly celebrities. Would they not become the subject of gossip? Though the prospect of a free meal was tempting, it truly felt unnecessary. Apologies, but we will pay. Jiang Qiu replied with a smile, politely declining. He was not in need of a complimentary meal, and yet, the incident was indeed amusing and could serve as a delightful conversation starter in the future. After all, the server must have suggested it, because they found the pair remarkably attractive. Sometimes, it seemed that good looks could indeed be a currency of their own. Chapter 153. For the first time, listening to my husband. All right, I shall not disturb you further. Wishing you both a pleasant meal. The server expressed with a hint of regret, realizing how rare it was to encounter such striking patrons. Even celebrities paled in comparison. On the other side, after Jiang Qiu's polite refusal, he paid little mind to it. He picked up the bottle opener from the table, uncapped the fizzy soda, and took a refreshing swig. Oh, that feels invigorating. After finishing, he let out a satisfied burp. In this sweltering weather, a sip of chilled, carbonated water was truly delightful. Husband, I want some too. Chu Yangzi, who seldom drank fizzy beverages, now wished to experience the same refreshment Jiang Qiu enjoyed. Here, but just a little, Jiang Qiu said, opening the bottle for her and wiping the rim with a napkin. Thank you, husband, Chu Yangzi replied, pursing her lips as she took a tentative sip. However, after her attempt, she found herself unable to replicate Jiang Qiu's burp, despite several tries. What's wrong? Why can you do it, but I cannot? Chu Yangzi furrowed her brows in perplexity, taking another sip, yet still failing. Stop trying, senior. You're not drinking enough to make it happen, Jiang Qiu chuckled, finding her adorable. Especially in her focused state, she appeared endearingly silly. Nonetheless, she remained a sight to behold, as beauty seemed to enhance even the simplest of actions. Okay, I still can't do it. Chu Yangzi pouted, her admiration for Jiang Qiu growing. Indeed, her husband was exceptional, always possessing skills she lacked. Senior, let us go make some dipping sauce. With that, Jiang Qiu led Chu Yangzi to the self-service condiment station. They found a variety of sauces: sesame, chili, beef, and sauté, along with garnishes like scallions, cilantro, garlic, and chili peppers. Jiang Qiu prepared a bowl first, and Chu Yangzi followed suit, imitating his method. Senior, if you can't handle spicy, use less, Jiang Qiu advised, realizing she was mirroring his choices. It's fine. I can handle it, Chu Yangzi replied with determination, even though she knew it might be too spicy for her. Actually, there's no need for that. I'll mix another bowl for you. You can taste it, and if you like it, then eat that one, Jiang Qiu suggested with a smile. Hearing this, Chu Yangzi brightened. Great, I want to eat yours. She watched eagerly as Jiang Qiu prepared the sauce. Once done, they returned to their seats. As Chu Yangzi sampled Jiang Qiu's specially mixed dipping sauce, she found it delicious. Don't just eat the sauce. The pot is boiling. Put in the beef. Jiang Qiu lowered the heat for Chu Yangzi before adding the meat. In this revolving hot pot, each person managed their own pot, typically taking what they desired whenever they wished. However, since it was Chu Yangzi's first time, Jiang Qiu made it a point to look after her. Hubby, what's that round one? Is it tasty? I want to try it. Could you get it for me? Chu Yangzi's curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly inquired about everything. Meanwhile, nearby patrons had noticed the couple. Typically, the clientele of this hot pot establishment consisted of single white-collar workers. Eating alone was already a lonely affair, but now they were subjected to witnessing a display of affection. Especially for the single men in the vicinity, it was hard not to feel envious. Unperturbed by the gazes around him, Jiang Qiu smiled at Chu Yangzi and patiently explained. That round one is fried gluten. It's quite tasty. And this is crab stick. You should try it too. This one's good, but a bit spicy. So perhaps you should skip it. He ladled a generous amount into Chu Yangzi's pot before serving himself the remainder. After a few minutes of cooking, they were in no rush. The conveyor belt of the hot pot continued to rotate, and Chu Yangzi found it quite amusing. After watching for a couple of rounds, she suddenly turned to Jiang Qiu. Husband, I think I'm falling in love with the revolving hot pot. Me too. It feels delightful. Then let's buy this restaurant. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback, wondering how a simple meal had escalated to the desire to purchase the establishment. Senior, that might not be appropriate, he tentatively replied. It holds significance as the place of our first date. Chu Yangzi's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Qiu mused. So because it was their first date, they should buy the restaurant? Was this how girls thought? That seemed rather bold. Cough, cough. I believe we need not go that far. We can always return when we wish to eat. Jiang Qiu continued. Besides, neither of us can manage a restaurant. We wouldn't have the time to run it. No, we should buy it as a keepsake and not open it to the public, Chu Yangzi insisted, licking her lips. In the future, when we want to eat, we could just come here directly. How does that sound? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. That seems overly complicated. We could just come back when we want to eat, or even order takeout, if necessary. All right, I shall defer to your judgment. Chu Yangzi, though still not entirely convinced, accepted his reasoning. After all, Jiang Qiu was her husband, and when there was a disagreement, it was only right to heed his words. Chapter 154. Where to find a wealthy girlfriend. Inside the revolving hot pot restaurant, the owner suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What was happening today? Could it be the air conditioning? That seemed unlikely. The temperature was not low at all, yet he still felt oddly cold. The owner, busy in the kitchen, began to mutter to himself. At this moment, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi were enjoying their meal with great delight. Jiang Qiu had developed a fondness for the chicken skewers and subsequently took a generous handful. It must be said that this mode of freely selecting dishes according to individual preferences was truly delightful. In fact, Chu Yangzi even entertained the thought of purchasing the establishment. But fortunately, Jiang Qiu intervened. Darling, I am so full. After about an hour, Chu Yangzi gently patted her petite belly, feeling a bit stuffed. Normally, she seldom possessed such a hearty appetite, often consuming only a meager amount. However, today, with Jiang Qiu by her side and assisting her in selecting a variety of hot pot ingredients, she found herself unable to resist overindulging. I'm also quite full. Today has been splendid, Jiang Qiu remarked as he lifted a bottle of soda, taking large gulps and subsequently letting out a satisfied belch. At that moment, Chu Yangzi proactively called for the waiter and scanned the code to settle the bill. This scene caused nearby male patrons to be momentarily envious, witnessing such a fortunate scenario. How blissful! Not only does he have a stunning girlfriend, but she is also so considerate. What? Am I seeing things? Such a beautiful girlfriend voluntarily paying the bill? Surely this isn't a scene from sci-fi film? Indeed, it seemed that good looks came with perks. If only I possessed such handsome features. Perhaps I too would have someone treating me to meals. In an instant, the onlookers could not help but cast envious glances. After settling the bill, the couple exited the revolving hot pot restaurant. Outside, without the cool air conditioning, the temperature began to rise again. Chu Yangzi gazed at Jiang Qiu's profile and inquired, "Darling, may I link my arm with yours?" "Sure, if you're not bothered by the heat." "Not at all," Chu Yangzi replied joyfully as she linked her arm with Jiang Qiu, her lovely face radiating a sense of satisfaction. The two began strolling towards the Bund, while admiring the street scenery along the way. Given the throngs of shoppers, they chose not to mingle with the larger crowds. Their situation, if not careful, could easily attract the attention of admirers as if they were celebrities. Thus, Jiang Qiu had to navigate carefully, guiding Chu Yangzi around the bustling throngs until they arrived at the entrance of a shopping mall. Just then, Chu Yangzi seemed to have spotted something. "Darling, I want to play that." Jiang Qiu followed her pointing finger, discovering several claw machines positioned at the mall's entrance. Nearby, a couple was attempting to win a plush toy, but regrettably, they had failed several times. Eventually, after much persuasion from the young man, the girl reluctantly left the scene. "Shall we take a look?" Jiang Qiu chuckled. "This game relies heavily on luck, doesn't it? Since it's based on chance, I'd quite like to give it a try." Originally intended for children, claw machines had unexpectedly transformed into a charming pastime for couples. However, success was contingent upon the boyfriend managing to retrieve a toy. Failure could potentially escalate tensions. Jiang Qiu led Chu Yangzi over. The array of plush toys inside the machine was quite diverse, featuring characters such as Doraemon, Cardcaptor Sakura, and Chibi Mariko-chan, along with various quirky items. Jiang Qiu glanced at the prices, 3 yuan per attempt, accessible through a quick scan. It must be said, this price was somewhat steep, at least double that of other places. "I used to love playing this when I was younger," Chu Yangzi exclaimed with delight, circling around the claw machines before selecting one that appeared most promising. "I'll scan the code for you. You take your shot." Jiang Qiu stood beside her, scanning the machine's QR code and paying 30 yuan. "Thank you, darling. Watch me snack something good for you," Chu Yangzi said, brimming with excitement. After Jiang Qiu completed the payment, they were ready to begin. Chu Yangzi earnestly maneuvered the joystick, inching forward before decisively pressing the button to grasp the prize below. 1, 2, 3. The prize hovered in the air for a mere 3 seconds before plummeting. First attempt failed. Wah! Chu Yangzi bit her lip, feeling a bit disheartened. She had hoped to retrieve a toy to gift to Jiang Qiu. "No worries, just try a few more times," Jiang Qiu encouraged from the sidelines. "Okay, I'll keep going." Chu Yangzi resolutely took control of the joystick once more, only to face another failure. With each subsequent attempt, she found herself unsuccessful. Chu Yangzi's spirits dampened, her lips forming a sulky pout. She desperately wanted to retrieve a toy for Jiang Qiu, yet why did she keep failing? Determined not to give up, she thought, if I can't succeed in 10 tries, I'll try 100. There's no way it won't come out. If all else failed, she could simply purchase the machine herself. After all, their home was spacious enough. Placing in the living room seemed like a splendid idea. Whenever she felt like playing, she could just plug it in. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu, observing Chu Yangzi's adorable expressions, couldn't help but chuckle. She was simply too cute. He decided to invest 150 yuan, granting them 50 attempts. Surely this would suffice? After all, if Chu Yangzi enjoyed it, he would gladly indulge her. However, at that moment, Jiang Qiu remained unaware of Chu Yangzi's true intentions. She genuinely wished to buy the machines. If Jiang Qiu were to discover this, he would surely burst into laughter. Having just dined, she wanted to purchase the restaurant as a keepsake, and now she aimed to acquire the claw machine. Such an adorable wealthy girlfriend was undoubtedly a rarity. Chapter 155. Show off your boyfriend. Young people know how to play. Let me give it a try. Jiang Qiu stepped forward and gently pinched her cheek. Chu Yangzi, who had been sulking, instantly brightened. "Darling, you go ahead." Chu Yangzi moved beside him, quickly scanning the code to load 300 yuan. She thought to herself that no matter what, she had to ensure Jiang Qiu won a toy to gift her. This way, their date would be perfect. To be on the safe side, she loaded 300 yuan, allowing for 100 attempts. Surely, she could secure at least one toy. At this moment, Jiang Qiu was fully focused on maneuvering the joystick in his hands, contemplating how delighted Chu Yangzi would be if he managed to win her a toy, accompanied by cheerful music. The mechanical arm he controlled slowly moved into position above the Chibi Mariko-chan plush. Timing his move perfectly, he decisively pressed the grabbing button. The claw descended steadily, firmly clutching the chibi Mariko-chan before beginning to lift it upwards. Chu Yangzi, standing nearby, clenched her fists, feeling even more anxious than Jiang Qiu. After all, she had failed 10 times in a row, and not only had she not managed to retrieve a toy, but it hadn't even budged. In contrast, Jiang Qiu, despite this being his first attempt, had successfully seized a toy. Chu Yangzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. As expected of my husband, you're truly amazing. She leaped in joy, feeling happier than if she had won the toy herself. After her jubilation, she quickly crouched down to collect the plush, holding it close to her chest. Senior, that is my toy. Why did you take it? Jiang Qiu teased, unable to resist. Huh? Didn't you say it was for me? Chu Yangzi began to act coy. Who said I was giving it to you? Jiang Qiu feigned a serious expression. Had this been the old Chu Yangzi, she might have panicked and possibly even cried. However, now, she simply embraced Jiang Qiu, declaring, Darling, you belong to me. So of course the toy you grabbed is mine too. Ahem, senior, there are many people around. Jiang Qiu acknowledged that she had once again been captivated by her. However, this time it felt somewhat different. They were in public, surrounded by a multitude of onlookers. And Jiang Qiu found herself somewhat unaccustomed to being so intimately close. From the perspective of passers-by, they were pressed too closely together, as if engaged in some intimate interaction. Many cast envious glances their way. How enviable. Why are all the handsome young men someone else's? Don't be bitter. Their girlfriend is equally beautiful. Indeed, this is what one might call a perfect match of talent and beauty. They look splendid together. One can only wonder how beautiful their offspring might be. Given the sheer volume of foot traffic around them, Jiang Qiu could sense that many had begun to watch. Senior, shall we continue to catch dolls? Sure. Is this one for me? Chu Yangzi began to act coy. It was her first time showcasing her boyfriend in front of so many people. Previously, she had never understood couples who flaunted their affection publicly. How could they bear to embrace in front of so many? Yet now, with Jiang Qiu by her side, everything felt natural. After all, having such a handsome boyfriend made showing off seem entirely reasonable. Senior, don't be like that. The doll is yours. Jiang Qiu chuckled in exasperation. Thank you, darling. Chu Yangzi finally released Jiang Qiu, and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, she stole a quick kiss. Goodness, today's youth really know how to have fun. At that moment, two elderly gentlemen happened to pass by and witness the scene. Ah, if only I had been half as handsome as that young man in my youth, I would not still be single. One of the gentlemen sighed. Senior, do you want to try again? Jiang Qiu glanced at the number on the claw machine. There were still 99 attempts remaining. Earlier, Chu Yangzi had spent 300 yuan, allowing for a total of 100 plays. To Jiang Qiu's surprise, he had succeeded on his very first try. No, I feel a bit clumsy. I can't even catch a doll. Although Chu Yangzi was eager to try again, she feared failing might make Jiang Qiu think less of her. If someone familiar with her realized this thought, they would surely be astonished. After all, Chu Yangzi was the president of a billion-dollar company. How could she be clumsy? In truth, claw machines have a predetermined number of attempts. Jiang Qiu explained with a smile. For example, if I were the owner, I would set the number of attempts in advance, perhaps requiring 80, 90, or even 100 tries before achieving a successful catch. Your earlier success was merely a fortunate coincidence. Chu Yangzi's mouth fell open in envy. Jiang Qiu's luck was truly remarkable. While so many had failed, he had succeeded on his first attempt. With this thought, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Chapter 156, Cherishing My Own Husband. The two continued to play for a while longer. As Jiang Qiu had predicted, the machine indeed had limitations on successful catches. After successfully retrieving one, it was nearly impossible to achieve consecutive wins. Nevertheless, Jiang Qiu had mastered the game's intricacies, skillfully maneuvering the doll slightly with each attempt. This required a blend of calmness and skill. Chu Yangzi stood silently to the side, afraid to disturb him. This time, the mechanical arm lacked sufficient strength. Although it grasped the doll, it suddenly dropped it while retracting. However, it was now perilously close to the exit, inching ever nearer to success. Seeing this, Chu Yangzi stomped her foot in frustration. So close. What a pity. Jiang Qiu chuckled. Come on, you're a billionaire's president. Can't you remain calm over a doll? Chu Yangzi bit her lip, realizing he had a point. This doll wasn't particularly valuable. Had she invested too much emotion into it? Yet, she quickly came to terms with it. The doll her husband caught was priceless in her eyes. Besides, now that she had one, wouldn't it be wonderful to have a matching pair? Since you caught this for me, no amount of money could replace it, Chu Yangzi said, blinking her eyes and looking at Jiang Qiu with a pitiful expression. Darling, could you please try to catch another one so we can have a matching set? Do we really need a matching set? Jiang Qiu laughed, playfully pinching Chu Yangzi's delicate face. All right, let me give it a shot. He focused intently, controlling the mechanical arm with precision. This time, however, the arm was a bit shaky. Although it grasped the doll, it trembled uncontrollably. Chu Yangzi clenched her small fists nervously, genuinely hoping Jiang Qiu could snag another one, so they could have matching couple dolls. The mechanical arm moved toward the exit, shaking violently but thankfully not dropping the doll. As it neared the exit, Jiang Qiu pressed the button, and the doll fell, landing perfectly atop the one that had just been caught. 2 dolls, together at last. Perfect. They had managed to retrieve 2 at once. Chu Yangzi stood there, utterly astonished. This was truly impressive. Not only was Jiang Qiu lucky, but he was also remarkably skilled. At that moment, her eyes sparkled even more brightly. Here, all for you. Jiang Qiu crouched down and retrieved 2 Sakura dolls. Although small, they were just the right size to hold and appear to be of good quality. 3. Chu Yangzi exclaimed, beaming from ear to ear. Darling, now we have a complete family. Let's hurry up and have a baby. Cough, cough, if I manage to catch a few more. Won't that mean we have a second and third child? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, yes, we can have more. Chu Yangzi contemplated seriously, adding, 3 will be perfect. All right then, if that's what you want. Jiang Qiu smiled, not disputing her wishes, which delighted Chu Yangzi. Darling, let's take a family photo. Chu Yangzi hugged the 2 dolls, handing one to Jiang Qiu, and they posed for a selfie together. To the onlookers, this scene was a picture-perfect match. How sweet. Will I ever get to experience such love? This couple was undeniably adorable. Even their photos radiated pure happiness. Indeed, handsome young men often have beautiful companions by their side. It seems I've missed my chance. Sigh. Envy and jealousy abound. Being attractive is one thing, but excelling at claw machines too? It's unbearable. Shall we go? Let's explore other places. After taking their photo, Jiang Qiu felt quite content. The 2 strolled along Nanjing Road, heading toward the Bund. The streets were bustling with people, and numerous food stalls lined the way. Passing a stall selling grilled cold noodles, Jiang Qiu ordered a deluxe version with egg and sausage, requesting extra sugar and vinegar from the vendor. He relished the sweet and sour flavor. It was truly delightful. Senior, would you like to give it a try? Jiang Qiu inquired with a smile. Why not? I'll just have a bite. Chu Yangzi, though full, felt tempted upon seeing the grilled cold noodles. Yes, yes, 2 skewers, please. Jiang Qiu collected 2 skewers from the vendor and handed one to Chu Yangzi. They stood together, enjoying the luxurious grilled cold noodles. Delicious. Chu Yangzi exclaimed after a first bite, praising the dish enthusiastically. She rarely dined out, especially at roadside stalls, and this experience felt refreshingly novel, especially with Jiang Qiu's company. In that moment, she felt truly happy. After finishing, Jiang Qiu found himself feeling a bit thirsty. Senior, there's a place over there selling milk tea. Shall we get 2 cups? Sure, 1 cup will suffice. Chu Yangzi had indulged a bit too much today and found herself with little room left in her stomach. Her intention was to order 1 cup of milk tea for both of them to share. Before long, Jiang Qiu returned, holding a cup of coconut-flavored milk tea. He inserted a straw but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he extended it toward Chu Yangzi. However, at that moment, her hands were occupied, each clutching a doll, leaving her unable to accept it. She could only look at Jiang Qiu with a pitiful expression. Senior, let me help you with one, Jiang Qiu said, taking one of the dolls from her grasp. All right, you can drink first. Oh, thank you, darling. Originally, Chu Yangzi had hoped that Jiang Qiu would feed her, but he clearly did not grasp the underlying sentiment and simply took the doll. What was she to do now? She bit her lip, freeing one hand to shake the milk tea, then offered the straw to Jiang Qiu, saying, Darling, open your mouth. Chu Yangzi looked at Jiang Qiu with a tender gaze, thinking, he is my husband, and I shall pamper him. Chapter 157. Chu Yangzi's feeding, a hazardous thought? Darling, open your mouth. Chu Yangzi held the straw to Jiang Qiu's lips, her expression filled with affection. This made Jiang Qiu feel somewhat shy. Senior, you should drink first. No, you are my husband. Naturally, you should have the first sip. Jiang Qiu was caught between laughter and tears, but ultimately, under Chu Yangzi's insistence, he took a small sip. In the sweltering weather, a mouthful of icy milk tea felt quite refreshing. Nearby, several passers-by watched with envy, their hearts brimming with admiration. On a late night like this, I just came out for a midnight snack, and now I'm bombarded with this display of affection. Unbelievable. It's as if single dogs have no place to exist. Mom, I want to go home. Guys, I'm seriously thinking of finding someone to date. If that fails, I de-settle for a man. At the nearby grilled cold noodle stall, onlookers were captivated by Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi, their good looks drawing attention. Especially now, as Jiang Qiu enjoyed his grilled cold noodles while being fed by his girlfriend, it was a sight to behold. Even the stall owner couldn't help but approach during a lull in customers, asking, "Young folks, are you two married?" "Yes." "No." The two answered almost in unison. Yet their responses were entirely contradictory. Chu Yangzi nodded while Jiang Qiu shook his head, leaving the owner momentarily stunned. "Don't be embarrassed. I wish you both the best." Hearing this, Chu Yangzi felt a surge of happiness. The owner then assessed them once more, thinking how striking the pair was, and proceeded to gift them an additional serving of grilled cold noodles. "Thank you, ma'am," Chu Yangzi said gratefully. Jiang Qiu echoed her thanks, astonished that they received a complimentary dish simply for dining at a roadside stall. After finishing their meal, the couple continued their stroll. "I'm so full. I can't eat any more for a while. Let's see if there's anything fun to do," Jiang Qiu chuckled. "Okay." Zhu Zanxi Zipli, linking her arm with his while scanning the shops along the street. Before long, they passed a clothing store. "Darling, let's go in and take a look." Chu Yangzi pointed and eagerly pulled Jiang Qiu inside. "Wait, isn't this a women's clothing store?" Jiang Qiu inquired. "No, they sell couple outfits," Chu Yangzi clarified, dragging him into the small shop. The clothing here was not from high-end brands, and the prices were far more modest. However, Jiang Qiu found the styles appealing, especially the couple outfits displayed prominently in the center. This was precisely what Chu Yangzi had intended. She had noticed the clothing earlier, and thus led them here. "Hello, can I assist you two with anything?" The shop assistant felt an unusual flutter upon seeing Jiang Qiu. His striking looks prompted her to consider offering him a discount if he decided to purchase something. Unfortunately, this handsome young man was already taken. Upon seeing Chu Yangzi, she resigned herself to the fact. The couple's beauty was almost on par with that of television stars. "We'll just browse for now," Chu Yangzi replied coolly, sensing that the assistant's gaze lingered on Jiang Qiu a bit too long. "Of course, take your time," the assistant replied, feeling an overwhelming pressure from Chu Yangzi's commanding presence. After all, she was a high-ranking executive, exuding an air of authority that was palpable. If she were to be serious, even the suited executives in her company would dare not utter a word in her presence. However, Chu Yangzi did not intend to intimidate the assistant. She merely offered a brief statement before guiding Jiang Qiu to select clothing. "Darling, this checkered one looks nice. Shall we each get one?" Quickly, Chu Yangzi gathered several couple outfits from the store. "Senior, do we really need this many?" Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Not too many. If we were one each day, it would only last us a week," Chu Yangzi replied playfully, sticking out her tongue at him. "How about we just buy two for now?" Jiang Qiu suggested after considering the practicality of carrying too many outfits. "All right, I'll get this checkered one and another with a pattern." The couple outfits not only included tops, but also matching pants. After selecting their sizes, Chu Yangzi headed to the fitting room. Jiang Qiu waited outside. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly heard Chu Yangzi call out, "Darling, do you want to come in and change together?" "Ahem, maybe you should go first," Jiang Qiu chuckled, turning down the tempting invitation. The reality was, he had no choice but to decline. After all, this was not a Uniqlo fitting room. Moreover, the shop assistant had been closely observing them, seemingly concerned about the situation. 5 minutes later, Chu Yangzi emerged from the fitting room, and Jiang Qiu was utterly captivated. At that moment, her demeanor radiated an innocent charm, reminiscent of a high school goddess rather than the more mature woman she often portrayed. "You should change into yours too." Chu Yangzi playfully tossed her hair and took the doll from Jiang Qiu to free his hand for changing. "All right, but you must wait here. No peeking," Jiang Qiu teased, gauging her reaction. True enough, her large eyes flickered with a hint of mischief, indicating that she had entertained a thought. "Okay, I want to look, just go." Chu Yangzi pouted, abandoning her daring idea. Chapter 158. What if Jiang Qiu drinks too much? An opportunity presented itself as Jiang Qiu stepped into the fitting room and quickly changed. As soon as he stepped out, Chu Yangzi's eyes sparkled with delight. She was thoroughly pleased with his outfit, especially when they stood together. They looked undeniably well matched. "Hello, could you please wrap up the clothes we tried on earlier?" "Of course," the assistant replied. Chu Yangzi prepared to leave in her new outfit. Typically, new clothes would require dry cleaning, but she simply could not bear to change out of this one. Strolling through the streets in matching couple outfits with Jiang Qiu was indeed a meaningful experience. Jiang Qiu had no objections. The outfit was nice, and seeing Chu Yangzi's excitement made it hard for him to refuse. If he chose not to wear it, she would likely cry on the spot. "How about we buy a few more?" Chu Yangzi gazed at Jiang Qiu with anticipation. "Senior, I really can't care anymore." Jiang Qiu pointed at the 3 dolls in his arms. If they purchased too many outfits, it would indeed be quite impractical. "All right then, we'll just get this set." Chu Yangzi truly adored the couple's outfits. She believed that no matter how many she purchased, it would never suffice, even if she couldn't wear them outdoors. They could still be donned at home. After all, such vests could easily double as sleepwear. However, since Jiang Qiu mentioned he could no longer carry them, Chu Yangzi decided against it. She did not wish to burden him. Pampering one's boyfriend was not merely a matter of words, but required genuine consideration for the other's well-being. After all, there would always be opportunities to come back together with Jiang Qiu in the future. "Hello, I would like to settle the bill," she said. "Certainly. The total for the 2 outfits is 560 yuan. Chu Yangzi promptly scanned the QR code to make the payment, while Jiang Qiu accepted the neatly packaged garments from the shop assistant. Upon exiting the clothing store, the pair continued their stroll down the street, adorned in their matching outfits. They attracted even more attention for passers-by. This was hardly surprising, as everyone enjoys witnessing beauty. Standing together, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi's looks rivaled those of popular celebrities, inevitably drawing the gaze of onlookers. Nevertheless, they remained unfazed and proceeded towards the bund, where there were still many delightful sights and treats to enjoy. Jiang Qiu guided Chu Yangzi to partake in a few rounds of shooting games, savor a bowl of icy jelly, and indulge in candied hawthorn skewers, all while watching a street performer serenade the crowd. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the bund, where numerous couples were capturing precious moments in photographs. Chu Yangzi approached a nearby passerby, requesting them to take a cherished picture of her and Jiang Qiu. Although there were many couples present, few like them donned matching outfits and held plush toys in their hands. With her phone in hand, Chu Yangzi embraced Jiang Qiu and snapped numerous selfies, reveling in the joy of having him by her side. After wandering for over 2 hours, Jiang Qiu glanced at the time and remarked, "Senior, should we head home soon? It's already past 11. Under normal circumstances, returning would indeed be prudent." However, Chu Yangzi was reluctant. She had other plans. Previously, Li Lingling had mentioned that the bund was lined with various bars, and tonight, she yearned to take Jiang Qiu along. After all, if he indulged a little too much, wouldn't that present her an opportunity? With that thought in mind, she feigned a glance toward the street. "Senior, don't look over there. It's all hotels." Jiang Qiu chuckled, slightly bemused, as he wondered if Chu Yangzi intended to take him to a hotel. "Huh, no." Chu Yangzi blushed, her thoughts drifting to some rather inappropriate imagery. After a moment of composure, she summoned the courage to ask Jiang Qiu, "Can we come back again next time?" "Of course. We can come whenever we have time." Jiang Qiu didn't decline, feeling that the night had been quite enjoyable. If time permitted, they could indeed visit frequently, preferably on weekends when the atmosphere was livelier. However, he suddenly recalled that he had promised a drink with Chu Yangzi's father next week. On the other hand, Chu Yangzi had intended to suggest returning next week, but recalled that she had made plans to dine with Jiang Qiu's mother. It seemed next week was out of the question, so they settled on the week after. "Darling, how about we come here every other week?" Chu Yangzi suggested playfully. "That sounds perfect," Jiang Qiu replied thoughtfully, finding the suggestion quite agreeable as it conveniently bypassed next week's schedule. "You're so wonderful," Chu Yangzi said, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Jiang Qiu's cheek. "Ahem, senior, there's so many people around," Jiang Qiu remarked, glancing around to find that indeed many eyes were upon them. It was unavoidable. Their matching outfits were strikingly conspicuous, and their handsome appearances naturally drew considerable attention. Some even identified themselves as talent scouts, attempting to invite them to participate in a film shoot. However, without exception, Jiang Qiu politely declined. "Acting in a movie? No, thank you, that sounds exhausting." As for Chu Yangzi, such a notion was even more improbable. For her, if she truly wished to act, it would simply require throwing a bit of money at the matter. As they continued their exploration, they arrived at the bar street on the bund, a place that Chu Yangzi had been leading him towards. Now, she finally had her chance. "Darling, it seems there are many bars here," Chu Yangzi said, her beautiful, wide eyes innocently gazing at Jiang Qiu. "Indeed, there are quite a few," Jiang Qiu replied, unable to suppress a smile as he realized her intentions. Had she deliberately brought him here with the aim of getting him intoxicated to make her move? Chapter 159. Reincarnation Bar. Shall we sing a love song? At the bund in Shanghai, they entered a bar named Reincarnation. "Darling, let's go inside and take a look," Chu Yangzi urged, her sparkling eyes fixed on Jiang Qiu. "Very well, can I really refuse?" Jiang Qiu chuckled, bemused by the situation as they reached the entrance. "You're the best, moi." Chu Yangzi gave him a couple of quick kisses before wrapping her arm around his as they stepped into the bar together. Prior to their visit, she had done her homework with Li Lingling, as she wanted their date to be special and avoid the noisy clubs. Ultimately, per Li Lingling's recommendation, Chu Yangzi selected this quieter bar. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Qiu could faintly hear the sound of music drifting from within. "I am a wildflower, swaying with the wind. Time cannot erase the white hair, even if I am covered in thorns." Chu Yangzi explained, I did some research beforehand. And this bar is quite unique. Anyone can take the stage to perform. Oh, no resident performers? Jiang Qiu asked, intrigued. Yes, that's right. There aren't any resident singers. Chu Yangzi replied with a smile. Typically, those who perform are quite confident, and if their performance is good, they might even receive tips in the form of flower baskets and drinks. Jiang Qiu nodded. But if the performance is poor, might they face a chorus of boos? Haha, I doubt it. Chu Yangzi laughed, though her knowledge of the bar came largely from Li Lingling's experiences. Previously, Li Lingling had frequented this place, and whether she had taken the stage was anyone's guess. However, knowing Chu Yangzi's friend, she likely had sung, only to be met with a less than favorable reception. Achoo! Meanwhile, Li Lingling was at home, playing on her phone, and inexplicably sneezed. Could it be the couple is talking behind my back again? She pondered. As Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi entered Reincarnation Bar, they found a lively atmosphere with a well-decorated interior. Chu Yangzi chose a small table, and they sat on high stools. Jiang Qiu noticed that ordering was straightforward. One merely needed to scan the QR code on the table. He pulled out his phone to scan it and browsed the drink menu. Darling, let me handle this, Chu Yangzi insisted, playfully intercepting Jiang Qiu and confidently pulling out her own phone. It simply wouldn't do to let Jiang Qiu pay while they were out. All right, I'll just browse the menu. Jiang Qiu smiled, perusing the offerings. To his surprise, the drink prices were quite reasonable. For instance, a fruit juice beverage was merely 38 yuan. While that might not seem cheap, given the bustling bund in Shanghai, it was quite a bargain for such an inviting environment. Jiang Qiu continued to examine the beer options, noting that a bottle of Carlsberg was only 18 yuan, an astonishingly low price compared to other bars, where the cheapest would typically start at 58 yuan. What would you like to drink, darling? Chu Yangzi asked, glancing at the menu, noticing many unfamiliar drinks and unsure which ones had a stronger kick. At this moment, she felt a twinge of regret, realizing that had she known better, she would have prepared in advance. If only she could get Jiang Qiu intoxicated tonight, her opportunity would finally present itself. However, it was rather late now, so perhaps fruit juice would suffice. Jiang Qiu chuckled, fully aware of Chu Yangzi's intentions. Yet, based on past experiences, if he indeed drank, she would undoubtedly join him in toasting. It would be a pity if he ended up unscathed while having to look after her inebriated state. After some contemplation, Jiang Qiu deemed it unwise and opted for fruit juice instead. Huh, fruit juice? That could work. Chu Yangzi expressed a hint of disappointment, knowing that without alcohol, there would be no chance of getting Jiang Qiu drunk. Nevertheless, she quickly reassured herself that if she made more attempts in the future, success would eventually come. All right, darling. What juice will you have? Chu Yangzi was reinvigorated. Me? Orange juice will suffice, Jiang Qiu replied, and soon after, Chu Yangzi ordered 2 glasses of orange juice along with a fruit platter. At that moment, the music on stage resumed, performed by a young lady who appeared to be around 30, exuding an air of maturity. Later on, I finally learned how to love. Eventually, amidst tears, I understood that some people, once missed, cannot be reclaimed. The young lady sang with profound emotion, as if longing for a boy she had missed. It still yearned for another chance. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but shake his head. She must be someone with a story to tell, for how else could she convey such depth? Ding dong. A random task appeared. Perform a love song on stage. Task reward. Designated stock 5-day trend card. Task note. The host may specify a stock to view its 5-day trend, possessing the ability to obtain real-time trend information. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. This reward was indeed enticing. With a designated stock trend card, he could choose any stock he wished to observe. In other words, he could potentially reap benefits from any stock he desired. After all, singing a song shouldn't pose too much of a challenge. Jiang Qiu, possessing an advanced singing ability, felt more than capable of handling such a situation. However, the only dilemma was that the task required him to sing a love song. Chapter 160, A Perfect Performance. Chu Yangzi wept in the reincarnation bar. Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi sat together, relishing the beautiful melodies emanating from the stage. How lovely! Chu Zanxi Zima? Jiang Qiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, she seems to sing of her own regrets. You understood that? Chu Yangzi was somewhat surprised. Before coming here, I looked it up online. The singer was the bar owner. She runs the bar out of passion, and since the entire venue is her own, the prices are relatively low. So that's it. Jiang Qiu nodded, realizing why, in such a prime location as the Bund, the bar's prices were so reasonable. It turned out to be owned by a wealthy proprietress with her own property. If one could afford to make mistakes, and if all that could go wrong did, there might still be time for repentance. If everything remained unspoken, a small storm could simply be laughed away. At this moment, the wealthy proprietress transitioned into another poignant love ballad. Although originally sung by a male artist, her rendition was equally captivating, enveloping the audience in a melancholic atmosphere. Her skill is remarkable. She could easily participate in The Voice of China, Jiang Qiu mused. Indeed, I read in the reviews that she was invited by the show's producers. But she declined, Chu Yangzi explained. Impressive, Jiang Qiu acknowledged. Generally, participating in such a show, even without reaching the finals, would be enough to make the bar popular. It seemed this young lady merely pursued her passion, not driven by financial necessity. After all, owning a bar in such a location on the Bund must be worth a fortune. After the proprietress sang a few songs, she stepped down to rest, allowing others to take the stage. A few patrons, all self-indulgent performers, took the stage next. The man currently singing with an upbeat tune seemed to be blowing everyone away with his enthusiasm, yet he remained blissfully oblivious to the audience's growing discontent. Eventually, the crowd could no longer contain themselves and erupted in boos. Even Jiang Qiu joined in the raucousness. Finally, the performer recognized the awkwardness of the situation and sheepishly exited the stage. Darling, would you like to go up and sing a song? Chu Yangzi gazed at Jiang Qiu with anticipation in her eyes. She knew he had a beautiful voice and genuinely wished to hear him sing in such a setting. Even if the song wasn't dedicated to her, simply seeing Jiang Qiu receive applause would bring her immense joy. All right, I'll give it a try, Jiang Qiu said as he stood up, heading towards the stage. Whether for the sake of the system task or to avoid disappointing Chu Yangzi, he felt compelled to make the attempt. Once on stage, Jiang Qiu had a brief discussion with the staff regarding the music accompaniment. After a bit of searching, he finally found a song he intended to perform. As the prelude began, he took the microphone. This song is dedicated to Table 18, Still Loving You. With his advanced singing skills and high proficiency in English, Jiang Qiu easily mastered the song. It needs time to win back your love again. As the intensity rose, his gentle yet magnetic voice resonated throughout the bar. Although his emotional investment was somewhat lacking, after all, he was not the one in the song. His performance still captivated the audience. Love, our love, just shouldn't be thrown away. I'm still loving you. As the performance concluded, the venue erupted into enthusiastic applause. Jiang Qiu's rendition was exceptional, and many in the crowd felt it rivaled that of professional singers. Thank you to the lovely person at Table 18. I am so pleased to have encountered you amidst the vast sea of humanity. Jiang Qiu's gaze fell upon Chu Yangzi, drawing the attention of the entire room. Envy filled the audience. This young man was not only handsome, but also talented. What a shame he already had a girlfriend, and a beautiful one at that. Otherwise, they would have certainly showered him with flowers. Upon returning to Table 18, Jiang Qiu smiled and asked, so what did you think? Was it good? At that moment, Chu Yangzi's large, expressive eyes were fixed upon him, brimming with affection that seemed on the verge of overflowing. Darling, thank you, she finally exclaimed, unable to contain herself any longer, and she embraced Jiang Qiu tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why are you crying? Don't cry now. Jiang Qiu gently held her, feeling a pang of tenderness in his heart. Reflecting on their journey from meeting to understanding one another, it all felt surreal, yet profoundly genuine. Jiang Qiu was well aware of Chu Yangzi's feelings for him, but for various reasons, he had consistently rebuffed her verbally. However, deep down, he had long accepted her presence in his life. The two remained wrapped in each other's arms, reluctant to part. Chapter 161. Cherishing the Present. After a considerable time, Chu Yangzi finally calmed down. Today had been nothing short of a dream for her. In the afternoon, she had played games with Jiang Qiu. After the evening, they strolled together, indulged in hot pot, and played claw machines. Just being here had already brought her immense satisfaction. However, to her surprise, at the reincarnation bar, Jiang Qiu serenaded a love song, dedicating it specifically to her. Chu Yangzi was genuinely touched, the affection in her eyes unable to be concealed. Despite the throngs of people around them, she summoned her courage and planted a fervent kiss on Jiang Qiu. The crowd erupted in cheers, urging for another kiss. Chu Yangzi felt a wave of shyness wash over her. After all, in such a setting, she was neither a senior nor a CO, merely a young girl. Jiang Qiu smiled and took the initiative to kiss her back. Applause erupted, and the audience showered them with blessings. Moments later, they returned to their seats, with Chu Yangzi's cheeks still flushed. Darling, your singing is truly enchanting. Shouldn't you sing another song? She suggested. Perhaps we should leave some opportunities for others, Jiang Qiu replied. Suppressing a chuckle, he lowered his voice. Look, it's been quite a while, and no one else has taken the stage. Indeed, after Jiang Qiu stepped down, an extended silence ensued, as the previous performance had set a daunting standard. Anyone attempting to sing now would inevitably face comparisons, risking becoming a mere footnote. Thus, no one dared to take the stage. Ultimately, the bar owner had no choice but to step up to maintain the atmosphere. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had completed a random task by singing a love song. Congratulations, host. You have earned an advanced designated stock 5-day trend card. Note, the host can specify to view the future 5-day trend of a single stock, possessing the ability to acquire real-time trend information. As Jiang Qiu claimed his system reward, he listened intently to the performance on stage. This day could only be described as perfect. For Jiang Qiu, the most significant aspect was his acceptance of Chu Yangzi. He had previously hesitated to reciprocate her feelings, believing their acquaintance was too brief. Yet today, he reconsidered. If fate had brought them together, why not cherish the moment? Was it truly necessary to wait until it was lost to feel regret? Just like the song Jiang Qiu had sung, which narrated the story of a young couple parted, with the male protagonist striving to win her back. He realized the importance of treasuring the present. As the clock approached 11, they had both drank sufficiently and decided to leave the bar. Not far from the exit, Chu Yangzi glanced at a hotel in the distance and suddenly mustered the courage to suggest, "Darling, how about we not go back tonight and experience the hotel instead?" Jiang Qiu looked at her, then asked earnestly, "Are you sure, senior?" Taken aback by his question, Chu Yangzi paused before affirming, "Of course, I'm sure." Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment, inhaling deeply, "Then let's go. Do you have your ID with you?" At that, Chu Yangzi was momentarily stunned, thinking, is he serious? She had merely been teasing, never expecting Jiang Qiu would actually respond. However, his agreement felt like a delightful surprise, and it took her a moment to accept it. "Senior, do you have your ID?" Jiang Qiu turned back to see her visibly dazed. "Could it be that you forgot your ID?" He pondered. "That would be unfortunate." "No, I have it." Chu Yangzi quickly retrieved her ID from her wallet. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Jiang Qiu took her hand and led her into the nearby hotel. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" The receptionist greeted warmly. "Do you have a reservation?" "No reservation." "Please book us a room with a king-sized bed," Jiang Qiu replied, handing over his ID. "Certainly, our king-sized room is priced at 858 yuan per night. Complimentary bottled water is provided, and the prices for other amenities are listed," the receptionist explained as she processed the ID. "Yes, let's proceed with the booking," Jiang Qiu indicated, aware that safety items in such hotels typically incurred additional charges. Although he had never utilized them before, he was well informed thanks to the extensive information available online. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi felt a blush creeping onto her face upon hearing this. After a brief moment, the receptionist completed the registration and collected the deposit through Jiang Qiu's scan payment. "Sir, here's your room key. The elevator is to your left. You can use the key card to access it," she patiently advised. "Thank you," Jiang Qiu nodded, taking Chu Yangzi with him into the elevator. Their room was 1806, located on the 18th floor. At that moment, the front desk staff began gossiping as they observed Jiang Qiu leaving. "Truly, that young man is exceptionally handsome. I envy his girlfriend," one exclaimed. "Yes, they must be quite eager, considering how the girl was pulled along." Another chimed in. "So hasty. Youth is wonderful. It must be quite exhilarating," contrasting the female staff's admiration. A few security guards nearby envied Jiang Qiu. "That lad is really dashing. No wonder his girlfriend is equally stunning. Ugh, when will I find a girlfriend like that? Just a brief respite in dreams," they lamented. Chapter 162. Chu Yangzi, you can't be timid. In the elevator, Jiang Qiu stood in front, with Chu Yangzi behind him. Neither spoke, their nerves palpable. Especially for Chu Yangzi, her hands fidgeted restlessly, instinctively intertwining. Previously, she had always exuded a domineering CEO aura, teasing Jiang Qiu at every opportunity. Yet today, as things turned serious, her bravado wavered. "Senior, you're not getting cold feet, are you?" Jiang Qiu teased, noticing her anxiety. "How could I?" Chu Yangzi retorted, though her eyes began to dart away, her cheeks betraying her with a rosy hue. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but find humor in her predicament. What else with my senior? Always so bold in driving, yet when it comes to reality, she is shy. Soon, the elevator reached the 18th floor. They exited and approached room 1806. Jiang Qiu swiped the key card to open the door, allowing Chu Yangzi to enter first. The hotel boasted decent decor, though slightly pricey. It was well equipped. "What is this ball?" Chu Yangzi wondered. "The bed is heart-shaped. And look, there's a hanging rod that seems capable of suspending someone." They explored the room, noticing the lighting cast in warm yellow hues, with a button that triggered a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a dance hall rather than conventional hotel lighting. The large heart-shaped bed even appeared to be a waterbed. Jiang Qiu glanced at the instruction manual, confirming his suspicion that this hotel was indeed unconventional. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi remained blissfully unaware. She innocently assumed the round ball and hanging rod were intended for yoga. As she surveyed the room, her curiosity led her to the bedside table, which was cluttered with a myriad of colorful items. Approaching for a closer look, her face flushed crimson upon realizing the nature of the contents. It turned out to be a themed hotel, replete with various intriguing amenities, particularly the collection of items on the nightstand, which were distinctly designed for women, alongside some safety product for men. This revelation was overwhelmingly shocking for Chu Yangzi, who had always been the epitome of a well-behaved girl, completely unacquainted with such things. At this moment, Jiang Qiu first turned on the air conditioning before walking over to her side. "Senior, what are you looking at?" "Huh? It's nothing." Chu Yangzi was startled, hastily placing down the toolbox in her hands. "Ahem, Senior, I remember you used to enjoy me kissing you, right?" As Jiang Qiu spoke, he took the initiative to lean closer to Chu Yangzi. Under the illumination of the lights and the ambience of the setting, it indeed stirred one's interest. The two were in such proximity that Jiang Qiu leaned in and kissed her lightly. Chu Yangzi couldn't help but take a step back, feeling like a frightened little kitten, momentarily dazed. Observing her reaction, Jiang Qiu couldn't suppress a smile, though he refrained from voicing it and continued teasing. "Senior, you aren't truly scared, are you?" "No, I'm not." "Don't say such things," Chu Yangzi quickly denied, attempting to regain her composure. "I just had a bit too much to drink at the bar. I need to use the restroom." After saying this, she dashed into the bathroom. Once inside, she shut the door and leaned against it. "What should I do now? I'm in a bit of a fix." She was extremely anxious, primarily because Jiang Qiu looked exceptionally handsome today. To be honest, Chu Yangzi felt a flicker of anticipation, spending time with Jiang Qiu. What if something were to happen? Yet, for some reason, the mere thought of them together in bed made her feel overwhelmed. Her heart raced so fiercely that she feared she might lose herself entirely. With that thought, she quickly took out her phone and messaged Li Lingling. "Lingling, I'm at the hotel, and Jiang Qiu said he won't be going back tonight. What should I do?" Almost immediately, Li Lingling replied, "This is a great opportunity. What are you waiting for? Hurry and give in to Jiang Qiu." Li Lingling added, "But my heart is racing so much, I feel like I can't handle it." Chu Yangzi felt a bit cowardly. "That's easy. Just have a drink together." "But there's no alcohol." "Then watch a movie together." "But they're all inappropriate films." Li Lingling frowned. "What is going on? Are you staying in a proper hotel?" Chu Yangzi replied, "No." "All right, just follow my lead, breathe in and out." Li Lingling continued, "Just think about it. Jiang Qiu is your boyfriend. Staying together in a hotel is completely normal. Don't be so nervous." Chu Yangzi read those words and immediately began to practice. Breathe in, breathe out. After several attempts, she felt significantly calmer. Given the current situation, Jiang Qiu was indeed the husband she had envisioned for herself. Why should she feel so anxious? "Come on, you can't be cowardly." Chu Yangzi clenched her fists, encouraging herself. Chapter 163. Heart racing, still cowardly? In the restroom, Chu Yangzi took a deep breath before stepping out of the room. At that moment, she thought to herself that sooner or later, she would give herself to Jiang Qiu. It would just be a fleeting moment. However, upon seeing Jiang Qiu, her heart began to race once more. Oh no, how can Jiang Qiu be so handsome? Chu Yangzi pressed her hand to her chest, trying once again to calm herself. "Senior, are you all right?" Jiang Qiu couldn't help but ask. "I just checked the time. You've been in the restroom for over 10 minutes. "Oh, I'm fine," Chu Yangzi quickly replied. "I just had a bit too much to drink at the bar and feel a bit dizzy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. They hadn't even finished a whole bottle at the bar. Could one become tipsy from juice? "All right," Jiang Qiu nodded and then playfully said, "Why don't you sit on the bed and rest for a bit while I take a shower?" After saying this, he pretended to take off his clothes, revealing his chiseled 8-pack abs. Oh my goodness! Chu Yangzi was left dumbfounded, having never seen Jiang Qiu's physique before. Although he wasn't completely undressed, that brief glimpse of his abs was undeniably impressive. The contours, the aesthetic. Chu Yangzi felt her face flush, and her heart, which had just begun to calm, started racing again. "Senior, what's wrong?" Jiang Qiu hadn't finished speaking when Chu Yangzi quickly turned around and fled the room. She couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, she would truly be overwhelmed. Jiang Qiu was simply too handsome, and with those 8-pack abs, his physique was astonishing. For Chu Yangzi, who had only ever shaken hands with boys, the impact was quite significant. Observing the situation, Jiang Qiu was not surprised. He knew that although Chu Yangzi often flirted with him, she was actually quite timid. Just like today, when he flirted back, she immediately retreated. Amused by this, Jiang Qiu found his senior to be utterly adorable. In truth, he too was struggling to contain himself. After all, being flirted with daily, how could he remain unresponsive? Especially today, when the atmosphere had reached a peak, he thought, why not seize the moment? Had Chu Yangzi not run away, Jiang Qiu would have been fully prepared. At worst, they could just get a marriage license and take responsibility. He had already met her father, and her uncle seemed quite pleased with him too. The only issue was that their parents hadn't met yet, but that was not a problem. Based on Jiang Qiu's understanding of his mother, she would surely be satisfied with this daughter-in-law. However, none of that mattered now. The main concern was that Chu Yangzi had actually fled from the hotel room. She was genuinely timid. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu grabbed his belongings and hurriedly pursued her. "Senior, wait for me." At that moment, Chu Yangzi was just arriving at the elevator, repeatedly pressing the button. However, a guest had just exited and the elevator had already descended, so it wouldn't be coming back up anytime soon. Jiang Qiu quickly caught up to her and stood beside her. "Senior, you don't seem unwell. You're running quite fast." Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi lowered her head, feeling a bit guilty, and replied softly, "I'm okay." "Wait a minute." Jiang Qiu couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you suggest coming to the hotel? Why do you not want to stay now?" "Oh, I thought about it and realized I'm not quite used to it here, plus it's far from school." "Aren't you starting school tomorrow? I was considering you." Chu Yangzi frantically concocted excuses, eventually dragging Jiang Qiu into it. "All right, it's my fault for not considering it thoroughly." Jiang Qiu pretended to joke, "Then let us go back to stay. It's essentially the same. And we can continue what we didn't finish earlier." Chu Yangzi blushed. Her heart, which had just calmed, began to stir again. "What is happening to me? Aren't I usually looking forward to this day? Why am I not cherishing the opportunity now that it's here?" "Senior, you're scared too." Jiang Qiu chuckled. "I'm a bit curious. After this, will you still dare to flirt around?" "I dare." Chu Yangzi bit her lip. Cowardly or not, she would still flirt. "All right, let us wait a bit longer. We should adapt first, and it's best to meet each other as parents," Jiang Qiu suggested seriously. Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi's eyes brightened. Jiang Qiu didn't seem to dislike her due to this incident. Rather, he wanted their parents to meet. However, Chu Yangzi felt a tinge of worry and cautiously asked, "Darling, will you dislike me because of this?" She regretted it a bit. After all, she was the one who insisted on coming, only to run away now. Chu Yangzi feared that if Jiang Qiu ended up disliking her, she would truly cry. "Senior, I knew you wouldn't dare before we came." Jiang Qiu laughed. "I'm not lacking in courage. I merely require a bit more time." "You are pushing me to strengthen my heart," Chu Yangzi softly expressed. "I assure you, the next time we go out, I will be ready." Deep within her heart, she genuinely wished to transform her relationship with Jiang Qiu into that of a true couple. However, at this moment, her heart was simply overwhelmed. After all, who could resist someone as dashing and well-built as Jiang Qiu? Chapter 164. Jiang Qiu's Confession, an unexplainable situation in the stairwell. The two waited for the elevator. "Senior, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you first," Jiang Qiu said, contemplating as he gazed earnestly at Chu Yangzi. "Darling, are you still upset?" Chu Yangzi asked with concern, particularly as she noted his serious demeanor, which made her feel slightly guilty. "How about you give me a month?" "No, half a month will suffice, or even just a week. If all else fails, I can get drunk at home first, and then you can come by." She clasped her small hands together, lowering her head in a conflicted manner. Jiang Qiu found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. "No, senior, that is not what I intended to say." "Huh, then what is it?" Chu Yangzi finally exhaled, her anxiety easing. She had already resolved that if Jiang Qiu were truly angry, she would resort to drowning her sorrows in drink, while she would miss out on the experience. It was still preferable to having Jiang Qiu upset with her. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qiu stated earnestly, "Though our meeting was somewhat serendipitous, I initially had no understanding of why you like me. Yet, I can sense that your feelings are sincere. Of course, I genuinely like you." Chu Yangzi bit her lip, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Qiu. "However, I must mention that if we were to be together, I would be quite the caretaker." Jiang Qiu continued, "For instance, monitoring your eating habits, your bedtime, and your interactions with members of the opposite sex." Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his meaning. "You mean?" She cleared her throat. "What I mean is, if you're amenable, let's officially date," Jiang Qiu said with seriousness. Chu Zanzi wouldn't get, processing the revelation for what felt like an eternity before it finally dawned on her. Jiang Qiu had confessed his feelings, while she had previously playfully called him darling. That had been one-sided. Now, were they truly about to define their relationship? At that moment, Chu Yangzi's joy was so profound that her expression was nearly devoid of emotion. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Jiang Qiu contemplated whether his confession had been too hasty. Typically, such moments in television dramas are adorned with flowers and rings. But that seemed more fitting for a proposal. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Yangzi cupped Jiang Qiu's face and, standing on her toes, kissed him. Darling, of course I am willing. From now on, you are my man, and I shall cherish you for a lifetime. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with delight. She was utterly elated, practically dancing in her joy. Jiang Qiu, witnessing her happiness, felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. To be honest, he had felt a twinge of nervousness moments ago. But now that Chu Yangzi had accepted him, he felt at ease. A moment later, the elevator arrived at the ground floor. They entered together, standing side by side. Chu Yangzi leaned against him and gazed at Jiang Qiu's profile. Darling, may I call you husband? What is that? Husband, I realized something. Darling, I must have used up all my luck in meeting you. Chu Yangzi closed her eyes and softly declared, Jiang Qiu, I truly adore you. Well then, as I mentioned earlier, let us arrange for Uncle Chu to meet my parents. Jiang Qiu smiled and leaned closer to her. Huh, so soon? Chu Yangzi felt a surge of anxiety. It wasn't that she was opposed to the idea of their parents meeting. It was just her father's temperament that worried her. She feared he might ruin the occasion with an inappropriate comment. What if Jiang Qiu's mother ended up disliking her? At that moment, Chu Kuo-ei was preparing for bed but suddenly sneezed unexpectedly. What was that? Could it be that Xiaoxi is behind me, speaking ill of her suitor? If you think it's too soon, we can wait a little longer, Jiang Qiu suggested, not wanting to rush. However, he too was aware of the potential awkwardness that might arise. He imagined the scene of Uncle Chu meeting his own parents, which was indeed difficult to predict. If things turned uncomfortable, it would be quite problematic. Such matters were not urgent. After coming to this realization, Jiang Qiu decided to enjoy life in the moment. Their current world together seemed quite delightful. Upon reaching the ground floor, they faced an unexpectedly awkward situation. Darling, how about we just leave and forego the deposit for the room? Chu Yangzi bit her lip, feeling embarrassed. She had gone upstairs with her boyfriend, only to leave shortly thereafter. I agree. Let us just go, Jiang Qiu replied, his expression equally perplexed. It was even more awkward for him to have brought such a stunning girlfriend to a hotel, only to leave within 10 minutes fully dressed. The speed of it all was astonishing. In truth, if Jiang Qiu were not directly involved, he would hardly believe there was nothing amiss. Let us just forget it. The deposit isn't much, and it's best not to dwell on it, as I cannot explain the situation. Just as they were about to exit the hotel, the front desk attendant called out to them. Excuse me, do you two need to check out? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu realized he could no longer hide the truth. Yes, we'd like to check out. He turned to indicate for Chu Yangzi to wait outside. Certainly, I will process your checkout. The attendant was very accommodating, contacting the staff on the 18th floor to check the room status. In under a minute, a voice came through the intercom. Front desk, this is the 18th floor. The guest purchased a box of safety supplies for 30 yuan. Chapter 165. Next time you misbehave, remember to give a heads up what is going on. Upon hearing the attendant's words, Jiang Qiu felt utterly stunned. He hadn't done anything, so how could he have purchased a box of safety supplies? Excuse me, there must be a mistake. Before he could finish, he was abruptly pulled back by Chu Yangzi. What is happening, senior? Darling, don't ask. Let us just settle the bill and leave. Chu Yangzi's gaze faltered, and her ears turned crimson. Huh? Jiang Qiu found her behavior puzzling and scrutinized her more closely. He suddenly noticed that Chu Yangzi had kept her hands in her pockets, seemingly troubled by something. Could it be that she actually took it? He thought, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Sir, please verify the bill. The attendant's voice came again. If everything is in order, the deposit will be returned to your account within 1 business day after deducting the charges. All right, thank you. Jiang Qiu said nothing further and took the bill, exiting the hotel. Now, he found himself in a predicament. How could he possibly explain the situation? A couple checking into a hotel only to check out in less than 10 minutes would undoubtedly raise eyebrows about the male partner's character. Outside the hotel, neither Jiang Qiu nor Chu Yangzi spoke as they walked back along the path they had come. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at the parking lot from earlier. Once inside the car, the air conditioning was switched on. Senior, did you take the items with you? Jiang Qiu finally could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. I accidentally placed them in my pocket, but I was in such a rush when I came out that I forgot to return them, Chu Yangzi replied, blinking her beautiful large eyes and speaking with utmost sincerity. All right, I appreciate your honesty, Jiang Qiu said, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident on his face. If you're going to misbehave in the future, do remember to give me a heads up. Unable to resist, Jiang Qiu added. Yes, I'll be more experienced next time. Zhudansi not that easily. Wait a minute, you still want next time? Jiang Qiu playfully flicked Chu Yangzi's cheek with his finger. Naturally, he did so gently, resembling an interaction between affectionate partners. Darling, I know you're the best, and Woon Ti truly hurt me, Chu Yangzi replied, sticking out her tongue adorably, then leaning closer to him. In truth, she had genuinely forgotten to take the items out of her pocket in the hotel room. However, when it came time to leave, she recalled this detail but chose not to return them, primarily because she was eager to experiment with Jiang Qiu. Typically, she would feel too shy to purchase such items herself. So now, she simply could not bear the thought of returning the box. All right then, I'll take the blame for this, Jiang Qiu chuckled as he drove them home. By a little past 1 in the morning, the two finally arrived at home. As they stepped inside, a refreshing breeze greeted them, creating a very comfortable atmosphere. Although shopping outdoors was enjoyable, Jiang Qiu's favorite remained basking in the cool air conditioning at home while playing video games, which was immensely satisfying. After a night of activities, Jiang Qiu decided to take a shower first. Darling, how about we use this? Chu Yangzi shyly produced a box of safety supplies, her head lowered. Let us stick to the original plan and meet each other's families first, Jiang Qiu suggested, suddenly feeling a surge of desire. How about this? Let us take a shower first. Sure, Chu Yangzi nodded, then dashed upstairs. She was in such a hurry that she intended to wash up in her own room. If they were in Jiang Qiu's room, it would take longer to shower separately. As for showering together, that was quite out of the question. Chu Yangzi felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Her heart was already racing. If they showered together, she was certain she would faint before they even began. For now, she definitely needed to return to her own room. However, since she had made up her mind, the location of her shower was insignificant. She could quickly wash up and then head to Jiang Qiu's room afterward. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu also felt a flutter of excitement. Earlier, he had intended to suggest that after they met each other's parents, they could, however, upon seeing Chu Yangzi's lovely face, he changed his mind. He recalled a classic online joke about beasts. Is a beast still inferior to a beast? It was said that a couple checked into a hotel, and the woman drew a line down the middle of the bed, telling the man that if he crossed it, he would be a beast, and she would never speak to him again. The next morning, the woman woke up to find that he hadn't crossed the line at all and was sleeping soundly on his side. She then slapped him and exclaimed, "You are truly a beast." Now, Jiang Qiu felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. All right then, we can sleep together and have a chat. Jiang Qiu nodded affirmatively. In the past, they had not yet established their relationship, so he had naturally been cautious. However, now that they had come this far, he felt himself unable to resist the allure. Both took their showers, and Jiang Qiu finished quickly. It seemed that boys typically took less time than girls in this regard. After waiting for 10 minutes, and noticing that Chu Yangzi still hadn't come out, Jiang Qiu was about to step out to check when he spotted her standing at the doorway of his room, wearing a coat. "What's going on?" he asked curiously. "Senior, are you heading out?" Upon hearing Jiang Qiu's voice, Chu Yangzi's face flushed a deep shade of red, and her demeanor became awkward. "I'm going to buy something." At that moment, Jiang Qiu scrutinized her appearance. Chu Yangzi was dressed to go out at such a late hour. "Senior, what do you need to buy?" he asked, puzzled. "Didn't you just take the safety supplies from the hotel? Those just won't do anymore." Chu Yangzi's face grew even redder as she stammered. "I just realized that a relative came to visit unexpectedly, and we weren't prepared at home." Jiang Qiu paused. This relative seemed a bit dubious. At first, he thought she needed to buy another box of safety supplies because the ones from the hotel were no longer usable. Now, it turned out that a relative had arrived unexpectedly. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't move, I'll go buy it." Chu Yangzi bit her lip, insisting, "No, I can manage." Generally, when girls had relatives visiting, there would be some discomfort involved. In Chu Yangzi's case, it was even more pronounced, which made her posture somewhat awkward. Jiang Qiu noticed this and naturally wouldn't let her go out to buy anything. Not only was she physically uncomfortable, but he also wouldn't allow her to venture out alone at this late hour. "Senior, don't forget what we discussed earlier. You need to listen to me," he said, pulling Chu Yangzi inside and seating her in a chair. "But I really can handle it," she protested, furrowing her brow. "It's too late. It's dangerous for you to go out." "Senior, that seems a bit off," Jiang Qiu replied with a smile. "It's far more dangerous for you, a girl, to go out at night. What do I have to worry about? No, you have 8-pack abs. Zhuzanxi zito gonfai. What if you encounter a female predator? That would be truly perilous." In her eyes, it was Jiang Qiu's 8-pack abs that posed the greatest danger. If she weren't feeling so uncomfortable, she wouldn't have let him go out alone so late. Jiang Qiu studied Chu Yangzi for a moment, then reached out to touch her forehead. "Oh no, you're actually a bit warm." Jiang Qiu pondered how to help. It seemed that his girlfriend's logic was somewhat flawed. What should a boyfriend do in this situation? "Stay put. Just wait for me at home," he instructed. "Sweetheart, I would let you go out for something like this." Chu Yangzi wanted to protest again, but Jiang Qiu's gaze silenced her. After 30 seconds, she relented, testing the waters. "How about we go together? There's really no need Jiang Qiu chuckled. You just stay home and rest well. I'll be in and out quickly. It'll be sorted in no time. All right, but if anything happens, call me immediately. Chu Yangzi said, biting her lip. To be honest, she was concerned that Jiang Qiu might encounter a female predator, but she also felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she had once again failed to fulfill her promise to him, making her feel inadequate, especially since she had fled earlier at the hotel out of fear. Now that they were home, she had prepared herself mentally, only for the unfortunate arrival of a relative. Jiang Qiu wouldn't be upset with her over this, would he? As she bit her lip, anxiety began to creep in. Don't worry, I'll call if anything comes up, Jiang Qiu reassured her, waving his hand as he donned his clothes and headed downstairs. Before he left, he reminded her, Senior, if you feel it's becoming too much, just head to the bathroom for a bit, but don't let it slip out. With that, he stepped out the door. In the room, Chu Yangzi initially felt indifferent, but after Jiang Qiu's reminder, she suddenly sensed an urgent need to relieve herself. She hurriedly rose and bent over to enter the restroom. Outside the villa, Jiang Qiu contemplated the situation. Although the location was quite close to the university town, walking there would take at least 10 minutes. Making a round trip half an hour, a considerable waste of time. It would be more expedient to drive. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qiu got into his Tesla and headed to the nearest 24-hour supermarket in the neighborhood. Upon entering the supermarket, Jiang Qiu made his way to the hygiene products section. He had never paid attention before, but he discovered that there were numerous brands of sanitary pads for women, such as Whisper, Cotton Era, Safi, Freestyle, Kotex, Anchor, Space 7, ABC, and She Society, among others. After examining the options for quite some time, his eyes began to blur from the sheer number of choices. Not only were there various brands, but there were also distinctions between day and night pads. The regular day pads were typically 240 millimeters, 245 millimeters, or 284 millimeters in length, while the night pads measured 270 millimeters, 290 millimeters, or 320 millimeters. Additionally, there were extra-long night pads, usually measuring 360 millimeters or 420 millimeters, and mini pads that were generally 180 millimeters long. Although Jiang Qiu had seen Chu Yangzi use them before and vaguely remembered the packaging, he was utterly clueless about the specifics of the lengths and types. It all seemed overly complicated. He even wondered if Chu Yangzi would have trouble distinguishing them herself. Chapter 167. Odd Knowledge. Is Jiang Qiu's concern for his girlfriend? At that moment, a shop assistant approached him. Excuse me, could you help recommend a product? Jiang Qiu nodded, straightforwardly admitting his situation. After all, it was hard to avoid drawing attention after studying sanitary pads for so long. The shop assistant smiled and handed him a package. This store was quite close to the university, and many male students frequently came to buy sanitary pads for their girlfriends, so the attendants were accustomed to such requests. This Space 7 brand will do. It's reasonably priced and suitable for most girls, she remarked cheerfully. Is there anything better? Jiang Qiu inquired, glancing around. The assistant handed him another box. Then how about this Whisper brand? It's free of fluorescent agents and has strong skin compatibility, though it's a bit pricier at 35 yuan per pack. All right, I'll take one, Jiang Qiu replied. Nodding, this brand seemed quite commendable. Young man, is this your first time buying for your girlfriend? The assistant asked. Yes, indeed it is, Jiang Qiu replied, then asked, is there any issue with that? The assistant chuckled and explained for girls, the duration can last several days. If she's diligent, one pack might be used up in a single day, so you should buy several to have on hand. I see, Jiang Qiu acknowledged, realizing he had learned something new. This peculiar knowledge had eluded him until now. All right then, I'll take 10 packs. As he calculated the time, he figured 10 days would suffice. If there were any extras, they could be saved for the next time, as these products had a long shelf life. In addition to the sanitary pads, Jiang Qiu also purchased some snacks that Chu Yangzi enjoyed. At the checkout, his total came to over 500 yuan. Young man, if you follow our store's official account, you can get a 2 yuan discount on this order. The enthusiastic shop assistant insisted. Initially, Jiang Qiu was reluctant. After all, he didn't mind the few yuan. However, he couldn't resist her enthusiasm, and eventually, he scanned the code. Do come by often. The assistant called out as he left, handing him a box of chocolates. One must admit that being handsome opens many doors. Although the chocolates weren't particularly expensive, such treatment was unique. After leaving the supermarket, Jiang Qiu drove straight home. It was quite late, and the roads were nearly empty, allowing him to speed along. With someone waiting for him at home, he felt a twinge of concern for Chu Yangzi. Upon returning to the community, he parked the car and ascended to his room. Senior? Jiang Qiu tentatively called out. Came Chu Yangzi's response from the restroom. However, Jiang Qiu sensed a hint of weakness in her voice. I brought you something. Take a look, he said. Thank you, dear, Chu Yangzi replied from inside. Could you hand it to me? At that moment, The restroom door opened slightly, and Chu Yangzi reached out her hand. Jiang Qiu passed her a package and asked, "Are you feeling all right?" "I'm okay. Really," she assured him, closing the door with a hint of shyness. With Jiang Qiu outside, merely thinking about it made her cheeks flush. "All right, I'll fetch you a glass of water." Jiang Qiu went downstairs to boil a kettle of hot water. He took 2 empty cups, poured hot water into one, and then poured it back and forth into the other to cool it down a bit. After about 5 minutes, he returned upstairs with a cup of water. By this time, Chu Yangzi had emerged from the restroom. She had finished washing up, but her rosy lips appeared somewhat pale, and she looked rather weak. "Senior, you said you were fine, yet your complexion is far from good," Jiang Qiu remarked with a furrowed brow as he offered her the hot water. "Thank you, dear," Chu Yangzi replied, though weak. She still found time to act coy with him. "I'm used to this. It happens every time," she said, taking a small sip from the cup. "Used to it?" "Senior, you should get some rest early tonight," Jiang Qiu advised with concern. "MHM," Chu Yangzi replied, placing the cup on the table and lying down on her bed. She had often experienced pain during her visits to relatives. This was primarily due to her constitution, and there were no effective solutions. Thankfully, this time was relatively mild. Perhaps due to Jiang Qiu's presence, she felt the discomfort less intensely. "Dear," Chu Yangzi gazed at Jiang Qiu from her bed. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing. I just like calling you that." Despite her pain, a smile crept onto her face as she looked at Jiang Qiu. "Senior, if there is anything I can do to help, just let me know," he said, sitting beside her and gently caressing her cheek. "With you here, I already feel much better," Chu Yangzi admitted. Given her elevated status, she had naturally consulted private doctors before. They had informed her that her issue was related to her personal constitution, daily mood, adequate sleep, and regular eating habits. In other words, it required gradual body nurturing, with no quick solutions. Previously, Chu Yangzi had been so engrossed in her entrepreneurial endeavors that she had merely endured the discomfort. There had been no time or mental space for health maintenance. However, since Jiang Qiu's arrival, her mood had significantly improved. Moreover, living together with him had instilled a sense of routine in her life, contributing to the alleviation of her symptoms. Chapter 168. To set the fire, not put it out? "Senior, it's quite late now. You should rest early," Jiang Qiu said, tucking her in. "Dear, could you hold me before I sleep?" Chu Yangzi bit her lip, her already frail appearance now exuding an air of vulnerability. "All right, but just a quick hug before sleep," Jiang Qiu replied, unable to refuse. He leaned over and embraced her. Seizing the moment, Chu Yangzi leaned in and kissed his cheek. "Senior, don't tease me," Jiang Qiu chuckled, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration after being playfully teased all evening. Had it not been for Chu Yangzi's relative visiting, he might have truly succumbed to his desires and sought her assistance to quell his fervor. "You are simply too enchanting. I cannot help but wish to flirt with you." Chu Yangzi's cheeks flushed, yet her heart brimmed with delight. Particularly poignant was the moment when Jiang Qiu had gone out to purchase sanitary pads for her, an act that genuinely touched her. The man she adored was indeed the finest in the world. It had been ages since she experienced such tender care, and today, her heart felt elated. "All right, I shall retire early," Jiang Qiu chuckled before returning to the floor mat. He thought it prudent to maintain some distance from Chu Yangzi, as she was prone to igniting flames without extinguishing them. Being too close might lead to discomfort for him in the end. Lying down, he used his phone to extinguish the lights in the room. Moments later, 2 rhythmic breaths filled the air. However, Chu Yangzi found herself unable to sleep. She attempted to drift off, tossing and turning for half an hour, yet slumber eluded her. The pain felt akin to spasms in her lower abdomen, a dull ache that came in waves. Moreover, her circulation was sluggish, resulting in considerable bleeding. This predicament compelled her to be cautious, for the pristine white sheets would become a source of embarrassment if anything were to leak. After some time, Chu Yangzi remained wide awake. Resolute, she chose to forego sleep and turned her gaze toward Jiang Qiu. Despite her current discomfort, she slowly inched closer to him. For reasons unknown, simply seeing Jiang Qiu's figure brought her a sense of relief. If only she could touch him. As she reached out, she quickly withdrew her hand. Not wishing to disturb Jiang Qiu, she reconsidered. Merely gazing at him was a treat for her eyes. "Senior?" At that moment, Jiang Qiu unexpectedly spoke up. "Huh? You're not asleep either?" Chu Yangzi jumped, feeling a twinge of guilt. "No, I'm just having trouble sleeping." Jiang Qiu sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. "How are you feeling? Is the pain still there?" "Yes." Chu Yangzi lowered her head. Though reluctant to burden Jiang Qiu with her worries, she truly felt unwell. She felt an emptiness within her, a longing to lean on him, an emotion she seldom experienced. Typically, such vulnerability surfaced only during illness. The weaker she felt, the greater her need for dependence. At that moment, Jiang Qiu unexpectedly stood and approached her side. "Darling." As she began to speak, warmth enveloped her abdomen. Jiang Qiu had extended his gentle hand, tenderly rubbing her belly with utmost care. Earlier, he had consulted his phone and learned that massaging the belly was an effective remedy for alleviating pain. "How does that feel?" Jiang Qiu inquired. "Darling, it feels so much better," Chu Yangzi replied, her words genuine rather than mere platitudes. The once intense pain had considerably diminished. "That's good to hear. I'll continue for a while longer," Jiang Qiu assured her. "You should try to sleep now. If you're tired, you don't have to worry about me." Chu Yangzi nestled closer to Jiang Qiu, feeling a pang of sympathy for such a wonderful boyfriend. Where could she find another like him? "I'm all right, it's no trouble." Jiang Qiu smiled, his touch becoming gentler. Before long, Chu Yangzi finally succumbed to deep slumber. This marked the first time in 3 years that she could sleep soundly while a relative was visiting. In the past, she would have spent the entire night tossing and turning, and to not be tortured by pain was already a blessing. Yet tonight, she slept soundly until dawn. At 7:30 in the morning, Chu Yangzi awoke. Turning over, she saw Jiang Qiu peacefully sleeping beside her. He must have stayed up late to help her with her discomfort last night. This sensation was truly blissful. Although her body had yet to recover, she was eager to do something for him. After some contemplation, Chu Yangzi resolved to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Jiang Qiu. She descended to the kitchen, boiled 2 bowls of noodles, and fried 2 eggs. These skills she had acquired from watching online videos in recent days. Though her technique was still somewhat unrefined, the flavors were commendable. After a considerable amount of time, Chu Yangzi returned to her room. Having just cooked, she felt a bit fatigued, but was undeterred. She wanted to surprise Jiang Qiu. After all, such a wonderful boyfriend deserved to be pampered regularly. Chapter 169. Super Healing, Showing Off My Boyfriend? Upon returning to her room, Chu Yangzi stealthily slipped back under the covers. Jiang Qiu was sound asleep. She lay on her side, gazing at him, feeling content even in silence. The comfort of companionship was profoundly healing. After a while, Chu Yangzi felt discomfort in her abdomen again. She quietly got up to change her sanitary pad. Upon exiting the bathroom, she picked up her phone to snap a photo. Jiang Qiu had bought her 10 packages of sanitary pads yesterday. How could she not capture this moment? She posted the photo to her social media, naturally excluding some acquaintances from seeing it, and added a caption, "Thank you. The best boyfriend in the world." In truth, Chu Yangzi rarely shared on social media. Her personality and life experiences dictated that she did not feel the need to document every moment like other young women. It wasn't that posting often was inherently bad. It simply varied from person to person. Additionally, she had little to boast about. Her wealth was well known among her acquaintances, rendering any bragging unnecessary. However, her mindset had shifted. Jiang Qiu was simply too wonderful, and she felt an overwhelming desire to showcase her boyfriend to the world. Before long, her post garnered numerous likes and comments. Li Lingling, first thing in the morning, I'm serve a bowl of dog food. Classmate A, so envious. Friend B, envy. Meanwhile, in his study, Chu Kuo-ei was perusing the news when Li Shifu approached him, handing over a phone. Boss, it seems there is good news regarding Miss and Jiang Qiu. Really? Let me see. Chu Kuo-ei eagerly accepted the phone, viewing the social media post by Chu Yangzi. By the standards of youth, this could be considered an official announcement. Couldn't it? He felt quite pleased, having grasped the nuances of the younger generation's humor. Indeed, boss, you should feel reassured now, Li Shifu said with a smile. Good. I'll make sure to visit Jiang Qiu this weekend. Even if it means drinking less, I need to solidify this arrangement. Chu Kuo-ei chuckled and began to plan earnestly. That is excellent. Such matters should be pursued while the iron is hot, Li Shifu concurred. By the way, how much do these typically cost? Zhu guao in guit, gesturing to the sanitary pads in the photo. I just checked. This brand retails for about 35 yuan per pack, Li Shifu replied. Should I transfer some money to Jiang Qiu? Zhu guao mu said. He believed that spending should not come at Jiang Qiu's expense. After all these years of neglecting his daughter, he felt a sense of responsibility. However, Jiang Qiu had stepped up, providing care and attention that made his daughter genuinely happy, which was enough for him. Chu Kuo-ei was aware that his daughter had not been in the best of health in recent years. Though he had not spoken of it, he harbored genuine concern. Given their relationship, he found himself powerless to intervene. The reality was that he was financially strained, while Chu Yangzi was not in need of money, complicating matters. Now, however, Jiang Qiu's presence not only improved their father-daughter relationship, but also ensured that his daughter was well taken care of. At that moment, Chu Kuo-ei felt immense gratitude towards Jiang Qiu. He resolved to reward him generously. In fact, he had already contemplated this previously. He intended to lavishly support his son-in-law by transferring money to Jiang Qiu. Seizing every opportunity, He aimed to send red envelopes to his beloved son-in-law. At 8 o'clock, Jiang Qiu finally awoke from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Chu Yangzi leaning beside him, quietly observing him. Senior sister, what time is it? Jiang Qiu yawned and slowly sat up. It was 8 o'clock. Perhaps he should request a day off? Chu Yangzi expressed concern, worried that Jiang Qiu had overslept and would feel fatigued today. It's all right. After such a long National Day holiday, it's the first day back to class, so I still need to go, Jiang Qiu explained. All right, but don't overexert yourself, Chu Yangzi said, biting her lip, still feeling a bit distressed. By the way, why don't you rest at home today? Don't worry about work or school. Jiang Qiu met Chu Yangzi's large eyes and earnestly replied, Okay, I will listen to my dear wife. Chu Zansi obedini not det. Given her current situation, she truly couldn't go out. Thankfully, she had grown accustomed to working from home, and once she finished her tasks, she could simply attend to her school matters. Good girl, Jiang Qiu smiled, then prepared to freshen up. Just then, his phone emitted a notification sound. He picked it up to find a transfer message. 1 million. It was money transferred by Chu Kuo-ei. What was happening? Jiang Qiu was momentarily dumbfounded. He quickly messaged Chu Kuo-ei. Uncle, I've received a transfer of 1 million. What is this for? You young people have considerable expenses. Take this money and spend it. Zhu Guao Zipli. Uncle, this is too much. I haven't even finished spending the last amount you transferred. Jiang Qiu chuckled helplessly. What was it like to have such a wealthy father-in-law? Although he wasn't financially strained, the sensation of being showered with money by his father-in-law was rather delightful. Chapter 170. Treating him as family. What's wrong with sending a few red envelopes? Just accept it. Our family lacks nothing but money. Chu Kuo-ei continued. Don't worry about saving money for me. In the future, I'll regularly send you some red envelopes. Uncle, this is truly excessive. I'm not short on money. You need not worry about my spending. To be honest, having such a father-in-law felt quite nice. However, constantly receiving red envelopes made Jiang Qiu feel a tad embarrassed. Meanwhile, in his study, Chu Kuo-ei was restless. His son-in-law was too outstanding. What if he refused to accept his red envelopes? He knew Jiang Qiu wasn't in need of money. Over the past few days, Chu Kuo-ei had often heard his old friends discussing a newly emerged investment company in the country that had been excelling in terms of investment returns. Many wealthy individuals flocked to it, purchasing numerous investment products. When Chu Kuo-ei inquired further about the company's name, an old friend was quite cautious, insisting on confidentiality before revealing the name. Chu Kuo-ei initially listened intently, but upon hearing the name, he was left utterly stunned. JQ Company. Wasn't that his son-in-law's company? Chu Kuo-ei felt a surge of happiness, nearly exposing this connection. However, he decided to play it cool, while internally he was quite anxious. Later, he called his daughter, subtly probing into the progress of their relationship. Faced with her father's curiosity, Chu Yangzi was baffled and promptly hung up. Chu Kuo-ei felt a twinge of worry. Could there be an issue? He held Jiang Qiu in high regard, not only for his career, but also for his ability to take care of his daughter. If it were someone else, he would have been the first to object. Thankfully, early this morning, he received good news. His daughter, who never posted on social media, had now openly shared a post with Jiang Qiu. This delighted Chu Kuo-ei, prompting him to transfer money on the spot. However, Jiang Qiu was reluctant to accept it. What was he to do? Li Shifu observed as Chu Kuo-ei paced back and forth in his study, his expression troubled. Boss, what's the matter? Jiang Qiu doesn't want to accept the red envelope. Chu Kuo-ei confided about his concerns. Li Shifu chuckled. You're being too direct. You could approach this differently. Huh? How so? Chu Kuo-ei's interest was piqued. Just explain it like this. He may not lack money because he's earned it himself. But as family, you're merely giving your son-in-law a bit of pocket money, Li Shifu elaborated. These two notions are not mutually exclusive. You're treating him as family. That made sense. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuo-ei slapped the table in excitement. Jiang Qiu had money, but that was his own earnings. As a family elder, what was wrong with sending a few red envelopes to his son-in-law? I'm not worried about you lacking funds. The money you earn from the company is yours to keep, while the money I give you is simply pocket money for you to spend freely. Chu Kuo-ei sent a message to Jiang Qiu. Upon reading it, Jiang Qiu felt a warm sense of gratitude and chose not to refuse any longer. All right, thank you, uncle. Although he wasn't in need of money, the feeling of being treated as family brought him great joy. Jiang Qiu's initial rejection stemmed from the amount being too generous. But now that Chu Kuo-ei had said so, he accepted it graciously. Don't forget to eat breakfast on time. Chu Kuo-ei felt a wave of happiness as Jiang Qiu no longer declined. You too, uncle. After finishing his conversation with Chu Kuo-ei, Jiang Qiu was approached by Chu Yangzi. What were you talking about? You seem so happy, she inquired, having noticed Jiang Qiu's smile earlier. However, she refrained from interrupting while he was engaged in conversation. Now that the chat was over, she leaned closer to Jiang Qiu. Look, Uncle sent me a red envelope again. Jiang Qiu handed his phone to her, showing the transfer record. Oh, since it's from my dad, just accept it. Chu Yangzi blinked her large eyes, appreciating her father's unexpected kindness. It was rare for Chu Kuoyai to speak so gently, especially considering how he had even devised several reasons to ensure Jiang Qiu accepted the red envelopes. This made Chu Yangzi quite happy. Her father had suddenly changed so much. All right, then I'll buy you more sanitary pads in the future, but I wonder when you'll finish spending this money. Jiang Qiu joked with a smile. That might take a lifetime, or even beyond. Chu Yangzi playfully responded with flirtatious words. Jiang Qiu turned to her and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Then it shall be a lifetime. You're the best, dear husband. Chu Yangzi leaned in closer and planted a kiss on Jiang Qiu's cheek. She relished this feeling. Waking up to such a joyful morning even alleviated some of her menstrual discomfort. By the way, how are you feeling now? Is the pain still there? Jiang Qiu asked. Yeah, it's still a bit, Chu Yangzi nodded. Don't drink cold water and use a hot water bottle to warm your abdomen, Jiang Qiu advised. Although Chu Yangzi was aware of these recommendations, somehow, when they came from him, they resonated with her even more. Chapter 171. Now that I have a girlfriend. Should we go public? You must be hungry. Let me make you breakfast. As Jiang Qiu stood up, he prepared to head downstairs to whip up something to eat. No need, dear husband. I've already made breakfast, Chu Yangzi replied happily, relishing these little surprises in their daily life. Especially surprising to Jiang Qiu was the realization that everything was worthwhile. You still want to make breakfast in your condition? Jiang Qiu truly did not expect this, and her heart ached a little. Primarily, it was because Chu Yangzi treated her with such incredible kindness, even with relatives visiting. She still rose early to prepare breakfast for her. Surely, this must be the best girlfriend in the world. If you like it, I'll make you breakfast every day from now on. Chu Yangzi's beautiful large eyes sparkled, as if whispering the most enchanting words of affection. Very well then, let me reward you. Jiang Qiu took the initiative to lean in and gently kiss her cheek. The morning sun streamed into the bedroom, casting warmth upon Chu Yangzi's heart. She felt a profound sense of happiness, affirming that everything was indeed worthwhile. I'll go take a look and bring some back to eat. Jiang Qiu ventured downstairs and discovered 2 bowls of noodles, accompanied by heart-shaped fried eggs. Quite impressive. At least in terms of presentation, it was satisfactory. She carried the dishes back upstairs, and the two began to eat in the bedroom. The taste was equally delightful. It appeared that Chu Yangzi had genuinely put her heart into learning. After all, given her previous culinary skills, she would never have been able to prepare such dishes. Darling, I want your bowl. For some reason, Chu Yangzi preferred the food Jiang Qiu had eaten. All right, here you go. Jiang Qiu, accustomed to her whims, willingly fed her a bite. In the past, when Chu Yangzi visited relatives, she often lacked an appetite during meals. Yet today, she devoured a great deal, unable to stop herself. With Jiang Qiu feeding her, her appetite flourished. After finishing their meal, Jiang Qiu prepared to head to school, while Chu Yangzi lay down at home to rest. I'm leaving now. I'll bring you lunch at noon. Jiang Qiu called out as she readied to depart. Wait, darling, give me a kiss. Chu Yangzi, sitting on the bed, pointed her cheek. Without hesitation, Jiang Qiu leaned in to kiss her before leaving the villa. The National Day holiday had finally concluded, and Jiang Qiu returned to school. The past few days had been fulfilling yet busy for him. Notably, his relationship with Chu Yangzi had deepened, allowing them to understand each other better. Now, he had to return to class. Such was university life. Of course, skipping classes was an option, but Jiang Qiu felt it unnecessary. A simple, ordinary life was also a form of enjoyment, and he was quite satisfied with the present. Upon arriving in the classroom, the first lesson was management. However, since the teacher had not yet arrived, the students were scattered about, engaging in lively conversation. Qiu, over here. The voice of his roommate, Zhao Mingri, drew the attention of many. In the classroom, numerous girls could not help but steal glances at Jiang Qiu. After all, being handsome drew attention. Jiang Qiu approached with a smile, saying, keep your voice down. Why are you so excited this early in the morning? Qiu, where have you disappeared to these past few days? Zhao Mingrui inquired curiously. Indeed, Qiu, it feels like Yu Haven T returned to the dormitory in ages. Surely, Yu Haven T found a girlfriend and moved out to live on your own. Forgetting us? Chen Hongliang and Li Huayuan chimed in, teasing him. Yes, it seems you've all guessed correctly. Jiang Qiu remained nonchalant. He had been contemplating whether to keep the relationship under wraps. He wasn't afraid of others knowing he had a girlfriend. Rather, He was concerned about Chu Yangzi's identity and the potential negative impact on her. Now that it had been revealed by his roommates, he decided to make it public. However, upon seeing Jiang Qiu's candid admission, his roommates were instead skeptical. Stop joking, Qiu. I don't believe it. Blink if you've been kidnapped. Didn't we agree to remain single together? His roommates continued their banter, and Jiang Qiu naturally refrained from elaborating further. He pondered how his friends would react if he were to openly introduce his girlfriend in the future. Moments later, the management teacher arrived, and the classroom fell silent. At 11:30, the morning classes finally concluded. Let's go check out the new buffet at the third dining hall, Zhao Mingrui suggested. You guys go ahead. I need to deliver lunch to my girlfriend. Jiang Qiu chuckled. Under normal circumstances, he would have joined them. However, today's situation necessitated a different course of action. Wait a moment, Qiu, you really do have a girlfriend, don't you? His three roommates expressed their astonishment, unable to persuade him otherwise. Their disbelief stemmed not from a lack of faith in Jiang Qiu, but from the belief that no one could truly be worthy of him. This situation piqued their curiosity. Brothers, once it's convenient in a few days, I'll introduce you to her. After speaking, Jiang Qiu smiled and left the school. He had already ordered lunch, which was to be delivered to the property manager. Due to Chu Yangzi's special circumstances, she could not consume spicy or stimulating foods. So Jiang Qiu had made special notes when ordering. Once outside the school, Jiang Qiu first picked up the meal before returning to the villa. As he opened the door, he saw Chu Yangzi waiting for him by the entrance. Darling, you're back. Chu Yangzi had been waiting eagerly, and upon seeing Jiang Qiu return, she leapt into his embrace. Jiang Qiu inhaled the sweet fragrance of her hair and gently patted her back, saying, You must be hungry. It's time for lunch. I miss you a bit. Chu Yangzi buried her head in Jiang Qiu's embrace, holding him even tighter. Chapter 172. What to do if your girlfriend isn't very smart. Ahem, you're holding on a bit too tightly. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle at that moment. Chu Yangzi resembled a little kitten burrowing into its owner's arms. Did I hurt you? Chu Yangzi felt a bit embarrassed. She had gotten too excited and pressed against him. It's fine, let us eat. Jiang Qiu pinched her cheek playfully and then carried the food to the dining area. Today, he had ordered a lighter meal, a serving of blanched lettuce, honey-glazed char siu, crispy shrimp balls, and a stew of five-fingered peach with old hen. As for the staple, there were 2 servings of fried rice noodles, along with a rose peony cake for dessert. Thank you, darling. Chu Yangzi approached Jiang Qiu, leaned in, and gave him a quick kiss. You've been so wonderful. How should I reward you? Reward? Jiang Qiu glanced at her stomach, unable to resist teasing. Still misbehaving while relatives are visiting? Stop joking around and let us eat. Oh, then how about rewarding me with a kiss? Chu Yangzi stood on her tiptoes and gently pecked Jiang Qiu on the lips. She was simply too happy. Jiang Qiu prepared so many delicious dishes for her, which genuinely touched her heart. Particularly, Chu Yangzi noticed that the order receipt had a special note requesting no spicy ingredients, showcasing Jiang Qiu's thoughtfulness. This feeling of being cared for was something that money could not buy. After they finished their lunch, Jiang Qiu lay down on the sofa, ready for a nap. The afternoon sun bathed him in warmth, creating an incredibly comfortable atmosphere. Chu Yangzi sat beside him, resting his hand on her belly, and leaned against the sofa for a brief snooze. Although she did not usually take afternoon naps, sleeping next to Jiang Qiu felt delightful. Around 1 o'clock, Jiang Qiu awoke and prepared to return to school for class. He had another class scheduled for the afternoon. Additionally, the student council departments were holding their regular meetings. Jiang Qiu's department, the External Relations Division, had also sent a message notifying him of a meeting at the office. Chu Yangzi was well aware of these activities. Previously, she had insisted on joining the student council to be closer to Jiang Qiu. However, now that they lived together, she felt it might be alright to skip it. After all, there were plenty of girls in the student council, and with Jiang Qiu's good looks, he must have many admirers. Darling, if you don't want to go, don't overexert yourself. Chu Yangzi said, a hint of concern in her voice as she sat on the sofa. Not at all. I find it quite manageable, Jiang Qiu replied. Oh, that is good. Chu Yangzi remained silent. As long as Jiang Qiu was happy, that was sufficient. All right. You should rest well. I'm heading out now. Chu Yangzi embraced Jiang Qiu before letting him go. The afternoon lesson was advanced mathematics, with the teacher expounding endlessly at the podium. Among the students below, only a few could grasp the concepts, while majority were engrossed in their phones. Jiang Qiu sat with his roommates, all of whom were dozing off. It must be said that the difficulty of advanced mathematics was indeed considerable. However, after a brief glance, Jiang Qiu felt he had absorbed enough. After class, instead of returning to the dormitory, Jiang Qiu made his way to the office of the External Relations Department. Qiu Ye, you're here. Zhou Hongru greeted him eagerly upon seeing him. You all arrived quite early? Jiang Qiu observed that the room was nearly full. Moreover, judging by their attire, everyone was dressed quite formally, contrasting with his more casual outfit. Indeed, it's the first day back after the holiday. Of course, we need to make a good impression. Zhou Hongru glanced at Jiang Qiu's informal clothing, but had grown accustomed to it. He recalled their first meeting, where Jiang Qiu had straightforwardly intimidated Minister Liang Zijian. Subsequently, not only did Jiang Qiu encounter no repercussions, but Liang Zijian even sought to curry favor with him, demonstrating his prowess. By the way, why is everyone in formal attire? Is there a requirement? Jiang Qiu inquired, puzzled. None at all. It's just customary for us. Zhou Hongru shook his head, unable to suppress his envy. If it were him, not wearing formal attire would undoubtedly result in a reprimand. Yet, for Jiang Qiu, it seemed to be of little consequence. Indeed, Liang Zijian soon entered with 2 vice ministers, and the meeting commenced officially. As for the attire issue, Liang Zijian didn't even bring it up. Had it been someone else, he would certainly have made an example of them, admonishing students who did not adhere to the dress code. However, when it came to Jiang Qiu, he chose to let it slide. Liang Zijian was quite self-aware, knowing he could not afford to offend Jiang Qiu, especially upon realizing the strong bond he shared with Chu Yangzi, which made him even more reluctant to criticize. At the meeting's conclusion, Liang Zijian announced the assessment results from the previous month, which were primarily based on regular performance and sponsorship acquisition. Jiang Qiu was taken aback to find himself ranked first. Minister Liang, are you sure there is no mistake? After the meeting, he couldn't help but approach to ask. Of course, Jiang Qiu, the sponsorship funds have already been received. Liang Zijian responded with a beaming smile. Ahem, I'm not inquiring about the funds. Did these sponsors reach out to you? Jiang Qiu continued his questioning. Yes. Senior sister Chu personally confirmed it with me. Liang Zijian nodded. All right, thank you. Jiang Qiu then realized that it was Chu Yangzi who had feared his assessment would be too low, thus helping him secure some results. Upon this realization, he took out his phone and asked, Senior sister, what is the story with the sponsorship from the External Relations Department? Zhuzansi ziplit instanti. I was worried your assessment score would be too low, so I sponsored 20,000 yuan myself. Jiang Qiu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. His girlfriend seemed rather imprudent. What was he to do? Typically, such sponsorships were undertaken by businesses for events, not by individuals spending their own money to boost performance. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi couldn't help but wonder if her boyfriend was upset. She was somewhat anxious, as she had arranged for Jiang Qiu to join the External Relations Department. And if his assessment yielded no results, he surely wouldn't be pleased. After all, 20,000 yuan wasn't a trivial amount. So she had simply taken it upon herself to secure it for him. Chapter 173. Department dinner. Unexpected invitation. How could she seem so unwise? What should I do? Jiang Qiu was at a loss for words. Under normal circumstances, he would have scolded Chu Yangzi for wasting money. However, after her recent visit from relatives, she was already feeling rather down, and he couldn't bring himself to criticize her now. After some contemplation, Jiang Qiu replied, Senior sister, thank you for your concern. You need not do this again next time. All right, I will be more cautious. Chu Yangzi set her phone down, feeling relieved that Jiang Qiu was not angry, and she let out a sigh of relief. In the External Relations Department office, having grasped the situation, Jiang Qiu exited the office. Qiuge, over here. Just as he reached the door, he heard someone calling for him. What is it? Jiang Qiu turned around to see Zhou Hongru. Qiuge, it's nearly evening. Let me treat you to dinner. Zhou Hongru said. You're treating me? Jiang Qiu was somewhat taken aback. You ranked first in this assessment. You're likely to become our minister. We must celebrate. Zhou Hongru explained. Ah, I see. Jiang Qiu nodded. Generally, in the External Relations Department, it would be customary for the newly elected minister to host a meal after the election, not immediately after an assessment. Actually, there is no need to celebrate. Let me treat you next time, Jiang Qiu suggested. That won't do. If I let you pay, it would turn into me just mooching off you. Zhou Hongru declared boldly. Seize the day. It's a perfect opportunity for us to gather. This meal is on me. Have you come into money? Jiang Qiu asked with a smile. Ahem, not too much, but I can afford a meal of fried chicken, Zhou Hongru replied, patting his wallet. Feeling it wouldn't be an issue. Hongru ji, include me. At that moment, a female classmate from another department piped up, eager to join. After all, dining together was secondary. Being with Jiang Qiu was of utmost importance. I want to go too. Count me in. Jiang Qiu hadn't anticipated that what began as Zhou Hongru inviting him to dinner would turn into a departmental gathering. Well, let's have a meal together. I'll cover the bill, Jiang Qiu proposed. Thank you, Qiuge. I'm from another department. Can I participate? I want to join too. Is it too late to switch departments? Not only the external relations department, but even girls from other departments were eager to join in on the fun. After all, this was a splendid opportunity to interact with Jiang Qiu. What girl would T want to get to know such a charming young man? Just then, Liang Zijian overheard the commotion and stepped out. Other departments should head back. This is an external relations department dinner, so don't crowd in. Liang Zijian's remark distinctly designated the dinner as a departmental affair. Once he spoke, the other department girls felt disheartened. At that moment, they regretted not having joined the external relations department earlier. Minister Liang, I merely wish to share a meal with Jiang Qiu. I didn't expect it to turn into such a fuss. Zhou Hongru quickly clarified. No worries. I actually want to join for a meal too. Liang Zijian smiled at Jiang Qiu and asked, may I attend? Of course, that is perfectly fine, Jiang Qiu nodded. His impression of Liang Zijian had indeed improved significantly. After all, he was also coasting along in the student council, so having such a minister was rather agreeable. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongru tallied the number of attendees, including Jiang Qiu. There were a total of 14 people from the external relations department. So what shall we eat? Are we still going for fried chicken? Zhou Hongru asked with uncertainty. Yes. Let us go for fried chicken, Jiang Qiu decisively concluded. Typically, for gatherings of this size, one would expect to dine at a restaurant, ordering dishes and drinks. However, Jiang Qiu had other matters to attend to and didn't wish to waste too much time. After all, back home, a senior sister was eagerly awaiting him to bring back food. Thank you, Qiugu. Fried chicken isn't cheap. Zhou Hongru mused. If it were just him treating Jiang Qiu, a meal of fried chicken would indeed be manageable. However, now that there are 14 individuals, calculating at an average of 50 yuan per person, that amounts to a total of 700 yuan. For university students, this is indeed a considerable expenditure. Thank you, Qiugu. Your generosity is much appreciated. The members of the department expressed their gratitude in unison, particularly a few girls whose eyes sparkled as they gazed at Jiang Qiu. Let us set off, Jiang Qiu announced, and everyone eagerly responded, heading towards the KFC restaurant at the campus entrance. At that moment, Liang Zijian suddenly approached Jiang Qiu. Could we possibly add one more person? Who is it? Jiang Qiu inquired with curiosity. Are they from our department? Well, sort of, Liang Zijian replied with a smile. He had just informed Chu Yangzi about the gathering, but she had declined the invitation. On one hand, her relatives had yet to leave, and on the other, she did not wish to continually impose upon her boyfriend. What would it look like for her to join Jiang Qiu's department gathering? Surely, he would think she was being overly controlling. Furthermore, she couldn't come up with a suitable excuse. After all, it was a gathering for the external relations department. Her presence would indeed seem inappropriate. However, Liang Zijian, while perhaps lacking in certain abilities, possessed a keen sense of perception. He suggested to Chu Yangzi, isn't it only natural for you to come and provide guidance to the external relations department? Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi's eyes lit up. She desperately needed a way out, and Liang Zijian's words provided the perfect opportunity. This was not merely about seeking out Jiang Qiu. She was going to offer guidance to the external relations department's work. How reasonable that sounded. Chapter 174, Creating a Little Surprise, 8,000 Points of Critique? Upon hearing Liang Zijian's words, Chu Yangzi's large eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been racking her brain for a suitable excuse, and now the perfect opportunity had presented itself. Without hesitation, she agreed to join. Primarily, she missed Jiang Qiu, and even though her physical condition hadn't fully recovered, she longed to go out and see the world. Liang Zijian quickly sent over the address, and even snapped a photo of Jiang Qiu's silhouette while on the way. Of course, he didn't explicitly mention he was photographing Jiang Qiu. Rather, he informed Chu Yangzi that he was reporting on the gathering of the external relations department. Upon receiving the photo, Chu Yangzi felt quite pleased. She took a good look. Even just Jiang Qiu's silhouette stood out conspicuously in the crowd. Just then, a notification popped up on Chu Yangzi's phone. It was a message from Jiang Qiu. The department is having a gathering tonight. It will be over soon, so I might be home a little late. Reading the message made her heart swell with sweetness. The fact that Jiang Qiu kept her informed about when he would return home indicated that he truly regarded her as his girlfriend. No worries. Chu Yangzi deliberately chose not to inform Jiang Qiu about her own participation in the gathering. She wanted to create a little surprise. Curious about Jiang Qiu's reaction upon seeing her, the thought of it made her even more excited. She quickly dressed and, disregarding her health concerns, hurried out the door. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu and his fellow students from the external relations department were walking towards the campus entrance. Time to eat. Time to eat. They chatted animatedly as they walked, their spirits high. After about 15 minutes, the group arrived at their destination. Jiang Qiu entered the restaurant first. This KFC outlet was spacious, boasting a uniform decor style found across the nation, and the environment was quite pleasant. Being close to the university town, it often attracted a fair number of diners. Upon seeing Jiang Qiu, a young female staff member hurried over with a smile, inquiring, "Hello, handsome. How may I assist you today? We are 14 people. Could you please arrange a large table for us?" Zhou Hongru stepped forward, taking the title of handsome upon himself. "Certainly. Please follow me," the staff member replied, slightly disappointed as she had hoped to engage in conversation with Jiang Qiu. However, she decided to prioritize her work. Leading the way, she coordinated a long table for the group. "Thank you, beautiful," Zhou Hongru said with a bright smile, then took out his phone. "Hello, may I get to know you? Perhaps add you on WeChat?" "I'm sorry, but we aren't allowed to use our phones during work hours," the staff member politely declined, and her reasoning was quite valid. After all, it was perfectly normal not to have one's phone while working. "Ahem, I was actually hoping to get a WeChat for my shy friend here," Zhou Hongru said, glancing at Jiang Qiu intentionally. The staff member's eyes lit up upon noticing Jiang Qiu. It was worth mentioning that the staff at KFC usually comprised nearby students, many of whom were quite attractive. Yet in front of Jiang Qiu, she couldn't help but become infatuated. "All right, I will leave you my number," she readily agreed. Zhou Hongru felt as if he had received 1,000 points of critique. When he saw WeChat, he was told he couldn't use his phone. But when it came to Jiang Qiu, she offered her number freely. "Thank you. You are a good person. Don't forget to pass it to your friend." After saying this, the staff member turned and left, further wounding Zhou Hongru's fragile heart. Did he really come across as such a goody two-shoes? For some reason, he suddenly harbored a profound misunderstanding of that label. "Xiugu, someone wants to add you on WeChat." Zhou Hongru gritted his teeth, his heart aching, but he still handed over the number. "Who is it?" Jiang Qiu had not been paying attention, as he was busy scanning the menu to place an order. "The staff member from just now," Zhou Hongru replied candidly. "I initially wanted to get her WeChat, but it seems her sights were set on you. I'm truly envious." "So am I." Jiang Qiu chuckled. "You can keep a number. I don't need it." After saying this, he returned to perusing the menu, leaving Zhou Hongru in a state of envy. After all, who could blame Jiang Qiu for being so handsome? As the saying goes, the droughts die of thirst while the floods drown. And if only he possessed half of Jiang Qiu's charm, he wouldn't have to worry about finding a partner. "Jiang Qiu, come sit over here." At that moment, Liang Zijian called out. Generally, during such departmental gatherings, while the division of expenses may not need to be overly meticulous, certain unspoken rules still apply. As the head, Liang Zijian naturally took the central position. However, unexpectedly, he immediately beckoned Jiang Qiu over. Although Jiang Qiu had already settled into his seat and was indifferent to where he sat, since Liang Zijian had called him, he stood up and moved to sit beside him. The other students observed this without comment, yet the atmosphere at the table remained somewhat restrained. After all, having the head present instilled a sense of formality. Liang Zijian also scanned the menu and cheerfully remarked, "Now that we are out of school, there's no need to regard me as the head. Everyone, relax." The group exchanged glances, and the atmosphere slowly lightened. "It's been a while since I've had KFC. I'm going for the chicken wings. I love this hamburger. The new flavor is wonderful. I think a family bucket would be more suitable, with so many of us. We can indulge." In no time, discussions blossomed, starting with food and transitioning into recent life experiences until someone broached the topic of relationships. Chapter 175. Who exactly is Jiang Qiu's girlfriend? In a restaurant, the group began to discuss relationships. At this juncture, numerous gazes turned towards Jiang Qiu. "Qiu Yi, do you have a girlfriend? I suspect you must have one. With your looks, how could you not have admirers?" Indeed, Qiugu didn't even add the staff member as WeChat. He must be taken. No way. Does Qiugu really have a girlfriend? Ladies, my heart aches. In truth, discussions surrounding Jiang Qiu were quite common among the group. After all, Jiang Qiu is undeniably handsome, and he treats others with remarkable politeness, naturally drawing the attention of the young ladies towards his romantic status. Even some young men are curious about whether someone as attractive as Jiang Qiu is in a relationship. If he happens to be single, would that not bring them a sense of psychological equilibrium? At that moment, before Jiang Qiu could utter a word, Liang Zijian stood up. It turned out that Xu Yangzi had arrived. The freshman members turned to look, and they were momentarily stunned. Others followed their gaze, and then silence ensued. Today, Xu Yangzi had deliberately changed into a new outfit before heading out. The white suit accentuated her perfect figure, while her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, presenting an image that was both spirited and alluring. This attire made her already exquisite features even more pronounced, with her large eyes sparkling with captivating brilliance. The young men dining in the restaurant were utterly mesmerized. Even in Jiang Qiu's eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flitted across. One could not deny the distinct aura that Chu Yangzi exuded in her ensemble today. Senior Chu, President Chu, the members of the External Relations Department promptly greeted her. Everyone was taken aback by Chu Yangzi's arrival, except for Liang Zijian, who seemed to have anticipated it. He quickly rose and smiled. President Chu, welcome. Please, take a seat over here. Hello, everyone. Chu Yangzi nodded and took her place at the head of the table, while Liang Zijian sat across from her. At that moment, Jiang Qiu suddenly realized that Liang Zijian had called him over to sit here, as he was already waiting. One could not help but admire Liang Zijian's social finesse. From his reaction, it was evident that he had known about Chu Yangzi's arrival well in advance. He had strategically pulled Jiang Qiu over to sit beside him. And once Chu Yangzi arrived, he invited her to occupy his seat. This way, it was only natural for Chu Yangzi to sit next to Jiang Qiu, and such maneuvering would raise no suspicions. What a talent! Jiang Qiu could not help but feel impressed. Once Chu Yangzi was seated, the atmosphere at the table grew somewhat tense. Liang Zijian, as a department head, had already instilled a sense of pressure among the group, and the presence of Chu Yangzi, a goddess in her own right, only amplified it. Within the student council, she was undoubtedly the most authoritative figure. Setting aside her positional authority, her mere presence commanded respect, and no one dared to meet her gaze. Moreover, everyone was aware that Chu Yangzi owned her own company, adding to her enviable stature. The young men began to feel somewhat inadequate, lowering their heads and feigning interest in their phones. Do not be nervous. Your external relations department has performed admirably. I happened to hear from your department head that you were dining here, so I decided to join you. Chu Yangzi spoke. Although she did not mention Jiang Qiu by name, her gaze frequently drifted in his direction. Particularly, beneath the table, Chu Yangzi playfully nudged Jiang Qiu's calf with her foot. Jiang Qiu could not help but inhale sharply. This was too flirtatious. Meanwhile, the others at the table relaxed a bit. Liang Zijian chuckled. Everyone, there's no need to feel anxious. We were merely having a meal. Let's continue our previous conversation. Yes, everyone, please relax. Chu Yangzi nodded, her beautiful eyes scanning the table before she curiously inquired, what were you discussing earlier? Upon hearing her question, several voices chimed in. We were just gossiping a bit, wondering if Brother Qiu has a girlfriend. Oh, I see. Chu Yangzi turned her gaze to Jiang Qiu, feigning nonchalance as she asked, Jiang Qiu, do you have one? At this question, all eyes turned to Jiang Qiu. Beneath the table, Chu Yangzi's foot pressed more firmly against his leg. Jiang Qiu felt a ticklish sensation and, without hesitation, reached down to grasp her foot. He then confidently admitted, I already have a girlfriend. Chu Yangzi's face flushed instantly. It was uncertain whether it was from having her foot caught or from Jiang Qiu's public acknowledgement of his relationship in front of so many people. The playful exchange beneath the table went unnoticed by the others. Oh my goodness, it's true. My heart is shattered. The girls lamented, while the boys expressed their envy. However, everyone considered it a natural occurrence. After all, with Jiang Qiu's striking looks, having a girlfriend was to be expected. The girls understood that even if they pursued Jiang Qiu, success was unlikely. As for the boys, they envied Jiang Qiu for securing a girlfriend so swiftly, but it also meant one less competitor. Quickly, everyone adjusted their mindset and resumed their gossiping. So, who is Jiang Qiu's girlfriend? Chapter 176. The sweet little actions beneath the table remained a secret for now. Jiang Qiu smiled, deciding not to divulge immediately. Given Chu Yangzi's status, revealing her identity now could potentially lead to negative repercussions. Though she might not care, Jiang Qiu did not wish for her to become the subject of excessive speculation. After all, in their relationship, Chu Yangzi was slightly older than Jiang Qiu, and her position in the student council could lead to undesirable consequences. Jiang Qiu planned to announce their relationship formally once Chu Yangzi stepped down from her position. At that point, no one would have anything to say about it. This was a form of protection in its own right. Meanwhile, as Jiang Qiu spoke, Chu Yangzi began to fidget again. She attempted to wriggle her foot free, but Jiang Qiu was not about to grant her that opportunity. With her bare foot in his grasp, Jiang Qiu playfully tickled her, causing her to nearly stifle a sound, biting her lip to suppress it. Their clandestine antics beneath the table went unnoticed by the others, whose attention remained fixated on uncovering the identity of Jiang Qiu's girlfriend. Zhou Hongru pressed further, Brother Qiu, which girl is it? Why is it still a secret? Yeah, Brother Qiu, give us a hint. Others chimed in, eager for details. Let us order first. We can chat about this afterward, Jiang Qiu replied with a smile, deflecting their inquiries. All right, everyone exclaimed excitedly. However, due to Chu Yangzi's presence, they all made an effort to moderate their enthusiasm. Her formidable aura, combined with her extraordinary beauty and status, made her impossible to overlook, even as she sat there in silence. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beneath the table, Chu Yangzi's foot remained firmly in Jiang Qiu's grasp. Though she was trying to maintain her composure, her cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. What would you all like to eat? I can place the order directly from my phone, Jiang Qiu said, effortlessly managing the task with one hand. Brother Qiu, Zhou Hongru called out, giving Jiang Qiu a knowing look. What is it? Jiang Qiu asked, puzzled. You should let Senior Chu order first. Zhou Hongru couldn't help but remind him. In a gathering where the highest-ranking leader was present, even if she said everyone should feel at ease, no one dared to act too casually, lest they find themselves in trouble later. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment and realized that there was indeed merit to that suggestion. However, he had become accustomed to it. At home, he typically decided what to eat. Therefore, just now he had instinctively disregarded the matter. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qiu feigned nonchalance and inquired, Sister Chu, what would you like to eat? On the other side, Chu Yangzi, upon hearing Jiang Qiu's address, blinked her beautiful large eyes. Indeed, she was his superior. In this context, teasing him should elicit no resistance, right? However, Jiang Qiu, discerning her subtle intentions from her gaze, tightened his grip slightly. Sister Chu, do not even think about causing trouble. If you dare to stir up mischief, I shall tickle you. Moreover, once we return home, there will be no escape for you. Chu Yangzi and Jiang Qiu locked eyes for 3 seconds before she promptly capitulated. I'll just have a chicken wrap set, please. With her head lowered, Chu Yangzi obediently placed her order. Jiang Qiu, thoroughly satisfied, responded, very well, I shall have the same. I want the spicy chicken thigh burger set. I'll take the newly released pepper burger. And I would like the crispy chicken leg rice. Before long, everyone had placed their desired orders. And Jiang Qiu added a few snack platters. After finishing, Zhou Hongru turned to Jiang Qiu. Brother Qiu, it's time to answer some questions. Jiang Qiu nodded. Go ahead, but do not ask anything too personal. After all, Sister Chu is still here. With this remark, he aimed to remind everyone to refrain from probing too deeply. Considering his girlfriend was seated beside him, awkwardness would ensue if inappropriate questions were posed. Yet at that moment, Chu Yangzi spoke up. It's fine. We're not at school, so everyone can ask whatever they wish. Jiang Qiu understood her implication, and thus he applied more pressure. Chu Yangzi immediately sat up straight, her body involuntarily trembling. It was unbearably ticklish. She attempted to extricate her feet, but Jiang Qiu offered no opportunity. Their playful antics went unnoticed by anyone else, primarily because no one dared to speculate in that direction, who would casually glance under the table. Brother Qiu, I shall ask, Zhou Hongru inquired curiously, is your girlfriend beautiful? Indeed, she is exceedingly beautiful, Jiang Qiu confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this answer, Chu Yangzi's lips curled into a smile. Countless people complimented her beauty, but to be praised by Jiang Qiu in person made her heart flutter with sweetness. To avoid detection, Chu Yangzi lowered her head slightly. This joy was difficult to conceal. If even Brother Qiu found her lovely, her beauty must indeed rival that of a celebrity. Yes, Brother Qiu shopping with his girlfriend would undoubtedly be the center of attention. How enviable. Indeed, beautiful individuals gravitate towards one another. The group erupted into lively discussion. Chapter 177. Is the girlfriend jealous? Spoil her. In the restaurant, everyone was abuzz with curiosity about Jiang Qiu's girlfriend. Only Chu Yangzi remained silent, her lovely eyes stealthily glancing at Jiang Qiu, lost in thought. At that moment, a girl nearby asked, Brother Qiu, how did you meet your girlfriend? Did she pursue you, or did you pursue her? As if it were obvious, another voice chimed in. Brother Qiu must have been the one pursued. Meanwhile, other girls expressed their envy, saying, although we don't know what she looks like, her luck is truly remarkable. You will meet her eventually, Jiang Qiu replied with a smile. As for who pursued whom, I suppose she pursued me. After speaking, he casually glanced in Chu Yangzi's direction. Ah, I knew it. If only I had acted sooner. Yes, I'm so envious of Brother Qiu's girlfriend. Brother Qiu, what do you like about her? Is it just her looks? The girls, brimming with curiosity, began to pose various questions. Jiang Qiu replied, she is indeed beautiful, and her personality is quite charming. I truly adore her. Upon hearing this answer, the girls realized they had no chance. Their intention in asking was to gauge the nature of Jiang Qiu's relationship with his girlfriend and perhaps draw comparisons to their own situations, hoping for a glimmer of opportunity. However, it appeared that the prospect was bleak. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi felt immense satisfaction from this response. She had mentally noted the names of the girls who had asked earlier, intending to guard her relationship with Jiang Qiu. Did they not consider whether I would approve? As Chu Yangzi furrowed her brow, Jiang Qiu once again looked her way. With just a glance, she softened, comprehending his unspoken message. Very well, since it was merely casual conversation, she would let it go. Jiang Qiu chuckled, acknowledging that while his girlfriend had many admirable qualities, her propensity for jealousy was a challenge. At that moment, their meals arrived. The warm hamburgers wafted enticing aromas. The classic flavors were tender and juicy, offering a rich taste. Alongside the burgers were traditional chicken wraps, freshly fried golden chicken nuggets, crispy fries, and spicy chicken wings. Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi had ordered the same set. It was undeniable. The two shared a remarkable rapport, not only understanding each other's unspoken cues, but also having similar tastes in food. Once their meals were served, Jiang Qiu finally relented and released Chu Yangzi, for they could not possibly eat with one hand. This allowed Chu Yangzi to breathe a sigh of relief as she hurriedly searched for her fallen shoe. It must be said, in such an outdoor setting, their playful gestures beneath the table were quite exhilarating. Now that Jiang Qiu had released her, she felt a twinge of disappointment. With this thought, Chu Yangzi's cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip to regain composure. The group continued to eat and engage in light-hearted conversation. However, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi remained detached from the discussions, quietly enjoying their meals. After a while, Chu Yangzi covertly glanced at Jiang Qiu. At that moment, Jiang Qiu had just picked up a chicken nugget and taken a bite. Chu Yangzi watched, nearly drooling. She craved it so much. Although she had her own chicken nuggets, for some inexplicable reason, those Jiang Qiu had bitten into appeared infinitely more delectable. Yet, there were too many people around. Despite her temptation, she ultimately refrained. Licking her lips, Chu Yangzi understood that she could not overtly act. So she resorted to subtle mischief beneath the table. Seizing a moment when Jiang Qiu was distracted, she placed her hand on his thigh. Jiang Qiu felt the touch, glanced down, and saw her delicate hand, offering a resigned smile. What could he do about his mischievous girlfriend? There was nothing for it but to indulge her. Jiang Qiu slipped his hand beneath the table and took hers, and thus they continued to eat while holding hands. Soon, their meal neared completion. After all, it was fast food, and without drinks, it naturally did not take long. Previously, Chu Yangzi had loathed such gatherings, often wrapping them up swiftly. Yet now, she found herself wishing for them to last longer. As long as Jiang Qiu was by her side, even mealtime felt far from dull. At 6:10 p.m., Liang Zijian looked at Chu Yangzi and tentatively asked, "President Chu, shall we wrap it up for today?" Chu Yangzi nodded, albeit somewhat reluctantly. With so many people, it was unreasonable to keep everyone waiting. Moreover, concluding the gathering meant she could return home and steal a kiss from Jiang Qiu. "All right, we shall conclude here for today." Liang Zijian added a final commendation. "Everyone has observed the evaluations at this stage. You should learn from Jiang Qiu and strive to achieve your own successes in the future." Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, Jiang Qiu had indeed distinguished himself in the assessment. Coupled with his striking looks, he naturally garnered a great deal of popularity. Although envy lingered among some, when the disparity between individuals is overwhelmingly vast, such envy merely remains as envy. Following the conclusion of the gathering, the attendees began to leave in succession. At this moment, Liang Zijian approached Jiang Qiu with a smile, remarking, "By the way, how much did this meal cost? I'll cover the bill." Today, he had discerned that the relationship between Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi was undoubtedly extraordinary. Thus, he felt an urgent need to ingratiate himself with Jiang Qiu. As a veteran member of the student council, Liang Zijian's insight was undoubtedly far superior to that of these newcomers. He had long observed that Chu Yangzi's demeanor towards Jiang Qiu was markedly different from her treatment of others. Previously, she would never attend such departmental gatherings, yet today, her attendance was unprecedented, solely due to Jiang Qiu's presence. If he could not grasp the situation now, there would be no place for him in this realm. Hence, he felt compelled to make a commendable impression. He could not allow Jiang Qiu to settle the bill. "It's quite all right. We had agreed earlier that I would treat this meal," Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly, as he had intended for everyone to enjoy gathering, and he was not particularly concerned about the expense. "That cannot be. You have contributed so significantly to the department. How could you be the one to pay?" Liang Zijian insisted, displaying remarkable politeness, devoid of any hint of his ministerial authority. Were this scene to be witnessed by those who knew him, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. "Minister Liang, you may leave first. I will handle the reimbursement for this meal," Chu Yangzi interjected at this juncture. "Very well. I shall take my leave." Liang Zijian nodded quickly, refraining from insisting on paying. The other members, observing this exchange, remained silent as they rose to depart, politely bidding farewell to Chu Yangzi. Even in her mere presence, she exuded a significant pressure upon everyone. "Brother Qiu, shall we go?" At this moment, Zhou Hongru quietly approached Jiang Qiu, inviting him to return to school. "I won't be heading back just yet. I have some matters to attend to," Jiang Qiu responded. "Oh, I hope it's not to meet a girlfriend?" Zhou Hongru immediately inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, you guessed correctly," Jiang Qiu nodded, not denying the assertion. After all, his girlfriend was right beside him. It was perfectly reasonable to answer affirmatively. How enviable. Zhou Hongru felt a pang of envy. Brother Qiu, I have another question. Why do you have so many questions? Jiang Qiu could not help but tease. He had thought that the previous inquiries had sufficiently tested one's patience. Yet Zhou Hongru persisted. Ah, Brother Qiu, you must understand the curiosity of a single soul. Zhou Hongru lamented dramatically. All right, go ahead and ask, Jiang Qiu relented. A few girls who had yet to leave were evidently intrigued by the unfolding conversation. Ahem, Brother Qiu, when you are with your girlfriend, who generally holds the sway in decisions. Zhou Hongru continued, unabashedly stirring the pot. What I mean is, who has the higher standing in the relationship? Upon hearing this question, Chu Yangzi lowered her head, dabbing at the corners of her mouth with a tissue. Simultaneously, her ears perked up, intensely curious about how Jiang Qiu would respond. The term standing seemed somewhat inappropriate when applied to a romantic relationship. Jiang Qiu pondered briefly before replying, I believe that in a relationship, there is no need to establish a hierarchy. It is best to discuss matters together and maintain an equal footing. After he spoke, Jiang Qiu could not resist casting a glance at Chu Yangzi. This question was indeed tricky to navigate. A misstep could lead to familial discord, especially with the involved party present. Thus, Jiang Qiu's earnest response merely skirted around the issue. Upon hearing his answer, Zhou Hongru quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Qiu makes a valid point. Jiang Qiu observed his reaction with a sense of relief, grateful that this fellow did not press further. Otherwise, Jiang Qiu, I feel you evaded the question. So between you and your girlfriend, who truly has the final say? No one anticipated that Chu Yangzi, who had been a passive observer, would voice her inquiry at that moment. Instantly, everyone turned their curious gazes towards Jiang Qiu. Ahem. Jiang Qiu nearly sputtered his drink, having thought he had successfully sidestepped Zhou Hongru's probing, only for the main subject to now chime in. This question was indeed challenging to answer. Yet faced with his girlfriend's playful challenge, Jiang Qiu stood resolute. In our home, of course, I have the final say. Upon hearing this response, Zhou Hongru could not help but interject, Brother Qiu, that is not what you just said. Well, earlier I mentioned that it is best for both parties to maintain equality in daily matters. Jiang Qiu replied earnestly. However, when it comes to significant decisions, it is undoubtedly I who has the final say. I see. Zhou Hongru felt a twinge of envy, and the other onlookers shared in his sentiment. After all, in today's society, it is rare to encounter a young man with such conviction. Yet, no one dared to question him. After all, Jiang Qiu was undeniably handsome. Thus, it was quite natural for his girlfriend to acquiesce to him. At this moment, although Jiang Qiu appeared calm on the surface beneath the table, Chu Yangzi's petite hand had already reached out. All right, let us conclude this for today. Everyone should head back to school and rest. Jiang Qiu hastily redirected the conversation. Very well, I shall take my leave. Zhou Hongru bid farewell to Jiang Qiu. He then stood and respectfully addressed Chu Yangzi. Senior, I am departing now. Chu Yangzi nodded in acknowledgement. The others, having witnessed this exchange, also began to rise, preparing to bid their farewells before departing. Typically, Chu Yangzi would never bully the ordinary members of the department. When issues arose, her critiques were directed solely at the ministers. However, her commanding aura was so potent that she naturally became the center of attention at all times. I shall take my leave as well. Do return to school early, Chu Yangzi proclaimed, casting a glance at Jiang Qiu before standing up and leaving the restaurant. Chapter 179. Holding a grudge? Seeing Chu Yangzi depart, the remaining individuals each took their leave in turn. Jiang Qiu lingered for a moment before exiting the restaurant. Upon his emergence, he found no trace of Chu Yangzi. Could she have gone home directly? Jiang Qiu pondered, then proceeded in the direction of the villa. Just as he turned a corner, a pair of hands suddenly covered his eyes. Senior, don't play around. Jiang Qiu recognized the playful gesture as that of Chu Yangzi. Realizing she had been discovered, Chu Yangzi released him and stood before Jiang Qiu with her hands on her hips, her gaze laced with a hint of mischief. I heard that at home. You have the final say? Jiang Qiu regarded her with an amused expression, posing the question, is that not the case? Indeed, it seems to be. Chu Yangzi nodded. While she had threatened him, her tone softened as she replied. After all, at home, it was indeed Jiang Qiu who held the reins. Jiang Qiu found her demeanor quite endearing, her playful threats making her all the more charming. All right, let us head home, he said, affectionately brushing his fingers against her cheek. Going home sounds fine. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, but you must promise me that I can tickle your feet. She seemed to harbor a slight grudge, recalling how Jiang Qiu had tickled her earlier. Though his touch had been gentle, It had still tickled quite a bit, and she had endured it with great difficulty. Now yearning for her chance at revenge. What, are you still holding a grudge? Jiang Qiu exclaimed, half amused, half exasperated. Yes. Chu Yangzi clung to Jiang Qiu's arm, her soft demeanor evoking a sense of tenderness. However, Jiang Qiu resolutely declined. No, I fear I am too ticklish. But you just tickle me. That was because you were being unruly. Please, just let me scratch it? No. Jiang Qiu shook her head. My feet smell. It's all right, I don't mind. Chu Yangzi exclaimed, leaning into Jiang Qiu's embrace. She was utterly enamored with Jiang Qiu. Even though they were still outside, she couldn't help but long to hold her. You truly don't mind? Jiang Qiu pretended to cover her nose. Not at all. In the past, Chu Yangzi had been rather fastidious. Not only would she never scratch someone else's feet, but she wouldn't even touch slippers that others had worn. Yet, in Jiang Qiu's presence, all her scruples vanished. She even crouched down, intent on untying Jiang Qiu's shoelaces. Wait, senior, this is broad daylight. Jiang Qiu watched as Chu Yangzi squatted on the ground, determined to scratch her feet. If anyone who knew them saw this, they would surely be taken aback. Senior, let's go home. We can talk about it later. If we go home, can I scratch? All right, just get up. People are watching us. Jiang Qiu glanced around. There were quite a few onlookers nearby. Many elderly folks were strolling about after dinner, occasionally casting curious glances their way. What are these youngsters up to? Look at that beautiful girl. Is she proposing? It seems so. Today us youth really know how to have fun. That young man is quite handsome too. What a perfect match. The elderly folks, having nothing else to do, lingered nearby, quietly discussing the scene. Chu Yangzi, noticing the crowd, became aware of her somewhat compromising position. Initially unbothered, she now felt shy under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Did you agree? Chu Yangzi looked up and asked. Get up. Jiang Qiu was both amused and exasperated as she helped Chu Yangzi to her feet. Wait. Chu Yangzi glanced down and noticed that she had undone Jiang Qiu's shoelaces. She crouched down again to help him tie them. Senior, I could do it myself. Jiang Qiu felt a bit embarrassed at Chu Yangzi's earnestness. No worries, you're my husband. It's only right that I tie your shoelaces. Once Chu Yangzi finished, she stood up satisfied. Jiang Qiu felt a warmth in his heart and smiled, saying, next time, I'll help you with yours. Anzai, Zhudansi not that, visibly polit. Then let us head back. Jiang Qiu took Chu Yangzi's hand, and they walked home together. On the way, Jiang Qiu felt his shoelaces were a bit tight, but seeing Chu Yangzi in high spirits, he chose to remain silent. After all, it was her first time tying shoelaces. It was only natural she wasn't quite adept yet. After a 10-minute stroll, they arrived home. Jiang Qiu comfortably changed into his slippers, first grabbing a bottle of cold water from the fridge, followed by a bottle of room temperature water. When he approached Chu Yangzi, she reached out for the cold water. You can't drink cold water today. Jiang Qiu naturally wouldn't let her have her way and grasped her small hand. Husband, it's too hot. Zhudansi pao that. Looking at Jiang Qiu with a pitiful expression. The air conditioning is on. It'll cool down soon. You can have the room temperature water. After saying this, Jiang Qiu handed her the bottle of room temperature water. Fine. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, feeling a bit wronged, yet understanding that her husband cared for her. However, before she could feel touched, Jiang Qiu unscrewed the cap of the cold water and began drinking heartily. Gulp. Chu Yangzi swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of envy. The weather was already sweltering, and now Jiang Qiu was drinking cold water right in front of her. It looked so refreshing, unable to resist. Chu Yangzi decided to seize the moment to snatch it away. In the villa, Jiang Qiu was comfortably enjoying his cold water as Chu Yangzi watched, unable to hold back any longer, and reached out to grab it. Senior, you can't drink that. Jiang Qiu laughed as he intercepted her and effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. What? Chu Yangzi was startled at first, then felt a bit shy. Being held like this felt surprisingly nice. Jiang Qiu carried her upstairs, and once in the bedroom, he set her down. She glanced at her bottle of room temperature water, still feeling a hint of dissatisfaction. Husband, I really want to drink cold water. Just let me have a taste. Chu Yangzi looked up at Jiang Qiu with pleading eyes. No, let me open this bottle of room temperature water for you. Jiang Qiu refused again, then opened the cap and presented it to her. However, Chu Yangzi wanted to argue further, but Jiang Qiu stood right in front of her, holding the newly opened bottle. They locked eyes for 10 seconds. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, took the water from him, and drank several gulps. She had capitulated. For some reason, seeing Jiang Qiu's handsome face made her lack the courage to maintain eye contact. This must be what they call being subdued by something greater. Who would have imagined that the assertive Chu Yangzi would turn into a docile darling at home? Watching her drink, Jiang Qiu asked, how do you feel now? Still in pain? A bit, but much better than last night, Chu Yangzi replied. You need to take care of yourself. Try not to drink cold water if you can avoid it. Jiang Qiu continued. Also, make sure to get plenty of rest and ensure you have enough sleep. That way, it won't hurt as much next time. Chu Yangzi nodded, feeling sweet inside, even though she was being admonished. Her boyfriend was truly wonderful. If the scene were witnessed by Chu Kuoyai, he would undoubtedly be astonished. He often expressed similar concern to his daughter, yet she never took it to heart and always appeared reluctant. But now, when the same words came from Jiang Qiu, the impact was undeniably different. Husband. Chu Yangzi gazed at Jiang Qiu. Come here. Oh, what is it? After Jiang Qiu sat down, Chu Yangzi pounced on him. She could hardly contain herself. While her boyfriend was great, she still had a score to settle. Chu Yangzi seized Jiang Qiu's foot and began to tickle it. Jiang Qiu was taken aback by this sudden assault from his girlfriend. He couldn't help but chuckle. Senior, you shouldn't hold grudges like this. Who told you to tickle me before? I was gentle then. Now you're being too rough. Are you trying to commit fratricide? You tickle me for quite a while, so I just returned the favor. Now we're even. You think you can even the score? Jiang Qiu shifted his stance, turning the tables and pinning her down. He grasped Chu Yangzi's delicate foot, which felt lovely in his hands. Chu Yangzi took great care of herself, applying foot cream daily, so her feet had no unpleasant odor, instead exuding a faint fragrance. However, Jiang Qiu showed no mercy. He began to tickle her foot mercilessly. So ticklish. Zhu Zanxi Shlai. But her strength was no match for Jiang Qiu's. Husband, don't. I was wrong. She began to plead, as the sensation of being tickled was truly unbearable. Did you realize your mistake? Jiang Qiu paused briefly before intensifying his efforts. I was wrong, husband. I want to do it again. Chu Yangzi, trapped beneath him, squirmed in an attempt to escape, but the overwhelming ticklishness rendered her powerless. Moments later, as she laughed uncontrollably, she suddenly sensed something unusual. Wait, her complexion shifted slightly as she bit her lip and implored, Darling, please put me down. What's the matter? Jiang Qiu released his grip. Chu Yangzi hastily wriggled free and scurried off to the bathroom. What on earth is happening? Jiang Qiu furrowed his brow. Could it be that she leaked? It was indeed a possibility, considering they had been rather vigorous just moments before. In such circumstances, a mishap seemed rather commonplace. Over the past few days, Jiang Qiu had taken it upon himself to educate, having researched various topics to care for Chu Yangzi, and he quickly discerned the issue at hand. After a moment's contemplation, he stood by the bathroom door. Senior, do you need me to fetch you some fresh clothes? No need, I can get them myself in a moment. Chu Yangzi felt too shy, especially regarding such intimate garments. After quite some time, she emerged from the bathroom and returned to her room. Once she had changed into new sleepwear, Chu Yangzi rejoined Jiang Qiu. Senior, do you now realize your mistake? Jiang Qiu teased. How could I forget? Chu Yangzi pouted, playfully reverting to her mischievous demeanor. All right then, shall we continue our play? Jiang Qiu could hardly suppress a laugh. His girlfriend was both naive and playful. Chapter 181. Sleeping together? It's quite overwhelming. In the room, after changing clothes, Chu Yangzi resumed her playful antics. Jiang Qiu was accustomed to it. His girlfriend was both inexperienced and playful, so he simply indulged her. No more games, no more games. Chu Yangzi shook her head. It's not very convenient now. My clothes are stained with quite a bit of blood. Could you help me wash them? Sure, I don't mind. Jiang Qiu smiled. He had no aversion to helping Chu Yangzi. Yet, knowing she might feel embarrassed about asking him to assist with such personal items, he anticipated her reaction. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Qiu's offer to wash her clothes, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. After all, they were intimate garments, and the bloodstains made it all the more awkward for her to accept his help. All right, you should rest properly. Jiang Qiu ceased his playful banter, intending to encourage her to get some rest. I'm feeling much better today. Chu Yangzi nestled up beside Jiang Qiu. Will you stay with me tonight? This proposal left Jiang Qiu hesitating. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy it. On the contrary, he had relished holding Chu Yangzi the previous night. Especially with the air conditioning on, embracing her felt akin to holding a warm treasure. Moreover, her delightful scent was utterly comforting. However, the thought of being alone together in a room with her stirred a conflict within him. It was impossible for a single man and woman to share such proximity without igniting certain urges. This predicament was rather torturous, easily causing his blood to race with nowhere to vent. If this continued, Jiang Qiu worried about his ability to maintain restraint. After all, enduring such temptations daily seemed perilously close to igniting a spark. He believed it prudent to wait until both their families met and confirmed there were no issues before taking the next step. Yet now, he feared he might truly be unable to withstand it. Furthermore, even if he steeled himself, there seemed to be no opportunity, considering Chu Yangzi was here visiting relatives. This feeling of wanting yet being unable to act was even more tormenting. Thus, he felt that sleeping together was decidedly unwise. Unaware of Jiang Qiu's internal struggle, Chu Yangzi assumed he was simply unwilling. "Darling, I beg you, just hold me while we sleep." She pressed closer to Jiang Qiu, beginning to act adorably. "All right." Jiang Qiu acquiesced with a hint of exasperation. After all, who could resist such a charming girlfriend? Just then, Jiang Qiu's phone suddenly chimed with a notification. He picked it up to discover a transfer message. 1 million. It was money transferred by Chu Qiu. Following the transfer, he received another message. "Did you receive the money?" Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? If his memory served him correctly, he had just received a red envelope yesterday, and now, a mere day later, there was more. "Uncle, why have you sent more?" Jiang Qiu queried, bemused. "You haven't spent the previous 1 million yet," Chu Qiu explained. "Little she has been experiencing a tough time lately. If she snaps at you, don't take it to heart. You've had a hard time caring for her, so a little reward is only fitting." "I see." Jiang Qiu glanced back at Chu Yangzi, who was as docile as a kitten. He felt he hadn't done much to deserve such generosity. "By the way, I'll be coming over a bit late on Saturday. Is that all right?" Chu Qiu shifted the topic before Jiang Qiu could respond. "Of course, that's no problem." Jiang Qiu dismissed any lingering thoughts about the red envelope and continued, "Uncle, what time should I expect you on Saturday? I'll prepare accordingly." "No need to prepare anything. I might arrive a little late. You all can eat normally." Chu Qiu added, "I have a nice bottle of vintage red wine. We can order some late-night snacks together." "Sounds good." Jiang Qiu smiled, and their plans were solidified. After concluding his conversation with Chu Qiu, he turned back to Chu Yangzi. "Senior, Uncle sent me another red envelope. Just accept it." Chu Yangzi was engrossed in her phone, unaware of the unexpectedly cordial relationship between her father and Jiang Qiu. She, too, was currently engaged in lively conversation with Jiang Qiu's mother. It seemed as if both sets of parents had conspired ahead of time, exchanging messages. "Senior, do you have more work?" Jiang Qiu observed Chu Yangzi, who appeared particularly focused, as if she were dealing with something of significant importance. "No, I'm just chatting with Annie." Chu Yangzi was genuinely attentive, fearful of missing any updates. "All right." Jiang Qiu glanced at his phone, and indeed, it was a message from his mother. It struck him that he hadn't heard from her in quite some time. "Oh no, who's my real mother?" Jiang Qiu shook his head and sat down at the table, opening his phone to play a game for a while. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi and Qiu Junlin were deeply immersed in discussing weekend plans. Originally, Qiu Junlin intended to come over with Jiang Qingfeng on Friday night. But due to a last-minute wedding of an old friend's son on Saturday afternoon, she adjusted her plans, opting to visit Shanghai after attending the wedding. "Your Uncle Jiang has a friend whose son is getting married this Saturday. I figured I'd change the schedule and come over Saturday night instead." Qiu Junlin sent the message. "That's all right. You and Uncle can come whenever." "Is everything okay between you and Jiang Qiu? I hope it doesn't interfere with your plans." Qiu Junlin inquired. "Auntie, don't worry. We have no plans." Chu Yangzi assured her. "You can stay here for a while. There's no rush to return, right?" "Yes, there's no hurry to go back. As long as you don't mind me being here." "Of course not." Chu Yangzi quickly responded. "If you have time, you can stay as long as you like. We would welcome that." Chapter 182. Has the issue of the wedding house been resolved? "Annie, whenever you have the time, you can stay here. I can even give you the neighboring villa." As Chu Yangzi spoke, a sudden idea illuminated her mind. Since her villa was sitting empty, why not offer it to her aunt? She had long wished to gift something, but had not found an appropriate opportunity until now. Since the house was idle, it would be wonderful if Annie could come and stay. Chu Yangzi genuinely cherished Jiang Qiu's mother. On one hand, it stemmed from her upbringing, and, on the other hand, Jiang Qiu's mother had treated her exceptionally well. Especially during family gatherings, the warmth of that familial atmosphere was truly unforgettable. Thus, gifting a house should pose no problem, right? At this very moment, residing within the house, Li Lingling could not help but let out a sneeze. "Achoo!" she exclaimed, unable to stifle her thoughts. What on earth is happening? That heartless couple wouldn't be plotting something sinister again, would they? "Shao Shi, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I cannot accept the villa," Qiu Junlin remarked, startled. It is well known that a villa in the bustling metropolis is worth at least several tens of millions. Although she was aware of Chu Yangzi's wealth, such a valuable property would surely not be accepted. With heartfelt sincerity, Qiu Junlin continued, "What your Uncle Jiang and I truly value is you as a person. The amount of money is inconsequential. What matters most is that you two young people find happiness together." "Thank you, Annie, I understand." Chu Yangzi nodded, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. She glanced up at Jiang Qiu and then leaned in to plant a soft kiss on his cheek. Senior, what is the matter? Jiang Qiu, engrossed in his game, wiped his face with a look of disdain. Auntie is simply wonderful. I truly admire her, Chu Yangzi declared. Oh, does this imply that I've benefited from my mother's grace? Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, but I prefer you. Chu Yangzi leaned in once more, planting another kiss on Jiang Qiu. All right then, are you both finished chatting? Jiang Qiu, now accustomed to her affections, no longer felt the need to resist. Not yet. Chu Yangzi continued to nuzzle closer, darling. What do you think about gifting the villa to Annie? Jiang Qiu inquired with curiosity. Were you two discussing that leads to the topic of gifting a villa? Oh, it's nothing much. I just thought it would be nice for Annie to move in. Chu Yangzi's idea was simple. Having Jiang Qiu's mother residing nearby might expedite their commitment to one another. Of course, living in the same villa could present some inconveniences, but residing in an adjacent villa would eliminate any issues. Wait, something seems amiss. Chu Yangzi suddenly recalled that there was already someone living in her villa. Never mind. Given how much Li Lingling had assisted her, it would be inappropriate to hastily evict her. Perhaps it would be better to simply buy another villa? After all, Chu Yangzi was not in want of money. Her financial status would easily allow her to purchase a nearby villa without difficulty. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qiu, within this brief span of time, Chu Yangzi had already begun contemplating the purchase of a villa. That one tea be necessary. My mother wouldn't tea accepted. Jiang Qiu remarked casually, still engrossed in his game. She can't stay idle. She wouldn't tea remain for long. If the need arises, I will buy it myself. All right. I just wanted to express my gratitude, Chu Yangzi replied, momentarily shelving the idea of gifting a villa. After all, they would have ample time to spend together in the future. Perhaps she could consider other gifts. Auntie, let Jiang Qiu buy you a villa. He is quite wealthy himself. Chu Yangzi said, returning to her conversation with Jiang Qiu's mother. On the other side, Qiu Junlin paused in surprise. The real estate prices in the metropolis were exorbitant. How could Jiang Qiu possibly afford it? While she recognized her son's charm and capabilities, the notion of him affording a villa in such an expensive market was simply unfathomable. After some contemplation, Qiu Junlin messaged back, Xiaoxi, are you saying Jiang Qiu can indeed afford it? Or are you suggesting you would use his name to purchase it for us? Neither. Auntie, Chu Yangzi replied. Jiang Qiu is quite remarkable. He earned it all by himself. Qiu Junlin was somewhat taken aback and asked, how did he earn it? He possesses a natural talent for stock trading, amassing considerable wealth, and even established his own investment company, Chu Yangzi explained, glancing at Jiang Qiu. Her boyfriend truly was perfect, handsome and financially successful. Where else could one find such a husband? On the other hand, Qiu Junlin was bewildered. When had Jiang Qiu learned to invest in stocks? Chu Yangzi was also curious. Annie, I assume Jiang Qiu inherited your talent? Qiu Junlin instinctively replied. It's not exactly a talent. He probably just enjoyed reading about it from a young age. He is truly impressive and recently helped me immensely. After reflecting a moment, Chu Yangzi recounted the previous occasion when Jiang Qiu had assisted her with an investment. Upon hearing this, Qiu Junlin finally grasped the situation. Her son had suddenly earned a substantial amount of money and could even afford a villa. However, her immediate reaction was not to inquire about Jiang Qiu, but rather to continue messaging Chu Yangzi. Xiaoxi, now that he has money, the issue of the wedding house is resolved. Shouldn't you two settle your affairs? In recent days, Qiu Junlin had been looking at properties, initially intending to purchase one for Jiang Qiu to use for his future marriage. Now, with the house issue seemingly resolved, why not proceed? Chapter 183. Chu Yangzi. Should I trick Jiang Qiu into getting a marriage certificate? Recently, Qiu Junlin had been perusing various properties online. This trip to the metropolis was primarily to conduct on-site inspections of major developments. Originally, her plan was to buy a house for Jiang Qiu in their hometown. However, circumstances had changed. Jiang Qiu now had a girlfriend and would undoubtedly remain in the metropolis. Given this, Qiu Junlin and Jiang Qingfeng decided to save up for a house in the metropolis. Although their family was not particularly affluent, they could manage a down payment. The love of parents is profound. While Chinese parents may not be the best, they undoubtedly make the greatest sacrifices, especially concerning the issue of purchasing a house. Parents would exhaust all their resources for their children without hesitation. Now that Jiang Qiu was capable of earning money for a house on his own, Qiu Junlin felt immense joy upon receiving this news. Xiaoxi, let us expedite the matter between you and Jiang Qiu. Annie, I have no objections, Chu Yangzi replied. Her cheeks flushed. I've proposed marriage several times, but he has yet to agree. She had long anticipated this day. If they could officially commit to one another, she would be overjoyed. Even though Jiang Qiu was still quite young and, under domestic laws, they might not be able to obtain a marriage certificate, this was not a challenge for Chu Yangzi. She had researched it beforehand. In certain cities in the country, as well as in many places abroad, couples could acquire a marriage certificate directly. Of course, this would require some expenditure, perhaps involving the purchase of property. For an ordinary person, no one would go through such trouble just to obtain a marriage certificate early. However, Chu Yangzi was different. She had no qualms about money, so obtaining a marriage certificate was a breeze. The only issue now was how to persuade Jiang Qiu to go along with the plan. Wait, why must it be deceitful? Chu Yangzi bit her lip, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Qiu, unable to conceal her affection. She was too eager. Her mind filled with visions of obtaining a marriage certificate with Jiang Qiu. She even harbored a bold idea of traveling the world together, obtaining a marriage certificate in every location they visited. But for now, the priority was to secure Jiang Qiu's agreement. If he was unwilling, Chu Yangzi would have to devise a strategy to shower him with affection until he would no longer refuse. After hearing all this, Qiu Zhenglin immediately sent a message to Jiang Qiu. Son, you and Xiaoxi should settle things promptly. Initially absorbed in his game, Jiang Qiu was taken aback upon reading the message. Why the urgency to settle things? He turned to look at Chu Yangzi. What did my mom discuss with you? Nothing much. Annie just wants to expedite our arrangements and inquired about my thoughts, Chu Yangzi replied. Oh, and what are your thoughts? Jiang Qiu asked. I'm certainly willing. Chu Yangzi handed her phone to him, displaying the conversation with her aunt. I see. No wonder my mom is rushing me, Jiang Qiu sighed, pinching Chu Yangzi's cheek playfully. I wonder who it was that turned crimson and fled the hotel that day. That day was an accident. With her head bowed, Chu Yangzi felt a blush of embarrassment even as she recalled the moment. At that juncture, Jiang Qiu's phone rang once more. Son, Xiaoxi is truly remarkable. And so beautiful too, Qiu Zhenglin continued. Your father and I wholeheartedly support your relationship. You must solidify it soon. Typically, Qiu Zhenglin was quite lenient regarding Jiang Qiu's affairs, granting him ample freedom. However, when it came to the matter of marriage, she genuinely wished for Jiang Qiu to make a decisive commitment. After all, finding a daughter-in-law as outstanding as Chu Yangzi would be a rare stroke of fortune. All right then, I suppose I never outright refused, Jiang Qiu responded, bemused by the unexpected rapport between his mother and Chu Yangzi. That's the spirit. Qiu Zhenglin, sensing the situation was promising, pressed on. I saw Xiaoxi's social media. You two seem to be doing well. Please, share the details. What stage are you at now? Goodness, this matter had even reached his mother's ears. Jiang Qiu replied with a hint of exasperation. Please refrain from prying into my personal affairs. This is my privacy. How does one even converse with their mother about such matters? Qiu Zhenglin, somewhat exasperated, retorted, isn't it just concern? You must ensure proper precautions. At that moment, Chu Yangzi, who had been quietly observing, felt her cheeks flush with a visible intensity. It's over. Auntie is already aware of my relationship with Jiang Qiu. Mother, there's no need for your worry, Jiang Qiu said with resignation. Our relationship isn't urgent. It's still too early to introduce our families. You have a point. Qiu Zhenglin contemplated. Indeed, the parents should meet, as it would be quite impolite for her son to marry into another family without any introduction. However, upon investigating Chu Yangzi's family background, she felt a pang of unease. In this digital age, information is readily accessible, particularly regarding someone as notable as Chu Kuo-ei. Although he had stepped back from the limelight, his influence remained significant. From various interviews, Qiu Zhenglin discerned that he was a stern figure, commanding respect without uttering a word. A formidable tycoon. While she treated Chu Yangzi as her own daughter, the thought of facing Chu Kuo-ei filled her with apprehension. This pressure did not stem from fear of the man himself, but rather from the disparity between their families. What if conflicts arose between the two families? In essence, Qiu Zhenglin feared that disapproval from the other side would complicate matters. Chapter 184. Familiarity breeds comfort. Is this my father-in-law? Qiu Zhenglin's concerns were not without merit. Be it in dramas or real life, tales of familial discord among the affluent abound. The most infamous of these is undoubtedly the saga of the gambling king's family in Hong Kong. In those days, the gambling king's daughter fell for a handsome, talented musician, and their secret romance faced vehement opposition from her father. In the gambling king's eyes, this young man was unworthy of his daughter, leading him to threaten and undermine the young man's career in a bid to separate them, to protect the one she loved. The gambling king's dutiful daughter ultimately chose to relent, breaking up with her beloved to comply with her family's wishes and marrying into another prestigious family as dictated by her father. This decision, however, was destined for tragedy. The heartbroken young man could not bear the anguish of seeing his beloved wed to another and ultimately succumb to despair. The daughter, filled with regret, defied societal conventions at the funeral, personally bearing his coffin. Alas, that love was left with only memories, overshadowed by loss. Hence, Qiu Junlin felt a stirring of anxiety. Primarily, she was unfamiliar with Chu Kuo-ei, having only gleaned insights from media portrayals, which suggested he was difficult to approach. Particularly after hearing the story of the gambling king. Comparisons were inevitable. Jiang Qiu, have you met Xiaoxi's father? Qiu Junlin asked, her concern palpable. Yes, I have, Jiang Qiu nodded. Be honest. What do you think of your future father-in-law? Qiu Junlin pressed. Why are we already calling him my father-in-law? Jiang Qiu thought incredulously, marveling at his mother's familiarity. Nevertheless, he did not oppose, responding, he is quite amiable, really. Amiable? Qiu Junlin was skeptical and continued to probe. But I read online that he is quite stern and has high expectations. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment, recalling his interactions with Chu Kuo-ei. During their first meeting, they shared a drink, and Chu Kuo-ei had even referred to him as brother. It seemed the online narratives were misleading. Perhaps his mother was merely feeling apprehensive. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Jiang Qiu's mind. He decided to play along, intending to tease his mother a bit. Since she perceived Chu Kuo-ei as stern, he would not contradict her, hoping this would quell her persistent urgings. He picked up his phone and, adopting a serious demeanor, declared indeed, he is quite serious and has high expectations of those around him. Upon hearing this, Qiu Junlin was visibly startled. In that case, the meeting of the parents can wait for the right opportunity. There's no rush. She ceased to press Jiang Qiu further. The truth was, she felt utterly inexperienced in this matter. Moreover, she genuinely felt uneasy. If the meeting did not go well, it would be better not to meet at all. Thus, she resolved to prepare adequately beforehand. If their families were to hinder her children's relationship, that would be truly unfortunate. Jiang Qiu smiled. He was not opposed to the parents' meeting. On the contrary, he desired a conversation that could potentially solidify their relationship. However, he disliked being rushed by his mother. After all, matters of the heart were his to navigate. He would decide when the time was right. Given the current circumstances, his mother seemed to have softened. This made everything easier, as he felt he had the situation well in hand. Jiang Qiu chuckled and sent a message. All right then. I will arrange for you both to meet when the opportunity arises. Meanwhile, after conversing with Jiang Qiu, Qiu Junlin reached out to Chu Yangzi once more. Xiaoxi, what is your father's temperament like? Chu Yangzi pondered briefly before candidly responding. Not very good. I see. Qiu Junlin's anxiety deepened. Just now, Jiang Qiu mentioned wanting us to meet your father, and I've been considering. It's all right. My father's opinions are not crucial. Chu Yangzi interjected, a hint of tension in her voice. Though she knew her father held Jiang Qiu in decent regard, the prospect of their parents' meeting was daunting. What if her father said something inappropriate and inadvertently offended Annie? Chu Yangzi understood her father well. He was often strict with others and rarely considered their feelings. Could one really expect him to foster a good relationship with his future in-laws? That's unlikely. After a moment's reflection, Chu Yangzi hesitantly suggested, Auntie, my father doesn't concern himself with these matters. There's no need for him to meet. Upon hearing this, Qiu Junlin felt a sense of reassurance. At least from Chu Yangzi's demeanor, it seemed her family did not exert much influence over her. However, Qiu Junlin spoke earnestly, it's still important to meet. After all, marriage is a significant event that should be witnessed by family. Though she was eager for her daughter-in-law's situation to be resolved swiftly, it would be quite impolite not to meet. Moreover, more critically, the rift between father and daughter would only deepen if they did not interact. Qiu Junlin did not wish to see that. She hoped Chu Yangzi could have her father's blessings, which would undoubtedly bring her greater happiness in life. All right, then I will make some preparations, but it may take a bit of time. Chu Yangzi's emotions were quite tumultuous. After all, this was her first encounter of this nature, and anyone in her position would undoubtedly feel anxious, wouldn't they? Chapter 185. Meeting in person, all in a flurry? All right, I must prepare on my end as well. Qiu Junlin agreed, realizing she, too, required some time. In the realm of television dramas, meetings with ultra-wealthy individuals are often portrayed as exceedingly formal affairs, aren't they? Reflecting on this, Qiu Junlin continued, Xiaoxi, should we don formal attire for the meeting with your father? There's no need. You may wear whatever you like, Chu Yangzi promptly replied. Isn't that inappropriate? Qiu Junlin felt a tinge of discomfort. Chu Yangzi pondered for a moment, then suggested, how about this? Once you arrive, I can take you and uncle shopping, and we can select a couple of outfits then. Qiu Junlin nodded. That sounds good. You can help us pick, and we shall cover the expenses. Not all. It is only right for me to pay, Chu Yangzi insisted. After sending the message, she glanced at Jiang Qiu, his handsome visage causing her heart to race. What was the significance of buying clothes? She ought to thank her mother-in-law for giving birth to such a dashing husband. All right, the payment matter could be discussed later. Qiu Zhenlin remarked, Zioxi, your uncle and I need to deliberate further. It's rather late now, so you and Jiang Qiu should retire early. After their conversation, Cui Yangzi checked her phone. Hesitating briefly, she ultimately decided to send a message to her father. When meeting Jiang Qiu's parents, please refrain from speaking too much. At that moment, Chu Kuoyi was at home engrossed in a game of chess with Li Shifu. The two were enjoying the game with tea in hand, relishing the tranquility of the moment. However, upon receiving the message, Chu Kuoyi felt a sudden surge of panic. What was happening? Were they to meet Jiang Qiu's parents so soon? What preparations were necessary? Should they rehearse beforehand? At that moment, Chu Kuoyi was truly overwhelmed with anxiety. Though accustomed to the tumult of the business world, this scenario, where both sets of parents would meet, was entirely new to him. Boss, is there an urgent matter? Li Shifu, noticing his unease, promptly inquired. It's not a company matter. Chu Kuoyi shook his head, then explained the situation. Li Shifu, upon hearing this, chuckled. This is indeed good news. It seems the two children are discussing their future, and it is only natural for both sets of parents to meet. Realizing this, Chu Kuoyi quickly caught on. Could it be that his daughter was finally successful in her pursuit? Li Shifu couldn't help but smile. How could it be a matter of success? The young lady is quite exceptional. Their union is a match made in heaven. However, Li Shifu also understood his boss's perspective. After all, Jiang Qiu's qualities were remarkable, handsome, and financially adept. If not settled soon, they might miss their opportunity in the future. Moreover, having this son-in-law could indeed ease the father-daughter relationship, which was a rare blessing. Thus, Li Shifu felt that using the term success was not entirely unfounded. What should I do now, in light of this situation? On the other side, Chu Kuoyi began to feel increasingly anxious. He stood up and paced around his study. A meeting with the in-laws was imminent. Previously, Qiu Zhenlin had been quite nervous, and Chu Kuoyi felt the same, especially given his personality, which typically struggled with such relationships. What if they sat down together and a conversation went awry, jeopardizing his daughter's future? That would certainly be troublesome. You needn't be so anxious, Li Shifu quickly advised. When the time comes, speak less and smile more. Chu Kuoyi frowned. That seems a bit difficult. Perhaps I should just avoid the meeting altogether. He had been stern for so many years that altering his demeanor appeared quite challenging. He worried that if he could not maintain his composure, it might be better not to attend at all. Li Shifu encouraged, Boss, this is a situation you must face sooner or later. When a young lady marries, you cannot simply abstain from attending, can you? Upon hearing this, Chu Kuoyi fell silent. How could he miss such a significant event in his daughter's life? In that scenario, both sets of parents would inevitably meet, so perhaps it was better to face the discomfort now rather than later. He genuinely wished to meet his potential in-laws, but feared that his good intentions might lead to missteps. You really needn't be so anxious. It's merely a meeting, nothing too grave, Li Shifu continued. Boss, you are to meet Jiang Qiu this weekend, correct? Yes, Chu Kuoyi nodded. Perfect. After meeting Jiang Qiu, you can inquire about any necessary preparations, and with that knowledge, you'll feel more at ease. Li Shifu's suggestion resonated well with Chu Kuoyi. It seemed he would need to arrive early this weekend. He would take the opportunity to learn more about his future son-in-law, ensuring he would feel prepared for the upcoming meeting. On the other hand, Jiang Qiu and Cui Yangzi remained blissfully unaware. Tonight, both sets of parents were in a flurry, primarily concerned that their own oversights might impact their children's futures. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this unfolding drama, Jiang Qiu, was engaged in a game with Cui Yangzi. After several days of practice, Cui Yangzi had become considerably more adept at the game. Yet, Jiang Qiu still dominated, leading them to a string of 5 consecutive victories. This delighted Cui Yangzi, although she had little involvement in the victories. Witnessing the impressive winning streak was exhilarating, especially with Jiang Qiu by her side. Just then, her email chimed with a new message, indicating work-related matters awaited her attention. Chapter 186, To Cui Yang's Eyes? Roll switch. Darling, I have some work to attend to, Cui Yangzi informed, reluctantly setting her phone aside. Yes, you should handle your work first. Jiang Qiu replied, nodding. He naturally did not mind, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to engage in a few high-level games. Recently, he had been playing in lower-tier matches merely to accompany Cui Yangzi. Now it was time to hone his skills to avoid any decline. Cui Yangzi felt a twinge of regret, but recognized the necessity of attending to her responsibilities. She picked up her laptop and climbed onto the bed. Darling, come here and play games with me. Cui Yangzi patted the space beside her, glancing at Jiang Qiu with eager anticipation. She cherished the moments spent with him, even during work hours. All right, Jiang Qiu acquiesced, standing up and moving to the edge of the bed. He propped a pillow against the headboard and settled beside Cui Yangzi. She eagerly leaned in closer, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Darling, I love having you by my side," she confessed, her eyes brimming with affection. Jiang Qiu could sense her growing emotions, her body warming to his presence. Although she had often flirted with him before, the way she expressed her feelings today was distinctly different. For Cui Yangzi, prior to meeting Jiang Qiu, she rarely took the initiative to vocalize her affections. Those times had been quite difficult, but thankfully, he was now right beside her. She found that her feelings for Jiang Qiu surpassed her expectations. "I love you too," Jiang Qiu responded, gazing at Cui Yangzi, finding her utterly charming. He noted how her cheeks flushed every time she attempted to flirt. However, he acknowledged that he too was captivated, especially seeing her shyness, which only enhanced her beauty. "Darling, let us take a picture," Cui Yangzi suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to capture this sweet moment. "Sure," Jiang Qiu nodded, readily agreeing. The two drew closer for the photo, feeling each other's warmth in the process. With one hand holding her phone and the other linked with Jiang Qiu's arm, Cui Yangzi captured a selfie. It turned out rather attractive. "Did you apply beauty filters?" Jiang Qiu inquired with a smile after glancing at the photo. "No filters." Cui Yangzi shook her head and earnestly replied. "You look so handsome that you appear even better without them." "All right then, you look beautiful too." Jiang Qiu chuckled, pondering how it was indeed true that those blessed with good looks often need no enhancements. The application of beauty filters might even detract from one's natural allure. Those with a solid foundation of beauty truly have the liberty to flaunt it. Meanwhile, Cui Yangzi continued her photo-taking spree. This time, she changed her pose, leaning against Jiang Qiu's shoulder, capturing the moment. In this photograph, she exuded a charmingly delicate aura, especially with her lips puckered, resembling a soft and endearing little sister. "Senior, stop being so adorable," Jiang Qiu remarked with a laugh. "Don't like it?" Cui Yangzi retorted. "Do you prefer me as an elder sister or as a younger sister?" Coughing softly, two images of Cui Yangzi sprang to Jiang Qiu's mind. One a poised, aloof CO, the other a sweet, innocent neighbor girl. Both were stunning. He couldn't help but concede that Cui Yangzi's beauty transcended styles, effortlessly navigating between them. "If I had to choose just one?" After saying this, Cui Yangzi rolled over on the bed, kneeling before Jiang Qiu, their faces mere inches apart. Sitting, she was slightly taller, her large eyes fixed intently on him as her silky hair cascaded down, brushing against his face, tickling him slightly. "Choose quickly. Do you prefer me as an elder sister or a younger sister?" Cui Yangzi's elevated position gave her a commanding presence akin to that of a queen. Jiang Qiu felt a rush of affection. His girlfriend had a penchant for these playful antics, which he found hard to resist. Especially in the current scenario, regardless of his choice, he felt a delightful thrill. Before he could respond, Cui Yangzi mischievously reached out her hand to caress his cheek. She was tempted to venture lower, particularly towards those well-defined abs, which merely a glance could make one swoon. However, she hesitated, refraining from acting on her impulses for the moment. "Do I resemble a kept man?" Jiang Qiu mused, bemused by his own posture that indeed echoed that of a pampered partner. "No, you are anything but." Cui Yangzi bit her lip, instinctively entering protective mode for her boyfriend. No one could label him as a kept man, not even Jiang Qiu himself. In her eyes, he was the epitome of perfection. Jiang Qiu chuckled, seizing her wrist and flipping her beneath him. "Then you must be prepared for the consequences." Mimicking her earlier gesture, he gently stroked her cheek. "Don't call me Chu Zong, just say wife." Cui Yangzi's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she remained obstinate. How audacious, making demands now. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but tickle her sides. "I'll stop." Cui Yangzi immediately surrendered. "Brother Jiang, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Hearing that name, Jiang Qiu was internally delighted. "You changed your tone quickly, didn't you?" Chapter 187. What to do when your girlfriend is too mischievous. Realizing her mistake, Cui Yangzi appeared rather pitiful, igniting a strong protective instinct in Jiang Qiu. "You should get back to work." He released her wrist and helped her up. There was little he could do in this situation. With her relatives around, he felt somewhat powerless. Moreover, maintaining their current position was becoming overwhelmingly tempting for him. Being a passionate young man, he couldn't endure being teased without an outlet for too long. After she sat up, Cui Yangzi refrained from teasing Jiang Qiu further. Although she longed to play with her boyfriend a bit more, she recognized the time constraints. There were numerous work-related matters to attend to. With that thought, she gathered her hair and focused on her tasks. However, before diving into her work, She first picked up her phone and shared the photos taken with Jiang Qiu on her social media. Naturally, she still restricted visibility to a select few close friends. Xiaoxi, your photos on social media are stunning. May I use one as my wallpaper? Xiao Junlin promptly messaged her. Upon seeing her post, her immediate reaction was to save it and set it as her phone wallpaper, especially since both her son and daughter-in-law looked exceptionally beautiful together. It would be a shame not to use such a lovely image. Of course, Annie, Chu Yangzi replied, finding a few more pictures in her album to send over. In the past, she had been averse to exposing her private life, but now she wanted everyone to know that Jiang Qiu was her boyfriend. Seeing her mother-in-law using a photo of them as wallpaper filled her with joy. Meanwhile, Li Lingling also stumbled upon the social media post. At that moment, she lounged alone, feeling rather bored in the grand villa. Although she had often been teased by Chu Yangzi when they lived together, it had its own charm. Now, without that playful banter, Li Lingling felt somewhat out of place. Please spare us the dog food. She messaged at this hour. Even the dogs would be suffocated by your couple antics. Is my boyfriend handsome? Chu Yangzi responded, he is the best boyfriend in the world. I want everyone to see him. Li Lingling was a loss for words, feeling as though continuing the conversation would only lead to self-inflicted misery. Where are you? Chu Yangzi noticed the lack of response and playfully threatened. Living alone in the villa must be quite wasteful, don't you think? No, living alone is just fine. Li Lingling quickly understood. If she didn't reply, she might be at risk of being kicked out. You heartless couple are too cruel. She complained, feeding us dog food is one thing, but now I can't even refuse it. My boyfriend's calling me. I'll chat more tomorrow after I finish up. Chu Yangzi threw in one last bit of playful banter, then smiled contentedly. Unbelievable, Li Lingling lamented. Not only are you two flaunting your relationship on social media, but now you're also shoving it down my throat. On the other side, Jiang Qiu noticed Chu Yangzi giggling and urged her to focus on her work. After all, it was getting late. If she didn't finish soon, she might have to pull an all-nighter. Chu Yangzi obediently set her phone aside and began addressing her tasks. Jiang Qiu didn't disturb her. Instead, he donned his headphones and indulged in a bit of gaming. Be it King of Glory or Battlefield, he was on a winning streak, essentially invincible. After tiring of the games, Jiang Qiu turned to watching videos. By 11 o'clock, Chu Yangzi finally completed her work. Honey, I'm done, she exclaimed, closing her laptop and snuggling into Jiang Qiu's embrace. Stop fooling around, it's time for bed, he replied, setting aside his phone and gently rubbing her face. Though she wore no makeup, her natural beauty was still striking, making her immensely captivating. I'll go take a shower first, she said after they shared a tender moment. Reluctantly, rising from the bed. Do you need any help? Jiang Qiu suddenly recalled that her relatives were still around, which might complicate her shower. However, as soon as he voiced his concern, he regretted it. His girlfriend was shy. Despite her penchant for teasing, she would likely become bashful in such situations. Indeed, with a flushed face, Chu Yangzi remarked, no need, I can manage on my own. She hastily made her way to the bathroom, closing the door securely behind her, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Though her heart brimmed with anticipation, her actions betrayed her hesitance. What would it be like to have Jiang Qiu accompany her in the bath? Chu Yangzi pressed her hand against her chest. The mere thought of that scenario sent her heart racing uncontrollably. After a considerable moment, she finally regained her composure. Ordinarily, she would bathe daily, but under the current circumstances, she could only afford a quick wipe down and a wash of her feet. In less than 10 minutes, Chu Yangzi emerged from the bathroom. Jiang Qiu inquired, so soon? Are you done? Mo, Zhu Zanxi not dead. Clad in her nightgown, she moved closer to Jiang Qiu, playfully nudging him with her damp feet. Are you drying your feet? Jiang Qiu raised his head, finding the sight both amusing and exasperating. His mischievous girlfriend was always up to antics. What was he to do? Just wait, he thought, jotting her down in his mental notebook, planning to tease her once their relatives had departed. Chapter 188. What does it mean to be with someone you love? To embody love itself? As for Chu Yangzi, Jiang Qiu found himself both amused and somewhat helpless against her playful antics. However, given the current situation, he decided to indulge her a little. I'm going to take a shower now, Jiang Qiu announced before stepping into the bathroom. Darling, do you need my help? Chu Yangzi lay on the large bed, her little feet swinging back and forth. Yes, come here. Inside the bathroom. As Jiang Qiu removed his shirt and heard her voice from outside, he promptly opened the door. That's quite striking. Chu Yangzi couldn't resist stealing a few glances before hastily burying her face in the covers. Her boyfriend's chiseled abs were simply too perfect. She feared that if she continued to gaze, she might truly lose her composure. Noting Chu Yangzi's reaction, Jiang Qiu chuckled softly, as expected. She always seemed to shy away when things became crucial. Senior, you must follow through next time, he teased, before closing the bathroom door. On the big bed. It took Chu Yangzi quite a while to finally peek out. Phew. She exhaled deeply, taking time to steady herself. What should she do? Her heart raced every time she caught sight of her boyfriend's abs. At that moment, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Chu Yangzi quickly grabbed her phone and messaged Li Lingling. Every time I see Jiang Qiu's abs, I get so nervous. What should I do? Li Lingling responded, enough already. I feel like you're just showing off. But speaking of which, didn't you already get your way last time? Why are you still not used to it? A few nights prior, while at the hotel, Chu Yangzi had messaged Li Lingling, seeking advice on how to alleviate her nerves. Later, upon seeing a post from Chu Yangzi featuring sanitary napkins, Li Lingling assumed everything had gone well. However, hearing Chu Yangzi's current words felt somewhat off. Lingling, I think you know a bit too much, Chu Yangzi warned playfully. No, I actually know nothing at all. Li Lingling quickly backtracked, though she had guessed accurately. Sometimes knowing too much wasn't a good thing. You have 3 seconds to rephrase that, Chu Yangzi insisted. Missy, with such a great opportunity, why not just close your eyes? Li Lingling said, exasperated. How could her beautiful friend, seemingly so clever, be so naive? Yet, she dare not voice that thought. Jiang Qiu is so handsome. And with those abs, I can't just close my eyes. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, revealing her own struggles. In such a situation, her thoughts had completely ceased. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Jiang Qiu was simply too captivating. She couldn't bear to shut her eyes. Wait, you said Jiang Qiu has 8-pack abs? Li Lingling's interest was piqued. Mo, Zhu Zanxi not dead? That's unreal. Send me a picture. Li Lingling's excitement grew. To ask for her boyfriend's abs photo in front of her, Chu Yangzi replied coldly. I notice you seem rather reckless when you're trying to be funny. Ahem, I finally understand why you can't bear to close your eyes. Li Lingling reflected. A guy with 8-pack abs is irresistible to any woman. It's no wonder. Jiang Qiu's striking looks, paired with his perfect physique, could only be described as extraordinary. Not only Chu Yangzi, who had never dated before, but even experienced women would struggle to resist. So what should I do? Chu Yangzi pondered, feeling conflicted. Having such a handsome boyfriend was indeed a dilemma. Why not just get yourself drunk? Li Lingling suggested after much thought, as it appeared to be the only solution. Previously, she had advised Chu Yangzi to get Jiang Qiu intoxicated. However, considering Jiang Qiu's impressive tolerance, the only option left was to get herself drunk to create opportunities. I have a feeling your suggestion isn't very reliable, Chu Yangzi frowned. Given my current state, I can't drink, and even if I did, lying in front of him might not help. Surely not? Li Lingling mused. You're so beautiful. Jiang Qiu shouldn't have any problems. Right? One more chance to articulate your thoughts properly. Chu Yangzi retorted coldly. My apologies, I was hasty. Li Lingling quickly corrected herself. Jiang Qiu is a nice guy. Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi felt somewhat disheartened. If getting drunk wouldn't work, and getting tipsy herself was out of the question, what would she do? Perhaps you should train your heart's endurance? Li Lingling proposed. For instance, find pictures of male celebrities or well-built male models for some psychological preparation. No, I'm only interested in Jiang Qiu. Chu Yangzi firmly rejected. Her nerves stemmed solely from him. If it were anyone else, no matter how good-looking or fit, she wouldn't feel a thing. Due to work, she had encountered numerous celebrities through her position as a CEO. However, this was different. It wasn't due to a lack of experience, but rather because she adored Jiang Qiu so deeply. All right, I understand you like Jiang Qiu. No need to flaunt your affection, Li Lingling said with a hint of envy. Being with someone you love, that was the essence of love, wasn't it? Chapter 189. The first time doing something wrong discovered? How about this? After a moment of envy, Li Lingling continued to offer suggestions to Chu Yangzi. At night, while he is asleep, just sneak a touch of his abs. After a few times, you'll get used to it. Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. What a splendid idea. She wouldn't dare touch Jiang Qiu's abs in plain sight, but at night, while he slept, she could surely sneak a feel and gradually become accustomed. Lingling, thank you. You're such a good person, Chu Yangzi responded with satisfaction. When I have children, I'll definitely have them recognize you as their godmother. Oh dear, just be a decent person, Li Lingling lamented, feeling overwhelmed once more by the affectionate banter. After their conversation, Chu Yangzi set her phone down. At that moment, Jiang Qiu had just finished a shower and was stepping out of the bathroom. However, upon seeing Chu Yangzi's expression, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. The sixth sense of a man can, at times, prove to be remarkably accurate. Jiang Qiu observed that whenever Chu Yangzi was about to engage in some mischief, she would unconsciously nibble on her lips. This instance was no different, although she appeared nonchalant. Her actions had already betrayed her intentions. Senior, what are you pondering over? Jiang Qiu inquired, amusement lacing his voice. "Oh, nothing at all." Chu Yangzi feigned calmness, her little feet unknowingly swaying slightly. "All right then, let us rest early." Jiang Qiu chose not to press further. Yet internally he was convinced that she was indeed up to something. Each time she plotted, aside from biting her lips, her feet would inevitably fidget back and forth. This subtle gesture had not escaped Jiang Qiu's keen observation. Chu Yangzi was oblivious to the fact that her little schemes had long been laid bare. "Honey, let us sleep early," Chu Yangzi suggested, her lips tightening further and her feet's movements becoming more pronounced. These small actions were indicative of her inner turmoil. "Very well. Let us retire for the night," Jiang Qiu responded, refraining from exposing her intentions, though he was somewhat intrigued to discover what scheme she was concocting. After tidying up, Jiang Qiu lay down. Chu Yangzi instinctively nestled closer, taking hold of Jiang Qiu's hand to rub her abdomen. It was a second day, and she was still experiencing some discomfort. Jiang Qiu did not resist. He placed his hand on her belly, the sensation rather pleasant. As time passed, tranquility enveloped the room. However, Chu Yangzi did not rush. Instead, she bided her time, cautious not to disturb Jiang Qiu's slumber too soon. When the clock struck midnight, Chu Yangzi had been feigning sleep, yet her mind was anything but tranquil. At length, sensing the moment was ripe, she noted Jiang Qiu's breathing had grown steady, indicating he had succumbed to deep sleep. She extended her small hand, inching closer to Jiang Qiu's cheek. Upon touching it, she found the texture pleasing. Unable to resist any longer, she leaned in and planted a kiss on Jiang Qiu's lips. Still unsatisfied, she brushed her lips against the tip of his nose. Jiang Qiu remained unresponsive. Yet, Chu Yangzi was riddled with anxiety. Though Jiang Qiu slept soundly, her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and she felt as though she were on fire. "Come on, you can do it," Chu Yangzi silently encouraged herself. After a considerable pause, she finally mustered the courage to reach out and touch Jiang Qiu's abdominal muscles. During the day, she had felt too bashful to do so. It was only now, with Jiang Qiu asleep, that she dared to steal this moment. However, just then, she felt her wrist being seized. "Senior, what are you up to?" Jiang Qiu's eyes fluttered open, a teasing glint in his gaze. "Oh no, caught." In that instant, Chu Yangzi felt utterly immobilized. She wished fervently for time to freeze, allowing her to retract her hand. Yet, gazing into Jiang Qiu's captivating eyes, she realized escape was futile. This was her first transgression, and how had she been discovered? "Were you waiting long?" Jiang Qiu chuckled, bemused. "You endured for an hour just to sneak a feel of my abs?" Chu Yangzi remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Qiu, still reeling from the shock. "Senior, wake up," Jiang Qiu gently prodded, noticing her stillness. With a relieved exhale, Chu Yangzi finally regained her composure. In her anxious state, she had forgotten to breathe, nearly suffocating herself. "I just wanted to see if you were asleep." "Is that so?" "Yes." "Then why the nervousness?" Chu Yangzi quickly replied. "I'm not nervous. It's just a bit warm in here, and I feel like I'm sweating." Jiang Qiu found her response amusing. "Oh dear, it seems you're already starting to ramble. If I recall correctly, didn't you just attempt to touch my abs?" Jiang Qiu directly pointed out. "And no, how could that be? I'm not that kind of person." Chu Yangzi hurriedly denied it. "Senior, please calm down." Jiang Qiu reached out, caressing her face. It was soft and smooth, yet slightly warm, akin to a fever. Moreover, she was trembling slightly, appearing extremely anxious. In that moment, Chu Yangzi felt a mix of shame for her earlier misdeed and warmth from Jiang Qiu's gentle touch. It was a feeling that left her restless. Chapter 190. Have you admitted it? A reward of a kiss. In the bedroom, Jiang Qiu reached out, gently stroking Chu Yangzi's cheek. "Senior, tell me honestly, what are you really up to?" Jiang Qiu leaned closer, continuing, "If you speak the truth, I shall reward you with a kiss." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi found herself in a quandary. Should she confess? Her first instinct was to deny it. If she admitted it, what if Jiang Qiu deemed it risky and sent her off to another room? Yet if she denied it, Jiang Qiu's hand still lingered on her cheek, which was undeniably provocative. Her heart racing, she couldn't help but glance up at Jiang Qiu. Bathed in the soft glow of the light, his handsome face was so close to hers. It was overwhelming. Chu Yangzi resolved not to confess, yet her lips betrayed her. "I just wanted to touch and get accustomed to your 8-pack abs." Oh no, she had admitted it. The moment the words escaped her, her face flushed deeper, and she wished to bury her head in the covers. "I was wrong, Jiang Qiu. I promise I won't do it again. Honey, please forgive me." She stammered, on the verge of tears. Just as she was about to say more, Jiang Qiu leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. With such an adorable girlfriend, Jiang Qiu found it hard to resist. "Actually, I wanted to say thank you for helping me with my stomach discomfort these past few days." Chu Yangzi was taken aback. She had prepared herself for reprimand, but the unexpected praise caught her off guard. In the future, if you have any thoughts, please share them with me beforehand. There's no need for this. Jiang Qiu chuckled. He had already sensed something amiss, and, after a long night, it had all boiled down to a mere touch of his abs. Honey, you're so wonderful. Chu Yangzi glanced up at Jiang Qiu before quickly lowering her gaze. She was still savoring the sweetness of their earlier kiss, a delightful warmth blossoming in her heart. All right, let us get some sleep. Jiang Qiu glanced at the clock. It was quite late. Honey, before we sleep, may I steal a kiss? Chu Yangzi licked her lips, unable to contain her anticipation as she looked toward Jiang Qiu. The previous kiss had come so unexpectedly that she hadn't had time to react. For reasons unknown, she felt somewhat shortchanged. With that thought, Chu Yangzi could no longer hold back and leaned in to kiss Jiang Qiu, feeling a sense of fulfillment afterward. Very well, we can sleep now. Jiang Qiu did not refuse, lying down after turning off the light. On the other side, Chu Yangzi found it hard to settle. Honey, you go ahead and sleep. I'll lie down until you're asleep. She was far from sleepy, merely lying silently beside him. Jiang Qiu replied, aware of Chu Yangzi's little schemes, and prepared to drift off. Previously, he had been merely curious, which was why he had waited for her. Now, if she wished to touch, so be it. Jiang Qiu was ready to sleep. He boasted excellent sleep quality and could fall asleep almost instantly. Yet, at that moment, Chu Yangzi's melodious voice gently reached his ears. Honey? I was just wondering how you discover my secret. It was quite simple. Whenever you're nervous, you tend to bite your lips. Moreover, whenever you harbor mischievous thoughts, your little feet tend to fidget restlessly. Jiang Qiu contemplated this in silence, knowing full well that voicing such thoughts would only lead to alterations in behavior. With this in mind, Jiang Qiu smiled and remarked, of course, it is something one can sense. Really? You can actually perceive that. Chu Yangzi, without a hint of skepticism, instinctively wiggled her feet again. Lying on the bed, Jiang Qiu hardly noticed. However, had it been daytime, Chu Yangzi would undoubtedly have revealed her secret. Honey, I wish to hold you while I sleep. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, brimming with anticipation. All right, let us embrace. Jiang Qiu nodded in agreement. Thank you, darling. Chu Yangzi gently placed her hand on Jiang Qiu's abdomen and even ventured to caress it. Indeed, he possessed an impressive set of 8-pack abs, and the sensation was delightful. Excitedly, Chu Yangzi began to knead his stomach. Jiang Qiu, reclining comfortably, felt a warm sensation. Being massaged in such a manner was rather pleasant. Unbeknownst to them, the two drifted into slumber. The following morning, Jiang Qiu awoke, sensing a peculiar heaviness upon him. What could this be? He glanced around, bemused. Chu Yangzi had not merely rested her head on the pillow. She had entirely cocooned herself around him. Was she using him as a pillow? Jiang Qiu cautiously shifted his arm, which had grown somewhat numb. Sharing a bed with a girlfriend certainly posed challenges for one's limbs. At that moment, Chu Yangzi also opened her eyes, still in a state of drowsiness as she sat up. Ouch! Jiang Qiu's arm felt even more numb. Honey, what's the matter? Chu Yangzi inquired. It's nothing, just a bit of numbness in my arm, Jiang Qiu replied, stretching a little. I'm so sorry. Chu Yangzi quickly became alert, moving closer to him to gently massage his arm. After a while, the numbness faded away. All good now, Jiang Qiu chuckled and then got up to freshen up. Given that he had classes to attend that day, an early rise was necessary. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi also stood up. After a quick tidy-up, she picked up her phone to order breakfast. Chapter 191. Seeking Praise? 10 minutes later, Jiang Qiu emerged from the bathroom, all freshened up. Honey, I just ordered breakfast. It should arrive shortly. Chu Yangzi knelt by the bed, gazing up at Jiang Qiu like a puppy yearning for praise from its master. Very good. Jiang Qiu approached her, affectionately stroking her cheek. So soft, the sensation was truly delightful. Woof woof. Chu Yangzi playfully responded, sticking out her tongue to lick the back of his hand. Whoa. Jiang Qiu felt a strange sensation. It was a bit overwhelming first thing in the morning. Clearing his throat, he jested, Senior, please refrain from biting. Not at all. You smell quite delightful. Chu Yangzi bit her lip. I just find it hard to resist. All right, you should hurry and freshen up. Jiang Qiu chuckled, giving her forehead another gentle pat. Okay, I'll go wash up now. Chu Yangzi obediently stood up, then reminded him, Oh, and darling, I ordered breakfast. Please be a dear and fetch it when it arrives. Of course, Jiang Qiu nodded, feeling grateful to have such a thoughtful girlfriend. It invigorated him to start the day. On her part, Chu Yangzi made her way to the bathroom. Although she couldn't shower at the moment, washing her hair was imperative. As the president of the company, coupled with her various prestigious titles, maintaining her image was crucial. Most importantly, she wished to present her beautiful self in front of her boyfriend. After about 20 minutes, Chu Yangzi finished washing up and took a seat at her vanity. At that moment, the delivery arrived, and Jiang Qiu ascended the stairs to summon her for breakfast. Chu Yangzi was facing the mirror, drying her hair. She glanced at Jiang Qiu, wishing he could assist her in drying her hair. For some reason, she had grown fond of the sensation of Jiang Qiu's hand ruffling her hair. Whether it was last night or earlier, she relished such tender treatment. However, expressing this desire might seem undignified. After all, she was his senior and slightly older than him. Would asking for a head pat come off as too juvenile? As she pondered, Jiang Qiu approached her side. "Senior, would you like some help drying your hair?" He had initially intended to call her down for breakfast, but suddenly found the idea of drying her hair rather appealing. "Sure, thank you, darling." Chu Yangzi immediately brightened. She had anticipated Jiang Qiu would propose it before she could voice her wish. Was this a case of unspoken understanding? Jiang Qiu took the hairdryer and gently lifted Chu Yangzi's hair. Her locks were soft, dark, and straight, flowing smoothly like silk. He had to admit, Chu Yangzi's hair was truly lovely. As he handled the hairdryer, he meticulously attended to every strand, ensuring no part was overlooked. At that moment, Chu Yangzi felt tingling sensations on her scalp. This was utterly delightful. She hadn't expected such a reaction from having her hair dried by her boyfriend. Her cheeks flushed as she nearly let out a sound of pleasure. After a few minutes, Jiang Qiu switched directions. In about 5 minutes, her hair was completely dry. Jiang Qiu ruffled her hair and styled it simply, giving it a voluminous appearance. "Darling, you're truly amazing." Chu Yangzi admired her hairstyle in the mirror, finding it even more appealing than before. Indeed, her husband was the best in the world. "Ah, I've dabbled a bit in this before," Jiang Qiu suddenly joked. Have you dried hair for other girls?" Chu Yangzi bit her lip, her ears perking up, eager to hear Jiang Qiu's response. "Of course not," he teased. "What I meant was I've dried dog's fur before." Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi's cheeks reddened further. Had she misunderstood her boyfriend? It felt somewhat embarrassing. Yet, what was more blush-inducing was that Jiang Qiu had likened it to drying a dog's fur. Reflecting on it, Chu Yangzi found the comparison somewhat fitting. However, she retorted, "Darling, I am, after all, your senior and the president of the company. How could you compare me to a dog?" "All right, you're not a dog," Jiang Qiu chuckled. "But I seem to recall someone earlier kneeling on the bed and barking like one." "How rude. That was not me." Chu Yangzi blushed and dashed downstairs. Witnessing this, Jiang Qiu found it amusing. "Wasn't he, a little puppy, quite adorable?" Shaking his head, he tidied up before heading downstairs himself. In the dining room, the two enjoyed breakfast together. As Jiang Qiu had classes to attend, he quickly finished his meal and headed to school. Although Chu Yangzi had no pressing matters, she had been visiting the company less frequently lately and planned to stay at school to accompany Jiang Qiu. After all, the company had been running smoothly, and her presence was no longer essential. Her arrival at the school attracted considerable attention, given her status, even prompting teachers to treat her with additional respect. During the break, Li Lingling kept her company, and they chatted about the latest gossip. Life had been treating Li Lingling well lately, residing in a large villa and enjoying ample food and drink. However, she had been feeling a bit unwell, frequently sneezing. While this ailment was minor, it often struck unexpectedly, leading her to suspect that her ruthless friend might be speaking ill of her behind her back. Chapter 192, A Joyous Weekend, Planning a Surprise? "Miss, what is the current status between you and Xiaoge?" In the classroom, Li Lingling inquired with a hint of curiosity. "It's best for children not to pry into adult matters," Chu Yangzi retorted disdainfully. "Oh, isn't it the time when you were begging me?" Li Lingling tesa da liberateri. "I wonder who it was that cried and pleaded for my advice before. Did I? I was unaware of it." Chu Yangzi feigned innocence, pretending to be indifferent. "This is outrageous." Li Lingling scoffed. "You must have succeeded. You touched Xiao Ji's abs yesterday, and today you're dismantling the bridge after crossing it." "Oh no, please, miss. I was wrong. General Chu, I shall never dare again." From childhood, Li Lingling had always been outmatched in physical prowess. Whenever Chu Yangzi couldn't outwit her verbally, she would swiftly administer a lesson. After their playful banter, Li Lingling soon became subdued. "Although I had my way last night," Chu Yangzi lamented, "I still feel embarrassed during the day. What should I do?" "Had your way." Li Lingling couldn't contain herself. "Miss, you even know to use that phrase?" "Well, that isn't the crux of the matter." Chu Yangzi shot a threatening glance at Li Lingling. "Fine, let us get to the point," Li Lingling said excitedly. "How were Qiu Ji's abs? What was it like? Were they nice to touch?" "They were smooth and quite delightful to the touch," Chu Yangzi recalled last night, a look of bliss illuminating her face. "Really? You merely touched Qiu Ji's abs and you're this thrilled?" "Oh, you wouldn't understand if I told you." she replied coyly. Tisk tisk, now you've made me want to touch them too. Ling Ling, I think you're asking for a beating. At noon, Jiang Qiu arrived at Chu Yangzi's office. The two of them, as before, shared a meal, and then Jiang Qiu indulged in an afternoon nap. Leisurely moments always seemed to pass swiftly. For several consecutive days, Jiang Qiu had been attending classes. Chu Yangzi, although she had no classes left, still had some work to attend to. In the evening, they returned home, and Jiang Qiu had grown accustomed to sleeping together. Previously, he would sleep on the floor, but ever since Chu Yangzi's relatives came to visit, he had been warming the bed. Now that her relatives had departed, they had switched roles, with Chu Yangzi now massaging Jiang Qiu's belly each night. Initially, Jiang Qiu felt a bit awkward, but gradually he found it quite pleasant. After all, having someone rub his belly while he slept was rather comforting. The only downside was that Chu Yangzi was often restless. Each morning, Jiang Qiu would awaken with his arm numb from being pinned down. Chu Yangzi had noticed this issue and reminded herself before sleeping not to rest her head on Jiang Qiu's arm. Although it was comfortable, she truly felt sorry for him. Yet, once she fell asleep, her actions deviated from her intentions. Perhaps in her subconscious, Jiang Qiu's arm was simply the most comfortable spot, leading her to instinctively lean towards it. All right, Jiang Qiu conceded, having grown accustomed to it. Despite often waking up with a numb arm, embracing Chu Yangzi felt quite delightful. As the weekend arrived, it was finally time to relax. Jiang Qiu had been quite fatigued from attending classes every day. On this Saturday, he indulged in a leisurely sleep. When he awoke, his arm, as expected, was once again numb. Darling, how about sleeping a bit longer? Chu Yangzi opened her eyes, still looking somewhat drowsy. The previous night, they had stayed up late, gaming together. All right, then let us sleep a little more, Jiang Qiu said, not pressuring her to get up. As there was nothing urgent for the weekend, he naturally settled back down for some more rest. They both fully awakened by noon. Jiang Qiu ordered takeout, and after eating, they played a duo game together. It was the weekend, so there was no need to worry about work or studies. Life was truly delightful. At that moment, Jiang Qiu received a new message on his phone. Upon checking, it was from Chu Kuoyi. Jiang Qiu, I should be able to arrive earlier today. Is that all right? In the past, even if Chu Kuoyi was running late, he wouldn't bother to message to check on the other's availability. However, things were different now. He had set out early and wanted to inform Jiang Qiu. After all, this was his precious son-in-law, for the sake of his daughter's marital affairs. It was essential to foster a good relationship. No problem. Feel free to come over any time, Jiang Qiu replied without hesitation. He glanced at the time. It was nearly 5 o'clock, perfectly timed. Darling, would you like some water? At that moment, Chu Yangzi returned from outside, holding 2 bottles of cold water. Previously, Jiang Qiu had advised her against drinking cold water when her relatives were visiting. Now, after nearly a week, she could finally enjoy it without worry. Thank you. Jiang Qiu accepted the cold water, drinking about half a bottle before asking, by the way, what are we having for dinner? I have a surprise planned. Just wait for it, Chu Yangzi said, her lovely eyes fixed intently on Jiang Qiu. Oh, what kind of surprise? Jiang Qiu, intrigued, wondered if she would be cooking a sumptuous meal. That would indeed be a delightful surprise, ensuring dinner was taken care of. I won't tell you yet. It's all prepared. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, giving Jiang Qiu an uneasy feeling. What is going on? My father-in-law is coming over tonight. It better not be something too outrageous, Jiang Qiu thought to himself, fearing that if Chu Kuoyi happened to see something inappropriate, it would be quite embarrassing. Senior, can you give me a hint? Jiang Qiu asked with concern. It wouldn't be some peculiar dish, would it? Under normal circumstances, Jiang Qiu wouldn't mind. But today was special. He felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of feeding his father-in-law anything inappropriate. Don't worry, it's all fine, Chu Yangzi assured him, unaware that her father was about to arrive. She was secretly delighted, thinking Jiang Qiu would be pleasantly surprised. Oh, and make sure to prepare a bit more, Jiang Qiu added, considering that with an extra person, they would need more food. Absolutely, there will be plenty, Chu Yangzi replied, having arranged everything via WeChat. Xiu Junlin and Jiang Qingfeng were likely already on their way after finishing their grocery shopping. They had visited before, so they knew the villa's address. As for the community security, Chu Yangzi had informed them in advance, ensuring there would be no issues with access. To be honest, Chu Yangzi felt a bit nervous. She was intently focused on her phone, fearing she might miss any messages. Senior, how about playing a game while we wait? Jiang Qiu, not overthinking it, decided to use this time to improve his ranking in the Battle Royale game. The season was nearing its end, although he was already an unbeatable warrior. Making further progress would be nice. You go ahead, I have a few things to attend to. Chu Yangzi shook her head. All right, Jiang Qiu thought nothing of it, assuming she was waiting for takeout, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After all, What ill intentions could his girlfriend possibly have? Subsequently, Jiang Qiu started the Battle Royale game, entering a gunfight mode alone. For him, the game was all about navigating the map to find opponents. Anyone he spotted would have no chance of escaping alive. After about 15 minutes, this round concluded. "Darling, come down with me." Chu Yangzi suddenly approached him. "What is going on? I have a surprise for you." "Oh, okay." Jiang Qiu followed Chu Yangzi downstairs without a second thought. Upon reaching the first floor and opening the villa door, he spotted Qiu Junlin emerging from the car, carrying several items. On the other side, Jiang Qingfeng was also organizing items, both large and small, all of which were prepared for their son. Nowadays, young people rarely have the time to wander through markets to shop. Thus, as parents, they had brought a considerable amount of ingredients this time. Knowing that there were 2 refrigerators in the villa, allowing Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi to enjoy them at leisure. Upon catching a glimpse of them, Jiang Qiu was immediately taken aback. Why did his parents arrive without a word? Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be an issue. However, today, it felt less like a surprise and more like a fright. "Senior, is this what you call a surprise?" Jiang Qiu couldn't help but ask. Yes. Chu Yangzi nodded. "Auntie and uncle are here. Aren't you surprised?" "No." Jiang Qiu shook his head, then grasped Chu Yangzi's wrist. "I'm a bit frightened." Hee. Chu Yangzi laughed, thinking Jiang Qiu was jesting. Yet for some reason, she felt a chill creeping in. "Senior, let me tell you something, and you'll understand why it's a fright." Jiang Qiu composed his thoughts. Earlier, Uncle Chu had also arranged to come today. He might arrive soon. "Oh, is that so? That's not a big deal." Chu Yangzi initially thought it was nothing, just an additional person. They could all have a meal together. But she quickly realized, wait, the Uncle Chu you mentioned wouldn't be my dad, right? "Indeed, it is your father." Chu Yangzi panicked. "Why didn't you tell me?" Cough. "I actually intended to prepare a surprise for you." Jiang Qiu sighed, realizing a spectacle was about to unfold. Had the 2 families arrived separately, it could have been considered a delightful surprise. However, coming together transformed it into a fright. "Jiang Qiu, stop staring. Come help with the items." Not far away, Qiu Junlin began calling for Jiang Qiu. Chu Yangzi, witnessing this, was about to step forward to assist. "Wait, where are you going?" Jiang Qiu stopped her and inquired. "Have you figured out what to do?" "No." Chu Yangzi was somewhat anxious, already feeling dizzy. When it came to her own affairs or company matters, she never panicked. But concerning Jiang Qiu, she genuinely felt a bit flustered. Her initial plan was to have a good chat with Jiang Qiu's mother first, and then discuss with her own father later. Both families could choose a suitable time, prepare some gifts, and meet. At that point, if they could settle things between her and Jiang Qiu, wouldn't that be perfect? But who would have thought that both families would collide so soon? She was genuinely worried. "I thought about it. Let us put the things down and let my parents head back first," Jiang Qiu said. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Chu Yangzi shook her head. "It's not often that my mother-in-law comes. If we send her back immediately, that would be too impolite. I'll still tell my dad not to come." Chu Yangzi picked up her phone, preparing to send a message. Cough. "My uncle mentioned quite early that he wanted to come over today for a drink." Jiang Qiu felt it was quite the dilemma. If they didn't let him come, he would surely be upset. What should we do then? Chu Yangzi set her phone down, looking troubled. Chapter 194. Formulating a strategy. Who is the biological parent? On one side was her father, and on the other, her in-laws. If she had to choose, Chu Yangzi felt it was better not to let her father come. Mainly because Chu Kuo-ei had a bad temper and could easily ruin the situation. "Let us not dwell on it. Let us go discuss it," Jiang Qiu said, pulling Chu Yangzi towards his mother. "Son, come help with the items." Qiu Junlin was busy unloading things from the car, which was completely full. "Xiao Shi, go sit and rest. You shouldn't be the one doing this," she said. Hearing this, Chu Yangzi felt a sweetness in her heart. Nevertheless, she quickly stepped forward. "Want to lend a hand?" "No need, just let Jiang Qiu do it," Qiu Junlin insisted and handed the items to Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but joke. "Mom, I'm quite curious. Who is your biological child?" "You little rascal. How can you speak like that?" Qiu Junlin replied seriously. "With such a beautiful daughter-in-law, you must protect her well." "Auntie, I can manage," Chu Yangzi said, feeling a bit shy as she stepped forward to grab something. Unable to help it, she felt a pang of reluctance as Jiang Qiu was assigned to work. "Wait, let us discuss the main issue first." Jiang Qiu set the items down and said, "Mom, there has been a bit of a problem." "What is it?" Qiu Junlin asked. "Uncle Chu is coming over shortly." Which Uncle Chu?" Qiu Junlin looked confused. At this moment, Jiang Qingfeng, who had been silent, couldn't help but look over. "You're not referring to Xiao Shi's father, are you?" "Yes," Jiang Qiu nodded. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Qiu Junlin felt a bit anxious. She had learned that Chu Kuo-ei was a prominent figure capable of making the news. Meeting so abruptly would undoubtedly be nerve-wracking. Ah, I did expect you both to choose the same day to come. Jiang Qiu sighed, and coincidentally at the same time. Earlier, Chu Kuoyi had mentioned he would be a bit late. Who would have thought he would change his schedule and arrive early? This meant the two families would inevitably encounter each other. Old Jiang, what do you think we should do? Xiao Junlin turned to Jiang Qiu for his opinion. I actually don't mind. After all, our families will have to meet eventually. Jiang Qiu appeared more composed. His main concern was that meeting now might not be very formal in terms of etiquette. Traditionally, families should set a formal time to meet before sitting together, which would demonstrate respect for the female side. However, given the current situation, it was evidently too late for that. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment and then asked, by the way, will Xiao Xie's father be staying the night? No. Chu Yangzi quickly replied. As long as he doesn't get drunk, he will definitely go home and 1T stay here. In that case, let us put your things in the refrigerator first, Jiang Qiu suggested. We can go out for a bit and come back later. That works, let's arrange it like that. Jiang Qiu agreed, as his parents had traveled a long way, and he couldn't just send them back. A stroll outside would be perfect for enjoying the night scenery of the city. By the time Chu Kuoyi finished drinking, they could return. This arrangement was indeed quite perfect, allowing them to avoid a direct encounter. Then let us hurry and move the items inside. We'll head out first. Jiang Qiu and Xiao Junlin began carrying items into the villa. All right, we'll help too. Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi assisted in moving the items. Mom, you bought too much. Jiang Qiu, while working, couldn't help but complain. His mother had practically stocked up for half a month on this trip. The haul included not only food, but also many daily necessities, fruits, and snacks. You have 2 refrigerators, right? I figured I'd buy more so you can enjoy them slowly, Xiao Junlin said, worrying for her 2 children. She believed that even if someone would waste, it was better to ensure they had enough to eat. Although Jiang Qiu grumbled, he felt quite touched inside. Well, after all, she asked my mom. After about 5 minutes, the entire carload of items was unloaded. Thankfully, the 2 refrigerators were spacious. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to fit everything. All right, we'll be leaving now, Xiao Junlin said, having no intention of lingering, as the pressure brought by Chu Kuoyi was quite substantial. Annie, I'm sorry. Chu Yangzi still felt a twinge of guilt. As her father approached, he insisted that they take cover outside. It's all right, Xiao Junlin reassured. This situation primarily falls on your uncle and me. We're just not prepared yet. With that, the 2 of them made their way outside. Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi accompanied them to the entrance of the villa. At that moment, a sleek black extended Rolls-Royce glided to a stop in front of the villa's entrance. Chu Kuoyi stepped out of the car and, upon spotting Jiang Qiu, made his way over. Just as he was about to greet Jiang Qiu, he suddenly noticed Xiao Junlin and Jiang Qiu standing nearby. What was happening? Chu Kuoyi paused, surprised to see them emerging from the villa, seemingly in jovial conversation with Jiang Qiu. Most strikingly, his daughter stood beside them, exhibiting a degree of respect. Could it be? Was this truly his daughter? Chapter 195. The Old Father-in-Law. I must be a burden. After stepping out of the car, Chu Kuoyi scrutinized the 2 middle-aged individuals before him. They appeared to be of similar age to himself and bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Qiu. In an instant, he began to piece things together. He was quite perceptive. These must be Jiang Qiu's parents. Panic set in. Had he inadvertently encountered his in-laws? He hadn't prepared for such an unexpected encounter today. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi was equally taken aback. The timing of her father's arrival was uncanny. Even a slight delay would have prevented this collision. If only Chu Kuoyi had been 2 minutes late, they would have missed each other entirely. Yet, lamenting the past was futile now. Concern washed over Chu Yangzi as she pondered what to do next. It was Jiang Qiu who quickly assessed the situation. Recognizing that escape was no longer an option, he stepped forward with a warm smile. Addressing Chu Kuoyi, Uncle Chu, you've arrived. Indeed, Chu Kuoyi nodded in response. Before he could pose any inquiries, Jiang Qiu took the initiative to introduce everyone. Uncle Chu, this is my mother, Xiao Junlin, and this is my father, Jiang Qiu. After completing the introductions, Jiang Qiu turned back to his parents. Mom and Dad, this is Xiaoxi's father, Uncle Chu. Given the circumstances, Jiang Qiu felt it best to be forthright. After all, there was no point in pretending not to know each other. Greetings, Mr. Chu, Jiang Qiu interjected, breaking the palpable tension. As a father, he felt it was his duty to support his son in this moment. Since Jiang Qiu had made the introductions, he felt compelled to reciprocate with courtesy. Yet, he too felt a tinge of anxiety. He had come intending to share a simple meal with the children, not to encounter his in-laws, especially ones who were affluent and influential. On the other side, upon confirming that this was indeed Jiang Qiu's father, Chu Kuoyi quickly offered, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chu Yangzi let out a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear had been that her father would adopt an air of superiority. If that had been the case, she would have had nowhere to turn. However, the current situation was unexpectedly pleasant. Chu Kuo-ei was not only humble, but seemed somewhat flustered. He had come with no preparation, merely intending to share a meal with Jiang Qiu and perhaps strengthen his bond with his future son-in-law. Yet, fate had conspired for him to encounter his in-laws. He recognized his own temperament could be somewhat stern at times, but he reminded himself to maintain a humble demeanor. After all, it was a privilege for his daughter to be with Jiang Qiu, and he must not jeopardize this relationship. It had been years since Chu Kuo-ei had felt such tension. Neither business partners nor higher-ups had ever induced this level of pressure. Typically, he was the one in demand. Now, facing Jiang Qiu's parents, the tables had turned. Greetings, Mr. Chu. Qiu Junlin chimed in, offering her own salutation. Hello, hello. Chu Kuo-ei responded eagerly, his demeanor devoid of pretense. A glance exchanged between Qiu Junlin and Jiang Qingfeng relieved some of the pressure. Xiaoxi's father did not appear so intimidating after all. Clearly, the rumors circulating online warranted reevaluation. By the way, where are you two headed? Chu Kuo-ei inquired, curiosity piqued. It was already dinner time. Why not stay for a meal? Well, we were planning to eat, but someone didn't bother to give a heads up before arriving. Chu Yangzi replied coolly, frustrated that her father's unexpected arrival had disrupted her plans to host Jiang Qiu's mother. Actually, I did inform you. Chu Kuo-ei began to explain, but it seemed his daughter was not in the mood for a debate. You arrived unannounced, and Uncle and Auntie graciously made time for you, Chu Yangzi continued. But Jiang Qiu shot her a look, and in an instant, she fell silent. This display left Chu Kuo-ei both surprised and touched. Jiang Qiu was indeed looking out for him, which he found heartwarming. Moreover, he was astonished at how obedient his daughter was being. It seemed only a son-in-law of such caliber could manage his daughter so effectively. After a brief moment of distraction, Chu Kuo-ei turned his attention back to Jiang Qingfeng and Qiu Junlin. I sincerely apologize for my abrupt arrival, he said. In my haste, I came unprepared, but I do have 2 bottles of red wine in the car. If you have time, I would love for you to try them. With that, Chu Kuo-ei retrieved the 2 bottles of wine from his car and handed them to Jiang Qiu, preparing to take his leave. He realized that at this moment, his demeanor might dampen the atmosphere. Uncle Chu, let us share a meal together, Jiang Qiu quickly urged, noticing Chu Kuo-ei's intent to depart. Yes, Mr. Chu. Why don't we dine together? Jiang Qingfeng chimed in, eager to keep the gathering intact. Since you're already here, it would be splendid to share a meal. Chapter 196, Dining Together. The seating dilemma. Chu Kuo-ei hesitated. He was primarily concerned that he might ruin the mood. Moreover, it seemed his daughter wasn't particularly welcoming. Xiaoxi, since your father is here, why don't we all have dinner together? Qiu Junlin suggested, understanding the dynamics of the father-daughter relationship and wanting to ease the tension. Given that Chu Kuo-ei had already come, to send him away would be rather impolite. After considering her options, Chu Yangzi decided there was no better course of action. They might as well share a meal. Though her tone remained somewhat frosty, she had nonetheless taken the first step. Uncle, please come in and have a seat. Jiang Qiu urged warmly, guiding the 3 men into the villa, while Chu Yangzi and Qiu Junlin followed behind, creating a moment of unexpected harmony. Once inside, Qiu Junlin announced, Mr. Chu, please continue your conversation. I will prepare some dishes. Thank you, but I can order from the hotel if it's too much trouble, Chu Kuo-ei quickly offered. No need, I have everything I need, and I prefer to cook myself, Qiu Junlin replied with a smile as she headed to the kitchen. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chu Kuo-ei realized he was not adept at cooking and was thus reliant on his in-laws' hospitality. It would be inappropriate to order takeout, as it might come across as ostentatious. Yet, watching his in-laws work single-handedly in the kitchen left him feeling uneasy. It's perfectly fine, the vegetables are freshly bought, and it won't be a hassle to prepare, Jiang Qiu reassured him with a smile. He understood his mother well. She would always insist on cooking when at home. Thus, he felt no need to dwell on the matter, as ordering takeout would be less appropriate. Please take a seat. I shall assist in the kitchen, Chu Yangzi declared before rising to head towards the kitchen. This surprised Chu Kuo-ei, who marveled at his daughter's newfound maturity. In the past, she would have not only refrained from helping in the kitchen, but would often neglect her own belongings. Yet now, she seemed remarkably industrious. Chu Kuo-ei reflected, indeed, one thing leads to another. His son-in-law was simply flawless. However, he chose to remain silent. In the living room, the 3 men sat in silence, none daring to break the quiet. Jiang Qiu expressed his concern about the challenging dynamics of this gathering. It was understandable. Chu Kuo-ei was cautious, fearing that any misstep in conversation might offend his future in-laws. On the other side, Jiang Qiu shared the same sentiment. As a father, he was quite pleased with his daughter-in-law, Chu Yangzi. With her father present, he was wary of saying anything that might jeopardize their children's relationship. Thus, while both men harbored good intentions, the atmosphere remained somewhat subdued. Jiang Qiu, seated between them, found himself more at ease. After all, romance was a matter for the couple, and as long as both families were informed in advance, that sufficed. Just as he had previously contemplated, a simple meeting between the parents to discuss their children's relationship was all that was necessary. If they could receive their blessing, that would be splendid. Yet conversely, even if there were familial objections, Jiang Qiu was resolute in his affection for Chu Yangzi. That was more than enough for him. He was content with the current situation, as both parties maintained a positive demeanor. However, the sole dilemma was the silence from the fathers, making it awkward for him to engage with his phone. He reached for his device several times, but ultimately refrained, feeling somewhat uncomfortable sitting in the middle. After 20 minutes of this quiet endurance, Qiu Junlin emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of oil-braised prawns to the dining table. Subsequently, Chu Yangzi followed suit with a plate of crispy spring rolls. Their banter and harmonious cooperation elicited a sense of warmth in Chu Kuoyi, who couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. "Uncle, let us proceed to the dining room," Jiang Qiu suggested, feeling the discomfort in his legs. Upon seeing the dishes laid out, he quickly beckoned. "Yes," Chu Kuoyi nodded, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Unfortunately, I am unable to assist." "Not at all. Today you shall simply savor the culinary delights," Jiang Qiu replied with a smile. "Indeed, today promises to be a feast." Chu Kuoyi felt a flicker of anticipation. In truth, he had sampled delicacies from every corner of the nation. Yet the experience of a family gathering around home-cooked meals was a rarity. As they entered the dining room, Jiang Qiu took the initiative, urging, "Mr. Chu, please take a seat." "You too," Chu Kuoyi responded politely. He glanced around the table, noting 5 chairs, 2 on either side and 1 in the center, clearly designated as the place of honor. Typically, the individual of higher status or greater age would occupy this seat. Chu Kuoyi merely cast a glance and did not intend to claim it, opting instead for the adjacent seat. "Mr. Chu, please take the center seat," Jiang Qiu urged. Momentarily taken aback, this was not how things were supposed to unfold. The central position had been reserved for Chu Kuoyi, the esteemed patriarch and father of Chu Yangzi, deserving of such respect. However, to his surprise, Chu Kuoyi showed no inclination to occupy it. "You should sit in the middle," Chu Kuoyi said as he approached the secondary seat, turning to Jiang Qiu with the intention of offering him the place of honor. After all, this was Jiang Qiu's home. As a guest, he felt it inappropriate for the parents to occupy a lesser position. His thoughts were commendable, treating the others as equals. Yet most importantly, he truly felt unworthy of the central position. In a corporate setting, he would have had no hesitation, but within this familial atmosphere, he felt it would be too imposing. "Mr. Chu, please take a seat," Qiu Junlin insisted, believing that such a prominent figure as Chu Kuoyi, visiting as a guest, should certainly claim the place of honor. "No worries, I can sit to the side," he replied, not wanting to overstep. A moment of polite insistence ensued between them, with Qiu Junlin and Jiang Qiu exchanging glances, both surprised by how amicable the esteemed businessman was in person. This unexpected warmth eased their tension, especially as it pertained to Jiang Qiu's significant life decision. Qiu Junlin was exceptionally cautious, wishing to avoid any complications for her son. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu was left flabbergasted by this display of politeness. Why was everyone so deferential? Observing the situation, he noted that Chu Kuoyi had settled next to the place of honor, while his own parents sat on the opposite side. It seemed that either he or Chu Yangzi would need to occupy the central seat. Realizing this, Jiang Qiu discreetly stepped back. In everyday life, seating arrangements might not carry much weight, but during this initial meeting between the parents, it was quite significant. He did not wish to assume the central position, as one side consisted of his parents and the other of his father-in-law. Sitting at the head of the table in front of his father-in-law felt like a risky move. Although Jiang Qiu was aware that Chu Kuoyi would not take offense, he still felt uncomfortable with the idea. Quietly, he shifted backward, eyeing the furthest seat. "Senior sister, I apologize. Your presence is more commanding, so you should take the central position. Consider it a small sacrifice for your boyfriend. I'll make it up to you over the next few nights by letting you appreciate my abs," Jiang Qiu mused as he settled into his chosen spot. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi also recognized the predicament. She hesitated, feeling unworthy of the honor. Although she usually exuded confidence in the corporate realm, this was different. With Jiang Qiu's parents present, It would be inappropriate for her to occupy the place of honor before her future in-laws. Simultaneously, they both approached the last available chair and sat down. But Jiang Qiu was quicker. After he seated himself, Chu Yangzi followed suit. He instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist, unable to resist the urge to remind her. "Senior sister, your seat is over there." "Oh no." Chu Yangzi bit her lip, her cheeks flushing instantly. The position felt far too intimate, and she sensed the eyes of both families upon her. In a moment of panic, she glanced back at Jiang Qiu, her captivating eyes sparkling with emotion, silently pleading. "How could you let such a beautiful girlfriend sit elsewhere?" Jiang Qiu met her gaze, feeling a stir of affection, yet he remained seated. They held each other's eyes for 3 seconds before Chu Yangzi shyly averted her gaze, her face still flushed. Jiang Qiu's striking appearance made it difficult for her to resist the urge to kiss him whenever their eyes met. "Help me up." Chu Yangzi swiftly diverted the conversation. With both sets of parents observing, she found herself nestled in Jiang Qiu's embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of shyness. Jiang Qiu gently assisted her to sit upright. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yangzi turned to assume her rightful position at the head of the table, channeling her usual presidential demeanor from the office. However, her confidence waned almost immediately, and she soon cast a pitiful glance towards Jiang Qiu, a silent plea for support. Oh, how pitiable she appeared. Jiang Qiu shook his head, lifted his chair, and moved beside Chu Yangzi. After all, she was his girlfriend. Sitting in such close proximity diminished the formality of the head seat. A warmth enveloped Chu Yangzi's heart as she gazed at Jiang Qiu, her eyes sparkling like stars, unable to conceal her admiration. Indeed, her boyfriend was the best. Observing this tender moment, both sets of parents felt a sense of contentment, and the atmosphere at the table grew lively once more. After all, nothing brings parents greater joy than the happiness of their children. "All right, you two, stop your antics, and let us eat," called out Xiu Junlin. "Yes, let us eat," echoed Chu Kuoyi. "Uncle, please have a taste," Jiang Qiu said with a smile. "My mom always claims her culinary skills rival those of a restaurant chef. It would be great to have your feedback." "Haha, just a jest. Please pardon the humor," he added. Xiu Junlin shot her son a glare, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I look forward to it," she replied. Chu Kuoyi took a bite and couldn't help but praise. "The flavor is exquisite, truly no less than that of a professional chef." "Thank you for your feedback. Please help yourself to more," Jiang Qiu replied, pleased. Xiu Junlin felt a surge of happiness, both from the validation of her cooking and the strengthening bond between their families. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi was taken aback. When did her father become so eloquent? In the past, even when presented with gourmet dishes from state banquet chefs, he had never been this complimentary. In chapter 198, Chu Yangzi could not help but reflect on her father's transformation. He was now considering others' feelings? Had she not witnessed it herself, she would have found it hard to believe. On the other hand, Chu Kuoyi was also learning. In his pursuit of securing Jiang Qiu as a remarkable son-in-law, he was putting forth his utmost effort. Fortunately, the atmosphere at the dining table was exceedingly harmonious. "Chu Zong, please try this," Xiu Junlin said, rising to serve Chu Kuoyi a piece of rib. "Thank you," he replied promptly, savoring it. He had to admit, Xiu Junlin's culinary skills were impressive. The ribs were well-seasoned and flavorful. "Shall we have a drink?" Jiang Qingfeng suggested, feeling a bit nervous dining with a billionaire magnate. "Please. There's no need to regard me as a boss. Just treat me as." Chu Kuoyi began, glancing at his daughter's seat. He wanted to say, "Just think of me as Xiaoxi's father," but hesitated, feeling a bit insecure. After all, he had been quite strict with Chu Yangzi when she was younger, and their relationship had not been the best. Now, he felt a twinge of guilt, rendering him somewhat lacking in confidence when speaking. At that moment, Jiang Qiu interjected, "Just consider me as Chu Suejia's father." Hearing this, Chu Kuoyi felt deeply touched. Truly, Jiang Qiu was the perfect son-in-law he had envisioned, so understanding. This sentiment was something he felt too shy to voice himself, fearing a rebuttal from his daughter. However, Jiang Qiu had said it, and there was no issue at all. After some time spent together, he knew his daughter would never contradict Jiang Qiu. Indeed, Chu Yangzi simply lowered her head slightly upon hearing this. Chu Kuoyi observed this, and felt even more pleased with his son-in-law. "Yes, that's the spirit," he continued, following Jiang Qiu's lead. "We're all family here. No need to call me boss, just call me Lao Chu." This title, reserved for his old friends from decades past, was rarely used by others. Even prominent figures in the business world typically addressed him as Chu Boss when they met. However, seated together as family, a more relaxed atmosphere was warranted. "All right, you can call me Lao Jiang, and let us not stand on ceremony," Jiang Qingfeng said, feeling considerably more at ease. The initial formality had dissipated significantly. Meanwhile, Qiu Junlin exchanged a glance with her daughter-in-law, and they both exhaled a sigh of relief. Previously, Chu Yangzi had mentioned her father's sternness, which had made Qiu Junlin quite anxious. Yet now, their interaction felt surprisingly amicable. A mere exchange of glances between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law signified mutual comfort. Jiang Qiu noted this detail with surprise. What was happening? Their bond seemed to flourish, even bypassing him to communicate through glances. Nonetheless, he found no objection to it. Having a girlfriend who could engage harmoniously with his mother was indeed a delightful occurrence. Unlike the often tumultuous mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships depicted in many dramas, which are nothing short of a torment. By the way, I happen to bring some wine. Let us enjoy mine, Chu Kuo-Yi said, promptly producing the red wine he had prepared. It was 2 bottles of Lafite Rothschild, 1996, each priced over 200,000 yuan. For collectors, this was a highly prized and collectible vintage. Its deep crimson hue was complemented by herbaceous and red fruit notes, interwoven with complex aromas of vanilla, honey, roasted almonds, spices, and oak. On the palate, it was smooth and full-bodied, presenting a rich tapestry of tannins and acidity, culminating in a complex tasting experience. Imbued with notes of dark and red fruits, olives, and smoky undertones, this wine required proper aging and ventilation to reach its optimal tasting period. It must be quite expensive, right? I'm not too familiar with these, Jiang Qiu inquired. No worries, price is not an issue, Chu Kuo-Yi responded. For him, a 200,000 yuan bottle of wine was hardly a concern. Jiang Qiu did not press further. If they were to drink, they might as well enjoy it freely. Overthinking the price would only detract from the experience. After letting the wine breathe for about 5 minutes, Jiang Qiu stood up to pour for everyone. Given that red wine typically has a lower alcohol content, Qiu Junlin and Chu Yangzi also poured themselves a glass. With each sip, the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. As they dined and conversed, Jiang Qiu took the initiative to toast both fathers. He thought that if he could make both fathers happy, discussing anything afterward would be a breeze. However, while they were indeed happy, he may have poured a bit too generously, and both men soon found themselves rather inebriated. Lao Jiang, let me speak from the heart, Chu Kuo-Yi said, his cheeks flushed with excitement. You have no idea how delighted I am. Jiang Qiu is such a wonderful young man. I must thank you. Oh, please don't mention it. Jiang Qiu, also slightly tipsy, replied, raising his voice. Jiang Qiu has always been a handful. It is your daughter Xiaoxi who is truly remarkable. I should be thanking you. What kind of talk is this? Chu Kuo-Yi argued. I was always worried that Xiaoxi wouldn't find a suitable match until Jiang Qiu appeared, and I finally felt at ease. Lao Jiang, I owe you my gratitude. Lao Chu, I must thank you as well. The two fathers exchanged thanks, creating a scene that was almost too much to bear. Their mutual belief that they were the ones gaining the advantage led them to feel they should be expressing gratitude to one another. Witnessing this spectacle, the others at the table were left dumbfounded. I'm finished. How did I end up drinking so much? Chapter 199. Is the wine gone? In less than an hour, 2 bottles of red wine were completely consumed. It is important to note that while red wine may not possess a high alcohol content, its lingering effects can be quite substantial. Jiang Qiu felt a twinge of regret. He had perhaps indulged too heavily. He had been drinking rather swiftly, with hardly any buffer time. The result was that although he remained unscathed, both of the fathers had indulged excessively and were now beginning to speak incoherently. This won't do. We must pause immediately. Uncle, Dad, let us take a break. Both bottles of red wine are finished. Jiang Qiu began to persuade them. Wine is gone. I'll have someone bring more. Chu Kuo-Yi instinctively reached for his phone to call for delivery. Uncle, that's enough. Let us have some food first. Jiang Qiu quickly interjected, concerned that if they continued drinking, they would surely become inebriated. All right, let us eat. Chu Kuo-Yi said, somewhat disappointed, and refrained from calling for more wine. This scene was witnessed by Chu Yangzi, who felt a mix of astonishment. She knew her father well. Although he rarely drank when he was in high spirits, he would certainly ignore others' advice and drink to his heart's content. Yet, Jiang Qiu's persuasion seemed to have worked. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, realizing that her boyfriend was indeed quite formidable. However, at that moment, Jiang Qiu remarked, Jiang Qiu, I recall purchasing a few bottles of beer earlier. They should be in the refrigerator. Hurry and fetch them. Jiang Qiu felt a sense of helplessness. Just when he thought he had managed to handle Uncle Chu, his own father was now craving alcohol as well. This script was not playing out as expected. If they continued drinking, he truly did not know how it would end. Jiang Qiu glanced at his mother, Qiu Junlin, who understood her son's concern and shared his worries about the consequences of further drinking. Perhaps we should eat first. We've already had quite a bit today. She gave Jiang Qiu a knowing look. Old Qiu is a big boss and should be quite busy. Let us not let drinking interfere with his work. Indeed, that makes sense, Jiang Qiu pondered, and ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion. While he desired to continue drinking, he considered the repercussions of contradicting his wife and chose to compromise. Then let us not drink for now. We can find another time when old Qiu is less busy. Jiang Qiu expressed his regret. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu felt a sigh of relief. However, Chu Kuei waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. I originally had a meeting tomorrow, but nothing is more important than sharing a drink with old Jiang. Haha, I too am delighted to drink with old Chu. Shall we have another round? Jiang Qiu readily agreed, and the two engaged in lively conversation, momentarily forgetting Qiu Junlin's admonitions. Jiang Qiu observed this and realized that his father was indeed quite intoxicated. Had he not been inebriated, he would never dare to defy his mother. Jiang Qiu shook his head and turned to Chu Yangzi. At that moment, she was picking up a rib, and upon noticing Jiang Qiu's gaze, she directly offered the rib to his mouth. Wait, are you feeding me now? Jiang Qiu chewed and then spat out the bone. Seeing this, Chu Yangzi couldn't help but smile. To her, Jiang Qiu's actions were rather endearing, akin to a puppy spitting out a bone. With this thought, she picked up another rib and offered it to him once more. Hey, are we playing a game here? Jiang Qiu nibbled on the bone, using his eyes to signal her to persuade her father. If they continued drinking, they would surely become excessively intoxicated. However, Chu Yangzi remained calm. She shook her head, her meaning clear. If Chu Kuei wished to drink, even she could not deter him. Now, with Jiang Qiu joining in, there was no stopping them. Let them drink. They were at home, after all. The worst that could happen was that they would simply fall asleep, without any safety concerns. Chu Yangzi gave Jiang Qiu a reassuring look, indicating that he need not worry. Open wide, she then picked up a piece of braised pork and offered it to Jiang Qiu. As he enjoyed the meat, he looked at Chu Yangzi. He had to admit, this feeling of being cared for was rather pleasant. The only issue was that it felt as though they were being watched. Both sets of parents were observing, creating a rather amusing atmosphere. Old Jiang, I must reiterate my gratitude. I truly never anticipated that our children would get along so well. Chu Kuei's greatest concern had always been his daughter's happiness. Now, witnessing their camaraderie, he felt a sense of relief. I should be the one thanking you. Jiang Qiu replied. When he was younger, I worried about Jiang Qiu's personality. He might not be appealing to girls. I never imagined he would be fortunate enough to meet someone like Xiaoxi. Qiu Junlin nodded in agreement. This had been her reason for urging Jiang Qiu to marry. In this competitive era, if a boy did not take the initiative, he would have to wait for luck to strike. Yet, it was truly surprising how fortunate Jiang Qiu had been. Thank you, old Qiu. No, I must thank you all as well. Come, old Jiang, let us toast. After downing that glass, I will return the favor with another. Dear, open wide, Chu Yangzi seemed to have developed a fondness for this feeding ritual. Senior, you're going to make me burst. Jiang Qiu chuckled in exasperation. In a short time, he had consumed quite a bit and was beginning to feel full. Then, let us drink some water. Chu Yangzi quickly fetched water and offered him a small sip. All right, Senior, I'll go grab 2 more bottles of wine. Jiang Qiu stood up to retrieve the wine, reasoning that since he could not stop them, he might as well indulge a bit more. Chapter 200. Jiang Qiu's marriage proposal? Almost called him brother. Jiang Qiu quickly retrieved several bottles of beer from the refrigerator, freshly placed there. The 11. 5-degree beer, combined with the previously consumed red wine, would surely pack a more potent punch. Jiang Qiu shook his head, suspecting that soon both fathers would be utterly incapacitated. However, this was beyond his control. After returning with the wine, he proactively poured for both of them. At this moment, Chu Kuei said, Old Jiang, let us forego the customary toasts and discuss the matter of the children. Indeed, that was my intention as well. Jiang Qiu readily inquired. Old Chu, what conditions do you have? I assure you, I will meet them. Conditions? Chu Kuei shook his head. No, what I mean is what requirements do you have? As long as Jiang Qiu is willing to marry, any demands are acceptable. Jiang Qiu and Qiu Junlin exchanged glances. This situation was unusual. Typically, during such meetings, the girl's family would present the bridal price, and the boy's family would negotiate the dowry. It was not customary for the girl's family to request conditions. Old Chu, you should be the one proposing conditions, Jiang Qiu suggested. To be honest, I am uncertain about the customary bridal prices among affluent families. How much is considered adequate? At this point, his inebriation had somewhat diminished. Meanwhile, Qiu Junlin felt a sense of unease. This topic had always been a source of concern for them. After all, the other party was well off, and it was unlikely that a common person's bridal price would suffice. This was not surprising, the current trend demanded ever-increasing amounts for marriage. Unlike in the past, when a radio, sewing machine, watch, and perhaps a bicycle sufficed. Prior to arriving, Qiu Junlin had inquired about the bridal prices in the bustling metropolis. Taking Huangpu district as an example, the minimum bridal price was typically around 160,000, not including various wedding jewelry and supplies. For something more substantial, it could reach approximately 300,000 with no upper limit. Qiu Junlin had no objections to such expenses. Even if it required 300,000, she could afford it. Over the years, the couple had indeed spent a considerable amount. Especially during various anniversaries, they always celebrate together, leaving young Jiang Qiu to consume quite a bit of dog food. However, the betrothal money they were meant to accumulate was still prepared for Jiang Qiu. The current dilemma, though, is whether 300,000 would suffice. After all, Chu Yangzi's family boasts total assets exceeding 100 billion. To marry such a daughter-in-law, the pressure is undeniably substantial. Moreover, even if Chu Yangzi were not wealthy, her stunning beauty rivals that of any celebrity. Just based on this, Qiu Junlin feels that the betrothal money seems insufficient. Betrothal money? No need for betrothal money. Chu Kuo-ei initially paused, then hurriedly waved his hand. What need is there for betrothal money? As long as Jiang Qiu, the perfect son-in-law, is willing to be with my daughter, nothing else matters. Furthermore, Chu Kuo-ei even intended to give a significant dowry. Although he understood that Jiang Qiu was not in need of money, he couldn't help but feel delighted. No betrothal money? This time, it was Jiang Qingfeng who was taken aback. Is that really appropriate? On the other side, Qiu Junlin also appeared somewhat surprised. There's nothing inappropriate about it. As long as the children are happy, that is what matters most. After Chu Kuo-ei spoke, he turned his gaze towards his daughter. Xiaoxi, do you wish for betrothal money? In the past, he would never inquire about his daughter's opinion. But now, with Jiang Qiu's assistance, their father-daughter relationship had improved significantly. Thus, emboldened by a few drinks, Chu Kuo-ei entrusted the matter of betrothal money to Chu Yangzi. I don't want it. At that moment, Chu Yangzi was focused on feeding Jiang Qiu meat. She cherished this feeling of being surrounded by family, discussing her marriage with Jiang Qiu. To be honest, Chu Yangzi felt a bit anxious. After all, this was the closest she had ever been to marrying Jiang Qiu. As long as she obtained the approval of her in-laws, Jiang Qiu would be hers. Just thinking about it made Chu Yangzi uncontrollably excited. Uncle and auntie, I don't want any betrothal money. After pondering, she earnestly stated, and even if there were to be any, it should be me giving it to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu nearly choked on his drink. What is going on? You can refuse, but where is it customary for the bride to give betrothal money to the groom? What I mean is, I like Jiang Qiu too much. You can consider it as me marrying him. Chu Yangzi likely realized that her previous statement was somewhat inappropriate, so she hurriedly explained to her future mother-in-law. However, this explanation only served to endear the group further, as everyone was treated to a mouthful of dog food. Even Jiang Qiu couldn't resist grasping her small hand beneath the table. What to do when his girlfriend is simply too adorable? Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Chu Kuo-ei naturally would not object. He believed that his daughter's wisest decision was to choose Jiang Qiu as her husband. Therefore, he would wholeheartedly support the marriage. You need not worry about the betrothal money. I shall prepare it when the time comes, Chu Kuo-ei added. Does this mean he will be living with us? Qiu Junlin pondered and cautiously inquired. After all, there is a significant difference between a conventional marriage and one in which the husband moves into the wife's family. This was also a concern for Jiang Qingfeng. Of course not, Chu Kuo-ei quickly replied. The absence of betrothal money merely signifies my satisfaction with Jiang Qiu. As for who holds authority post-marriage, that is a matter for the two children to decide. As a doting father, he had already begun contemplating their life after marriage. Primarily, he was anxious, having remained unmarried for so many years without other children. He longed for Chu Yangzi to marry soon and bless him with a grandson or granddaughter, adding joy to his life. Regarding the issue of surnames, Chu Kuo-ei had come to terms with it in modern society. He was not particularly concerned about what surname the children would carry or the notion of family lineage. At this juncture, Jiang Qiu offered Uncle Chu in the future. If possible, do consider having 2 more children, one with the Jiang surname and the other with the Chu surname. Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi's cheeks flushed. Qiu Junlin's delight was palpable as she exclaimed, wonderful. Let's have more. One child feels too lonely. We should have several. She had always adored children, and the question of their surnames was of no consequence. On the other hand, Chu Kuo-ei suddenly felt a rush of emotion. Jiang Qiu was simply too considerate, truly the ideal son-in-law. Looking at Jiang Qiu, he excitedly declared, Xiao Qiu, I shall entrust my daughter to you from now on. Let us toast to that. Earlier, he nearly misaddressed Jiang Qiu. He recalled the last time he had mistakenly called him brother, resulting in quite a few laughs. Now, having indulged in a few drinks, he almost slipped again, but managed to hold back, knowing that addressing him as brother would complicate the generational hierarchy with the in-laws present. Chapter 201. Darling, I am willing to bear your children. Chu Kuo-ei regarded Jiang Qiu, initiating a toast. He was exceedingly pleased with his son-in-law, having almost mistakenly called him by the wrong title. Uncle, please drink slowly. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but smile wryly. He had merely mentioned children, and both sets of parents were overly excited, as if a pregnancy had already occurred. Amused by the thought, Jiang Qiu discreetly glanced at Chu Yangzi's abdomen. What are you looking at, dear? Chu Yangzi leaned closer, whispering in his ear, I am willing to bear you several children. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Jiang Qiu felt a rush of warmth. However, with so many people around, he maintained his composure, responding calmly, Senior, you haven't had a drink. Just eat more meat and stop saying nonsensical things. I want tea. You're already mine. There is no escaping. Chu Yangzi declared with confidence. Come, Senior, open your mouth. Jiang Qiu picked up a piece of meat and fed it to her. Surprisingly, he found this experience rather enjoyable. Delicious. Chu Yangzi contentedly licked her lips. Indeed, food tasted different when Jiang Qiu was the one feeding her. Darling, you need to change how you address me. You should call me wife from now on. After finishing her meal, she began to tease him again. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Jiang Qiu fed her another piece of meat. Ugh. Chu Yangzi did not resist, secretly reveling in the moment. As long as both families were in agreement, once they tied the knot, Jiang Qiu would be at her mercy. The meal lasted until 8 o'clock in the evening. Both families engaged in lively conversation while drinking, covering a multitude of topics. Notably, Chu Kuo-ei and Jiang Qingfeng even discussed some international affairs. Although they belonged to different industries, their perspectives surprisingly aligned. Jiang Qiu quickly finished the 2 bottles of beer he had brought and went to fetch more. By 8:30, Jiang Qingfeng was unable to continue. After all, he rarely drank, and his tolerance was not up to par. However, due to the joy of the occasion, he had exceeded expectations. Meanwhile, Chu Kuo-ei was not faring much better. Leaning back in his chair with half-closed eyes. Old Jiang, wake up, don't fall asleep. Qiu Junlin urged, gently supporting Jiang Qingfeng. At this moment, he was left with nothing but silly smiles, managing to stay upright only by sheer will. Uncle, you've had quite a bit to drink. Perhaps it's best to rest now. Chu Yangzi suggested promptly. All right, then we shall return to our room to rest. Qiu Junlin nodded, realizing this was the only course of action. I will help my father upstairs. You take care of yours. Jiang Qiu exchanged greetings with Chu Yangzi before going to assist, carrying Jiang Qingfeng upstairs. As soon as he left, the atmosphere at the dining table fell into a tranquil silence. At this moment, Chu Kuo-ei leaned back against the chair, appearing to be on the verge of slumber. Previously, Chu Yangzi would have merely offered a gentle reminder, but now she took the initiative to assist him in sitting upright. Shall she? Chu Kuo-ei sensed someone beside him and, in a state of half-drunkenness, opened his eyes slightly. He was exceedingly joyful today, particularly at witnessing his daughter's maturity, which filled him with immense pride. You performed admirably today, Chu Yangzi remarked. Her head bowed in rare commendation. It's mainly because Jiang Qiu's parents are remarkably amiable, which reassures me, Chu Kuo-ei reflected, pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of today's conversation. He had harbored concerns that Jiang Qiu's parents might oppose the matter, which would have made it quite troublesome. However, he found himself quite compatible with Jiang Qingfeng. If circumstances allowed, he would like to invite them to gather once more. We have met Jiang Qiu's parents before, and they are truly wonderful, Chu Yangzi stated. That is splendid. Today, as arrangements are settled then, Chu Kuo-ei nodded, continuing, although you both are still quite young, I believe it would be prudent to obtain a marriage certificate soon and consider having a child. Previously, his greatest wish had been to see his daughter wed Jiang Qiu. As for grandchildren, Chu Kuo-ei did not hold any strong desires. After all, time was on their side. The children had their own plans and aspirations, and, as parents, they ought not to interfere too much. Yet today, when Jiang Qiu expressed his willingness to let their child bear the Chu surname, it genuinely touched Chu Kuo-ei's heart. Sometimes, when a goal seems distant, one never contemplates it, but when it is within reach, one yearns to advance further. This was precisely how Chu Kuo-ei felt now. He did not necessarily expect their first child to carry his surname, but a second child would be delightful. After all, he often found himself with free time, and helping to care for the children would indeed be a source of happiness. What's wrong with my dad? On the other side, Chu Yangzi couldn't help but roll her eyes. She too desired children, The problem was, Jiang Qiu's sculpted 8-pack abs left her at a loss. How could she possibly think about having a child? In that moment, both father and daughter were lost in their thoughts, descending into silence. Chapter 202. Senior. Is your dad still inside? At the dining table, neither father nor daughter spoke. Chu Kuo-ei felt a twinge of guilt, thinking that perhaps his daughter was displeased with his overbearing nature. However, it made sense. The perspectives of younger generations are often more independent, so he resolved to say less. Soon, he came to terms with it and shifted the topic. You're about to graduate. What are your plans regarding marriage? I'm prepared in Xinjiang, and I can directly take Jiang Qiu to obtain the marriage certificate then. As she spoke, Chu Yangzi's heart brimmed with anticipation. She had awaited this day for so long. Now, with all obstacles removed, she could finally be with Jiang Qiu in earnest. On the other hand, Chu Kuo-ei nodded in support of his daughter securing the marriage certificate. After all, having such a perfect son-in-law was a safeguard against potential future complications. What about the betrothal gifts? How much do you plan to give Jiang Qiu? Chu Kuo-ei inquired after some thought. Chu Yangzi opened her mouth, slightly taken aback that her father had directly referred to it as a betrothal gift rather than a dowry. It seemed he was quite eager for Jiang Qiu to become part of the family. Nevertheless, she was not at all offended. That is inconsequential. Primarily, Jiang Qiu doesn't need the money, and I doubt he would accept it. Chu Yangzi furrowed her brow, realizing that her hard-earned wealth, amounting to billions, seemed to have no relevance now. She had worked tirelessly to ensure Jiang Qiu would not have to toil at work and could enjoy a leisurely life at home. Yet, her husband was so exceptional that he hardly required such provisions. All right, you two could discuss it later. Chu Kuo-ei added. However, even if Jiang Qiu were to refuse, you should still provide a proper gift. Yes, I understand, Chu Yangzi nodded. Thus, the father and daughter engaged in conversation, a considerable change from their previous dynamic. In the past, after meals, Chu Yangzi would hardly converse and would simply leave. Now, Chu Kuo-ei could sense the significant transformation in his daughter, especially the warmth he felt from having her seated beside him. Reflecting on this, he was increasingly grateful to Jiang Qiu. Without this remarkable son-in-law, perhaps their father-daughter relationship would still be an impasse. At that moment, Jiang Qiu happened to descend the stairs. Uncle Chu, how are you feeling? He inquired. Chu Kuo-ei smiled. I'm feeling much better now. That's good to hear. Your drinking capacity is impressive. My dad has already fallen asleep, Jiang Qiu noted, surprised to see his father had consumed so much alcohol. Is your father all right? Chu Yangzi asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Yes, fine. He drank quite well in his youth, but it's been a long time since he last did, Jiang Qiu explained. Your father's drinking ability is commendable, and he maintains good manners while drinking. Chu Kuo-ei couldn't help but praise. He spoke the truth. Many individuals appear normal until intoxicated, at which point they become unruly. Such individuals can be quite frightening. Jiang Qiu nodded in agreement. My dad is good in this regard. When he drinks too much, he simply lies down and sleeps. After saying this, he turned to Chu Kuo-ei. Uncle, you should rest early. I'm fine. I'm not in a bad state. Chu Kuo-ei replied, stifling a yawn. Clearly fatigued, Jiang Qiu, amused yet exasperated, stood and assisted Chu Kuo-ei. You've had enough to drink today. Let me help you back to your room. All right. Chu Kuo-ei did not put on a brave front. He was genuinely feeling the effects of the alcohol. After all, he had consumed 2 bottles of red wine alongside 7 or 8 bottles of beer, mixed together, which was quite potent. Jiang Qiu supported Chu Kuo-ei to the bedroom, where he promptly laid down on the bed. Being cared for by his son-in-law was quite comforting for Chu Kuo-ei. It was the same bedroom he had stayed in before, and he fell asleep almost immediately upon lying down. Jiang Qiu, attending to him, initially intended to assist with his nightly routine. However, it was evident that this was no longer feasible. In the blink of an eye, Chu Kuo-ei was already fast asleep. Jiang Qiu chuckled helplessly and proceeded to help Chu Kuo-ei change out his outerwear, hanging it on the nearby cabinet. He then retrieved a bottle of mineral water and placed it by the bedside for ease of access during the night. Typically, a person who's been drinking would feel quite thirsty during the night. One must admit, Jiang Qiu's attentiveness was commendable. After completing these tasks, he turned to leave the room. At the doorway, Chu Yangzi leaned against the wall, her long, graceful legs casually crossed, her porcelain-like face adorned with a sweet smile. She quietly observed Jiang Qiu as he cared for her father. This feeling was truly unique. The husband she had chosen was indeed wonderful. Senior, let us go, Jiang Qiu said as he entered, playfully pinching her cheek. I need a hug, Chu Yangzi declared, and before long, she had thrown herself into his embrace. For her, there was no place more comforting than here. All right, Senior, your dad is still inside, Jiang Qiu instinctively glanced back to check the situation. At that moment, Chu Kuo-ei was fast asleep, even snoring softly. It's fine, just a quick kiss before you go. Chu Yangzi gently rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Jiang Qiu's neck and leaning in for a kiss. Chapter 203. Chu Yangzi. So alluring, can you handle it? Jiang Qiu felt the soft, fragrant sensation of her lips against his. He squinted slightly, gazing at Chu Yangzi's charming and endearing face. They were so close that Jiang Qiu could catch a whiff of the subtle, elegant fragrance she wore, which brought him immense comfort. This sensation is unlike anything she has ever experienced before. Moreover, her lips are so soft. Just then, a snoring sound emanated from nearby. Snap! Chu Yangzi quickly recoiled and hastily returned to her original position. To be honest, she was quite flustered. If discovered, it would be quite troublesome. Fortunately, Chu Kuo-ei merely turned over in bed and continued to sleep soundly. Senior sister, are you feeling scared too? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. It must be said, the previous situation was rather exhilarating, especially in front of the father-in-law, with both of them so intimately close. I'm not scared at all. Chu Yangzi, seeing that her father remained oblivious, began to act tough. Is that so? Then let us share another kiss. After saying this, Jiang Qiu reached out to caress Chu Yangzi's face, then pretended to lean in for a kiss. No, let us go back to the room. Chu Yangzi, still feeling timid, quickly pulled Jiang Qiu away from the room. Once the door was securely closed, she let out a sigh of relief. So, shall we continue? Chu Yangzi gazed at Jiang Qiu, her little tongue licking her lips, her anticipation rekindled. Ahem. Jiang Qiu inhaled deeply and said, Senior sister, could you refrain from being so provocative? What's wrong? Chu Yangzi challenged. Is it because I'm too alluring for you to handle? She was genuinely thrilled today. After all, their parents had met, and the conversations had been quite pleasant. From now on, she could be with Jiang Qiu freely. Given this, why not seize the moment to flirt? Jiang Qiu chuckled, stepping forward. I am primarily concerned about you, fearing you might not be able to withstand it. Chu Yangzi blinked. It's just a kiss. What is there to not handle? I believe I can manage. After all, we've known each other for quite some time. As long as Jiang Qiu doesn't reveal his abs, I should be fine. Originally, I intended to let our parents meet and settle everything before we slowly developed our relationship. Jiang Qiu pondered, continuing, but seeing as both sides' parents seem agreeable, why not delve directly into the matter? Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi finally grasped the implication. Indeed, previously, Jiang Qiu had mentioned taking it slow. It was she who had been overly eager, which led her to flirt with him continuously. However, the current situation was that she had yet to acclimate to his 8-pack abs. What to do now? This felt rather hasty, with Jiang Qiu now unrestrained. What if he became too assertive? At this thought, Chu Yangzi's heart began to race. Darling, could you grant me a little more time? Chu Yangzi lowered her head, her cheeks turning crimson. A little more time? How much is a little? Just a smidgen. Then, do you dare to flirt? Of course, I will try to hold back. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, feigning a pitiful expression. Jiang Qiu found it amusing and was about to speak when, at that moment, Qiu Junlin descended the stairs. How's it going? Have you finished your drinks? Jiang Qiu turned and nodded. All done. We'll clean up and then rest. That's good. How about your father? Is he asleep now? Qiu Junlin continued to inquire. Goodness, she just directly referred to him as father-in-law. For some reason, hearing it from her mother felt rather strange. Uncle Chu drank quite a bit and is now sound asleep. Jiang Qiu conveyed his difficulties. It was merely a romance, yet those around him seemed even more anxious. That's good. I'll tidy up the dining table. You two should hurry back and rest. After saying this, Qiu Junlin busied herself in the dining room. Auntie, let me help. Naturally, Chu Yangzi wouldn't head upstairs alone, quickly rushing over to assist. Goodness. Jiang Qiu observed this and knew he couldn't remain idle. Xiaoxi, I never expected your father to be so easygoing. Qiu Junlin remarked in the kitchen. He.S. just a bit wealthy. He.S. as amiable as anyone else. Jiang Qiu replied, bemused. To be honest, he is quite different from how I imagined. Qiu Junlin added. Actually, it's not that. My father is only this kind to Jiang Qiu. Chu Yangzi contemplated and clarified. He was quite strict before, but ever since meeting Jiang Qiu, his temperament has improved significantly. Is that so? Qiu Junlin paused for a moment. This was indeed unexpected. You have no idea. My father truly dotes on Jiang Qiu, Chu Yangzi said with a smile. If it were any other gathering, he wouldn't have spoken so much nor consumed so much alcohol. She had more to say. Her father had a reputation for being difficult to please. Chu Kuo-ei was simply being accommodating to his son-in-law, which explained his current demeanor. In public, he could remain silent until the gathering concluded. I've noticed as well, your father seems quite pleased with Jiang Qiu. Qiu Junlin nodded in agreement. Indeed, not just pleased. To be honest, I'm a bit envious. Chu Yangzi confessed, throughout my life, I've never seen my father treat anyone this well. At this point, she couldn't help but reminisce. If there was someone else, it might have been her mother during her childhood. However, childhood memories were far too vague. Ever since her mother left, her father had never been this joyful again. Chapter 204. For Jiang Qiu, let us give a try. Chu Yangzi had never anticipated that her father would hold Jiang Qiu in such high regard. It was as if he treated him like a son. Not only did he care for Jiang Qiu's feelings, but he also frequently sent him red envelopes. Especially during dinner, just now. Her father was completely different from his usual self. Is that so? Qiu Junlin felt gratified, as parents. It brought them joy to see their son and future in-law getting along well. However, she was still a bit curious and asked, but why is your father so good to Jiang Qiu? Because. Chu Yangzi pondered, momentarily at a loss for how to express it. Simply listing a couple of Jiang Qiu's virtues might not sufficiently explain the reason. If she had to summarize, it would be that ever since Jiang Qiu appeared, it had healed the relationship between father and daughter. At this thought, Chu Yangzi glanced at Jiang Qiu, her eyes brimming with affection that she could no longer conceal. Ahem, I understand now. No need to elaborate, Qiu Junlin observed, realizing she had just consumed a dose of dog food. However, she felt happy, after all. If her children were content, it would put her mind at ease. Wait, Jiang Qiu suddenly asked, I'm actually quite curious. Why is there no need to elaborate? You child, if you want to show off your affection, do it in your own room, Qiu Junlin retorted with a hint of annoyance. Jiang Qiu chuckled, Mom. Do you finally understand how I felt as a child? He recalled how well his parents got along when he was young. Jiang Qiu even had a sense of being somewhat superfluous. In their daily lives, they often neglected him, showering affection in front of him. Unfortunately, Jiang Qiu was too young at the time to resist. Now, with a girlfriend, he could finally express his love. All right, since you're aware, then hurry and get your marriage certificate. Qiu Junlin shifted the topic. Jiang Qiu was taken aback. Why was she pressing for marriage again? His mother was indeed someone to tread carefully around. Is it really that urgent? Jiang Qiu said helplessly. Of course, now that everything is settled. Why aren't you more attentive? Qiu Junlin looked at her son. Boys should be more proactive, especially with someone as lovely as Xiaoxi. Why not rush to get the certificate? Jiang Qiu looked at Chu Yangzi. The two exchanged glances, and Chu Yangzi's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. It's fine. After all, she is not going anywhere. Jiang Qiu said with a smile. You, my child, lack a sense of urgency. Qiu Junlin exclaimed. What if something changes? What if other boys have ideas? What if before Jiang Qiu could utter a word, Chu Yangzi hastily waved her hand? Auntie, that won't happen, she declared with unwavering conviction. I only have feelings for Jiang Qiu. Chu Yangzi's affection for Jiang Qiu emanated genuinely from the depths of her heart. It was not solely the bonds of their past life that tethered her. Rather, it was the shared moments of their present that filled her with immense comfort. Moreover, Jiang Qiu possessed an enviable 8-pack abs. For Chu Yangzi, that was simply irresistible. Meanwhile, Qiu Junlin cast a glance at Chu Yangzi, fervently signaling her to refrain from speaking too much. Chu Yangzi paused, momentarily perplexed. Ahem, I'm merely looking out for both of you. Qiu Junlin remarked with a hint of exasperation upon noticing Chu Yangzi's confusion. Think about it. If he gets jealous, he might just rush to get a marriage certificate with you. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but think that indeed, this was his own mother. Nevertheless, Chu Yangzi remained resolute. Auntie, I appreciate your good intentions. She contemplated for a moment before stating earnestly. Regardless of the circumstances, I do not wish to see Jiang Qiu unhappy. As for the matter of the marriage certificate, whether he desires it or not, I will never impose, for my heart belongs solely to him. So I apologize, Auntie, for wasting your kindness. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but glance at her. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a profound sense of being touched. It was a stirring deep within, radiating warmth. In truth, Jiang Qiu merely disliked being pressured regarding the marriage certificate, akin to being herded like ducks. He preferred a natural progression, just as Chu Yangzi had articulated. Indeed, his girlfriend truly understood him best. On the other end, Qiu Junlin was taken aback. She felt a wave of emotion surge within her. This daughter-in-law was truly remarkable. Xiaoxi, you are right. I was too hasty in this matter. It's all right, Auntie. Chu Yangzi quickly interjected. I understand you're doing this for our sake. Well then, Xiaoxi, may I give you a hug? Qiu Junlin, overwhelmed with affection for her daughter-in-law, yearned for a brief embrace. Oh, Chu Yangzi felt a twinge of nervousness. She had never allowed anyone to hug her since she was a child, not even her closest friends. This might have been a form of obsessive compulsion, a protective measure for her own self. Even as she matured, This trait remained unchanged, save for Jiang Qiu. With him, it seemed all her compulsions were miraculously cured. For anyone else, even Jiang Qiu's mother, it was rather difficult to accept. Previously, Li Lingling had cautioned her about this, and now it appeared to be manifesting. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Observing this, Jiang Qiu stepped forward to alleviate the tension. Mom, your daughter-in-law is not quite accustomed to this. Why not come and hug me instead? You rascal, how can you say such things? Both Qiu Junlin and Chu Yangzi burst into laughter at his words, breaking the ice. Qiu Junlin expressed her understanding, acknowledging that everyone had their own personalities, and these trivial matters were inconsequential. I understand now, Xiao Shi. I will be mindful in the future, she said, smiling as she waved her hand. Annie, I think I would like to try. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, feeling determined to make an attempt for Jiang Qiu's sake. In the villa, Chu Yangzi bit her lip, preparing herself for this endeavor. For others, it might seem a trivial act, yet for her, it was immensely challenging. The psychological barriers were the hardest to overcome. Nevertheless, Chu Yangzi was willing to change for Jiang Qiu. With his mother before her, she felt an innate desire to draw close. Auntie. Chu Yangzi took a couple of steps forward, nervously enveloping her in an embrace. Xiao Shi, come here, Qiu Junlin exclaimed joyfully, gently patting her back. Though it was a simple gesture, it enveloped Chu Yangzi in an unparalleled warmth. Thank you, Annie, she expressed, genuinely elated. Jiang Qiu was already perfect, and now his parents were equally wonderful. Reflecting on this, Chu Yangzi turned to Jiang Qiu, her eyes sparkling with delight. Darling, she tugged at his arm. What is it? Jiang Qiu inquired with a smile. Nothing, I'm just exceedingly happy. Chu Yangzi leaned against Jiang Qiu, as if she were an affectionate kitten. Jiang Qiu instantly comprehended. She was seeking his praise. Indeed, you were fantastic just now. Upon receiving his commendation, Chu Yangzi's joy intensified. All right, you two should head upstairs. I'll tidy up a bit longer, Qiu Junlin declared, having indulged in enough of their sweet moments. It's quite late. Perhaps we should discuss it tomorrow, Jiang Qiu noted, glancing at the clock, which read past midnight. Auntie, let us leave the cleaning for tomorrow, and you should rest early. Chu Yangzi urged. Very well then. We shall leave it at that for today. Qiu Junlin nodded, reflecting. This large house will be quite a task for you both to maintain. It's all right. We can always hire a cleaning service to come every couple of days, Jiang Qiu suggested. That could be quite expensive, wouldn't it? Qiu Junlin remarked, somewhat disapproving. You are perfectly capable. There is no need to squander money. Ahem, CEO Chu is quite the affluent lady, not lacking in funds, Jiang Qiu just deliberately. That one-tea do. We cannot let Xiao Shi spend her money. Qiu Junlin shook her head vigorously. It's fine, Annie. My money is Jiang Qiu's money. Chu Yangzi covered her mouth to suppress a laugh. She was aware of Jiang Qiu's jest, yet she relished the feeling of being depended upon. Son, you must strive to excel from here on out. Qiu Junlin continued to regard Jiang Qiu as her child, a sentiment that parents seldom relinquish. All right, Mom. You need not worry about that, Jiang Qiu reassured her. In fact, I have started my own company and am earning quite well. You need not be concerned at all. Is that so? I can't shake the feeling that it seems a bit dubious. Qiu Junlin scrutinized Jiang Qiu. Auntie, Jiang Qiu is exceptionally capable. He has earned a significant amount of money on his own. Chu Yangzi promptly intervened, not wishing for Jiang Qiu to be misunderstood as relying on her. However, for the older generation, this notion was still somewhat difficult to embrace. Everyone was accustomed to a stable paycheck, particularly those in traditional sectors who preferred a steady and secure income, even if modest. The concept of high risk, high reward investments like stocks or futures was hard for the older generation to accept. Consequently, Jiang Qiu seldom broached these subjects. He would rather his family believe that the money came from his wife. Yet, Chu Yangzi was unwilling to let that notion stand. She preferred to showcase Jiang Qiu's brilliance to the world, even to his parents. After hearing this, Qiu Junlin's spirits lifted. Initially, she had not expected Jiang Qiu to earn much. She merely hoped for his comfort. Yet, it was indeed a point of pride for parents to be able to boast about their children's accomplishments to neighbors. Previously, Mr. Wang next door had boasted that his son earned $50,000 a month, which had echoed throughout the community. As Qiu Junlin walked past, she would occasionally engage in such conversations, not out of envy, but rather realizing that her son was indeed remarkable. Qiu Junlin felt a swell of happiness. After all, who would wish for their child to excel? It's getting late. You two should head upstairs to rest, Jiang Qiu urged once more, glancing at the time. All right, no cleaning for now. I'll take the opportunity to enjoy myself, Qiu Junlin remarked with a smile. Auntie, let me escort you back to your room. Chu Yangzi gently supported Qiu Junlin, politely intending to accompany her mother-in-law. However, it was evident that Qiu Junlin had other intentions. Xiaoxi, you two should return to your room first. Only then can I feel at ease. In her view, sending the two children back to their quarters sooner would mean more time to cuddle her grandchildren the next day. It's all right, Auntie, allow me to take you back. On the other side, Chu Yangzi was still oblivious to her thoughts. The two of them exchanged pleasantries in the corridor for quite some time. Ultimately, Jiang Qiu, feeling weary, took hold of Chu Yangzi and led her back to the room. That's right, get some rest early. In the corridor, Xiao Junlin chuckled with delight. Her son was indeed impressive, far surpassing their own capabilities as parents. Chapter 206, Take a cold shower to calm down. Back in the room, Jiang Qiu sat on the edge of the bed, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Today had been exceedingly exhausting. After all, it was a dinner involving both sets of parents, and to claim he was not nervous would be disingenuous. His focus had been intensely heightened. Coupled with the considerable amount of alcohol consumed, fatigue was beginning to set in. At that moment, Chu Yangzi approached him from behind, resting her hands on his shoulders and gently massaging them. Darling, you've worked hard. Thank you. You must be tired too. I'm not tired. It's all thanks to you being here today. Reflecting on the day, she realized that if she had faced both sets of parents alone, she certainly could not have navigated such amiable interactions. The coincidence of it all was utterly surreal. You performed remarkably well, Jiang Qiu replied with a smile. My mother truly adores you. Auntie is wonderful. I like her too. As they chatted, Chu Yangzi continued to massage his shoulders. Is that comfortable? Yes, it's all right. Call me darling, so I can hear it. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, eagerly straining to listen. Jiang Qiu chuckled helplessly. Senior, perhaps you should rest instead. How can a grown man call a girl darling? Oh, come on, just say it once. Chu Yangzi pressed down on his shoulders with playful insistence. No, I refuse. Jiang Qiu could hardly contain his laughter. This was a matter he simply could not yield on. After declaring his stance, he attempted to rise. But Chu Yangzi applied a bit of pressure, pushing him back down. Darling, if you want to call me that, I'll just continue massaging you. Seeing her threats had no effect, she resorted to her charms. She leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on him from behind. Jiang Qiu felt a ticklish sensation at the nape of his neck. Senior, stop it. He found it increasingly difficult to resist and swiftly turned the tables, asserting his dominance. Chu Yangzi gasped as she found herself pinned onto the bed. Normally, she might relish such a hold, but considering their parents were in the house, she worried about the noise potentially giving them away. Senior, I must give you a warning. Jiang Qiu gazed into her eyes, speaking earnestly. Both sets of parents have met today, which means if you continue to tease me, I won't hold back. Oh! Chu Yangzi lowered her head, her heart racing uncontrollably. In truth, she was anxious, but whenever it came to pivotal moments, she would inexplicably become nervous. Despite having grown more accustomed to it over time, she still found herself unable to control her reactions whenever she touched Jiang Qiu's abs. Darling, I promise I will control myself in the future. Chu Yangzi conceded. Good girl. Jiang Qiu smiled, gently caressing her cheek. This only made Chu Yangzi's face flush deeper, igniting warmth throughout her body. Nevertheless, Jiang Qiu refrained from pursuing the matter further. He understood that haste could lead to missteps. It was best to allow her to overcome her psychological barriers first. Moreover, given the presence of both sets of parents upstairs and downstairs, it was rather inconvenient. After a playful interlude, they proceeded to wash up. Chu Yangzi went to take a shower first, while Jiang Qiu lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone. He had received numerous friend requests from young ladies on WeChat, and occasionally some rather inappropriate messages from young men. Jiang Qiu found it quite exasperating and dismissed them all. He had no interest in frivolities. After checking WeChat, he spent some time on Douyin. About 10 minutes later, Chu Yangzi emerged from the shower, clad in a white bathrobe that revealed her smooth, pristine shoulders. Her long hair hung damply over her body, enhancing her allure. Jiang Qiu took a glance, then hurriedly took a cold shower himself. After all, only cold water could help him regain some composure. Jiang Qiu felt quite the struggle. Had it not been for the presence of both sets of parents, he might have succumbed to temptation earlier. After showering, he felt significantly refreshed. He decided to lay out a sleeping mat, so that he could avoid any distracting thoughts while trying to sleep. Chu Yangzi watched him with a conflicted heart. She yearned to sleep beside Jiang Qiu, to touch his abs and strengthen her emotional fortitude. The feeling of sharing a bed was undeniably comforting and reassuring. However, given her relative's proximity, she felt apprehensive. What if she inadvertently crossed a line? Reflecting on this, Chu Yangzi ultimately chose to forego that desire. She lay on her bed, glancing in Jiang Qiu's direction, blinking for some time. Darling, good night, she pouted. Good night. Jiang Qiu greeted her before drifting into a deep slumber. A night devoid of conversation passed. The next morning, Jiang Qiu awoke to find his arm numb. What on earth was happening? He distinctly remembered sleeping on the mat last night. Shaking his head, he re-examined the situation. It turned out that at some point, Chu Yangzi had moved from the bed to the mat and was now resting on his arm. Senior? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Yangzi's long lashes fluttered as she gradually opened her eyes. Why did you sneak over again? Jiang Qiu inquired. Huh? Did I? Chu Yangzi appeared somewhat dazed, her beautiful face marked by confusion. You did. Look where you are. Aren't we in bed? No, you're lying on my arm. Upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi finally grasped the situation. She quickly sat up, bewildered, pondering when she had even come down. Moreover, how had she fortuitously ended up lying on Jiang Qiu's arm? Chapter 207. Sleepwalking? Chu Yangzi was quite bewildered. What had happened last night? If memory served her correctly, she had been sleeping in bed. Observing her expression, Jiang Qiu found it amusing and asked, Senior, do you really not remember? Truly, I have no recollection. Chu Yangzi, fearing he wouldn't believe her, added, I swear, I'm not lying. Ahem, if you say it that way. Jiang Qiu recalled that she often ended with a couple of barks whenever she made such claims. Oh dear, this time it's genuine. Chu Yangzi's cheeks flushed as she recalled past incidents. All right then, were you sleepwalking? Jiang Qiu shrugged and continued, in your sleep. You accurately located my position and then wrapped your arms around my arm. The precision is astounding. She only had to focus on Jiang Qiu's arm to find comfort in sleep. Yes, that's exactly it. Chu Yangzi nodded earnestly. Last night, she genuinely had no memory of when she had moved. The only lingering memory was of an unsettled sleep, tossing and turning without rest. Eventually, she had no idea when that feeling dissipated. She suddenly felt immensely comfortable and slept soundly until dawn. It appears that I have found myself by Jiang Qiu's side. What should I do? It seems I truly cannot bear to be apart from him. My dear husband, will you stay with me while I sleep from now on? Chu Yangzi nuzzled her little head closer into Jiang Qiu's embrace. Jiang Qiu lowered his head, helplessly tooling her soft hair. All right, I suppose I shall sleep on the bed from now on. Regardless of the situation, she will always scurry over to my side at night. So why bother making a bed on the floor? As for the matter of crossing boundaries, let us simply let it unfold naturally. Wait, once you come to bed, we need to establish a middle line. Chu Yangzi bit her lip and softly said, let us make it clear beforehand. Whoever crosses the line will be the little puppy. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but think how capricious women can be. In just a short span, it seemed as though she had transformed into one begging to share the bed. Yet, who could blame her when his girlfriend was always so mischievous? I recall someone just now who even owed me a couple of dog barks. Jiang Qiu reminded playfully. Did I? I don't remember that at all. Chu Yangzi shook her little head, her expression innocent. Well, that's just like you, Jiang Qiu chuckled, pinching her lightly. Husband, I was just joking, Chu Yangzi exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Jiang Qiu and planting a couple kisses on his cheek. Well, speak up, I can't hear you. Woof, woof, woofum. Why are you still biting? You're not a dog, are you? Jiang Qiu teased. Just moments ago, Chu Yangzi had nipped his ear, and it still tingled pleasantly. Husband, give me a little more time to prepare. Chu Yangzi declared earnestly. Once I'm ready, I'll teach you how to bark like a puppy too. Jiang Qiu couldn't resist flicking her forehead. All right, by the time you're ready, the yellow flower will have wilted. Ouch, you're so heartless, husband. Chu Yangzi whined playfully. After their playful banter, the clock struck 8 in the morning. All right, let us get up and have breakfast, Jiang Qiu said. He could have lingered a bit longer in bed, but remembering that both their parents were present, he decided it was best to rise early. He promptly opened his phone and ordered breakfast for the entire family, since they had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol the previous night. A light meal was in order. Jiang Qiu ordered 10 baskets of soup dumplings, along with some fried dough sticks and soybean milk. After placing the order, he made his way upstairs to his parents' room. Dad, Mom, breakfast is ready, he called out from outside the door. Yes, we'll be out shortly, came the response from Qiu Junlin within. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingfeng was just awakening from his slumber. Having imbibed a fair amount of alcohol the night before, he was finally recovering, yet the thought of having overindulged made him reluctant to get out of bed. He felt a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Jiang Qiu remained unaware of his father's musings. However, drunkenness was hardly a rare occurrence. After all, both fathers had indulged, and none could mock the other. Downstairs, Jiang Qiu gently knocked on the door. Uncle, are you awake? Let us have breakfast soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open. Xiao Qiu, good morning, Chu Kuo-Yi greeted, looking slightly hungry. I was just about to head out to buy some food for everyone. He was already fully dressed, clearly intent on fetching breakfast. Jiang Qiu felt a surge of gratitude. Although Chu Kuo-Yi had a good tolerance for alcohol, his willingness to rise early to procure breakfast demonstrated his care for Jiang Qiu and the family. Uncle, You don't need to go out. I've already placed an order, Jiang Qiu replied, showing his phone where the delivery was set to arrive in 5 minutes. That's great. Chu Kuoyi nodded, appearing quite calm. In reality, however, he was rather anxious, having drunk too much the night before. He could hardly recall what he had said, particularly the crucial question of whether he had addressed Jiang Qiu as brother, since he had previously embarrassed himself. He had taken to reminding himself not to drink excessively. Yet, the joy of the evening had led him to overindulge once more. As for calling his son-in-law brother, well, he decided it was better not to dwell on it. He would adapt slowly. Chu Kuoyi's greatest strength was his remarkable ability to adjust. Chapter 208. Next time we drink, let us sit at the kids' table. At 8:30 in the morning, the takeaway arrived. Jiang Qiu called everyone to breakfast. By this time, Jiang Qingfeng had also come downstairs. He hesitated in his room for quite a while, feeling embarrassed about the previous night's antics and reluctant to face his in-laws. Eventually, Qiu Junlin, seeing that he was dawdling, simply dragged him down. Old Jiang, are you all right? Chu Kuoyi inquired upon seeing him. I'm fine. I just overindulged last night. Quite embarrassing. Jiang Qingfeng replied awkwardly. I also had too much to drink. Thankfully, Jiang Qiu helped me back to my room, Chu Kuoyi remarked, showing no signs of offense. He was well accustomed to such situations, and didn't he find it embarrassing at all? After all, he had experienced far more awkward moments in the past. Oh, has Jiang Qiu's drinking ability improved so much? Jiang Qingfeng expressed surprise. Indeed, you have no idea, Chu Kuoyi replied generously. The first time I drank with Jiang Qiu, I even called him brother. Really? Jiang Qingfeng was taken aback. Yes, we were drinking beiju at the time, Chu Kuoyi reminisced. I thought I could hold my liquor, but Jiang Qiu outdrank me. Oh, that scoundrel is merciless, Jiang Qingfeng lamented. Both of us, busy with his affairs, ended up being outdrunk by him. Absolutely, Chu Kuoyi chuckled. Next time we drink with him, we must be cautious. Let us drink together, just the two of us instead. Otherwise, we're bound to be outdrunk again, Jiang Qingfeng remarked, teasing his son. Ha, sounds good. Next time, it'll just be the two of us. Chu Kuoyi agreed. His spirits were high. If he couldn't outdrink Jiang Qiu, he would drink with his father instead. After all, if the relationship was well maintained, this son-in-law wasn't going anywhere. Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi was utterly dumbfounded. Her father had, in an effort to console the other, revealed the embarrassing incident of calling him brother. And it seemed to have had quite a positive effect. Was this the manner in which older men communicated? Through self-revelation? Perhaps that was the bond shared among older gentlemen. Come, let us eat, Jiang Qiu announced as the takeaway arrived. The aroma of the soup dumplings wafted through the air, igniting everyone's appetite. Chu Yangzi rushed to assist, bringing out a few plates from the kitchen and pouring out the dipping sauce. Jiang Qiu took out the soybean milk and fried dough sticks, distributing them among everyone. The meal was quite delightful. Perhaps due to last night's indulgence, everyone relished the food immensely. After finishing their meal, Chu Kuoyi stood up and said, Old Jiang, I have matters to attend to at my company, so I'll take my leave. All right, you take care, Jiang Qingfeng replied, preparing to see him off. As they reached the door, he offered, if you have time this evening, please come over for dinner. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuoyi's eyes lit up. I'll do my best to make time. Let us have a drink then, Jiang Qiu chimed in. I'll join you for a drink as well. Know that one be necessary. Both Chu Kuoyi and Jiang Qingfeng's expressions changed. You lad, can drink so well and still want to get us drunk. We'll just reminisce about old times. You go keep your mother company and don't join us. Jiang Qingfeng stated seriously. I think that sounds good. Chu Kuoyi agreed. Xiao Qiu is still young. He shouldn't drink too much. It's not good for his health. Jiang Qiu found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. They had just shared a drink, and now they were already calling each other brothers? Oh no. The bond between the two fathers was so strong that even drinking was off limits for him. Well then, I shall sit at the kids' table tonight, Jiang Qiu joked. What is this? Who are you calling a kid? Qiu Junlin stood behind, casting a menacing glance at her son. Cough, cough. It's a misunderstanding. Jiang Qiu surveyed the situation. Currently, both fathers in the household enjoyed a harmonious relationship, and the bond between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was even more commendable. What was happening? He felt somewhat superfluous. Joking aside, Jiang Qiu was in remarkably high spirits. The family atmosphere was delightful, and this mode of interaction was genuinely joyful. Nearby, Chu Yangzi, who had been observing, was already beaming with amusement. Witnessing Jiang Qiu's mother being so formidable, it seemed he ought to seek her guidance more often. After Chu Kuoyi departed, Qiu Junlin returned to the kitchen to tidy up. Chu Yangzi went to help her, leaving Jiang Qiu and his father in the living room. So, Your Uncle Qiu is truly a remarkable man, Jiang Qiu could not help but express. Indeed, Jiang Qiu nodded. But I didn't expect you two to get along so well. Yes, we had a splendid time drinking last night. Jiang Qiu reflected for a moment before earnestly stating. So, you should treat Xiao even better in the future. Deep down, he understood that the successful businessman had shared drinks with him not only due to their compatibility, but also because of his son's influence. It was undeniable. His child had matured and excelled. In the blink of an eye, his son had surpassed him and his wife in numerous aspects. This realization brought Jiang Qiu joy, but it also evoked a sense of nostalgia regarding the passage of time. In contrast, Qiu Junlin felt an even deeper emotional resonance. Nevertheless, regardless of everything, her son would forever be the most outstanding. Chapter 209. What gifts would please a happy father-in-law? As Chu Kuo-ei left the villa, he hummed a little tune all the way to his car. At that moment, Li Shifu was already inside, waiting for quite some time. Boss, you seem to be in good spirits, he inquired with a smile. Chu Kuo-ei nodded. I met Jiang Qiu's parents last night, and we shared a drink together. They're genuinely pleasant to be around. That's wonderful. Does this mean the matter is settled? Li Shifu was equally pleased for his boss. Indeed, it is settled. Chu Kuo-ei confirmed, continuing, moreover, Xiao has changed. We had quite a few conversations, and she now shows concern for me. Before departing, Chu Yangzi had greeted him. Although it was merely a simple exchange, it brought Chu Kuo-ei immense joy. After all, such caring dialogues were rare between him and his daughter in the past. Now, things are different. Thus, Chu Kuo-ei felt profoundly grateful to Jiang Qiu, even struggling to articulate this sentiment. Do you think I should send Jiang Qiu a red envelope? He asked uncertainly while holding his phone. Li Shifu replied, you just sent him a red envelope a few days ago. You might not accept another. Indeed, the frequency felt excessive, lacking sincerity. Chu Kuo-ei acknowledged the validity of this point, yet he was inherently a traditional man. Even when trying to express his feelings, his only thought was to send money as a solution. This had also been the root of the earlier tensions with his daughter. In my opinion, Jiang Qiu lacks nothing. Li Shifu suggested. Perhaps consider gifting something to his parents? If it's a gift for Jiang Qiu's parents, he certainly cannot refuse. Chu Kuo-ei nodded, but was soon plagued by another dilemma. What exactly should he gift Jiang Qiu's parents? That would depend on their needs. As Li Shifu drove, he provided ideas. How about this? Since they visit Jiang Qiu frequently, it must be quite troublesome for them. Why not choose a home in the community? Chu Kuo-ei had few friends. Typically, Li Shifu was the only one by his side. During their leisure, they would sip tea and play chess, serving as their form of entertainment. However, Li Shifu had a family of his own, leaving Chu Kuo-ei feeling somewhat bored when alone. Buying a house for Jiang Qiu's parents seemed like an excellent option. He could also purchase a unit for himself, moving closer to enjoy drinks with Jiang Qiu's father. Once Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi had children, he could even indulge in the joy of being a grandfather. Although the villa prices in this community were not low, they posed little concern for Chu Kuo-ei. Gifting a house is splendid, but do not place excessive pressure on the young couple, Li Shifu advised. I'll think it over, Chu Kuo-ei nodded, realizing that he should not rush them. After all, every generation has its own blessings. This young couple still required some privacy. Regardless, Jiang Qiu was undoubtedly a son-in-law he could not escape. With these thoughts clarified, Chu Kuo-ei felt even more elated. After Chu Kuo-ei departed, the family reconvened in the living room. Qiu Junlin washed some fruits, sliced them into a platter, and brought it over. Xiaoxi, do you have work today? I have a few matters to attend to in the morning. I need to go to the office to sign some documents, Chu Yangzi responded, glancing at the time. Preparing to head to work shortly. Recently, she had been going to the office on weekends, working from home during the week. As for business trips, she had largely declined them. After all, Jiang Qiu was at home, and the thought of sending Chu Yangzi on a trip alone made her uneasy. What if another woman approached Jiang Qiu while she was away? There was no denying it. Chu Yangzi was becoming increasingly reliant on Jiang Qiu. In the past, business trips had felt indifferent. After all, it was merely a few days of attending events and returning home. Nothing felt different. However, now, the mere thought of being apart from Jiang Qiu for several days during a business trip was truly disheartening, especially at night. The sensation of falling asleep next to Jiang Qiu was incredibly addictive. Senior, what are you thinking about? Jiang Qiu casually picked up a strawberry and popped it into Chu Yangzi's mouth. She instinctively swallowed. Jiang Qiu, you must be gentler with Xiaoxi, Qiu Junlin remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy. Cough, cough, all right, I was wrong. Jiang Qiu, caught in the act, could only acknowledge his mistake. He then picked up an apple and gently offered it to her. The most delighted by this scene was Chu Yangzi. She relished everything Jiang Qiu fed her and thoroughly enjoyed the entire process. All right, once Xiaoxi leaves, Don't forget to see her off. Qiu Junlin instructed before taking Jiang Qiu upstairs. The two young individuals were displaying their affection, which made the parents feel a touch envious. Darling, open your mouth. I'll feed you too. Once Chu Yangzi noticed the living room was empty, her confidence surged. After all, she had felt a bit shy with her in-laws present. Senior, you're going to suffocate me. Jiang Qiu protested, his mouth stuffed with apple, utterly unable to eat anymore. Chapter 210, a scene in the car discovered. At 9 in the morning, Chu Yangzi was preparing to leave. Darling, you stay home and rest. I'll go to the office by myself. Though she longed for Jiang Qiu's company, the hot weather made her reluctant to drag him along. It's all right. I'll take you, Jiang Qiu said after considering that if he truly stayed home to nap, she might just end up crying upon leaving. After all, he didn't want to provoke tears from such a beautiful girlfriend. Moreover, if his mother found out, he would surely face the consequences. The two departed together, with Jiang Qiu driving his Tesla and Chu Yangzi seated in the passenger seat. As she entered the car, her gaze was immediately drawn to her own large photo sticker. She recalled the first time she rode in Jiang Qiu's car, where she had claimed her territory by placing the sticker on the vanity mirror to assert her identity as his girlfriend. How embarrassing. Back then, they hadn't yet established their relationship, and she had worried about other women sitting in the passenger seat. Thus, she simply retrieved the large headshot stickers from her high school days and boldly affixed them inside the car. In doing so, anyone who rode with Jiang Qiu would undoubtedly be aware of his relationship status. Jiang Qiu was certainly aware of Chu Yangzi's subtle intentions. However, he rarely allowed other girls into his car. All right, fasten your seatbelt. We are ready to embark, Jiang Qiu declared, glancing at the Chu Yangzi beside him. I can't fasten it, Chu Yangzi murmured timidly. I can hardly believe that. Jiang Qiu expressed his exasperation. She had owned numerous sport cars. Did she dare to claim she couldn't buckle a seatbelt? I just momentarily forgot. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, casting an expectant look at Jiang Qiu. Fine, just behave yourself. Jiang Qiu leaned closer and reached for the seatbelt. The proximity between them was intimate, their breaths nearly intertwining. Chu Yangzi gazed up into Jiang Qiu's deep, captivating eyes, unable to suppress a gulp. Jiang Qiu remained silent, diligently fastening her seatbelt. Honey, you look so handsome. Don't move. It will be done shortly. Thank you for your hard work, dear. Chu Yangzi sweetly observed Jiang Qiu as he secured the belt. Once the seatbelt was fastened, Jiang Qiu returned to the driver's seat. Honey, will you marry me? I wish to be with you forever. Chu Yangzi's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of playfulness. The affectionate feeling she experienced when Jiang Qiu helped her with the seatbelt made her heart flutter, prompting her to propose once more. Before Jiang Qiu could respond, she leaned in eagerly and pressed her lips against his. Bang! Suddenly, a sound echoed from the car window. What was that? Both were momentarily startled, and Chu Yangzi quickly retreated to her seat in the passenger side. Jiang Qiu peered outside, spotting a shadow. Due to the tinted windows, it was difficult to discern clearly. He rolled down the window for a better view. To his surprise, he saw Qiu Junlin crouched low, hurriedly attempting to escape. Earlier, she had gone out to dispose of the garbage and noticed Jiang Qiu's car had not yet departed, prompting her to approach for a closer look. Just as she arrived, she witnessed Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi sharing a kiss. Qiu Junlin, enjoying the sight, had no intention of interrupting. She found joy in observing the young couple's romance. Especially when Chu Yangzi took the initiative, she silently cheered them on. However, as she prepared to leave and grant them more privacy, she became too engrossed in the moment and accidentally bumped against the car window. Oh no, I'm going to be discovered. Without a second thought, Qiu Junlin turned to flee. However, Jiang Qiu had already caught sight of her. Really, Mom? How unreliable can you be, eavesdropping like that? And if you're going to eavesdrop, why run away? Meanwhile, Chu Yangzi recognized the fleeing figure. Her beautiful eyes turned red with embarrassment at being caught in such a compromising position by her future mother-in-law. What should we do, dear? Chu Yangzi asked anxiously. She worried that Qiu Junlin might disapprove of her. What if she thought her to be a bad woman? Don't fret. It's already seen, so what can be done? Jiang Qiu chuckled, then shifted the topic. Let's get going. We should stick to our original plan and head to the office. Shouldn't we explain this to her? Chu Yangzi asked, still concerned. No need. If you're worried, you can always ask her later, Jiang Qiu suggested with a smile. Let us not. I'd rather go to the office. Chu Yangzi bit her lip, lacking the courage to return alone. Tisk tisk. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Sometimes his girlfriend was utterly adorable. Rest assured, my mom wouldn't say anything. He reassured her once more. He then started the car, setting off towards the company, while on the other side, Qiu Junlin rushed back to the villa. She hadn't intended to intrude, She merely stepped outside to throw away the trash and unexpectedly stumbled upon a scandalous revelation. Initially, everything had been going smoothly, and she had been enjoying the spectacle until, alas, it was all her own carelessness that led to her being discovered. With a sigh, Qiu Junlin entered the villa, her heart racing as she approached the living room. At that moment, Jiang Qiu was watching television. Back already? He inquired, noticing her flustered demeanor. What's the matter? Old Jiang, I must tell you. Qiu Junlin composed herself and continued. I have a feeling that our grandson may soon be on his way. Jiang Qiu, initially indifferent, immediately sat up straight upon hearing her words. What do you mean? I went to throw away the garbage and saw the two kids in the car, and it seemed that Xiaoxi was the one taking the initiative. Once one person steps forward, it's likely to develop quickly, Qiu Junlin recounted, her face lighting up with a smile as she reminisced about the moment. Did they notice you? Jiang Qiu cautioned. Such matters should remain private. Oh, must you bring that up? Qiu Junlin frowned. I intended to leave, but I accidentally bumped the window, and I believe I was seen. In truth, she felt embarrassed to admit that she had been so engrossed in the scene that she had collided with the window. I believe such matters should not be rushed. Jiang Qiu remarked seriously. The children are growing up, there's no need to hurry. Taking our time is always preferable. Indeed, Qiu Junlin nodded. While she yearned for a grandchild, she would not pressure Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi. As long as they were happy together, that was all that mattered. Chapter 211. A weekend at the office, a day of companionship while the parents were engaged in conversation. Jiang Qiu brought Chu Yangzi to the company. As it was the weekend, there were not many employees in the office building. The couple took the elevator directly to the 28th floor, where Secretary Zhang Yatong was waiting at the elevator entrance to greet Chu Yangzi's arrival. Good morning, boss. Yes, please bring me the documents that require my signature. Certainly. They are already prepared for you. Zhang Yatong was exceedingly respectful as she followed Chu Yangzi, reporting on the company's situation over the past week. Thank you for your hard work. In the office, Chu Yangzi instructed, bring me any new documents. I aim to finish them all today. Since arriving at the company, she had resumed her demeanor as a formidable CEO. Jiang Qiu found the icy atmosphere rather appealing. He leisurely strolled around the office while she commanded the space. It must be said, Chu Yangzi's office was vast and decorated with an artistic flair. Settling into the sofa in the lounge area, Jiang Qiu made himself comfortable. Honey, would you like something to drink? Unbeknownst to him, after finishing with Zhang Yatong, Chu Yangzi came into the lounge. No, you go ahead and work. Jiang Qiu gestured for her not to mind him. All right, I'll get back to work then. Just call me if you need anything, Chu Yangzi said, her spirits lifted by her boyfriend's presence, which motivated her and made her work feel significantly lighter. The two engaged in their respective tasks without disturbing one another. Jiang Qiu played games on his phone, while Chu Yangzi diligently reviewed documents and signed papers. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was noon. As before, Chu Yangzi ordered lunch and pulled Jiang Qiu along to dine together. For both of them, this routine had become quite habitual. After finishing their meal, Jiang Qiu picked up a fruit platter. Come, eat some fruit, he said, as he skewered a banana, preparing to feed it to Chu Yangzi. Thank you, darling, she replied with delight. She took a large bite and then handed the remaining half to Jiang Qiu with a fork. No, you keep that piece for yourself. Jiang Qiu feigned disdain. Wah wah wah. Chu Yangzi's pitiful expression tugged at the heartstrings. Don't cry, it won't help, Jiang Qiu said sternly. Darling, just take a bite. Chu Yangzi, realizing the soft approach was futile, decided to adopt a firmer stance. However, she was no match for Jiang Qiu and soon found herself subdued on the sofa. Are you convinced? Jiang Qiu asked with a smile. I'm not, Chu Yangzi stubbornly replied. Jiang Qiu, unrelenting, gently patted her bottom. Thus, the two engaged in playful antics within the office. Time during their break always seemed to fly. Chu Yangzi soon became busy again, while Jiang Qiu continued lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his game. In the afternoon, Zhang Yatong came by several times, bringing numerous new documents. These were various forms requiring Chu Yangzi's signatures during her absence. Additionally, Chu Yangzi discussed with Zhang Yatong the possibility of her attending a brand gala in her stead. Although the event was significant, she truly did not wish to travel for business. After all, being snuggled up at home with Jiang Qiu was far too comfortable. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Yangzi had grown somewhat reliant on Jiang Qiu. Even a few days apart felt undesirable. Moreover, it would be exhausting. Relaxing at home, enjoying the air conditioning, playing games, and keeping Jiang Qiu company was simply delightful. Boss, it would be best for you to attend in person, Zhang Yatong advised. This time, we are collaborating with a competitor, and if anything goes awry, I may not handle it well. After contemplating, Chu Yangzi reluctantly replied, All right, I'll think it over. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Jiang Qiu appear to have fallen asleep. She quickly gestured for Zhang Yetong to be quieter, not wanting to disturb him. Shall I book your flight? Zhang Yetong whispered. Yes, go ahead and book it, Chu Yangzi nodded. Though she verbally agreed, her thoughts were entirely with Jiang Qiu. Once Zhang Yetong departed, Chu Yangzi stealthily approached Jiang Qiu, unable to resist planting a kiss on him. Taking advantage of his defenseless state, she indulged herself. Afterward, she snapped numerous photos before returning to her desk to continue her work. Soon, the sun began to set, marking the time at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Yangzi finally completed her tasks and prepared to leave for home. It had been a fulfilling day. Not only had she finished her work, but most importantly, Jiang Qiu's company made it all the more enjoyable. The only regret was that she had been too busy in the afternoon to play games with him. But there was always the evening. Chu Yangzi eagerly anticipated teaming up with Jiang Qiu later. Darling, let us head home, she exclaimed joyfully. Finished? Yes, all done. All right. I'll let my family know, and then we'll head back. Jiang Qiu, feeling quite comfortable after a nap on the sofa, stood up and stretched. For some reason, he felt a bit damp on his face. Okay, my mom said the ingredients are ready. We can eat as soon as we get home, Jiang Qiu announced. Great. Let us hurry back, Chu Yangzi nodded. At 6 o'clock, Jiang Qiu drove Chu Yangzi home. Today, with ample time, Jiang Qingfeng and Qiu Junlin had prepared a sumptuous feast. There were 8 dishes, along with a soup and a dessert. Qiu Junlin had learned these recipes online and purchased fresh ingredients from the market. While the taste might not rival that of a 5-star restaurant, the selection and quality of the ingredients were handled with great care. Xiaoxi is back. Qiu Junlin called from the kitchen upon hearing the door open, hurrying out to greet them. Yes, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work, Auntie, Chu Yangzi said, eager to help. No need, everything is ready here. You go rest, and just wait for dinner, Qiu Junlin smiled. It's all right. I'm not tired. Let me help a bit. Chu Yangzi insisted, quickly taking off her shoes and getting to work. In that case, could you ask when your father will be joining us? Qiu Junlin inquired. No need to wait for him, Chu Yangzi replied, knowing her father was likely busy with work, probably still in a meeting at that moment. I'll send a message to check, Jiang Qiu said. Oh. Chu Yangzi opened her mouth to stop him, but then thought better of it. She wanted to say that her father disliked being disturbed during work hours, often becoming irritable. This was why she rarely contacted him, even as his daughter. She seldom received a pleasant response. However, things might be different with Jiang Qiu. Thus, she refrained from dissuading him and watched as Jiang Qiu picked up his phone. Chapter 212, Chu Kuoyi's Double Standards, Dinner Time. Jiang Qiu took out his phone and messaged Chu Kuoyi. Uncle, when do you think you'll be coming? At that moment, Chu Kuoyi was in a meeting with his subordinates discussing the profitability of their projects. Recently, the global stock market had been quite unfavorable, putting considerable pressure on asset management firms. Internal misjudgments had also surfaced within the company. Chu Kuoyi was irate, and the conference room fell silent. Suddenly, the sound of a vibrating phone pierced the quiet. Everyone exchanged glances, thinking someone was about to face the wrath of their chairman. After all, Chu Kuoyi had always despised mobile phones making noise during meetings, even on silent mode. Yet today, the situation seemed somewhat different. They looked around, realizing the vibrating phone was coming from the front of the conference room. At that moment, Chu Kuoyi was looking down at the WeChat message. He had set his phone to silent, with vibrations only allowed for messages from particularly important contacts. To his surprise, it vibrated while he was in a meeting. Initially reluctant to respond, he glanced at the sender and quickly picked up his phone. After all, this was the son-in-law he had painstakingly chosen. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Kuoyi had developed a double standard. Xiaoqiu, I have something to attend to here. You all eat first, don't worry about me. Chu Kuoyi replied. In the conference room, his subordinates were left speechless, jaws dropped in astonishment. No one could have anticipated that the furious Chu Kuoyi would express regret for not being able to join his son-in-law for dinner. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu relayed the message to the family. Chu Yangzi smiled subtly. Her father truly liked Jiang Qiu, never scolding him regardless of the circumstances. It felt rather nice. We aren't in a rush. Shall we wait a bit longer? Jiang Qingfeng suggested. That sounds good. Should we ask how long it will take him to return? Qiu Junlin looked at Jiang Qiu. All right, I'll ask him, Jiang Qiu said, picking up his phone again to send another message. Uncle, we'll wait for you. How can we leave you out of family dinner? In the conference room, Chu Kuoyi's expression turned serious. He criticized several project leaders and then presented them with new demands. Just at that moment, his phone chimed again. Chu Kuoyi glanced down at his device, and his previously stern expression faltered. How many years had it been? This was the feeling of home, especially knowing that someone was waiting for you to return for dinner truly warmed the heart. After a brief moment of relaxation, Chu Kuoyi replied, It's all right, you all eat first. I can warm it up when I get back. All right, you carry on, Jiang Qiu said. My dad mentioned he isn't hungry either, so you two can dine together and perhaps enjoy a drink. Good. Let your dad have a little something first. We can drink properly when I return. After sending the message, Chu Kuo-ei felt a profound sense of contentment. He then set his phone aside, and his expression regained its seriousness. What are you all staring at? Hurry and work on the proposals. Revise them thoroughly. The people in the conference room trembled, none daring to utter a word. However, curiosity buzzed among them. Who could the chairman be chatting with? It seemed that such a situation was unprecedented after so many years. Even after sending the message, his face lacked its usual gravitas. Li Shifu, observing closely, began to form a guess. After all, he was acquainted with Jiang Qiu, and it was likely that only this son-in-law could bring such joy to his father-in-law. The meeting continued until 7:30 in the evening. After it concluded, everyone dispersed, some remaining to work overtime while others headed home for dinner. Chu Kuo-ei lingered in his seat, savoring the message Jiang Qiu had just sent. Boss, would you like some water? Li Shifu approached, pouring a glass for him. No need. I'm leaving now. You should head back quickly as well. Chu Kuo-ei stood up, eager to return home. Boss, you're leaving a bit early today. Are you off to dinner? Li Shifu inquired, aware of Chu Kuo-ei's usual schedule, which rarely saw him depart so early. Yes, I'm heading to my son-in-law's place for a meal. They're waiting for me there, Chu Kuo-ei boasted. He often lamented to his former subordinates about his daughter, especially on weekends when she seldom invited him back for dinner. However, things were different now. Although his daughter might be unreliable, his son-in-law was exceptional. For some reason, Chu Kuo-ei felt an urge to boast to others. Yet glancing at the time, he decided to head home first and save the praise for Jiang Qiu for another occasion. That's wonderful. I won't keep you any longer, Li Shifu smiled, having not seen his boss so cheerful in quite some time. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Chu Kuo-ei swiftly exited the company, eager to meet his in-laws. At the villa, they had a simple meal, primarily to stave off hunger. Jiang Qiu, eager to drink with Chu Kuo-ei, had only a little to eat. Eventually, feeling a bit bored, they settled in the living room to watch some television. Chu Yangzi glanced at the time and suggested a stroll at a nearby mall, mainly to pass the time and perhaps buy some items. She had long desired to gift her mother-in-law with a present, and with everyone gathered, it was the perfect opportunity to shop. This idea quickly garnered support from Qiu Junlin, who naturally wouldn't spend her daughter-in-law's money. But shopping was an innate desire for every woman, regardless of age. Jiang Qiu was initially reluctant to move, thinking how delightful it would be to just lounge at home after dinner. However, she couldn't escape today, especially since her mother had spoken, leaving her no choice but to follow along and carry bags. Jiang Qiu, waiting for Chu Kuo-ei, managed to dodge this outing. Thus, Jiang Qiu drove, taking Chu Yangzi and Qiu Junlin to the nearby shopping center. Given that she was with her mother, they couldn't conveniently visit the typical date spots. They arrived at a commercial complex, offering a diverse array of options suitable for all ages. Chapter 213, Out Shopping, What a Beautiful Family. At the Bai Lian Shopping Center parking lot, Jiang Qiu drove his family to this location. Typically, this time frame would coincide with the notorious traffic jams of the metropolis. However, remarkably, he encountered hardly any red lights along the way, and even found a parking spot that had opened up. One must admit, his luck was truly exceptional. After parking, the three exited the vehicle. Chu Yangzi wanted to link arms with him, but felt a bit shy with her mother-in-law present. On the other side, Qiu Junlin seemed to sense the dynamic. Smiling, she remarked, "You two carry on, pretend I'm not here." The two youngsters shared a good rapport, and Qiu Junlin was delighted rather than disapproving. However, upon hearing this, Chu Yangzi's cheeks flushed crimson. The hand she had intended to extend redirected towards the other side. "Annie, let us walk together." Chu Yangzi linked arms with Qiu Junlin instead. "Very well, let Jiang Qiu follow behind," Qiu Junlin chuckled. "Yes." Chu Yangzi nodded. Jiang Qiu, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but shrug. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was improving, leaving him feeling like an outsider. The three departed the parking lot and entered the mall. Although it was getting late, numerous diners had come to shop. As they strolled past, they attracted considerable attention, largely due to the striking appearances of Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi. "Are they a family? They all look stunning," people remarked. The two youngsters were beautiful, and naturally, their mother was as well. Envy surged. Not only were they all visually appealing, but their familial bonds appeared so strong. Indeed, this family of three radiated happiness. Many mistook Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi for siblings or even close cousins. After all, it was quite rare to see a daughter-in-law and mother-in-law out shopping together. Upon entering the mall, they first visited the clothing section, where numerous brand stores awaited. Qiu Junlin was keen on selecting a new outfit. Noticing the guests, a sales associate promptly approached. "Hello, welcome." After greeting, her attention quickly shifted to Jiang Qiu. "So handsome." The sales associate's eyes sparkled upon seeing him. Are you looking for clothes? I can make recommendations. Thank you. Please help me find something suitable for my mother. Jiang Qiu gestured toward Qiu Junlin. Certainly. I will bring a piece right away. The sales associate fetched a set from the latest seasonal collection. Take a look at this one. It's one of our featured styles. It looks quite nice. Qiu Junlin nodded. Why don't you try it on? I believe it will make you look youthful and perfectly suited to your temperament. The sales associate was exceptionally enthusiastic, thinking that if she could charm the mother, it would be easy to obtain Jiang Qiu's contact later. Meanwhile, she presumed that Chu Yangzi was likely his sister, given how they entered the store with linked arms. A dynamic that hardly resembled that of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. I'll take a look some more. Initially, Qiu Junlin found the dress appealing. Yet upon seeing the price tag, 2,000 yuan, she deemed it rather excessive. Let us go. We can check elsewhere, Qiu Junlin suggested. I think it looks good. Why not try it on? Jiang Qiu understood his mother, knowing she might hesitate to spend. While she frequently enjoyed outings with his father, she remained frugal regarding significant purchases. He recalled a time when Qiu Junlin would buy clothes for him, but seldom for herself. It wasn't until later, when their family's financial situation improved, that things changed. However, as parents, they must also prepare a home for their children, in anticipation of future marriages. It must be said that parents in our country are truly remarkable. Now that Jiang Qiu has acquired wealth, he naturally wishes to give back in some way. Nevertheless, he is aware that while purchasing various items may be unnecessary, acquiring a piece of clothing remains a viable option. Annie, do give it a try. I believe it looks quite lovely, he suggested. At that moment, Chu Yangzi also encouraged her, as she had intended to present some gifts to Jiang Qiu's mother, and this was a perfect opportunity. Indeed, today I shall take care of the bill. You need not concern yourself with the price, Jiang Qiu added. Then I shall choose freely. Do not hold back. Qiu Junlin replied, though her heart swelled with gratitude. No worries, Auntie. If he feels regret, I will handle the payment, Chu Yangzi declared confidently. Very well. I shall not be modest then, Qiu Junlin smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. While she would never spend her daughter-in-law's money, simply hearing such words brought her immense joy. Hello. Could you please fetch an appropriate size? I would like to try it on, Qiu Junlin requested. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. The sales associate replied as she turned to retrieve a new outfit from the storeroom. Qiu Junlin proceeded to the fitting room to change, while Jiang Qiu and Chu Yangzi waited outside. At that moment, the sales associate approached and said, Excuse me, miss, would you like to try on some clothes as well? No, thank you, Chu Yangzi replied, shaking her head. Would you like to help your aunt select another piece? We have many new arrivals, the associate continued. Hearing this, Chu Yangzi felt a spark of interest. She was quite keen on choosing new clothes for her mother-in-law. All right, please recommend something for me. She nodded in agreement. Of course. This way, please. The associate led her to a nearby selection area while Jiang Qiu remained behind, preferring to stay put, feeling more comfortable there. Moreover, selecting women's clothing was not something he could do. Such matters were best left to Chu Yangzi. Chapter 214. Attempting to undermine Jiang Qiu's reputation in her presence. While Jiang Qiu was engrossed in his phone, Chu Yangzi followed the sales associate around the store. Look at this lovely summer collection piece, the associate introduced. All right, please give me a suitable size. Chu Yangzi, having no concept of pricing, simply chose what she found appealing. The sales associate was thrilled, realizing this sale alone would suffice for a month's worth of earnings. Additionally, she was increasingly convinced that the two must be related by blood, as it was unlikely for a daughter-in-law to be so generous. As they sifted through the garments, the associate seized an opportunity to inquire. May I ask if the handsome gentleman accompanying you is your brother? Chu Yangzi furrowed her brow, hesitating to respond immediately. She had sensed the sales associate's interest in Jiang Qiu earlier, which could perhaps be attributed to a woman's intuition, an inexplicable yet often validated phenomenon. However, she was not inclined to answer that question. When not in Jiang Qiu's presence, Chu Yangzi seemed to revert to her icy, commanding demeanor, exuding an air that kept both familiar subordinates and strangers at bay. The lack of a response left the associate feeling awkward, yet she pressed on, her persistence unwavering. I apologize, but I was wondering if you could share your brother's contact information with me? Of course, I would provide you with the best discounts in return. The associate appeared earnest, her sincerity palpable. Yet, to Chu Yangzi, this felt somewhat provocative, questioning her boyfriend's reputation in front of her. Momentarily, Chu Yangzi felt a pang of jealousy as she turned to the associate with a frosty tone. Do you think he's my brother? Isn't he? The associate replied, astonishment evident in her expression. Could he possibly be your older brother? Chu Yangzi shot her a glance and calmly stated, He is my boyfriend. The associate was taken aback, never anticipating that her inquiry about Jiang Qiu's status would lead to such an unexpected revelation. This was undeniably awkward. However, she still harbored doubts, questioning the authenticity of their relationship. I apologize. I assumed when you were holding on to Annie that is my mother-in-law. No way. You two have such a good relationship. The associate seemed incredulous, as if testing the waters. Are we done here? Chu Yangzi coldly inquired. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Focus on your duties and refrain from prying into customers' private matters, or you may find yourself out of a job. This was not merely a casual threat. The shopping mall indeed held shares owned by Chu Kuo-ei. Dismissing a sales associate or even expelling a brand from the mall would be a trivial matter. Nonetheless, considering the associate had not directly approached Jiang Qiu, Chu Yangzi chose to overlook it. After all, the associate's taste was commendable. Jiang Qiu was undeniably handsome, and it was only natural for others to be drawn to him. The sales associate found herself thoroughly intimidated by Chu Yangzi's commanding presence. I apologize. I did not realize he was your boyfriend, she quickly said. Chu Yangzi remained silent, turning away to continue her search for clothing, while the associate followed her like a shadow, too intimidated to utter a word. When she had finished selecting her items and returned, she was startled to find Jiang Qiu surrounded by several other sales associates. What was happening? Chu Yangzi frowned. At that moment, Qiu Junlin had finished trying on her clothes, and the sales associates were exceedingly enthusiastic. Yet, Chu Yangzi immediately discerned their ulterior motives. While they appeared to be offering suggestions to Qiu Junlin, their true focus was Jiang Qiu. What to do when your boyfriend is too handsome? Chu Yangzi shook her head, realizing that she had let her guard down for just a moment, allowing others to encroach upon her territory. Yet, this only served to validate her earlier decision. Seizing him early on had been the right choice. Otherwise, she would have found herself in a world of regret. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she swiftly approached Jiang Qiu and linked her arm through his. What do you think of this outfit? Does Annie like it? Chu Yangzi's sudden appearance startled the nearby sales associates, who had previously assumed a sibling relationship between the two. Now, seeing them together, it was clear they were a couple, and they appeared to share a wonderful rapport. After all, it was rare to witness a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law shopping together. Amidst their admiration, they couldn't help but notice Chu Yangzi's striking beauty and poise, which radiated affluence. Even though she had not dressed elaborately today, the Patek Philippe watch on her wrist, the Van Cleef Arpels necklace around her neck, and the Cartier earrings adorning her ears, all were exquisite pieces that commanded attention, not to be trifled with. While many were intrigued by Jiang Qiu's allure, none dared to approach him in the presence of his girlfriend. They all quietly retreated. What? Are you feeling jealous? Jiang Qiu teased as he glanced at Chu Yangzi with a playful grin. Is it that obvious? Chu Yangzi turned to him, her previously domineering aura dissipating. Indeed, your expression has changed, Jiang Qiu remarked with a chuckle. It's all your fault. Why must you be so troublesome? Chu Yangzi did not deny it, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance as she gazed at him. I step away for just a moment. And look at how many girls wanted to add you on WeChat. Then you should stay by my side forever, he replied. Very well. I shall remain by your side from now on, keeping a watchful eye on you. Chu Yangzi contemplated for a moment before earnestly expressing her thoughts. The two children exchanged sweet nothings, while the inquisitive Qiu Junlin couldn't help but eavesdrop. However, Jiang Qiu swiftly diverted the conversation, seizing the moment. Mom, that outfit looks splendid on you. Really? I think it's quite decent, she replied modestly. Indeed, it exudes a certain youthful charm. Jiang Qiu nodded in agreement. Qiu Junlin, who was already quite attractive, appeared even more radiant in this attire. Annie, I've selected a few more pieces for you to try on, Chu Yangzi stated, just as a middle-aged female sales associate approached, presenting the garments. The youthful salesgirls from earlier had vanished, leaving only this manager of the store. Isn't this a bit excessive? It seems like such a waste. Qiu Junlin hesitated at the thought of spending. Not at all, Annie. Please try them on. I believe you'll find them all delightful. Chu Yangzi urged eagerly. All right, I shall give them a try. Qiu Junlin acquiesced. In the end, she tried on the selections, and each piece was quite appealing. It must be said that Chu Yangzi possessed an impeccable eye for fashion, as the garments were indeed to Qiu Junlin's liking. The harmonious relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, coupled with their shared interests, was evident, as they even shared similar tastes. For reasons unknown, Jiang Qiu felt an intensified sense of urgency.